Infinite worlds within the infinite tower. Each world has a lot of resources. When others fight for a little bit of resources, Chen Fan was troubled because he had too many resources and didn't know where to put them. You will get a 10 to 100 times increase at the beginning, and all the resources you collect will increase in quantity and quality by 10 to 100 times. As long as your cultivation level improves, the system will be upgraded. After the system upgrade, you can get a 100 to 1000 times increase in quantity and quality. Later on, the quantity and quality increased by even billions of times. Chapter 1: Preparing to enter the infinite world. Brain storage. A check-in place for handsome guys and beautiful girls. Bang, bang. A middle-aged teacher rapped the desk twice with a ruler. After the students quieted down, he spoke again. Students, you will soon graduate. Those who didn't get into the Immortal Cultivation Academy don't need to be discouraged. You can sign up to venture into the Infinite Tower. This is also a path to success, but you must act within your capabilities and avoid rash actions. Don't waste your life in vain. Hearing this, the students below started clamoring. Teacher Gua, I want to sign up. Teacher Gua, do we have to go to the Infinity Tower? But I don't want to go. Teacher Gua raised his hand and said, quiet, quiet. After the students were silent, Teacher Gua said, those who want to sign up can go to the Infinite Tower Administrator to sign up directly. Students who don't want to sign up don't have to go. Think about it yourself. Do you want to live an ordinary life or want to make a name for yourself? It's your own business. I can only give suggestions, but I won't ask you to do it. The teacher wants you to be able to succeed. Well, today's class ends here. I hope you can all do great things, especially the students who are admitted to the Shoshin Academy. You will have more opportunities. Work hard. Goodbye, classmates. After that, Teacher Guo walked out of the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, the students started to make noise again. Some of the students who failed to get into the Shoshin Academy looked sad, some looked determined, as if they had already made a decision, and some looked confused. However, the students who passed the Shoshin Academy were different. Some of them were full of pride, some looked at those who failed with sarcasm, and some were talking and laughing with other students with excitement. There was only one person who didn't fit in with these people. He was an ordinary-looking boy sitting in the back row with a calm face, as if it had nothing to do with him. The boy's name was Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not originally from this world. He was reborn from the Blue Star world. When he was on Earth, he was a otaku who played games and read novels all day long. When he traveled through time, he was playing a game all night long. He fell asleep while playing, and when he woke up, he traveled to this world and was born as a person named Chen Fan like him. Originally, the Chen Fan in this world was a gangster. He didn't study hard in school. He just went out and hung out with some gangsters in society. His studies were a mess. Let alone high school courses, he couldn't even remember the lessons in elementary school. The Chen Fan in this world went out to the bar at night and got into trouble. He was beaten up and died when he was sent to the hospital. In the end, Chen Fan was directly reborn into this Chen Fan. Chen Fan had only been in this world for over a month. Originally, he thought he had traveled to a parallel world that was about the same age as Blue Star. Even if there was a few years difference, he could rely on his extensive reading of online novels and copying to live a happy life. However, this world told him that science and technology industry were nothing. This world already had cultivators, and the highest level of cultivators had reached the level of Golden Immortal, who could cross the void and visit every planet in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan was speechless. You said I was ready to work hard, but you hit me on the head. What should I do? Chen Fan thought, since this is a world of immortal cultivation, then relying on my own experience as a time traveler, I should at least get a golden finger or something to make myself soar to the sky. But after waiting for so many days, there was not even a feather in my mouth. Even if he didn't have any golden fingers, he was still a time traveler. Did he have some kind of incomparable talent, or could he master any technique at a glance? But reality gave Chen Fan another surprise. Here, talent didn't matter, as long as there were resources, even a pig could cultivate to become an immortal. But right now, on this planet, there were no resources to be taken. All that could be taken were ordinary resources, completely unrelated to cultivating immortality. If you want resources for cultivation, you have to be admitted to the Cultivation University. Once you are admitted to the Cultivation Academy, you will have a unified allocation of resources. Of course, it is not unlimited allocation. If you want unlimited resources, you can only enter the Infinite Tower. However, those who are admitted to the Cultivation University have obtained resources, their physical fitness has become stronger, and there are teachers in the academy to teach them how to better survive in the infinite world, and they also have better life-saving capital. Those who fail to get into the Immortal Academy can only rely on themselves. They may lose their lives at any time when entering the infinite world.
Although death in infinite time will not really mean death, dying once in the infinite world will reduce 20 years of life.
The higher the level of the world, the higher the lifespan reduction. Even if you have a lifespan of 100 years, you can only enter the infinite world 4 times at most, not to mention that you do not have a lifespan of 100 years, then you can only enter 3 times. Of course, the higher your cultivation level, the longer your lifespan will be, so entering the infinite world is a very dangerous thing, and everyone will be cautious. It is even more dangerous for an uneducated person like Chen Fan to enter the infinite world, but Chen Fan still wants to give it a try. He has to, because he has 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters at home. His father has entered the infinite world twice, and now he has only a dozen years left to live. His mother is about the same as his father, with not much life left. Now he can only rely on his parents to do odd jobs outside to earn some living expenses, but Chen Fan has 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. Although he has only been in this world for less than 2 months, the love of his parents in this world for him is genuine. Although they often beat and scold him, what parent doesn't love their child? Besides, Chen Fan doesn't want to be mediocre after being reborn into this world, and he also wants to make a name for himself. Chen Fan has basically no friends in this academy. Just like now, those classmates are gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss whether to enter the infinite tower, but Chen Fan is sitting quietly in his seat alone. Most classmates are unwilling to have any contact with Chen Fan because he is a gangster, and his classmates' parents use Chen Fan as a negative example. Brother Fan, are you ready to enter the infinite tower? At this time, a fat man sitting next to him asked Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at the fat man. In his memory, the fat man was called Jin Laifu. He was a rich second generation and his academic performance was not very good. Once, he was bullied by people outside the school, and it was Chen Fan who helped him deal with it. Since then, Jin Laifu has always had a good relationship with Chen Fan. He is one of the few friends Chen Fan has in school. Let's see. Maybe I can get in. After all, I'm not like you who can have no worries about food and drink for the rest of my life. Chen Fan said lightly. Brother Fan, why don't you come to my dad's company? I'll ask my dad to arrange a good job for you, so you don't have to enter the infinite tower to take risks. Jin Laifu said. Chen Fan looked at Jin Laifu and said with a smile, why, you want to support me? Would your father agree to a scoundrel like me? My dad will definitely agree. His company will be mine in the future. It's no big deal for me to arrange someone to work there. Jin Laifu said proudly. Chen Fan looked at Jin Laifu's arrogant look and wanted to punch him, but he waved his hand and said, forget it, I still want to rely on myself. If I can't make it, I'll come to you. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Jin Laifu stopped trying to persuade him and said, okay, when Brother Shi Fan comes, I will definitely give him a good position. Chen Fan stood up and waved his hand, saying, okay, I'll find you later. I'm going back first. After that, Chen Fan walked out of the classroom and went home. When Chen Fan returned home, his parents were already there. Odd jobs weren't something you could do every day, and since his parents weren't even at the body tempering realm, few people would hire them. Chen Fan's father was Chen Guotao, his mother was Feng Bingwei, his second sister was Chen Bing, his third brother was Chen Ping, his fourth brother was Chen Dong, and his fifth sister was Chen Rut. This time, Chen Fan's mother Feng Bingwei was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and his second sister was also helping in the kitchen. As for the other 3 siblings, they were studying in their respective rooms. His father was sitting on the wooden sofa in the living room watching TV. When he saw Chen Fan coming back, he casually asked, are you back? Chen Fan said him and went back to his room. Chen Fan's house has 4 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, and a living room. This was the house that Chen Fan's parents bought after they were lucky enough to get some resources after entering the infinite tower for the first time. Chen Fan stayed in the room for a while before he heard his mother, Feng Bingwei, calling him, Xiao Fan, come out for dinner. He got up and went to the dining table, where he saw his parents and 4 siblings already sitting. He had just taken 2 bites of his meal when his father, Chen Guotao, said, how are your preparations going? Are you ready to go in? Chen Fan looked up at his parents and saw that his mother was full of worry, his 4 brothers and sisters also looked worried, and his father pretended to be indifferent, but from the slight trembling of his hand holding the chopsticks, it could be seen that he was also full of worry. After all, no one wanted their children to take risks. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, I've decided. I'll go back and sign up tomorrow. After all, I'm the eldest brother, and I should also take on the responsibility of taking care of this family. Chen Fan's mother Feng Bingwei's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something but didn't know how. She could only sigh softly and said, then you must be careful and don't show off. I hope you can return safely. Brother, come on. The second sister Chen Bing made a cheering gesture to Chen Fan. Shen Ping, Shen Dong, and Shen Ru also looked at Chen Fan with encouragement. Chen Fan smiled and said, "I will." After eating, Chen Fan went into the room to rest, preparing to enter the Infinite Tower tomorrow. He set the alarm clock to 5 o'clock. Chen Fan planned to go to the Infinite Tower early tomorrow morning and did not plan to let his family send him there. Chen Fan did not want to see his mother's face full of worry and guilt again. It would be more comfortable for him to go quietly. Chapter 2 Billionfold Amplification System. Early in the morning, Chen Fan got up quietly, packed up casually, and went directly to the Infinite Tower. There is an Infinite Tower in every city. It is said that the Infinite Tower suddenly appeared more than 500 years ago, and suddenly appeared in the center of each city. Those who got opportunities from inside at the beginning became unscrupulous after coming out, and many of them committed murder and arson. Later on, they were gradually taken over by the country. Later on, some small countries were almost destroyed, and then all countries were unified into an alliance. As a result, there was only one alliance country on this planet, led by the strongest. The Infinite Tower is also managed by people sent by the alliance. Each time you enter, you have to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, if you don't have spirit stones, you can just pay the corresponding amount of spirit stones. Of course, it is free for first-time registration. Chen Fan came to the Infinite Tower. Because he came early, there were not many people here, just a few scattered people. He went to the management office to register. After the management office registered Chen Fan's basic information, they gave him a basic manual of the Infinite Tower and sent him away. Chen Fan took the basic manual and went to the side to watch. To be honest, Chen Fan had not learned anything before, so in Chen Fan's memory, there was not much information about the Infinite Tower. Chen Fan had only traveled here for more than a month, and he had only a vague understanding of the Infinite Tower. He only knew that the resources in the Infinite Tower were unlimited, and that 20 years of real life would be deducted after death. He didn't know much else. So after Chen Fan got the basic manual of the Infinite Tower, he was not in a hurry to enter the Infinite Tower. Instead, he went aside and started reading the basic manual first. After all, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. There were only a few pieces of information recorded in the basic manual, and Chen Fan looked through them one by one. Infinite Tower Basics Manual 1. The time ratio of the Infinite Tower to the real world is 3 to 1 for 1 star, 4 to 1 for 2 stars, 5 to 1 for 3 stars, and so on. Each time you enter the Infinite Tower in the real world, it takes 1 month, and you can enter again after 1 month after coming out. Point 2. If you die after entering the Infinity Tower, you will not actually die, but 20 years of your life will be deducted. The higher the star rating, the more life you will lose. After death, the items and resources you obtained in the Infinity Tower will disappear or be taken away by others, but your abilities in cultivation will not be lost. Point 3. The items you bring from the real world will be locked into the void after entering the Infinite Tower. After being locked, the items you bring will not be usable and will be unlocked and returned after you come out. Point 4. The items, resources, and abilities you obtain in the Infinite Tower will be taken out of the real world by you, but the next time you enter the Infinite Tower, the items and resources you take out of the infinite world will be regarded as external items and will be locked in the void. There is no limit on abilities, and the abilities you obtain can still be used the next time you enter the Infinite Tower. Point 5. After entering the Infinite Tower, please do not trust anyone, because they may not be from the same world as you. You can only trust yourself, and anyone may be your enemy. After reading these few lines in the Infinity Tower manual, Chen Fan had a basic understanding. The gist was that after entering the Infinity Tower, 1 month in real life equals 3 months in the Infinity Tower. The higher the star level, the higher the time ratio. Furthermore, any supplies you bring with you into the Infinity Tower will be confiscated and returned upon your return. Most importantly, while you won't actually die if you die in the Infinity Tower, 20 years of your lifespan will be deducted. A full 20 years. This was the most fatal aspect. After reading the Infinite Tower manual, Chen Fan went to the management office and said he wanted to enter the Infinite Tower. An administrator then took Chen Fan to a circle of light and said, once you enter the circle of light, the Infinite Tower will randomly lock the world based on your cultivation level. Remember, don't trust anyone once you enter. After hearing this, Chen Fan came to the aperture and stood on it. As soon as Chen Fan stood on it, he felt a sudden surge of light in front of his eyes, which was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. Then he felt dizzy. When Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself in the depths of a forest. The trees in this forest were extremely tall, and big trees that could be hugged by several people could be seen everywhere. Ding, welcome to the infinite world. The time you have arrived is a 1-star forest world. You can silently open the attributes. A mechanical sound rang in Chen Fan's ears, and then there was no sound. Chen Fan silently opened the properties, and a simple message was displayed in 1967 race, human cultivation, none talent, none skills, none life skills, none chat channel, trading hall number of personnel remaining, 10000/10000. It was very simple information. Chen Fan discovered that his name was not displayed on the attribute panel, but his number, and the number of people remaining was shown as 10,000. Apparently, there were 10,000 people entering this world, and the numbers were randomly arranged.
Chen Fan tried to click into the chat channel. 9999. I've finally arrived at the Infinite Tower. All of you scum are waiting for me. I will let you know what fear is. 110, idiot upstairs, identification completed, 1879. I wonder how 9,999 died? I hope he didn't make any sound the next day. 6823, hey everyone, I'm new here. Please support me. 5897, brothers and sisters, I'm new here too. Please guide me. 8686, if you want to be rich, start by picking trees.
Chen Fan casually glanced at the chat channel and then clicked into the trading hall. He saw only a single transaction information displayed on the trading hall: 1 piece of wood for 1 piece of food. Chen Fan looked at the solitary transaction information and exited the trading hall. He looked around and found that except for his clothes, his backpack was gone. It was obviously locked in the void and would only be returned when he left. Now I had nothing useful on me, not even the keys in my pocket. And all around me were huge trees, stretching as far as the eye could see. Looking up, I saw nothing but leaves, with bits of sunlight filtering through the gaps between them. I am this way, it would not seem so dark in the dark jungle.
Chen Fan sighed.
Now he had nothing on him and didn't know how to start. He thought he should find something to eat to fill his stomach first. He came out early this morning and didn't have breakfast. Chen Fan identified one side and slowly groped his way in that direction. The grass and trees in this world were really tall. Even the bushes under the tree were much taller than Chen Fan. Chen Fan had to slowly use his hands to pry apart some bushes and grass before he could get through. In this way, Chen Fan slowly groped in the bushes and grass for more than half an hour, but he didn't gain anything. At this moment, Chen Fan found that there seemed to be some red things in the bushes in front, like some kind of fruit. Chen Fan hurriedly quickened his speed and rushed over. When he got closer, he found that the fruit looked a bit like strawberries, but the tree did not look like a strawberry. Chen Fan thought about it and immediately thought of a wild fruit, that is raspberry, but this raspberry was a bit big. Each one looked like a big strawberry, and the tree was also relatively large, almost 3 meters high, not much different from a tree. Looking at the thorns on the raspberry tree, it felt like they were as long as toothpicks. Could he take them down and use them to pick his teeth? Chen Fan didn't think too much about it now. He felt that it was really a bit evil. It shouldn't be poisonous. He quickly picked one. At this time, he heard a voice that seemed to suddenly ring in his mind: discovering a different world, system activating, billionfold amplification system activated successfully. Get a raspberry, increase the quantity by 10 times, and get 10 raspberries. Suddenly, there were 10 more raspberries in Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and didn't even realize that the raspberries in his hand fell to the ground. System, this is the system that he had been thinking about all the time when he just came here. He originally thought that he was just daydreaming and there was no system at all. Unexpectedly, when he came to the Infinite Tower, his system was activated. System, please introduce what system you are.
Unfortunately, there was no answer.
Chen Fan asked again, but there was still no response. If it weren't for the raspberries that fell on the ground in his hand, Chen Fan would have thought he was hallucinating. Chen Fan said again, open the system. Suddenly, a panel appeared in Chen Fan's mind, showing billionfold amplification system level 1 amplification multiplier, 10 to 100, randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 10 to 100 times. The quality cannot exceed the level of this world.
There is nothing else, just a simple panel.
This system does not have any sign-in, points mall, or anything like that.
It only has an increase in quantity or quality.
From the looks of it, I don't know if both quantity and quality are increased together. Chen Fan wanted to give it a try, so he quickly picked another raspberry. Get a raspberry, increase the quantity by 20 times, and get 20 raspberries. Pick it again, obtained a raspberry, the quantity increased tenfold, the quality increased tenfold, and 10 first-grade bronze raspberries were obtained.
A first-grade bronze raspberry?
Chen Fan quickly looked at the first-grade bronze raspberry and found that its size had not changed much. It was about the same size as the raspberries on the tree, but the outer ring of the first-grade bronze raspberries seemed to have a layer of light green light. First-grade bronze raspberries, edible, non-toxic, will increase your cultivation by a small amount after consumption. This made Chen Fan lose his composure.
Eating it could increase one's cultivation.
You know, the fruits that could increase one's cultivation were very expensive. Although they were not so expensive that many people could not afford them, they were still too expensive for a family like Chen Fan's. I'm rich, I'm rich. Chen Fan shouted in his heart, and then he looked at the ordinary raspberry. Raspberries are edible and non-toxic. They can quench your hunger and thirst. Ordinary raspberries will not increase your cultivation. Chen Fan quickly stuffed a raspberry into his mouth. Suddenly, a very sweet taste spread throughout his mouth. With a light bite, the sweet juice filled his entire mouth. Chen Fan was reluctant to open his mouth, for fear that the sweet taste and juice in his mouth would flow out. It's so delicious, so delicious. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in praise after swallowing the flesh in his mouth. He couldn't help but eat several more, and when he felt a little full, Chen Fan couldn't help but stop eating. Chen Fan picked up another first-grade bronze raspberry and stuffed it into his mouth. This first-grade bronze raspberry tasted even better. After eating it, Chen Fan felt warm all over, as if a stream of human energy was flowing through his body, making him want to moan. As the warm current faded, Chen Fan felt a bit stronger, his strength increasing. What a good thing! Chen Fan thought to himself. Looking at the raspberries on the tree, he wanted to pick them all. But when he saw the raspberries still on the ground, he felt discouraged. He felt like he had gone to a treasure trove but came back empty-handed. Chapter 3, Building a Log House. It was then that Chen Fan realized that he had nothing to put the raspberries in. He was overjoyed. Looking at the raspberries on the tree, Chen Fan felt helpless. He thought about weaving a basket to put them in, but he didn't know how, so he might as well leave them on the tree. Chen Fan thought about it and decided to put it on the tree first and come back to pick it when he had something to put in it. So Chen Fan picked up the raspberries that fell on the ground and put them in his pocket, and continued to grope forward. Chen Fan groped forward for dozens of meters and suddenly found a wooden treasure chest under a tree that several people had shared. He was so excited, but he didn't dare to rush forward to open it. He carefully observed the surroundings and found that there was no danger before slowly approaching the treasure chest. After opening the wooden treasure chest, Chen Fan found several things inside and took them out one by one. Obtain a workbench production blueprint, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 10 workbench production blueprints. Obtain a rusty iron axe, increase its quality by 30 times, and obtain a refined iron axe. Obtain a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 10 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water. After Chen Fan took out all the things, he found that the wooden treasure chest had disappeared. Looking at the dozen drawings in his hand and the iron axe and water that fell on the ground, Chen Fan was very happy but also very annoyed. There were too many things and there was no place to put them. Chen Fan looked around and found a kind of grass that looked very much like dogtail grass. He walked over and broke off a piece. Obtain 1 foxtail grass, increase its quantity 100 times, and obtain 100 foxtail grasses. Damn, what the hell is this? This grass can amplify my energy 100 times, but what's the use? Dogtail grass is just a common grass and has no effect. This introduction was just made. Is it really useless? Chen Fan didn't think it was useless. He took out the raspberries in his pocket one by one, and then strung them into the dogtail grass. When he took them out, he found that some of them had been crushed. Fortunately, the first-grade bronze ones were not crushed, otherwise Chen Fan would be heartbroken. After stringing them together, Chen Fan tied a knot at the two ends of the dogtail grass and hung it around his neck. This way, he didn't have to worry about it being crushed, and it was also easy to hold. Well, the key was that he could eat it by just lowering his head. Chen Fan picked up the remaining dogtail grass and returned to the treasure chest, picked up the drawing and took a look at it. Workbench production drawings are used to learn how to make workbenches. With a workbench, you can make anything. You can learn. It seems that if you want to make other things, you must first make a workbench before you can continue to make other things. Chen Fan rolled up the drawings and stuffed them into his pocket, then picked up the iron axe. A precise iron axe, made of refined steel, very durable and sharp. A very good axe. With it, I could chop down trees and make a workbench. Chen Fan picked up the water again, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. He finished the entire bottle in one gulp. He then tied the remaining 9 bottles of water with dogtail grass and hung them around his waist, freeing his hands. Chen Fan picked up the iron axe and swung it around, feeling pretty good. The most important thing now was to find a place to build a workbench. After groping forward for another 30 minutes, he finally found a relatively open area. The trees here were sparse, and there was a black, charred log in the middle. Chen Fan judged it must have been struck by lightning. Coming to the banana tree, Chen Fan put down everything he had on him, looked around, and found that the trees around were relatively small, so it shouldn't be difficult to chop them down.
So Chen Fan came to a tree as thick as a bowl with the axe in hand, wanting to try out the axe first. He swung the axe and started chopping. With 2 bangs, the tree fell down. Obtain 3 pieces of wood, increase the quantity by 30 times, and obtain 90 pieces of wood. The bowl-thick tree fell down and split into 3 logs, which then multiplied to 30. Chen Fan carried all 30 logs back to the banana tree and took out a workbench to make a blueprint. Do you want to learn how to make a workbench? I need a workbench blueprint. Chen Fan decisively studied the blueprint. The workbench requires 10 pieces of wood. It takes 10 minutes. Chen Fan immediately clicked on the crafting button. 10 pieces of wood were also added, and then a square, half a meter long and half a meter high, slowly appeared before his eyes, with a countdown of 9 minutes and 58 seconds on it. Seeing that it would take more than 9 minutes, Chen Fan would not wait foolishly for the workbench to be completed, so he picked up the axe and prepared to chop more wood in case of emergency. Obtain 3 pieces of wood, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 30 pieces of wood. Obtain 3 pieces of wood, increase the quantity by 30 times, and obtain 90 pieces of wood. Obtain 5 pieces of wood, increase the quantity by 50 times, and obtain 250 pieces of wood. Obtain 8 pieces of wood, increase the quantity by 20 times, and obtain 160 pieces of wood. Chen Fan chopped down several trees in succession and brought back the wood one by one. He found that the workbench was already completed. The workbench was square and had some patterns on it. He didn't know what it was used for. When Chen Fan placed his hand on the workbench, some information appeared. It shows what can be made now, including more than 10 kinds of basic materials in one wooden house. Wood plank production. 1 piece of wood can make 3 wood planks, made from wood roots. 1 piece of wood can make 5 wood roots. Stone brick production. 1 stone can make 2 stone bricks. To build a wooden house, you need 20 pieces of wood, 50 pieces of planks, and 100 pieces of wood roots. Chen Fan thought about it and decided to build the wooden house quickly. Then Chen Fan quickly made 20 pieces of wood into planks and 20 pieces of wood into roots. Fortunately, these basic materials did not require any time to make and could be made in seconds. Then Chen Fan started to build the wooden house again. It took 60 minutes to build the wooden house. Looking at the time of building the wooden house, Chen Fan had to go out to look for supplies again. Waiting was just a waste of time. Chen Fan put down everything, took the iron axe and groped in one direction. It was almost noon now. Although Chen Fan had eaten raspberries, they were not very filling. He felt hungry after just a few moves. Chen Fan still hoped to find something that could satisfy his hunger. Chen Fan walked forward for more than 10 minutes, but gained nothing. He was exhausted. He looked up and wiped the sweat off his face, looking at the tiny specks of sunlight shining through the leaves. Suddenly, Chen Fan stopped wiping the sweat off his face, and looked at a treasure chest that was faintly visible among the leaves. Chen Fan couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that his luck was so good that he could find a treasure chest even when he looked up and wiped the sweat off his face. Chen Fan was a little puzzled when he looked at the treasure chest on the tree, because the tree was as thick as the bag of 2 or 3 people together, and the height of the treasure chest was not low, about 7 or 8 meters, which might not be high for those who can climb trees. But Chen Fan didn't know how to climb trees at all. There was no other way, so he decided to cut down the tree. This way, he could not only get the treasure chest, but also harvest a lot of wood. Chen Fan picked up the axe and carefully observed the surroundings. He started to chop down the tree only after making sure there was no danger. Bang, bang, bang. After more than 20 hits, the tree fell down with a crack, crack. Obtain 20 pieces of wood, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 200 pieces of wood. Chen Fan didn't care about the wood anymore. He quickly came to a treasure chest that had fallen to the ground and found that it was a bronze treasure chest. It was an unexpected surprise. He couldn't see clearly what quality the treasure chest was from the tree, but now he could see it clearly when he was right in front of it. Chen Fan opened the treasure chest, reached into it, and took out the items one by one. Obtain a backpack, the quality of which increases 100 times, and obtain a low-grade Shinbing backpack. Obtain 10 small breads, the quantity increases 40 times, and you obtain 400 small breads. Obtain a wooden bow crafting blueprint. The quantity increases 10 times, resulting in 10 wooden bow crafting blueprints. Obtained a wooden arrow production blueprint, increasing its quality by 10 times, and obtained an iron arrow production blueprint. There were 4 items in total, one more thing than the wooden treasure chest. Chen Fan picked them up one by one and looked at them. A low-grade Shinbing backpack, with 10 cubic meters of space. Small bread, edible. Wooden bow-making blueprints, available for study. Iron arrow production blueprints are available for study. Chen Fan studied both drawings. There was no workbench here, and he didn't know what materials were needed to make the bow and arrow.
He could only wait until he got back to make it. The most important thing now is that he got a backpack, and it is a space backpack with 10 cubic meters of space. In the outside world, Chen Fan always envied those who had storage space magic weapons. Now he also got one. How can he not be happy? Although this space is relatively small, it is also a space item. Chen Fan put the bread and wood into the backpack. He looked inside the backpack and found that it was almost full. The entire backpack was mainly occupied by wood. It seems that he can only put some more important things in it in the future. Things like wood still need to be put somewhere. Seeing that his backpack was full, Chen Fan had no choice but to transport the wood back and put it away first. Otherwise, if he found something good later, he would have no place to put it, which would be a pity. Thinking of this, Chen Fan quickly returned to where his workbench was, put all the wood out of the backpack. The space prop is convenient. You can take out or put in the items you want with just a thought. Chen Fan looked at the workbench and saw that it would take more than 20 minutes to build the wooden house, so he prepared to go out again. It wasn't far anyway, so Chen Fan put the raspberries and purified water into his backpack and found another direction to move forward. Chapter 4, Sensation on the trading floor. After walking dozens of meters in the dense forest, Chen Fan found some gray-white mushrooms under a tree. Chen Fan hurriedly walked forward to pick one. Obtain 1 Elstonia, increase the number 50 times, and obtain 50 Elstonia. Alpinia arborescens is edible after being cooked. Chen Fan knew about Alpinia arborescens and had eaten it before. It was quite delicious, whether stir-fried or cooked in soup. Seeing that there were still a few on the ground, Chen Fan swiftly picked them all. Obtain 1 Elstonia, increase the quantity tenfold, and obtain 10 Elstonias. Obtain 1 Alpinia arborescens, increase the quantity by 30 times, and obtain 30 Alpinia arborescens. Obtained 2 Alternarii, increasing the number 60-fold, obtaining 120 Alternarii. After all the amplification, a total of 210 chicken mushrooms were obtained, which can be said to be a great harvest. Chen Fan put all the chicken mushrooms into the backpack, looked at the faint sun in the sky, estimated that it was almost 12 o'clock, and estimated that the wooden house was also completed, so he prepared to go back. Chen Fan returned to the workbench, looked at it, and found that the wooden house had been completed. He took out the finished wooden house, and saw a model of the wooden house appear in Chen Fan's hand. A wooden house, made entirely of wood, can protect against wind and rain, and ferocious beasts. You can choose where to place it, and once it's placed, it can't be moved. Chen Fan looked around and found that the ground was relatively flat just below the tree that was struck by lightning. This was probably because the tree was relatively large. Before it was struck by lightning, there was no sunlight under the tree, so no other smaller trees grew under it, so it looked relatively flat. Chen Fan brought the wooden house to the bottom of the lightning-struck wood and chose to place the wooden house. He saw the lightning-struck wood on the back of the wooden house rising from the ground. The whole wooden house did not look very big, but it looked very sturdy, just like a matchbox. Chen Fan opened the wooden door and walked in. He found that the wooden house had a 1-bedroom and 1 living room structure, with an additional bathroom. Neither of them was very big. The room was just big enough for a bed and a cabinet. The living room was about the same size as the room, and the bathroom was even smaller. Now the wooden house was empty, with nothing in it. Chen Fan left the wooden house, moved the workbench into the living room, and moved half of the wood into the living room as well. After all, he didn't know if it would disappear if left outside at night, so at least it would be safer if he moved it into the wooden house. You asked why they were not all moved into the hall. Didn't Chen Fan want to? It was because the hall simply couldn't hold all of them. Now that he had the wooden house, he didn't have to worry about sleeping in the open air at night. After all, no one knew what dangers he would encounter in the forest at night. Although this wooden house cannot protect against ferocious wild beasts, it at least provides some protection. At least you won't be eaten by wild beasts when you are sleeping at night without any time to react. Thinking of the ferocious beast, Chen Fan remembered that he had obtained the production drawings of the bow and arrow. He learned the production drawings himself, but he had not yet looked at what materials were needed for the production. He first looked at what materials were needed so that he could find them himself. Chen Fan came to the workbench, looked at it, and found the production drawings of the bow and arrow. Wooden bow and arrow requires 1 piece of wood and 10 pieces of spider silk. Iron arrow requires 1 stick, 2 feathers, and 1 iron block. Looking at the materials needed, Chen Fan really had a headache. He only had wood and nothing else. It seemed that he had to go out to find it. Chen Fan calculated the time. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock now. There were still 2 or 3 hours before dark, so he could still go out. So Chen Fan prepared to go out again to see if he could find materials to make bows and arrows. Chen Fan changed direction and headed towards the dense forest again. This time, Chen Fan planned to explore around his wooden house first, at least to make sure there was no danger around him, so Chen Fan randomly chose a direction and walked into the forest. Chen Fan explored the surroundings this time and found nothing. He really didn't dare to go too far, for fear that he would not be able to return home after dark. There are no ferocious beasts around the wooden house now. It may be because there was a lightning strike here, and the ferocious beasts have left here. But Chen Fan did not dare to be careless, as there might be wild beasts coming. When Chen Fan returned to the cabin, it was getting dark. Night had arrived. Chen Fan locked the doors and windows of the cabin, ate 2 loaves of bread, drank half a bottle of water, and then ate a first-grade bronze raspberry. He felt that his physical strength and agility had improved. As night fell, Chen Fan felt a little lonely and uneasy being alone in this deserted forest, so he opened the chat channel. 8687, it's so dark. So scary, is there any kind-hearted person who can take me in? Whoa, 220, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything for a day. I beg kind people to give me something to eat. I'll definitely be rewarded. 1760, fortunately, I found a tree hole. I don't have to worry about being taken away by wild animals when I sleep at night. 45, what's so good about a tree hole? I already have a wooden house, it's comfortable. 1666, boss, we already have a cabin. Please take me in. 8888, purchasing workbench blueprints. Private message if you have any. 4321, give us wood in exchange for various foods. 8721, help. I seem to be targeted by a wild beast. Please help me, sir. 45, being targeted by a wild beast on the first day, with no place to hide, you're just waiting to die. 8888, that's right. At least it's best to find a safe hiding place before dark. Otherwise, hiding at night is just like seeking death. Chen Fan looked at the chat channel and thought to himself, fortunately, I have a wooden house, otherwise it would be dangerous to be outside at night. Seeing someone on the chat channel talking about buying things, Chen Fan then opened the trading hall. 10 wood for 1 food, any food will do, 2 pieces of iron in exchange for food and water. 5 stones for 1 food. 10 pieces of wood are exchanged for 1 part of water. Chen Fan looked at the transaction information in the trading hall. Most of them were exchanges for food and water, which meant that food and water were still in short supply. Chen Fan looked at the price information in the hall and roughly knew how to price his items. Thinking about the 390 plus panels he still had in his backpack, Chen Fan decided to trade 200 loaves of bread for resources. He listed the bread, setting a price of 1 loaf for 2 ingots of iron, 1 loaf for 5 spider silks, and 1 loaf for 10 feathers. These were the materials he needed, so he traded them for now. He then added a note at the end, please PM me if you have any rare resources or blueprints. Then Chen Fan remembered that he still had 9 workbench blueprints and 9 wooden bow blueprints. Then Chen Fan put all these blueprints on the shelf and marked them, exchange for any blueprints and rare resources. After putting the items on the shelves, Chen Fan closed the trading hall and went to bed. To be honest, it was a bit cold at night. He didn't have a fire yet, so he had to make one tomorrow, otherwise he might catch a cold when he slept at night. Although Chen Fan's physique has improved now and he might not catch a cold, who doesn't want to live a more comfortable life? Chen Fan went to sleep, but the trading hall and chat hall were extremely lively at this time, all because Chen Fan put 200 loaves of bread on the shelves at once. Chat channel 8967, damn, look at the trading floor. Boss 1967 has put 200 loaves of bread on the shelves at once. He's such a rich guy. 4321, really? Holy shit, 200 loaves of bread, is that true? 45, fuck. Really? Not only is there bread, there are also blueprints. 8888, really? Boss, I want the workbench blueprints. Trade with me. 220, boss, please give me some food. I've been hungry all day. You have so much food, please give me some. 45, this 220 is really shameless. You think you can get something for free? You are overthinking it. 6666, that's right, if you want to get it for free, no way. Boss, I'm not a freeloader, I'm a girl, if you give me some food, I'll do whatever you want, I've already unlocked all the positions. 1987, the girl upstairs is a cute girl. Identification completed. 4321, you guys continue. I'm going to go exchange some food with the boss. Don't wait until it's gone. Chen Fan didn't know that he had caused a sensation by putting so many loaves of bread on the shelf at once. At this time, he had already slept until dawn. When he got up, he felt a little sore all over. It should be because he slept on the ground. Although he was not sleeping directly on the ground, there was a wooden floor, but it was just a layer of wooden boards in between, so it was still a little cold at night. Chen Fan got up and picked up the remaining half bottle of water from yesterday to rinse his mouth, then ate 2 loaves of bread, 2 raspberries, and a first-grade bronze raspberry. Only then did he remember what he had posted in the trading hall yesterday, and he didn't know if anyone was trading. Before Chen Fan opened the trading hall, he saw a lot of private messages in the chat channel. Chen Fan had no choice but to open the private messages one by one. Private message from 8888, boss, what resources do you want? I want your workbench blueprint.
Private message from 220, boss, give me some food. You have so much food, give me some. Private message from 5321, brother, I want the wooden ball blueprint, what do you want? Private message from 7777, brother, I have a mithril, can I exchange it with you for 2 loaves of bread? Private message from 5666, little brother, I'm a girl, please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for a whole day. I'm starving. Chen Fan read all the private chats and blacklisted those who wanted to get something for free. No matter whether you are a cute girl or a mature woman, if you want to get something for free from me, Chen Fan, you are thinking too much. Chapter 5, Discovering a Diamond Chest. Chen Fan first responded to those who exchanged resources for bread. Most of them were mineral resources. He collected a total of 10 pieces of mithril, 5 pieces of gold, and 8 pieces of refined iron. Chen Fan obtained these materials by exchanging 2 pieces of bread for 1 piece. As for Chen Fan in the trading hall, he also opened the trading hall and took a look. A total of 128 loaves of bread had been exchanged, and there were 72 loaves of bread left in the trading hall. There were 120 pieces of iron, 50 spider silks, and a maximum of 580 feathers traded. Chen Fan took out all the things and now he can make bows and arrows. Chen Fan came to the workbench and clicked on the wooden bow making. First, wooden bow making requires 1 piece of wood and 10 pieces of spider silk. Chen Fan directly clicked on the production button. It took 10 minutes to make a wooden bow. Just 10 minutes, Chen Fan waited for a while, and the wooden bow was ready. Then Chen Fan started to make iron arrows. He first made 50 wooden roots, and then made iron arrows. The requirements for making iron arrows are 1 iron, 1 wooden stick, and 2 feathers. Chen Fan directly made 50 iron arrows. 50 iron arrows were almost enough. After all, iron arrows could be recycled. If there were not enough, he could just make more. Then Chen Fan traded with those who needed production drawings. The amount was not much. 2 workbench production drawings were exchanged for 20 pieces of iron, 10 pieces of iron each. Chen Fan estimated that many people had workbenches. As for the wooden bow production drawings, he only traded with 1 person, and the one he exchanged with was 5,321. 5321 also gave Chen Fan a drawing, which was an iron pot production drawing. Chen Fan studied the iron pot making drawings, clicked on the workbench, and found an additional iron pot making. Iron pot requires 15 iron. Chen Fan made it directly, and the finished product turned out to be a double-handled iron pot. In this way, Chen Fan had something to cook and make soup. He was busy like this for the whole morning. After Chen Fan finished all the things to be traded, he was ready to set out to look for resources. After all, he was a person with a 100-fold increase in power. No matter how you trade, it's not as fast as going out to find it yourself. Take wood for example, you can easily get thousands of pieces of wood. If you have a place to put them, Chen Fan said he can clear-cut the entire forest. Chen Fan was going to go somewhere far away this time, so he had to be well prepared. He took all the food he could eat with him, and also made a workbench and put it in his backpack so that he could use it in case he couldn't make it back in time. He also put the iron pot in his backpack, hung the iron axe around his waist, and held a bow and arrow. Everything was ready to set off. Chen Fan went straight into the forest and walked deep into the mountains. He walked for more than an hour and found nothing. After walking for another 10 minutes, he suddenly found a tree with mango-like fruits on it, but these fruits were a little bigger and there were not many of them, only about 6 or 7. Chen Fan hurried forward and picked one. Get 1 mango, increase the quantity 20 times, get 20 mangoes. It really was a mango. But this mango was really big, about the size of 3 adult palms. Chen Fan discovered that things in this world are generally larger, but he didn't know if animals would also be larger. This made Chen Fan more cautious. Chen Fan put all 20 mangoes into his backpack and carefully observed the surroundings. After finding that there was no danger, Chen Fan quickly picked up the mangoes. Obtain 1 mango, increase the quantity 10 times, obtain 10 mangoes. Obtain 1 mango, increase the quantity by 60 times, and obtain 60 mangoes. Obtained 1 mango, its quality increased 80 times, and obtained 1 first-grade golden mango. Obtain 1 mango, increase the quantity by 20 times, increase the quality by 50 times, and obtain 20 first-grade silver mangoes. Obtain 1 mango, increase the quantity 40 times, and obtain 40 mangoes. Chen Fan picked all the mangoes. What he didn't expect was that the quality increased twice at once. Chen Fan put all the mangoes into his backpack and was just about to take a look at the first-grade golden mango. Suddenly, several squeak sounds came from a tree. Chen Fan hurriedly stuffed the mango into his backpack, picked up the bough and looked at the tree. He saw 5 or 6 huge monkeys on the tree, angrily screaming squeak at Chen Fan. Chen Fan thought to himself, oh no. Could it be that all the mangoes on this tree have been picked up by these monkeys? Now that he had picked all the mangoes, he might as well run away.
Thinking of this, Chen Fan turned around and ran. When the monkeys on the tree saw Chen Fan running away, they shouted even more angrily. One monkey even broke off a branch and threw it at Chen Fan, which almost hit him.
Fortunately, Chen Fan ran fast enough.
Then the monkeys hurriedly chased after Chen Fan, swinging on the tree, just like the ancient heroes who knew light skills, and they were about to catch up with Chen Fan in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan was so scared that his soul was about to die. Looking at this monkey that was taller than himself and had the strength to break a branch as thick as a bowl with just a flick of his hand, Chen Fan was really terrified. Although he would not really die, 20 years of his life would still be deducted. Chen Fan was really unwilling to be eliminated like this. Chen Fan crawled forward, secretly swearing in his heart that when he had enough strength, he would come back and beat up these monkeys. Just when the monkeys were about to catch up with Chen Fan, the trees in front became sparse, and there were even flashes of sunlight reflected. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It was a lake. Chen Fan quickly used all his strength and jumped forward. He came out of the woods and saw a huge lake in front of him. Around the lakeshore, there were many animals drinking water leisurely. It seemed that there was nothing dangerous in the water. Seeing the monkey about to catch up with him, Chen Fan didn't dare to delay and jumped into the water. He didn't care whether there was any danger in the water or not. He wanted to deal with the monkey first. After Chen Fan jumped into the water, the monkey also came to the lake. Seeing Chen Fan jump into the water, the monkey could only scream angrily on the shore of the lake, picking up the stones by the lake and throwing them into the water, making several loud noises of bang, bang, bang. Huge splashes of water exploded, scaring the surrounding animals away. As soon as Chen Fan jumped into the water, he heard a loud noise coming from above. He didn't dare to raise his head and swam forward. After swimming for a distance, Chen Fan dared to look back and found that several huge rocks were slowly falling down. Chen Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I swam fast, otherwise it would be terrible. I would probably end up dead at the bottom of the lake." Chen Fan knew that the monkeys must still be on the shore of the lake, so he swam forward for a distance. When he could no longer hold his breath, he raised his head out of the water, took a deep breath, and then looked towards the shore. Sure enough, the monkeys were still pointing and shouting on the shore. When they saw Chen Fan emerge from the water, they picked up stones and threw them at him. Chen Fan raised his middle finger towards the monkey. He didn't know whether the monkey understood it or not. Anyway, it was enough for Chen Fan to know what it meant. He just assumed that the monkey understood it. After raising the middle finger, Chen Fan swam down again. He was afraid that the monkey would react and block him at the other end. It was impossible for Chen Fan to stay in the water forever. Chen Fan swam forward and downward, when suddenly, he felt as if something flashed at the bottom of the lake. Although the lake was not crystal clear, it was not turbid either, and he could still see a lot of algae and fish swimming below. However, Chen Fan was sure that the flash was not emitted by the sun or the fish. It was a light as bright as the stars. Chen Fan hurriedly went downstream and reached the bottom of the lake. The water plants were very dense and the mud at the bottom of the lake could not be seen at all. Chen Fan pushed aside the water plants and saw a treasure chest in front of him that was as bright as the stars. It was a diamond treasure chest. Diamond treasure chest, this is the highest level treasure chest in every world. It is said that there are not too many diamond treasure chests in each world, 3 or 5 at most, and 1 or 2 at least. Chen Fan doesn't know if this diamond treasure chest is the only diamond treasure chest in this world, but he can be said to be very lucky to be able to get this diamond treasure chest. This time, Chen Fan secretly thanked the monkeys. If he had not been chased by the monkeys with no way to escape, he would not have jumped into the lake, let alone encountered the diamond treasure chest. Who would have thought that there would be a diamond treasure chest at the bottom of the lake? Chen Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, raised his hand to touch the diamond treasure chest, and as if he thought of something, Chen Fan quickly retracted his hand and looked around the bottom of the lake nervously. The lake was quiet, with swaying water plants and leisurely swimming fish. There was no danger at all. Chen Fan found it strange. Normally, high-level treasure chests were guarded by powerful beasts. He didn't know why this diamond treasure chest was not guarded by anything. Chen Fan looked around again and saw that it was still quiet. He slowly reached out to the treasure chest again and swallowed nervously. Seeing that there was still no danger, Chen Fan opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, light shone everywhere. After the light faded, Chen Fan reached into the treasure chest and touched it. Chapter 6 Diamond Treasure Box, full of harvest. Chen Fan reached into the treasure chest and took out something. Obtained 1 Xianbing top-grade storage ring. The quantity increased by 90 times. Obtained 90 Xianbing top-grade storage rings. Obtain 1 first-grade platinum longevity fruit. The quantity increases 50 times, and you obtain 50 first-grade platinum longevity fruits. Obtained a set of Xuanbing's top-grade poisonous bows and arrows. The quality has increased by 100 times. The quality increase has reached its limit and cannot be further increased.
Obtained a set of Xuanbing's top-grade poisonous bows and arrows. Gained the primary talent perception. The quantity cannot be increased. The quality has increased by 20 times.
The quality increase has reached the limit and cannot be further increased.
Gained the primary talent perception.
Obtain a primary taming scroll, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 10 primary taming scrolls. Obtained a first-grade gold physical strengthening potion, with the quantity increased by 10 times and the quality increased by 30 times. Obtained 10 first-grade platinum physical strengthening potions. There were a total of 6 items, each of which was the best of the best. After Chen Fan took out all the items, the treasure chest turned into starlight and disappeared. Chen Fan hurriedly put all the items into his backpack and swam towards the lake without stopping. He raised his head, took a deep breath, looked around, and found that the monkeys were still there. Chen Fan raised his middle finger to the monkeys again, then bowed to the monkeys and swam to the other side. After swimming to the other side of the lake, Chen Fan looked across and saw those monkeys still dancing and squeaking. Chen Fan raised his middle finger to the monkeys again. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that one of the monkeys on the opposite side also followed Chen Fan's lead and raised his middle finger, squeaking. Then those monkeys also followed suit and raised their middle fingers to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the monkey to learn so quickly. Did he teach it bad things? There are so many of you monkeys. I can't afford to offend you. I'll just hide, okay? Chen Fan pulled the backpack behind him and walked away quickly. Now was not the time to cause trouble for the monkeys. Chen Fan jogged for more than 30 minutes, looking back from time to time, fearing that the monkeys would catch up with him. Fortunately, they didn't come. After he almost climbed over a hill, Chen Fan stopped to rest, took out a bottle of water from his backpack, and gulped down the whole bottle. After putting the bottle back into the backpack, Chen Fan was ready to look at his harvest. Although it was a bit dangerous this time, the harvest was huge. Chen Fan took out the mango and looked at it first. First-grade silver mangoes are edible. Eating them can increase your cultivation. Each person can eat up to 3. Eating more is useless. First-grade golden mangoes are edible. Eating them can increase your cultivation. Each person can eat up to 3. Eating more than that is useless. This mango can increase strength, but each person can eat up to 3. If you eat more, it will not be effective. Currently, I have 1 gold level and 20 silver level mangoes. Chen Fan did not hesitate and ate a first-grade golden mango directly. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt a warm current in his stomach, and then the warm current flowed throughout his body. Then his whole body was full of strength, making Chen Fan couldn't help but moan. It felt so good, even more comfortable than getting a massage. Chen Fan then picked up another first-grade silver mango and ate it. Then the warm current appeared again, but it was not as strong as the one from the golden mango. However, the feeling of increasing strength was really great. Chen Fan ate 2 more in a row. Now Chen Fan felt that his strength was overflowing. Even if there was a cowboy here, Chen Fan was confident that he could knock the cow down with 1 punch. Then, Chen Fan ate another silver mango out of disbelief, but this time the warm current did not appear again, and his strength did not increase again. It seems that the 3 mangoes he said meant 3 for each level, 3 for the silver level and 3 for the gold level. Eating more would have no effect. Chen Fan put away the remaining 16 silver mangoes. To be honest, he was still very upset that he had eaten 1 more and it had no effect. After all, fruits like this could be sold for a lot of money outside. How could Chen Fan not feel bad? It was all because of his greed. Then Chen Fan took out everything from the treasure chest and checked them one by one. This Xianbing top-grade storage ring has a storage space of 10 meters in length, width, and height. Chen Fan was so happy when he looked at the storage ring. Now he didn't have to worry about having nothing to store resources. You know, Chen Fan now has 90 such storage rings. Chen Fan put the ring on his finger, and then put the other 89 rings into the storage ring on his finger. Fortunately, it could be stored. Chen Fan was afraid that the storage ring could not be placed inside the storage ring. Then Chen Fan put the 88 rings into another ring, and put the ring containing 88 storage rings into the ring on his hand. Surprisingly, it could still be put in. Chen Fan secretly exclaimed that it was magical. The reason was not something Chen Fan could understand now. Anyway, Chen Fan did not need to understand these things. It was enough to know that he could now store unlimited resources. First-grade platinum longevity fruit. Consuming it can extend your life by 10 years. You can consume up to 3. The effect decreases by half as you consume each fruit. Longevity fruit is a good thing. Just like the longevity fruit in Chen Fan's hand, the first time you take it, it can increase your lifespan by 10 years. The second time you take it, it can increase it by 5 years, and the third time it can only increase it by about 2.5 years. This adds up to almost 17 years of lifespan. Chen Fan's parents now have more than 10 years left to live. If they take 3 of these longevity fruits, they can live about another 30 years. Chen Fan also believes that he will be able to obtain better longevity fruits in the future, so that his parents can live longer. Even if it is sold, it will be worth a lot of spirit stones. Now the longevity fruit is in short supply. Once it appears, it will be sold out immediately. There is no worry about selling it. Chen Fan put all the longevity fruits into the ring, and then looked at the set of bows and arrows. This set of bow and arrows comes with a bow and arrow, so it is called a set. The bow is emerald green all over, the arrow is dark black, and the arrowhead also has a faint green glow. The Xianbing Ultimate Poison Bow condenses a small amount of poison gas converted from wood elements when it shoots an arrow. It is even more effective when used with poison arrows. 10 Xianbing top-grade poison arrows. When shot, they absorb surrounding toxic substances to form poison gas. They are more effective when used with the poison bow. What a good stuff! The arrows shot from it can poison the target. If the poison is serious, I can probably kill the target with just one arrow. Chen Fan also put this set of bows and arrows into the ring and hung it on his body, for fear that if he lost it, he would be heartbroken. Primary Taming Scroll. This scroll can be used to tame ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and spirit beasts below the second rank. The success rate is 25%. This is still possible. Let's see if we can find a wild beast to tame. Then we can have a pet, Chen Fan thought happily. First grade platinum physical strengthening potion, which can significantly improve physical fitness. Each person can only take it once. Chen Fan thought about it and decided to find a place to settle down before taking it. It was getting late. Chen Fan estimated that it would be dark in 2 hours at most. It was impossible to go back now. It seemed that he had to find a place. Chapter 7 Black Truffle. Chen Fan looked around and found that he was not far from the top of the mountain, so he decided to find a relatively flat place around the top of the mountain to stay for the time being. Not long after, Chen Fan found an open area next to a rock. Although it was not a very big place, it was enough to build a wooden house. Then, Chen Fan went to the woods and cut down a few trees. With the amplification effect, he obtained 320 pieces of wood at once. Chen Fan took out the workbench, clicked on the construction of a wooden house, and prepared to explore around the top of the mountain to see if there were any other good things. Chen Fan didn't dare to walk too far, because it was only about an hour before dark. He walked westward. After passing a rocky cliff, he found a pine forest in front of him. He walked into the pine forest. At first, he didn't care much. As he walked, he suddenly fell and shoveled the dead leaves on the ground to the side. Chen Fan sat up cursing, "What bad luck! These pine needles are so damn slippery." When he was trying to stand up with his hands on the ground, one hand seemed to touch something, which looked like stone but not really. Chen Fan quickly looked to the side. He saw a hand touching something black with a few lines on it. He thought it was some animal's feces, but when he looked closely, it didn't look like it. The main reason was that Chen Fan didn't smell any bad smell, but a faint fragrance. Chen Fan wanted to pick it up to have a look, but found that this thing seemed to grow in the soil. Chen Fan hurriedly picked up a dead tree next to him and started digging on the spot. He didn't dig very deep before he dug out a black lump. Obtain 1 black truffle, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 10 black truffles. Black truffle, this is the black truffle. Chen Fan was extremely surprised. To be honest, Chen Fan had never seen a black truffle. Whether in his previous life or now, Chen Fan had only heard of black truffles, and heard that they were very expensive. Chen Fan couldn't believe it. He just fell down and picked up a black truffle. Is this the protagonist mode? To be honest, Chen Fan really didn't know where black truffles grew or where to find them. If he hadn't shoveled away the dead leaves and a little soil on the ground when he fell just now, Chen Fan really wouldn't have been able to find the black truffles. This can be considered a coincidence. Now that Chen Fan knows where black truffles grow, he decided to look for them here. Maybe he can find more. If he takes them out, he can easily sell them for a good price. So, Chen Fan began to stick his butt out, bend over, and carefully pull away the dead branches and leaves on the ground with a branch in his hand. Not long after, Chen Fan found another one. This one only had a little bit of its head sticking out, and it would be impossible to find it if you didn't look carefully. Obtain 1 black truffle, increase the quantity 50 times, and obtain 50 black truffles. Chen Fan searched in this area for about half an hour, and obtained a total of 130 due to the effect of quantity increase. Chen Fan was not good at finding black truffles, so he just scratched the leaves and dug up the ones that popped up, so he didn't find many. Chen Fan looked at the sky and hurried back. He had to put the wooden house in place before dark, otherwise it would be difficult to spend the night. Not long after, Chen Fan rushed back to where the workbench was placed, took out the wooden house, and then placed it near the rock wall. Chen Fan put the workbench into his backpack, returned to the wooden house, closed the door, ate 2 loaves of bread, drank half a bottle of water, and began to pack his things. Chen Fan prepared a ring specifically for storing wood. 200 pieces of wood were nothing in the current space ring. He also prepared another ring specifically for storing food ingredients. He put mangoes, black truffles, and some raspberries into this ring. As for bread and water, he kept them in the backpack. Taking out another ring, Chen Fan placed all the high-quality natural treasures into it, such as the longevity fruit, the first-grade silver mango, the first-grade bronze tree plum, and the platinum physical strengthening potion. He also took out another ring to put things like ores, and another ring to put some miscellaneous items, such as feathers, spider silk, etc. In total, he used 5 rings to distinguish them, which made it much more convenient for him to take things. The next step was the highlight. Chen Fan took out the platinum physical strengthening potion, shook it, pulled out the cork, and drank it in one gulp. Then, Chen Fan felt warm and comfortable in his stomach. Then he felt dizzy and wanted to sleep, and he knew nothing. When Chen Fan woke up, he found that it was already morning. He stood up and felt extremely comfortable all over. However, there was a bad smell that kept irritating Chen Fan. Chen Fan found that the bad smell was coming from himself. Could it be that he didn't dare to think about it anymore. This time, Chen Fan raised his hand and found that there was a layer of black stuff on his hand. It turned out that the stench came from here. He was scared. Chen Fan wanted to wash off the stinky stuff on his body, but found that there was no water on his side. Chen Fan hurried out to find water. Fortunately, he found a stream on the mountainside not far away. Chen Fan quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the stream to scrub his body vigorously. He washed for half an hour before he felt comfortable. This moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt as if danger was coming, just in front of his left side. Chen Fan hurriedly stood up and wanted to pick up his clothes to put on. At this moment, a huge spider suddenly jumped out from the place where Chen Fan felt danger. The whole body of the spider was as big as a basket, and its 8 legs were as thick as an adult's arm. Especially the colorful patterns on its body, it looked like a poisonous spider. The spider just stared at Chen Fan, making his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. Chen Fan swallowed and knew that he was in trouble. It was all his fault for being too careless. He knew that this forest was very dangerous, but he still took off all his clothes to take a shower. Wasn't he taking off all his clothes to make it easier for the spider to bite him? Bah, what was he thinking about? Now was not the time to think about this. He should be thinking about how to escape. No, he couldn't escape, so he had to fight to the death. Thinking that he had to fight to the death, Chen Fan was no longer afraid. He did not wait for the spider to attack him first. Chen Fan rushed directly towards the spider. He just felt a chill in his crotch and did not care about anything else. Chen Fan took a step forward and came to the side of the spider. He punched the spider's back. With a bang, the spider rolled out. Chen Fan was stunned. He raised his fist blankly and waved it in disbelief. He didn't expect that he was so powerful. Could it be the effect of the platinum constitution strengthening potion? This was too powerful. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at the place where the spider rolled out with a grim smile, and saw that the spider had stood up, and did not seem to be seriously injured. The spider shook its head, squeaked twice, and was about to pounce on Chen Fan. Chapter 8, Fighting the Beast, Advancement. Seeing that the spider was about to pounce on him, Chen Fan did not wait for the spider to attack first. The previous attack gave Chen Fan great confidence that he could deal with the spider. Chen Fan kicked the ground hard with one foot, splashing some mud, and then saw Chen Fan rushing to the side of the spider. When the spider saw the human approaching it, it shot out with its 8 legs and dodged to the side. Seeing the spider dodging to the side, Chen Fan kicked again and followed the spider to the side like a shadow, then punched the spider on the head. This time, the spider wanted to react and retreat, but it was too late. It was hit hard by Chen Fan's punch. Bang! The spider spread out its 8 legs and slammed its body to the ground, crushing some of the grass and trees on the ground. Chen Fan saw the spider lying on the ground after being knocked to the ground by him. He jumped onto the spider's back and punched the spider's head hard with his fist. The spider wanted to struggle to get up, but Chen Fan held it down tightly. His fists fell on the spider's head like a rainstorm, and his feet occasionally hit the spider's back hard. Not long after, the spider lay on the ground motionless. Only then did Chen Fan calm down from his excitement, jumped off the spider's back, and kicked the spider again with his feet. Seeing that the spider was really dead, Chen Fan felt a little tired. Only then did Chen Fan touch the spider's corpse. Before entering the Infinite Tower, Chen Fan had learned that as long as it was a dead creature, you could collect materials from the corpse by touching it, so now Chen Fan began to touch the corpse. Obtain 10 first-grade bronze spider silks, increase the quantity by 20 times, and obtain 200 first-grade bronze spider silks. Obtain 1 first-grade bronze poison sac, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 10 first-grade bronze poison sacs. They were all first-grade bronze items, so the harvest was pretty good. It seemed that this spider was a first-grade ferocious beast. Chen Fan put all the things into the ring for storing miscellaneous items. Only then did he realize that his whole body felt cold. He looked down and found that he was not wearing any clothes. Chen Fan quickly looked around. Fortunately, he was in this deep forest and no one saw him, otherwise he would have been dead. Chen Fan hurried back to the stream, put on his clothes, and returned to the wooden house. Only then did Chen Fan check his attributes. No, 1967 race, human cultivation, mortal beginner, with a strength of about 500 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 100 meters in advance, skills, none life skills, none chat channel, trading hall number of personnel remaining, 9120/10,000. Chen Fan clenched his fists, very excited. He had finally reached the initial stage of mortal. You know, it has only been 2 days since Chen Fan entered the Infinite Tower. Chen Fan has heard that many people, even those who have entered the Infinite Tower several times, have still been able to step into the initial stage of mortal. Of course, there are also many people who can break through to the initial stage of mortal after entering the Infinite Tower for the first time. Only by breaking through to the initial stage of mortal can one have some ability to protect oneself in this star world. Just like the spider Chen Fan just encountered, it is a first-grade bronze beast. If Chen Fan has not broken through to the initial stage of mortal, he will never be the opponent of the spider. Unless Chen Fan takes out the top-grade bow of the Shenbing, he can be sure to kill it in the dark. The next thing is the talent he had acquired. Since he acquired the talent of danger perception, Chen Fan had not seen it before. If he had not had the talent of danger perception just now, he might have fallen into the spider's belly. After all, the spider was planning to attack him by surprise. If the spider bit him, he would definitely be poisoned, and then it would be uncertain who would live and who would die. Then the number of people has decreased by nearly 800 people. Just think about it, in just 2 days, more than 800 people have decreased. It seems that the world is not very safe. Chen Fan opened the trading hall again and took a look, and found that most people were still exchanging resources for food. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to see if anyone wanted to exchange production drawings, but after a round, he didn't see anyone taking out production drawings to exchange. Chen Fan took out 40 mangoes and hung them in the trading hall with the note that he would accept any production drawings. As for those high-quality items, Chen Fan would not take them out for trade. After all, those people were not from the same place as him, and there might be hostile forces outside. Chen Fan heard that there were still many hostile forces in the distant starry sky outside, but those hostile forces could not break in because there were powerful people in charge there. As for materials, Chen Fan really felt that there was no need to go to the trading hall to collect them, because those people would not put high-quality things up for trading. No one is a fool. Although they are all low-quality things, their own forces also need them. If there is no need, few people will take them out for trading. It is different with blueprints, because once you learn the blueprints, they will exist forever. Even if you enter the infinite world next time, these learned blueprints will always exist. It is only when you reach a high level that the monks will not need these learned blueprints, because high-level cultivators have mastered high-level magical powers. The things they arrange at will are more advanced than these high-level caves and formations. Production drawings like these are generally used at low levels. After Chen Fan hung the mangoes in the trading hall, he put away the workbench. As for the wooden house, Chen Fan didn't plan to keep it, because Chen Fan discovered that as a person with cheats, he had to make his home everywhere so that he could collect more resources. Because he could easily make shelters such as wooden houses, he didn't have to worry about not being able to return to the shelter after dark. Chen Fan packed up, took out the poisonous bow and arrow, and placed them on the ring on his hand. This way, he could take them out at the first moment when danger occurred, and he wouldn't have to rely on his fists like last time when he encountered a spider. Last time, it was because he put them in his backpack. This time, Chen Fan learned his lesson. Chen Fan took his axe and started off. Chen Fan first came to the pine forest where he stood last time. This pine forest was not very big, but not small either. Chen Fan decided to dig more truffles here. Even if he didn't sell them, it would be nice to take them back for his family to taste. Chen Fan came to the pine forest and started to look for it. Obtain 1 black truffle, increase the quantity by 30 times, obtain 30 black truffles. Obtain 1 black truffle, increase the quantity 50 times, obtain 50 black truffles. Obtained 1 black truffle, increased its quantity by 30 times, and its quality by 80 times, obtaining 30 first-grade silver black truffles. After digging for more than an hour, I finally dug out one with enhanced quality. In total, I dug more than 500 black truffles, including the enhanced ones, and only 30 of them were of good quality. First grade silver black truffle, edible, will increase your cultivation level after consumption. First grade silver truffles, with no restrictions on consumption.
Mangoes are not allowed.
If you eat a maximum of 3, your cultivation level will no longer increase. Chen Fan decided to find a place to roast these black truffles and eat some first. After all, increasing his own strength was the most important thing. Chapter 9 Black Truffle with Grilled Fish. Chen Fan walked through the pine forest and came to a low-lying plain at the foot of a mountain. From a distance, he saw a not-so-big river, so he decided to take a rest on the riverbank. Chen Fan found a relatively flat riverbank and prepared to make a fire to roast some black truffles, but he found that he had no tools to make a fire. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to look for tools in the trading hall, but then he thought that he was already an early mortal, so it should not be a problem to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Chen Fan did it as he thought. He went to find some hay and branches because they were easier to ignite. Then he used an axe to slowly scrape the branches to get out some fine velvet. Then he started to drill wood to make fire.
Chen Fan took a strong-looking wooden root and sharpened it.
Then he took a larger piece of wood and cut a notch in it with an axe. He placed the sharpened wooden root on the notch in the wood, and began to turn the wooden root with his hands as if he had cramps.
Soon smoke came out.
Chen Fan hurriedly placed the thin velvet next to the smoking wood and blew slowly with his mouth. After a while, sparks blew from the wood to the velvet, and slowly began to ignite the velvet. Soon, flames came out. Chen Fan quickly put the burning velvet into the hay pile that had been prepared long ago. Soon the fire grew bigger. Chen Fan put a few thicker pieces of wood on it, and the fire gradually stabilized. Chen Fan found a flat stone by the river, washed it clean, and placed it on the fire. He then washed 5 first-grade silver black truffles and cut them with an axe. Some of the cuts were thin, some were thick, and some looked like they were cut with a saw. It was really horrible. Fortunately, Chen Fan didn't care about these things. He put the black truffles on the stone slab and started roasting.
Not long after, the fragrance wafted out.
Chen Fan swallowed his saliva. It was really fragrant. After all, they were high-quality black truffles, and the fragrance was even stronger. Seeing that it was almost done roasting, Chen Fan couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks sharpened with 2 wooden sticks, picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, his mouth was filled with rich aroma. The aroma was so unique. Chen Fan really didn't expect that this high-quality black truffle was so wonderful. Just like that, Chen Fan kept moving his chopsticks and ate up all the first-grade silver black truffles in one go. After the wonderful taste, he felt warm all over his body. This warm feeling lasted for a while before slowly fading away, but Chen Fan felt that he had become a lot stronger. Then, Chen Fan took out an ordinary black truffle, cut it into slices and started to roast it on the stone slab. Chen Fan wanted to see what an ordinary black truffle felt like, but what Chen Fan didn't expect was that the smell of this ordinary black truffle was a bit like the smell of rotten eggs. Chen Fan was a bit stunned. He had never imagined that black truffles would smell like this. What Chen Fan didn't know was that truffles have a very unique flavor, and everyone's sense of smell varies. There are many different flavors, including mushrooms, garlic, wet mud, honey, corn, bugs, and rotting leaves. Some people even think it smells like semen. Because Chen Fan had never come across such high-end ingredients as black truffles before, he didn't know what black truffles tasted like. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that the difference between high-quality and low-quality ones was so huge. When Chen Fan ate mangoes before, he thought they were very delicious and he could finish several of them in just 2 or 3 bites. Chen Fan looked at the black truffle on the stone slab and really couldn't swallow it. He didn't understand why so many people liked it with such a taste. Anyway, Chen Fan felt that he couldn't eat it. Chen Fan picked it up and slowly took a bite. Suddenly, the smell of rotten eggs became stronger. Pa. Chen Fan really couldn't stand it anymore and vomited it all out, almost vomiting out everything in his stomach. Chen Fan picked up all the black truffles and threw them into the river. In fact, Chen Fan didn't know that it was because he had just eaten high-quality black truffles, and now he had switched to ordinary ones. The taste and aroma were very different, so it smelled like rotten eggs to him. If Chen Fan had tasted ordinary black truffles at the beginning, I believe he would have had a different feeling, because black truffles have different feelings and tastes every time you taste them, so they are deeply loved by people. The black truffles thrown into the river slowly floated downstream. Because the water in this river was not a rapid current, the black truffles floating on the river's surface slowly floated downstream. At this moment, the surface of the river suddenly splashed with water, and there was a pie sound. Chen Fan looked towards the river, and wow, he saw that several fish were fighting over the black truffle floating on the river. It looked quite big, and Chen Fan was itching to catch some. He had been here for 3 days and hadn't eaten any meat yet. Should he catch a few to try, but he didn't know how to catch fish, let alone catch one with his bare hands. At this moment, Chen Fan remembered a video he had seen on the internet before. in which people used wooden roots to hit the water surface vigorously. As long as the force was strong enough, the fish could be stunned. Chen Fan thought about his current strength and thought it shouldn't be a problem, so he went into the woods and cut down a wooden root as thick as his arm. Fortunately, such a small tree would not turn into wood directly, otherwise Chen Fan would have no way out. When Chen Fan came back, he found that the fish that were fighting for the black truffle had disappeared and had all gone to the bottom of the river. Chen Fan took out another black truffle, cut it a few times with an axe, and threw it into the river. Then he saw the fish in the river swimming up to the surface again and starting to snatch the black truffles.
When the fish were not paying attention, Chen Fan suddenly knocked the river's surface with a wooden root.
After knocking it several times, he found that several fish were floating on the river's surface with their white bellies turned up. Chen Fan hurriedly jumped into the water to catch the fish. Obtain 1 black carp, increased the number by 30 times, obtained 30 black carps. Obtained 1 grass carp, increased its number by 70 times, and obtained 70 grass carps. Obtain 1 crucian carp, increased the quantity by 40 times, obtained 40 crucian carp. Obtained 1 grass carp, increased its number 10-fold, and obtained 10 grass carps. There are a total of 150 fish, which is enough for Chen Fan to eat for a long time. It's just that there is no increase in quality, otherwise his cultivation resources can be increased a little bit. Although the increase is not much, every little bit counts, and a little bit adds up to a lot. Chen Fan took out another empty ring and prepared to use it to store meat. The space inside the space ring is static, so the meat can be kept in it for a long time without worrying about it going bad. He put all the fish into the ring and went ashore to prepare some grilled fish to eat. He took out a grass carp, removed the scales and cut open its belly, and cut a few pieces on the fish. Because there was no seasoning, Chen Fan was afraid that the fish would be too fishy, so he took out a first-grade silver black truffle, cut it into slices, put a few pieces on the stone slab, and put a few pieces into the fish's belly, and then started to roast it. After a while, a fragrance wafted out. Because of the silver black truffle, the fish did not smell fishy, but even more fragrant. Chen Fan picked up the fish with chopsticks, blew on it, and put it into his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and very delicious, because there is no salt and no other seasoning. The taste is just fresh. Because it is fresh, the word fresh can be better reflected. Chen Fan slowly enjoyed the grilled fish, and when he had rested enough, he set off again.
Chapter 10, Giant Snake and Tiger. Chen Fan crossed the river and entered a forest.
He found that the trees in this forest were larger than those in the forest where he had just come to this world, but they were also sparser. But the leaves of these trees are not that dense, so it is not that dark when walking in this forest. A lot of sunlight shines through the trees, but Chen Fan does not dare to be careless and walks forward cautiously. Fortunately, he had the talent to sense danger, so at least he wouldn't run into any ferocious beast right away. Chen Fan walked forward for more than half an hour. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt an extremely dangerous signal coming from the right front direction, and there was not just one such message, but 2 such messages. Chen Fan walked to the left without thinking. It was not that Chen Fan was timid, but he tried his best to avoid this unknown danger. After all, life was more important. If you lost your life, it would be useless even if you were given a great opportunity. Chen Fan ran wildly to the left for more than half an hour. Just when he thought it was safe, he heard a loud and penetrating tiger roar, oh, from the place where he sensed danger. Then came a series of very cold swish, swish, swish sounds. Chen Fan really couldn't tell what the sound was, but it felt very cold, and it gave Chen Fan goosebumps. Then there were continuous sounds of AOW and CC, and then the sound of falling trees, as if the 2 guys were fighting. Chen Fan had to stop at this time and prepare to see what was going on. Chen Fan chose a tree that looked the tallest, turned over and climbed to the top of the tree. If it were in the past, Chen Fan would have died on the tree and would not have been able to climb up. After all, this tree was at least hundreds of meters high. However, now Chen Fan easily climbed to the top of the tree and looked into the distance. He saw smoke and dust rolling in that place, and trees falling from time to time. There were roars and hissing sounds. From time to time, a long tail would appear from the smoke and dust and sweep down. Then he saw trees breaking and falling down, and even splashing dust. Sometimes you can see a nimble white figure leaping and jumping around, very agile. Sometimes a cold light flashes, and a blood mist disperses, adding a hint of red to the smoke and dust. Chen Fan watched the 2 figures fighting back and forth for more than 2 hours. Finally, the fight gradually stopped, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the surroundings gradually calmed down. Chen Fan watched the smoke and dust slowly dissipate over there, and he had an urge to go over and take a look, but his reason told him to leave quickly. The sooner he left, the safer it would be. After Chen Fan got down from the tree, he ran out at full speed. But after running just 100 or 200 meters, Chen Fan stopped again. He looked back unwillingly at the place where the smoke and dust had not yet dispersed. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, "The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation."
Done. Chen Fan ran back again. He had to see what was going on. What could have caused 2 big guys to fight so desperately? It must be something good.
Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the outskirts of this place. There was still some dust around, and some trees were leaning to one side or the other. In the center, it was a mess, with dirt flying everywhere, broken branches and trunks everywhere, and a sunken area in the middle. There was a huge creature lying on each side, a white tiger with yellow stripes that was more than 3 meters long and 2 meters high, and a black python that was dozens of meters long and as thick as an iron barrel. But now the black python had stopped moving, and its body was covered with claw marks, as if they were cut by a knife. The area near the head was covered in blood, and there were several holes with blood trickling out. It seemed that it was dead. The giant tiger was also bleeding from all 7 orifices, and seemed to be breathing out more than inhaling. Only its tail, which was still slightly sweeping, proved that it was still alive. Chen Fan took out a poisonous bow and a homemade iron arrow, put the bow on and shot the arrow at the giant python. The arrow made a ding sound when it hit the giant python, but the arrow did not penetrate the giant python's body. The arrow shook a few times on the giant python's body and then fell to the ground. It actually failed to penetrate the giant python's scales, which shows how high the defense of the giant python's scales is. Chen Fan took out the top-grade poisonous arrow of the Shinbing and shot it out. A green light flashed by, and with a puff, the poisonous arrow shot into the body of the giant python, leaving only a little sword feather exposed outside. Chen Fan didn't expect that the poisonous arrow was so powerful that it shot into the giant python's body. Chen Fan thought it was good enough that the arrow could penetrate it, but he didn't expect that the arrow almost penetrated the giant python's body. After a piercing blow, the giant python didn't react at all. It seemed that it was dead. Chen Fan felt relieved. Chen Fan took out another poisonous arrow, bent the bow and aimed at the big tiger, ready to give the tiger a final blow to send it off and save it from pain. Just as he was about to let go of the arrow, he suddenly thought of something. Chen Fan quickly put down the arrow and took out a scroll from the ring. How could I almost forget about this thing? Isn't it just right to use it now? I almost lost a lot of money. What Chen Fan took out was the primary taming scroll that he opened from the diamond treasure chest. It can be used to tame second-grade ferocious beasts, demon beasts, and spirit beasts. In Chen Fan's opinion, there would be no ferocious beasts, demon beasts, or spirit beasts above the second rank in this one-star world. He could definitely give this scroll a try. He already had 10 of them. If he could tame a ferocious beast or demon beast, he wouldn't have to be so worried in this world. At least it could help him attract firepower. Moreover, this ferocious beast seemed quite powerful, probably of a high level. Chen Fan used the scroll directly on the tiger, but there was no reaction and the scroll disappeared. What's going on? Why is there no response? Chen Fan was confused. Could it be that it was unsuccessful? Chen Fan took out another scroll and fired at the tiger again, but there was still no response. Take it again, take it again, take it again. He tried using 5 taming scrolls, but there was still no reaction. Chen Fan took out another scroll with a gloomy face. He just didn't believe it. These 10 scrolls had a 25% chance of working, but he hadn't won even once. I used another one, still no response. Take out another one. Use, nothing happens. Take it again. Use. Chapter 11, Subdue Fenglan White Tiger Use. This time it wasn't that there was no reaction at all, but Chen Fan felt as if he had some connection with the tiger. Just like now, Chen Fan could feel that the tiger seemed to be in great pain, and he could also feel that the tiger seemed to be very close to him. Could this be the successful domestication? Chen Fan tried to say, stand up. The tiger seemed to understand and wanted to stand up, but fell to the ground weakly and struggled a few times, unable to stand up. It could only whimper weakly, and then looked at Chen Fan with a pitiful face. Chen Fan was speechless. It had become like this. Could it be that the pet he just received had died? Chen Fan thought that he had a platinum longevity fruit, so why not give it a try? So Chen Fan took out a platinum longevity fruit. As soon as the platinum longevity fruit was taken out, the tiger looked at Chen Fan with a longing look on its face. Chen Fan looked at the platinum longevity fruit, then looked at the tiger and said, "You're getting a bargain." After that, he handed the platinum longevity fruit to the tiger's mouth with a painful look on his face. The tiger swallowed the platinum longevity fruit in one gulp, and then there was no reaction from the tiger. Fuck, no way, you don't have any reaction after eating it. If nothing else, you should at least make sure you are fully recovered. What does it mean that you don't have any reaction at all? Chen Fan pointed at the tiger with a look of disbelief on his face. Tiger also looked at Chen Fan innocently, as if to say, no way, you think you can make me better right away with just this little bit of stuff? Chen Fan covered his face and said to the tiger helplessly and distressedly, what a wasteful thing, I am really convinced. Thinking that a platinum longevity fruit had no effect on the tiger, Chen Fan felt distressed. Looking at the still very weak tiger, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, took out another bottle of platinum constitution strengthening potion, and poured it directly into the tiger's mouth, saying, "You've lost a lot. If you can't do it anymore, I won't care about you anymore." The tiger whimpered innocently a few times and then closed its eyes. Chen Fan watched the tiger close its eyes and waited for a moment. He felt that the tiger's aura had changed, and it seemed to have become even stronger than when it fought the python before. Slowly, the tiger opened its eyes, stood up excitedly, and roared to the sky, "Oh, whoa." Its aura became even stronger. Chen Fan also clapped his hands excitedly and smiled. Fortunately, my resources were not wasted. After hearing Chen Fan's voice, the tiger came to Chen Fan very intimately and rubbed Chen Fan with its huge head. Chen Fan looked at the tiger's huge head rubbing against his body. The big furry head felt very comfortable to touch. At the same time, the information about the tiger emerged in Chen Fan's mind. Fonglan White Tiger, a realm, first-class diamond spirit beast bloodline, a trace of the sacred beast White Tiger bloodline. Chen Fan hadn't expected that this was actually a first-grade diamond spirit beast, and it also had a trace of the bloodline of the sacred beast White Tiger. Now it seemed that he had really made a fortune. You should know that pets are divided into fierce beasts, demon beasts, and spirit beasts. Among them, fierce beasts are the worst, because they only have instinctive reactions and consciousness and cannot think at all. All battles are fought based on instinct. Although they also have innate skills, they can only fight based on instinct, so they are often defeated by demon beasts and spirit beasts that are weaker than them. Monsters are different. They can cultivate and practice various magical powers and spells. When they reach a powerful level, they can even cultivate and transform into human bodies. Spirit beasts are even more different. They are born with powerful spiritual perception and wisdom. Not only do they have powerful bloodline talents, they also have bodies that are stronger than those of ferocious beasts and monsters. However, spirit beasts cannot transform into human bodies. In short, among all pets, spiritual beasts are the strongest at the same level, followed by demon beasts, and ferocious beasts are last. Chen Fan looked at the Fonglan White Tiger. He patted its huge head with great satisfaction and said, "From now on, I will call you Dabai." Dabai seemed to understand and whimpered twice, as if responding to Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan came to the giant python again and reached out to touch the corpse. Obtained 30 pieces of first-grade diamond snake meat, the quantity increased 60 times, and now obtained 1,800 pieces of first-grade diamond snake meat. Obtain 1 first-grade diamond snakeskin, increase the quantity by 50 times, obtain 50 first-grade diamond snakeskins. Obtain 2 first-grade diamond snake tendons, the quantity increased 20 times, and obtain 40 first-grade diamond snake tendons. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond snake gallbladder. The quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 first-grade diamond snake gallbladders. Obtained 160 first-grade diamond snake scales, the quantity increased 40 times, and obtained 6,400 first-grade diamond snake scales. What a great harvest! Although there is no increase in quality, it is better than a large quantity, and they are all first-grade diamonds. It seems that this is a first-grade diamond-level ferocious beast. First-grade diamond snake meat, a food ingredient. Cooking and eating it can increase your cultivation. First-grade diamond snake skin, a refining material, can be used to refine Xuanbing-level armor. First-grade diamond snake tendon, a refining material, can be used to refine Xuanbing-level weapons or armor. First-grade diamond snake gallbladder, an alchemy material, can be used to refine first-grade elixirs. First-grade diamond snake scales, a refining material, can be used to refine Xuanbing-level weapons or armor. They are all very good things, and they are worth a lot of money even if they are sold. As long as he can get out safely this time, his family can live a very rich life, Chen Fan thought with a smirk on his face, and then Chen Fan sorted the things into the ring net. He turned around and asked Dabai, "What were you guys fighting about just now that made you fight so fiercely?" Dabai whined twice and then walked in one direction. Chen Fan quickly caught up with him and said, "There's something good over there." Dabai made 2 more "wah" sounds, as if responding to Chen Fan, and then walked with big strides. Chen Fan looked at Dabai, who was leading the way in front. He was almost 3 meters tall and almost 4 meters long. Chen Fan remembered that when he first came here and saw Dabai, he was about 2 meters tall and only 3 meters long. How come he grew so much in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he had taken the platinum strengthening potion and advanced? Chen Fan knew that the giant python just now was a first-grade diamond-level ferocious beast, and when Dabai had not yet advanced, it should have been a first-grade platinum-level spirit beast, which could kill a first-grade diamond-level ferocious beast. Although he was also seriously injured, he was still very powerful. You know, Dabai is only a first-grade spirit beast now. Now Dabai has advanced to the first-grade diamond level. I believe there should be very few people in this world who can hurt Dabai. Even if he can't beat them, running away should be no problem. Chen Fan waved to Dabai and said, "Dabai, get down." Dabai lay down, not knowing what was going on, and looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Chen Fan walked over to Dabai's body, jumped up and sat on it, laughing. "Ha, not bad, we can go now." Dabai rolled his eyes at Chen Fan in a very human way and made 2 woo-woo sounds as if he was complaining about Chen Fan. Chapter 12 Blood Coagulation Fruit. Breakthrough to the intermediate mortal level. Chen Fan sat on Dubai, and soon they arrived at a valley. I saw a lake in the middle of the valley, and a small island in the middle of the lake.
There was only one tree on the island, and no other plants. There were a few red fruits on the tree, but I didn't know what kind of fruits they were. Chen Fan patted Dubai and said, "Is this what you guys are fighting about?" Dubai cried out, "Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa," a few times, indicating that the fight was because of this, and his eyes were looking at the fruits on the tree with burning eyes. Chen Fan patted Dubai's head and said, "How are you going to get over there?"
"Swim over there?" Chen Fan said that he could swim over there, but he didn't know whether the tiger could swim. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Dubai whimpered indignantly twice, then carried Chen Fan on his back and jumped into the lake, swimming towards the small island in the center of the lake. Chen Fan said that he really didn't know that tigers could swim. When he arrived at the island, Chen Fan found that the island was not very big, only a few square meters in size. It was really an injustice to call it an island. The tree was not very tall, only about 1.7 meters high, about the same height as Chen Fan. There were 5 red fruits growing on the tree. As a breeze from the lake blew by, a faint fragrance could be smelled, making people want to pick the fruit immediately and taste it. In fact, Chen Fan did so. He simply reached out and picked one down. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruit, the quantity increased 30 times, and obtained 30 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruits. Blood clotting fruit is edible. After eating it, it will cleanse your blood and increase your cultivation significantly. Chen Fan didn't expect that this fruit was actually a first-grade platinum fruit, and it was also a fruit that cleansed blood and qi. If he used this fruit to cleanse his own blood and qi, it would make his own blood and qi cleaner and more condensed. It was an unparalleled elixir for practicing the basics. Chen Fan hurriedly picked all the remaining 4 fruits. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruit. The quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruits. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruit, the quantity increased 60 times, and obtained 60 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruits. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruit, with a 100-fold increase in quality. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood clotting fruit. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruit. The quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruits. Chen Fan looked at the small pile of blood clotting fruits in the ring and felt very happy. He really didn't expect that he would get so many good things when he entered this world. This small pile of blood clotting fruits alone could completely change his family's life. From then on, the parents no longer had to go out and find odd jobs to pay for their siblings' tuition. They could all enjoy their old age at home and even embark on the path of cultivation again. Of course, Chen Fan did not forget to bring Dubai along with him. He directly took out a blood clotting fruit worth 100 gold from his ring and threw it to Dubai. Dubai opened his mouth wide without hesitation and ate it in one bite, just like Shubeiji eating the ginseng fruit. After Dubai ate the blood clotting fruit, his blood began to surge and his body became a little bigger, but his grade did not improve. Chen Fan guessed that Dubai's bloodline must have been improved. Chen Fan opened Dubai's attribute panel of Fenglan White Tiger, a realm, first-class Diamond Spirit Beast bloodline, a trace of the sacred beast White Tiger bloodline. Looking at Dubai's attributes, Chen Fan was a little speechless. These attributes had not changed at all, but Dubai had indeed grown up a lot, but there was still only a trace of his bloodline. Could it be that this trace of bloodline had been purified? Chen Fan was puzzled and had to skip it. It would be better to improve his own cultivation. Chen Fan took out the only diamond blood clotting fruit from the ring, and saw Dubai looking at Chen Fan with resentful eyes, as if saying, "Master, you are not authentic. The one you ate is obviously bigger and more fragrant." Chen Fan ignored Dubai's eyes and told him to go away. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and started to eat the blood-clotting fruit. It was really a unique fragrance. Chen Fan finished the blood-clotting fruit in just a few bites. After eating, Chen Fan felt as if there was a fire burning in his stomach, which immediately spread to every blood vessel, bone, and flesh in his body, as if his whole body was burning, but he did not feel very hot. It was like taking a hot spring bath, very comfortable. After the burning, Chen Fan felt the blood surging throughout his body, his blood was boiling, and his bones felt tingling. Then he felt a snapping sound in his body, and Chen Fan had a feeling of post-orgasm. His whole body was comfortable and he couldn't help but want to moan. When Chen Fan stood up, he felt that the strength of his whole body had increased a lot, more than double what it was before. After moving his body, his agility seemed to have increased a lot as well. Chen Fan hurriedly opened his attribute panel to take a look. No, 1967 race, human cultivation, intermediate mortal, with a strength of about 1200 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 100 meters in advance, skills, non-life skills, non-chat channel, trading hall number of personnel remaining, 8631/10,000. Chen Fan was very happy seeing that his attributes had broken through to the intermediate level of mortals, because he had only been in this world for 3 or 4 days at most, and now, He had already reached the middle level of mortals. Moreover, his material resources could be said to be very rich, unlike other people who might have problems with food and clothing. Just look at the number of remaining people. Compared with the previous 2 days, there are hundreds less people. You must know that if you die in this world, although you can be resurrected in your own world, 20 years of your life will still be deducted. It can be said that a person has only 3 chances to enter the Infinite Tower, unless you break through various realms and your lifespan increases, but it doesn't mean that you can enter the Infinite Tower as many times as you want. The higher the level of the Infinite Tower, the more lifespan you will deduct. Therefore, you must be extremely careful every time you enter the Infinite Tower, because you might be finished if you are not careful. Of course, in addition to being careful about your own life, the most important thing is to obtain more resources. Only with resources can you continue to practice. Without resources, it can be said that you can't move forward. The resources Chen Fan has now obtained are really abundant. Others can only obtain these resources after entering the world more than 10 times. Moreover, Chen Fan has only been here for a few days. Chen Fan believes that when he goes out, he will be able to obtain more resources, provided that he does not waste time and stays safe. Chen Fan waved to Dabai, signaling him to come over. Dabai came over reluctantly and slowly, and yelled at Chen Fan, "You asked me to go away when I was eating something delicious, and why did you ask me to come back after I finished eating? I'm very unhappy." Chen Fan patted Dabai's head speechlessly, then turned over and rode on Dabai's back, shouting loudly and enthusiastically, "Let's go." Chapter 13. Diamond. Dabai also roared, then jumped into the water and sped away, heading all the way south. On the way, Dabai was still expressing his dissatisfaction, saying that he couldn't taste what the blood-clotting fruit tasted like at all, and that he wanted to eat another one. Chen Fan said that there was no more and he had finished eating. Dabai said, "I have little education, so don't lie to me. There are obviously 5 of them. We each ate one, and you ate the biggest one. You should give me 2 more, so that it will be fair." Chen Fan looked at Dabai, who had stopped moving, speechlessly, and said helplessly, "You are already a first-grade diamond spirit beast. Eating more will not increase your rank. It would be a waste if you eat it." Dabai whimpered twice and said, "I just wanted to taste it. I couldn't tell what it tasted like just now." Chen Fan had no choice but to take out another platinum blood-clotting fruit and stuff it into Dabai's mouth, saying, Okay, eat this slowly. Don't swallow it all in one gulp, or it will be gone." Dabai hummed twice to show that he understood, then swallowed the blood-clotting fruit in one gulp. Chen Fan was speechless about this, but Dabai shook his head indifferently, indicating that he could taste it this time. Chen Fan patted Dabai's head and said, "You're familiar with this place. Do you have anything good?" Dabai stopped, shook his head and hummed twice to indicate that he was only familiar with the area around here. He didn't know if there were any good things too far away. The best thing here was the blood-clotting fruit. Chen Fan said speechlessly, "You really have lived in vain. You have been here for so long, but you haven't traveled around the world." Dabai snorted unhappily and grumbled, saying that the world was a bit big and there were many dangers. However, now that he had reached a higher level, those dangerous areas should not be dangerous to him anymore, so he could go for a stroll. Chen Fan looked at Dabai's smug look and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, when he first came in alone, he was really not used to it. Especially when he was alone, he felt very lonely. Now that he had Dabai to accompany him, it felt really good. At least there was someone to communicate with. Chen Fan patted Dabai and said, "Okay, since you said we can go for a stroll, then let's go for a stroll." Dabai roared excitedly and ran quickly in one direction. He ran for nearly 3 hours and finally came to the foot of a bare mountain. He saw that the mountain was completely bare, with no grass growing on it. It looked lifeless. There was no trace of any biological activity on the mountain, and there were bursts of yellow gas floating halfway up the mountain. After taking a general look, Chen Fan looked at Dabai under him speechlessly. Isn't this just an active volcano? How can this be considered a dangerous area? Yes, it is a bit dangerous, but not too dangerous for Dabai at this level. Chen Fan patted Dabai and said, "This is the dangerous place you mentioned. Where is the danger?" Dabai tilted his head to look at Chen Fan and roared in confusion, basically meaning, "Isn't it dangerous here? If you fall into that cave on the mountain, you're done for." "Isn't this dangerous?" Chen Fan was speechless. Although volcanoes were dangerous for ordinary people, they were not so dangerous for those who had broken through to the intermediate level of mortals or above. Although they could not withstand the lava, they could still escape without any problems. It was even less of a problem for Dabai, as Dabai was very fast. Chen Fan got off Dabai's back and saw that there were still bursts of yellow-white smoke floating above the halfway point of the mountain. He decided not to go up. After all, Chen Fan had heard that the smoke was poisonous, and he didn't know how immune he would be to this toxin after breaking through to the middle stage of mortal, but Chen Fan didn't dare to take the risk.
After all, he had only been here for a few days. Although he had gained a lot, who would be satisfied with good things, Chen Fan looked around some protruding rocks at the foot of the mountain, but didn't find anything valuable. He was about to climb onto the tiger, but suddenly, a flash of light seemed to flash from a crack in the rock, which made Chen Fan stop. But Chen Fan came to the rock with curiosity, bent down and looked into the cracks in the rock. Suddenly, he saw small, shiny stones. No, to be more precise, they were glass-like stones. Damn, I'm rich! Chen Fan said in surprise. Chen Fan reached his hand into the crevice of the rock and dug inside, pulling out a few shiny stones that sparkled brightly in the sunlight. Yes, these were diamonds. This diamond should have been ejected along with the lava during the volcanic eruption in the past, and finally scattered in the cracks of the rocks. Chen Fan picked up one and took a look, and saw that the diamond was the size of a thumb. Chen Fan spread out his hands and saw that there were 5 diamonds of this size. Get 5 diamonds, increase the number by 10 times, and get 50 diamonds. This means you get 50 diamonds. Although diamonds are not cultivation resources, they are also a rare material. Some women prefer such shiny things, which are also worth some money. The bigger the diamond, the more valuable it is. Chen Fan didn't say much, rolled up his sleeves and started searching below the halfway point of the mountain. Obtained 8 diamonds, the number increased 50 times, and obtained 400 diamonds. Obtained 6 diamonds, the number increased 30 times, and obtained 180 diamonds. Obtained 10 diamonds, the number increases 80 times, and the total number of diamonds obtained is 800. Chen Fan searched back and forth below the waist of the volcano for 2 days. As the number increased, he found as many as 120,000 diamonds. Most of them were thumb-sized. Of course, there were also small ones. Even the smallest one had a diameter of about 4.5 mm. There are also some that are larger than thumbs, some are the size of 2 thumbs. Of course, there are not many of these sizes. With the increase in number, there are only about 2,000 of them, which is relatively small compared to 120,000. Chen Fan looked at a ring filled with diamonds and suddenly felt bored. He felt that diamonds were just like that. Chen Fan came to Dabai's resting place and saw Dabai lying lazily under a rock, squinting his eyes and sleeping. Chen Fan went up and kicked him. I asked you to help find it, but you're just lazing around here and sleeping. Dabai looked at Chen Fan innocently, and really couldn't understand why he was looking for this useless stone that he couldn't eat or drink. Chen Fan wasn't really mad that Dabai didn't help him look for it. He just felt a little unbalanced seeing Dabai sleeping so leisurely while he had been working so hard to find it for 2 days. To be honest, after kicking Dabai, he felt much better. Chapter 14, Some Strange Trading Halls. Chen Fan also sat down next to Dabai and took out a bottle of water from his ring. After taking 2 sips, he said to Dabai, "Is there any dangerous place here?" Dabai tilted his head and thought for a moment before roaring, meaning that there was one. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he really did. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Dabai stood up reluctantly, humming twice to indicate that he had not rested enough, had not eaten enough, and had no strength. Chen Fan helplessly took out a silver-grade mango from the ring and threw it to Dabai. Dabai said that he was not a vegetarian, but since it was of high quality, he would reluctantly eat it, and then swallow the mango in one bite. Chen Fan rode Dabai all the way forward, stopping and starting like this for 2 days. At night, he built a wooden house to rest on the spot, and continued on his journey during the day. He didn't encounter anything special along the way, and he didn't have the luck he had before, and he didn't come across any good things anymore. After walking for 2 or 3 days, Dabai carried Chen Fan to a place that looked like a swamp. To be precise, it was a swamp. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Why did he feel that all the dangerous places were either volcanoes or swamps? Were these places all dangerous for Dabai? However, this swamp does look a bit dangerous, especially the muddy ground where bubbles appear from time to time and the murky water where something might roll around and flash by. Chen Fan felt that it would be better for him not to take risks in this swamp. Besides, it didn't look like there would be anything good in this swamp. So Chen Fan patted Dabai's head and said, "This place doesn't look like there are any good things. I think we should leave." Dabai glanced at Chen Fan sideways, as if to say, "Are you scared? I told you this place is very dangerous." Chen Fan slapped Dabai's head angrily and said, "It's not that I'm scared, it's just that this place doesn't look like there's anything good." Dabai roared in dissatisfaction, then turned and left the swamp. Chen Fan saw that Dabai was either taking him to the volcano or the swamp, so he no longer asked Dabai to find some dangerous place. If he asked Dabai to find one, he would probably find some cliffs. He wanted him to commit suicide. Now Chen Fan didn't want to take Dabai to find some dangerous place. Dabai was really not very reliable, so it was better to let nature take its course. So, Dabai carried Chen Fan on his back and strolled around slowly. This time, Chen Fan remembered that he had not checked the chat channel for many days. Counting the time, half a month has passed. He didn't know how everyone is doing now. There must be many people who are better than him. They should all be pretty good. Chen Fan opened the chat channel 999. Oh, I'm lucky today. I picked a silver strawberry. It tastes really good. My strength has also improved a lot. 1000, that's awesome, sir. I've only ever gotten bronze quality once, and they taste pretty good. 1894, fuck, you two are being a bit too Versailles, acting like no one has ever gotten one before. 8765, 1894, have you picked it too? 8888, 1894, have you picked it too? 1894, no, but I will find some later. 6767, you were all great, man. I pay my respects to you. 8765, tisk. When Chen Fan opened the chat channel, the first thing he saw was the initial speech of 999, but the rest were just some gossips, without any practical information. But that's right, who would make useful information public? Even if they can't get it themselves, they won't let others get it. Then, Chen Fan opened the trading hall again. If 50 pieces of wood for 1 piece of iron, 100 feathers for 100 pieces of wood, 1 piece of food for 30 pieces of wood, 10 stones for 50 pieces of wood, exchange wooden house manufacturing drawings for 10 iron, bow and arrow manufacturing blueprints for 20 iron. Chen Fan took a rough look and found that wood is really worthless now. That's right, wood is the easiest thing to obtain now compared to other resources. However, food should no longer be in short supply now. Chen Fan opened his attribute panel again and looked at it. Other attribute information remained unchanged. The only major change was the remaining personnel, 5783/10,000. Chen Fan was very surprised. He hadn't checked for just a week, and there were only about 5,000 people left. It seemed that this world was still very dangerous. He had just gained some power, but he felt a little proud and asked Dubai to find some dangerous places. Fortunately, they didn't find any really dangerous places, otherwise he might be dead. Chen Fan flipped through his ring and found that he didn't have any supplies he wanted to exchange. He already had food and water. It would be faster to chop and dig wood and stones himself. Chen Fan looked at his equipment again and immediately realized what he was missing. That was that he should change his clothes into better ones, even if they were ordinary ones. At least they wouldn't have torn holes or cuts like the ones he had now. So Chen Fan directly used the search function in the trading hall. There are several categories in the search function. 1. Food, including water resources, etc. 2. Weapons, all weapons included. 3. Armor, including clothes, pants, boots, hat. 4. Jewelry, including rings, bracelets, jade pendants, waist ornaments, head ornaments, etc. 5. Production drawings, including all production drawings. 6. Miscellaneous items, including ores, trees, various items dropped in the wild, etc. Chen Fan first opened the weapons category, and dozens of items appeared on the trading column. A rusty iron axe, exchange for any item worth first-grade bronze. Wooden bow, exchange various blueprints. Iron bar, exchange for 10 pieces of various metals. Wooden spear, exchanged for various first-grade bronze materials. Machete, exchange various resources, the price is secret. First-grade bronze iron axe, exchanged for various first-grade silver materials. Chen Fan took a look at the items in the weapon column. There really wasn't anything good. The best he had was a first-grade bronze iron axe. Well, in this world, how many people are willing to exchange good things for some materials? Here, the only way is to survive. Chen Fan no longer held any hope of being able to trade for good protective gear in this trading hall. It would be good enough if he could find a few clean clothes, so Chen Fan opened the protective gear category. Worn pants, exchange for 10 iron. Whose pants are these? And you want to exchange them for 10 pieces of iron? Chen Fan was speechless. Tattered nene, female, exchange for 10 food items. Is any woman so poor that she actually uses her personal belongings to exchange for food? Oh, it's not easy. Chen Fan sighed. Tiger skin skirt, exchanged for various first-grade bronze materials. Another weird thing. Chen Fanka doesn't want to be some monkey king. After searching for a while, Chen Fan really didn't find any normal clothing, which gave him a headache because the trading hall was closed. Looking up at the sky, Chen Fan thought about the moral decline of the world. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and suddenly opened the trading hall. Chapter 15, making a set of clothes. Chen Fan opened the trading hall again and directly opened the category of production drawings. A wooden house production blueprint, exchange for 5 pieces of iron. Low-grade Shenbing fine iron bow production blueprint, exchange for 3 pieces of any first-grade silver level materials. Sweatpants production blueprint, exchange for 1 bronze level item. Iron pot production blueprint, exchange 10 pieces of iron. Low-grade Shenbing Sakura spear production blueprint, trade for 1 piece of any first-grade silver-level food. Sure enough, the production drawing area is different. There are a lot of good things. There is no way to avoid it because many people have obtained the drawings but cannot gather the materials on the drawings. They are completely useless, just like a piece of waste paper. Therefore, many people are still willing to trade their production blueprints. When Chen Fan sees any useful production blueprints in the category, he will directly trade them.
Anyway, he has sufficient supplies. After a sweep, Chen Fan got a total of 7 production drawings, namely, the production drawings of sweatpants, long-sleeved shirts, leather gloves, tiger skin boots, shovels, low-grade Shenbing butcher knife, and low-grade Shenbing jade gourd. Chen Fan spent 5 first-grade bronze spider silks and 4 silver-grade black truffles to exchange for these 7 production drawings. The 5 first-grade bronze spider silks were exchanged for 5 ordinary production drawings, and the 4 first-grade silver-grade black truffles were exchanged for 2 low-grade Shen soldiers production drawings. It can't be said to be a loss or a profit, it's just that it's a bit of a loss to exchange first-grade bronze materials for ordinary production drawings. However, Chen Fan is also rich, and 5 bronze-level materials are just a drop in the bucket, you know. Chen Fan's ring contains a lot of first-grade diamond-level materials. Chen Fan directly studied all 7 production drawings, and 7 new production templates appeared directly on the workbench. Chen Fan opened them one by one and took a look. Sweatpants requires 2 pieces of cloth and 5 pieces of cotton thread. Long sleeves requires 2 pieces of cloth and 3 pieces of cotton thread. Leather gloves requires 1 leather and 1 cotton thread. Tiger skin boots requires 1 tiger skin and 2 cotton threads. Shovel requires 5 iron blocks. Low-grade Shenbing butcher knife requires 5 first-grade bronze refined iron and 1 piece of wood. Low-grade Shenbing jade gourd requires 10 first-grade bronze jades. Chen Fan was a bit troubled when he saw the material requirements. The first 4 common production materials were easier to obtain, but the first-grade bronze material was really hard to obtain. Although Chen Fan had many materials that were better than first-grade bronze, he could not produce the things on the drawing with those materials. Chen Fan continued to open the trading hall, hoping to find the materials he needed there. Ordinary materials were relatively easy to find. Chen Fan spent some food resources in exchange for a lot of ordinary resources. It is still quite difficult to find high-grade materials. Chen Fan searched the trading hall for a whole circle and only found 2 people selling first-grade bronze jade, and both were only 1 piece. There was also 1 person who wanted to exchange a first-grade bronze jade for a low-grade Shen weapon. Chen Fan just wanted to tell him that he was overthinking it. After thinking about it, Chen Fan hung 10 first-grade bronze-level black truffles he had obtained on the wall, exchanging each black truffle for 1 first-grade bronze jade. As for the bronze refined iron, Chen Fan was not in a hurry. Anyway, he already had a set of top-grade Shenbing poison bows, so there was no rush to forge the low-grade Shenbing butcher knife. Chen Fan took out another 100 fish and set them all up to receive various fabrics, cotton threads, feathers, leather, tiger skins and other items. All of them were exchanged for 1, which could be said to be the lowest price in the entire trading hall. Chen Fan now has a lot of food resources, so it is okay to exchange them for something useful to him. As for the tiger skin for making tiger skin boots, Chen Fan did not find any in the trading hall. It was estimated that there were relatively few people who could hunt tigers. Chen Fan looked at Dabai under him and wondered if he could get a piece from Dabai to use first and then return it to Dabai later. Dabai shuddered all over, stopped, turned his head to look at Chen Fan with suspicion, and snorted twice in dissatisfaction, asking if he was planning to plot against him again. Chen Fan patted Dabai's head and signaled Dabai to continue walking. As for taking a piece from Dabai's body to make tiger skin boots, Chen Fan was just thinking about it for fun. Chen Fan asked Dabai to find a relatively high and flat place on the mountain and prepared to spend the night there. Chen Fan first built a small wooden house and cooked a pot of fish soup in a pot. After sharing it with Dabai, he began to make a set of clothes. Chen Fan first made a long-sleeved shirt, which was just an ordinary round-neck long-sleeved shirt without any patterns or decorations. It was just a pure white long-sleeved shirt. Chen Fan felt that the white color was too conspicuous. If he walked in this world, he would be a human-shaped target. So Chen Fan found a darker dye in the trading hall and finally made a dark black long-sleeved shirt. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this long-sleeved shirt. He quickly took off the clothes he had changed for half a month and put on this dark black long-sleeved shirt. Chen Fan felt very good about himself and felt that he was more handsome. As for the white long-sleeved shirt, I'd better put it on the trading hall and directly set up the exchange of fabric 4 and cotton thread 6, and sell it at a loss. Then Chen Fan made a pair of black sweatpants and a pair of leather gloves. As for the tiger skin boots, Chen Fan looked at Dabai and shook his head. Forget it, he would make them when he had the chance. Chen Fan found a stream, washed himself all over, put on new clothes, and felt like he was alive again. What Chen Fan didn't know was that the chat channel and the trading hall were all looking for Chen Fan at this time. The reason was that Chen Fan had directly put up for sale 100 fish and 10 first-grade bronze-level black truffles, plus a brand new long-sleeved shirt. At first, one person noticed that 100 fish were suddenly listed on the trading floor. He was shocked to find that all 100 fish were listed by a single number, 1967. So, he shouted in the chat channel, "Who is this 1967? He listed 100 fish at once." Others didn't believe it and went to the trading hall to check. What they saw was amazing. There were not only 100 fish hanging on the shelves.
The master with the number 1967 also hung 10 first-grade bronze-level ingredients and a brand-new long-sleeve shirt. So everyone returned to the chat channel and called for the great player 1967 to come out. Chat channel 8745, I don't know where the master 1967 caught so many fish. I'm so envious. 6666, I guess I just hit a snag and got caught in a pot by 1967. It was pure luck. 6548, what about the 10 first-grade bronze ingredients? 6666, I guess I came across a black truffle nest. It was pure luck. 3251, luck is also part of strength. 1967 master, please support me. 5421, 1967 master, please add me as your friend. I'm a bunny girl, very cute. 999, ahem, don't lick them too much. These ordinary fish are nothing. They are only worth a bit of money for first-grade bronze ingredients. I've even eaten first-grade silver strawberries. 3251, but you only have one first-grade silver one, and master 1967 has 10. Master 1967, please add me as your friend, I'll be your bed warmer. 7666, I can't add this great guy as a friend, I guess he's blocked. 8888, exactly. He's probably pretending to be aloof and doesn't want to be associated with us. 3322, 1967 master is pretty good. This food is the cheapest in the trading hall. Anyway, I exchanged it for 2 fish. 45, yeah, I also changed 3 fish. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I can grill fish tonight. Thank God. Chapter 16, the grilled fish is really delicious. After taking a shower yesterday, Chen Fan went to bed very early and slept until he woke up naturally. It was really comfortable. After getting up and washing up, he started to stretch his fists and feet next to the wooden house. Although he didn't have any martial arts skills, Chen Fan was a mid-level mortal with a strength of about 1,200 pounds. Every punch and kick he threw out was accompanied by a strong wind, which was pretty good. However, this could only exert 5% of Chen Fan's own strength, and the rest of the strength was simply wasted. Only if he learns some more martial arts skills can Chen Fan use his strength to its full potential. Now Chen Fan only relies on brute force, so 50% of his strength is wasted. Chen Fan thought that it was time to acquire some martial arts skills, but he was not in a hurry. Martial arts skills depended on opportunity. It would be a good thing if he could get them, but he could not force it if he did not have the opportunity. Thinking about this, Chen Fan opened the trading hall again and found that most of the fish he had put up for sale had been traded away, with only more than 10 left. He also traded away 5 first-grade bronze-level black truffles and harvested 5 first-grade bronze jades, which was not bad. Chen Fan took out all the materials he had exchanged in the trading hall, and made 2 black long-sleeved shirts and 2 pairs of black sweatpants. In this way, Chen Fan had clothes to change into. As for the low-grade Shenbing jade gourd, he still lacked some materials. It was temporarily provided by the production department, and it would not be too late to make it after all the materials were collected. Chen Fan took out 4 or 5 more fish, removed the scales and gutted one of them, which was done in just a few seconds. He then inserted a wooden stick and roasted it over the fire. As for the rest, Chen Fan threw it directly to Dabai, who didn't hesitate and started eating it right away. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Fan brought the grilled fish, which was golden on both sides, to his nose and smelled it. It was so fragrant that he took a bite. It was very plump and delicious. Although there was no seasoning, the fish was very delicious. The outside was very crispy and the inside was tender and juicy. Chen Fan ate one bite after another, feeling very satisfied. Dabai saw how delicious the food was, so he slapped the fish he had not finished with his claws, and the fish fell directly into the fire, splashing countless sparks. Chen Fan quickly dodged to the side, looking at Dabai with an idiot look on his face. However, Dabai walked to the fire proudly and lay down, watching the fish in the fire sizzling and smoking, and looked at Chen Fan proudly, as if saying, "See, I can also grill fish." Chen Fan scoffed. He waited for Dabai to finish grilling the fish to see how it turned out. Chen Fan took the fish to the side and began to devour it again. While eating, Chen Fan suddenly stopped and slapped his head. "Damn, I made myself cry because of my stupidity." Chen Fan then opened the trading hall and quickly found what he needed: 200 grams of salt. In exchange for 10 portions of food, Chen Fan directly took out 10 small loaves of bread. 100 grams of pepper and salt, exchange for 10 portions of food. After the exchange, Chen Fan was very happy and took out 10 small breads to exchange directly. 50 grams of chili powder, exchanged for 5 servings of food. 30 grams of honey, exchanged for 5 pieces of food. 100 g spicy hot pot base, 10 servings of food exchanged. 100 g cumin powder, exchanged for 5 servings of food. Ingredients for pickled fish, 200 grams, exchange for 100 pieces of wood. For Chen Fan, wood is cheaper than food. 250 grams of green onion, ginger and cooking wine, exchanged for 100 pieces of wood. Chen Fan exchanged all the seasonings for food and wood in one go. As for those for other items, Chen Fan did not exchange them.
The main reason was that food and wood were relatively cheap for Chen Fan. Chen Fan sprinkled some salt he had exchanged for on the roasted fish and spread it evenly. Then he came to the fire and continued roasting it to make the fish more flavorful. When it was almost done, Chen Fan sprinkled some cumin powder on it. Yeah, this is the taste. Chen Fan picked up the grilled fish, took a deep breath, and said with satisfaction. Chen Fan took a bite, and the salty and fragrant taste filled his mouth, as well as the unique taste of cumin. It had been more than half a month since Chen Fan ate something salty again, and his heart was full of emotion. Dabai smelled the cumin aroma from Chen Fan's food, then looked at his own fish in the fire, his face full of anticipation. Dabai thought that his own fish would surely smell just as good if he roasted it in the fire soon. Chen Fan had eaten up the whole fish, even biting the bones into sections. Chen Fan felt that the soup inside the bones was also very delicious. Dabai watched Chen Fan finish chewing all the fish bones, and snorted at Chen Fan with disdain, as if he was mocking Chen Fan for having never eaten fish. Chen Fan glanced at Dabai, then looked in the direction of the fire, and lay on a crooked tree trunk with a smirk on his face, looking very comfortable. Seeing that Chen Fan ignored him, Dabai stopped mocking him and instead lay down beside the fire, looking at the fish in the fire with anticipation. He was waiting for the fish in the fire to be roasted until both sides were golden brown like the one Chen Fan roasted. It would surely be delicious. No, it would surely be even more delicious than the one Chen Fan roasted. Lying on the crooked tree, smelling the burnt barbecue, I smiled evilly in my heart. After a while, Dabai saw that the fish was still not cooked, so he lay on the ground, scratching the dirt, and began to get anxious. After a while, the fish on the surface finally began to turn brown. At this time, Dabai became excited again. He stood up and jumped left and right. After the surface turned brown, Dabai actually picked up a piece of wood with his mouth and began to dig the fish out of the fire. After a while, Dabai pulled the fish out of the fire, and without caring whether it was hot or not, he took a bite. Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere, and Dabai quickly spat out the fish in his mouth. The fish fell to the ground and turned over. The other side of the fish had turned black and carbonized, and the bones in the middle of the fish were still sparking. Dabai looked at the fish on the ground in confusion. A gust of wind blew, and the fish began to burn again, accompanied by the smell of burning. Seeing this, Chen Fan burst into laughter and said, "I'm dying of laughter. You grilled this fish. Ha 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 ha." Dabai looked at the fish on the ground, then looked at Chen Fan, and walked to the side very sadly, lying on the ground, looking into the distance with eyes full of sorrow. After laughing for a while, Chen Fan took out another fish from the ring and started roasting it again. It was done in a short while. He sprinkled some chili powder and salt on it, walked to Dabai, and put the fish next to Dabai's mouth. Dabai didn't hesitate and took a bite. His eyes lit up and he finished the fish in no time. The fish tasted really delicious, but why did his mouth feel like it was being roasted by fire? It was very spicy. Could it be that all the fish roasted by fire would be like this? Oh, no, I have to find some water to drink. Chapter 17: Digging bamboo shoots and catching bamboo rats. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan rode on Dabai and let Dabai carry him forward, regardless of the direction. As long as he moved forward and not backward, it was fine. After riding Dabai in the forest for half a day, I came to a valley. The valley was full of bamboos, all kinds of bamboo. Chen Fan asked Dabai to walk towards the bamboo forest. Not long after entering the bamboo forest, Chen Fan saw many bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Chen Fan thought, I can eat some vegetarian food today. I haven't eaten vegetarian food for a long time and I really miss it. Although Chen Fan is a time traveler, for a former otaku, let alone identifying wild vegetables, even if he went to the vegetable market, he would probably not recognize many vegetables. So after coming to this world for more than a month, Chen Fan really didn't dare to pick wild vegetables to eat, for fear that he would be dead if he accidentally ate the wrong ones. But Chen Fan knew about bamboo shoots. They were probably the easiest things to identify as edible. Chen Fan quickly asked Dabai to stop, took out an axe, walked to a bamboo shoot as thick as a calf, and began to dig. With Chen Fan's current strength, he dug one in just a few strokes. Chen Fan excitedly peeled off the outer shell and soon took out a yellow-white bamboo shoot. Obtain 1 bamboo shoot, increase the quantity by 80 times, obtain 80 bamboo shoots. Sure enough, as long as the materials are obtained by oneself, they will be amplified. In this case, Chen Fan will not be polite. Obtain 1 bamboo shoot, increase the quantity by 30 times, obtain 30 bamboo shoots. Obtain 1 bamboo shoot, increase the quantity by 60 times, obtain 60 bamboo shoots. After a while, Chen Fan had accumulated more than 1,560 bamboo shoots. It was a bit too many, and Chen Fan didn't want to dig anymore. At this time, Dabai was humming and digging the soil in the bamboo forest on the other side. Chen Fan didn't know what Dabai was doing. When Chen Fan came to Dabai, he saw Dabai digging a deep cave. Chen Fan was delighted. Could there be something good in the cave? So Chen Fan asked Dabai to step aside and came himself. Chen Fan swung the axe and dug a big hole in just a few strokes. After digging twice more, he found several furry little creatures shivering in a small cave.
Rat? No. It's a bamboo rat. But this one is too small.
Chen Fan looked at the shivering little bamboo rats in the cave with some disgust. They were probably frightened by the aura of Dubai.
Well, where there are small bamboo rats, there must be big bamboo rats. Dubai, hurry up and find the big bamboo rats.
Chen Fan pointed to the depths of the bamboo forest and instructed Dubai.
Roar!
Dubai growled reluctantly, saying that this thing was too small and there was not much meat left after peeling the skins. Chen Fan smiled evilly and said, "Do you still want to eat grilled fish? This grilled bamboo rat is even more delicious than grilled fish.
Are you sure you don't want to go find it?
Grilled fish." Dubai smelled the aroma of grilled fish and rushed into the bamboo forest very swiftly. After a while, he came out with a fat bamboo rat in his mouth. Chen Fan looked at the bamboo rat and conservatively estimated that it weighed about 8 kilograms. Dubai threw the bamboo rat in his mouth directly to Chen Fan's feet and lay motionless. It seemed that it was dead.
Chen Fan bent down and picked up the bamboo rat.
It felt that its weight was more than 8 kilograms, at least 10 kilograms. Chen Fan was waiting for the system to give him a multiple bonus, but after waiting for a while, there was still no prompt. It turns out that you have to do everything yourself to get a multiple bonus. The bamboo rat killed by his pet didn't get any bonus, and he was still thinking of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. It seems that he has to do it himself. So Chen Fan asked Dubai to find bamboo rats, and then he started catching and killing bamboo rats himself.
Obtained bamboo rat 1, increased its number 40-fold, obtained bamboo rat 40.
Obtained bamboo rat 1, increased the number 60 times, obtained bamboo rat 60.
Obtained 1 bamboo rat, increased its number 30-fold, obtained 30 bamboo rats.
The man and the tiger had a lot of fun catching rats in the bamboo forest for almost the whole day. It was not until it was getting dark that Chen Fan decided to suspend the catching operation and continue tomorrow. He would make a bamboo rat feast tonight to reward Dubai and himself as well. Chen Fan asked Dubai to find a place with water.
Dubai's nose came in handy and took Chen Fan to the bottom of the bamboo forest, where they discovered a clear lake. The water was rippling and so clear that you could even see fish and water plants swimming at the bottom of the lake. Chen Fan glanced around the clear lake and saw that there was a cliff on the other side of the lake. The lake water flowed down from the top of the cliff, forming a small waterfall. The area above the waterfall was covered with thick fog and green bamboos. Under the sunlight, there was a small rainbow in each clump of bamboo leaves, which was very beautiful. On the east side of the lake, there is a stream flowing downwards. Various tall bamboos grow beside the stream. The stones on both sides of the stream may be frequently washed by water, making them appear particularly smooth. Occasionally, you can see fat bamboo rats drinking water by the stream. There are 2 very tall trees on the west side, which stand out in the bamboo forest. This also results in fewer bamboos in that area and the terrain there is higher, making it a very suitable place to build a shelter. To the north of where he was, there were clumps of bamboo forests, lush and green, like a sea of bamboo. Chen Fan immediately decided to build a permanent shelter here. This place was so beautiful and so suitable for building a shelter. However, there is no need to rush to build the shelter. For now, let's have a good meal first. Chen Fan took Dubai to the lakeside and moved 2 relatively large and flat stones, placing them on both sides. Then he took out the iron pot, placed it between the 2 stones, filled it with water, and boiled it in the pot first. He asked Dubai to watch the fire while he went to deal with the bamboo rats and bamboo shoots. After Chen Fan finished processing the bamboo rat and bamboo shoots, the water in the pot also boiled. Chen Fan put the bamboo shoots cut with an axe into the pot to rinse them, took them out, changed the water in the pot, and continued to put a bamboo rat that had been chopped into small pieces into the pot to blanch it. As for the other 2 bamboo rats, Chen Fan did not chop them up together, but prepared to roast them as a whole. Chen Fan built another fire and went into the bamboo forest again, ready to chop 2 bamboos to make a simple grill. He picked a bamboo and started to chop it with an axe. Obtain bamboo 1, increase the quantity by 60 times, obtain bamboo 60. Well, 1 axe can cut 60 bamboos. Chen Fan came to the fire and chopped the bamboo into sections with an axe. He crossed 2 of them on both sides of the fire, and then used a thinner bamboo to pass through the bamboo rat. Then he placed it on the bamboos at both ends, so that he could roast it without holding it with his hands. Then Chen Fan followed the same method and roasted another bamboo rat. The water on the other side of the iron pot was also boiling. Chen Fan took out the bamboo rat and washed it together with the bamboo shoots. After boiling the pot dry, Chen Fan took out the hot pot base he had exchanged for, broke off a piece and put it in the pot, and boiled the hot pot base until it melted. Put the bamboo rat in, stir-fry it continuously with a piece of bamboo, then add some water and simmer it. When the bamboo rat is almost cooked, put the blanched bamboo shoots in and simmer together. During this time, Chen Fan also went to the other end to turn the bamboo rat on the grill from time to time. When the bamboo rat was half cooked, he sprinkled a handful of salt on it and continued to grill it. Dabai on the side was already drooling because it smelled so delicious. When the bamboo rat and bamboo shoots were almost done, Chen Fan added a handful of salt, stir-fried it for a while, then removed all the firewood from under the pot, leaving only a little charcoal to continue cooking it over low heat, almost like eating dry pot. The bamboo rat over there was almost roasted. Chen Fan sprinkled a handful of cumin and chili powder on it. Suddenly, the fragrance filled the air. Dabai's saliva started watering like a waterfall when he smelled the fragrance. Chen Fan looked at Dabai and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he was another foodie. Chapter 18 Bamboo Fungus. Chen Fan took both bamboo rats off the grill, threw one to Dabai, took the other one and sat down next to the iron pot. He picked up the roasted bamboo rat and smelled it. Oh, it smelled so good then. I tore off a leg and took a bite. There was a crisp crunch sound, followed by a crunch sound in my mouth. It was really crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The crispy skin was matched with the juicy meat inside, the aroma of cumin and the slight spiciness of chili powder. It was really great. Chen Fan picked up his homemade bamboo chopsticks and picked up the bamboo rat meat that was still steaming in the iron pot. The taste of the bamboo rat meat stewed in the iron pot was different from the roasted one. The meat had a spicy and fresh aroma as soon as it entered the mouth. It was covered with soup and stewed just right, not too mushy and not too hard to chew this time. I picked up a piece of bamboo shoots, which were even more delicious. They had absorbed the juice from the bamboo rat and the hot pot soup, making them fresh and refreshing. Dabai quickly finished a roasted bamboo rat, and now he was looking at Chen Fan with hope, as he still had half of the roasted bamboo rat in his hand. Seeing this, Chen Fan laughed and threw the roasted bamboo rat in his hand to Dabai. Dabai was not polite either. He jumped and bit the bamboo rat meat in midair and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Chen Fan looked at Dabai eating like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit and shook his head speechlessly. If he didn't have the amplification system, he probably wouldn't be able to afford to support Dabai like this. After Dabai finished eating the roasted bamboo rat, he looked at the iron pot next to Chen Fan, meaning that he wanted some of this too. Chen Fan speechlessly poured most of the stewed bamboo rat with bamboo shoots in the iron pot to Dabai again. Soon, the man and the tiger finished the stewed bamboo rat with bamboo shoots. After eating, Dabai ran to the stream to drink water. Dabai thought that the barbecue was delicious, but it was a bit wasteful. After eating, Chen Fan built a small wooden house and placed it directly between 2 large trees. The open space was large enough, so Chen Fan decided to settle down here. He would go out to look for supplies during the day and come back to rest at night. The main reason was that the environment here was so good and there was no shortage of food resources. After building the cabin, Chen Fan and Dabai went in and rested. They slept until dawn and nothing happened during the night. When they got up in the morning, Chen Fan and Dabai roasted 2 bamboo rats, ate them and then set out to catch bamboo rats. Chen Fan and Dabai had been catching big bamboo rats for the whole morning, which were generally more than 5 kilograms. As for those weighing less than 5 kilograms, Chen Fan let them all go. After all, he wanted to keep them to continue breeding the next generation, so that he would have endless food. Chen Fan and Dabai continued catching bamboo rats. Adding yesterday's catch, with the help of the amplification system, they now had over 6,800. They placed all of them in one of the rings. Chen Fan and Dabai lost their previous enthusiasm and continued walking a distance. From a distance, Chen Fan saw what looked like a snow-white carpet beneath a bamboo forest. Chen Fan hurriedly asked Dabai to go over. When Dabai carried Chen Fan into the bamboo forest, Chen Fan could see clearly that the thing covering a large area here was actually a fungus. It had a black-gray head on top and a white long skirt underneath, just like a girl in a white skirt. It was very beautiful. He didn't know if it was edible, so Chen Fan got off Dabai, walked forward, and picked one at random. Obtain 1 bamboo fungus, increase the quantity by 30 times, obtain 30 bamboo fungus. Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. This is bamboo fungus. Bamboo fungus is also known as bamboo fungus, bamboo mushroom, bamboo ginseng, net gauze mushroom, and even has better sounding names such as flower of fungus, plant chicken, etc. Its nutritional value is extremely high, and it is listed as one of the 4 treasures of plants along with Hericium arenaceus, shiitake mushrooms, and white fungus. Chen Fan knew that the price of bamboo fungus was not cheap outside. Once, at a relative's wedding banquet, they served a soup made with bamboo fungus. The delicious taste of it still makes Chen Fan linger on it. The bamboo fungus in front of him covered the ground, making it hard for Chen Fan not to be excited. Chen Fan took out an axe, chopped off a bamboo, cut it into half a meter long pieces, split it in the middle, and sharpened one end, ready to dig bamboo fungus. Chen Fan looked at the large patch of bamboo fungus in front of him and felt a little headache. He didn't know how long he would have to dig if he dug by himself.
He couldn't ask Dabai to help him, as Dabai had to know how to dig. Chen Fan had no choice but to let Dabai go and play while he did the hard work himself. Chen Fan forcefully inserted the bamboo stick in his hand into the soil, then slowly pried it upwards, and a few bamboo fungi were dug out. Obtain 5 bamboo fungus, increase the quantity 100 times, obtain 500 bamboo fungus.
Well, that's 500 at once.
With this amplification system, if I dig up all the bamboo fungi in this patch, I can probably get more than 100,000 bamboo fungi.
It's so cool just thinking about it.
From now on, I can eat bamboo fungi one by one and throw them away without any hesitation. Thinking of this, Chen Fan inserted the bamboo stick into the soil with force and pried out a few more bamboo fungi. Obtain 4 bamboo fungi, increase the quantity by 30 times, and obtain 120 bamboo fungi. Obtain 7 bamboo fungi, increase the quantity by 20 times, and obtain 140 bamboo fungi. Obtain 3 bamboo fungi, increase the quantity 50 times, and obtain 150 bamboo fungi. After digging for a few times, Chen Fan felt that digging with the bamboo stick in his hand was a bit tiring and inefficient. It would be great if he had a shovel. Thinking of this, Chen Fan opened the trading hall and found a shovel production drawing in the drawing area. I learned it by the way, and the icon for making a shovel appeared on the workbench. Shovel requires 3 iron blocks and 1 piece of wood. Chen Fan also had these resources, so he made them directly. He felt much more comfortable holding the shovel in his hand. Chen Fan dug with a shovel and dug out a large piece of bamboo fungus. Obtained 15 bamboo fungi, increased the quantity by 60 times, and obtained 900 bamboo fungi.
It feels great. Chen Fan felt very happy and dug with another shovel.
Obtained 12 bamboo fungi, the quantity increased 10 times, the quality increased 100 times, and obtained 120 first-grade diamond bamboo fungi.
What? This bamboo fungus can increase its quality. Chen Fan really didn't expect this. In Chen Fan's opinion, the previous bamboo shoots and bamboo rats did not increase their quality, so this bamboo fungus would not increase its quality either.
What he didn't expect was that this bamboo fungus could increase its quality. This made Chen Fan even more excited.
This was a large area of bamboo fungi.
He wondered how many high-quality bamboo fungi he could get after digging them all up. Without thinking too much, he started digging. After a few operations, he quickly dug out more than half of the bamboo fungus. The quality increased by more than 10 times. With the quality increase, he obtained 600 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi, 450 first-grade silver bamboo fungi, 300 first-grade gold bamboo fungi, 220 first-grade platinum bamboo fungi, and 120 first-grade diamond bamboo fungi at the beginning. As for ordinary bamboo fungi, the number was as high as 68,880.
Chapter 19 Making a low-grade Shenbing jade gourd. After digging bamboo fungus for most of the day, Chen Fan felt tired and hungry. Looking at the half of the bamboo fungus left, Chen Fan decided to go back and get something to eat, have a good rest, and then come back to dig.
Dabai, let's go back. Chen Fan greeted Dabai, who was sleeping beside him. Dabai opened his eyes lazily, stretched his body and legs, and then slowly stood up and walked to Chen Fan's side. Chen Fan jumped and sat on Dabai and shouted, "Let's go." Dabai also roared, startling a group of birds, and then carried Chen Fan a few times and soon returned to the residence. After returning to his residence, Chen Fan jumped directly into the lake. After washing away his fatigue, he felt much refreshed. Then he began to prepare ingredients for cooking. Oh, there was no rice, only vegetables. Today Chen Fan planned to make fish soup and stew it with the bamboo fungus he dug today. Chen Fan took out 2 fish from the ring, one weighing about 5 jin. He scraped the scales and cleaned the dirt, then roasted them first to make them more fragrant. He put the roasted fish into the iron pot, poured water on it, and then washed about 10 bamboo fungi. After the bamboo fungi were washed, the fish soup in the pot boiled, and Chen Fan threw the bamboo fungi in his hand into the pot. After a while, the fish soup was ready.
The milky white fish soup looked very tempting.
Chen Fan sprinkled salt on it and it was ready to be served. Chen Fan first picked out a fish for Dabai, and then he couldn't wait to pick up a bamboo fungus, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, Chen Fan looked constipated, and then he spit out all the bamboo fungus in his mouth.
Pa, pa, pa.
There was indeed a strange smell that made it difficult for Chen Fan to swallow. What Chen Fan couldn't understand was that there was no such strange smell when he ate it before. Why did it have such a strange smell when he cooked it himself? Chen Fan even suspected that this was not bamboo fungus, but the system was deliberately tricking him. Of course, there was also the possibility that he didn't know how to prepare bamboo fungus. Chen Fan tasted the fish soup again. It was fresh, but it had a strange taste that made it difficult for Chen Fan to swallow. So Chen Fan decided to give it all to Dabai.
Didn't you see that Dabai loved it?
He almost finished it. Chen Fan poured all the fish and soup into an ordinary large bamboo bowl he made,
and handed it all to Dabai. When Dabai saw that Chen Fan gave all the fish and soup to him, he looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled look and growled, "Don't you want to eat it?" Chen Fan patted Dabai and said, "You've worked hard today. Eat more." Dabai lowered his head and started eating with big mouthfuls, saying that he had indeed worked hard and helped catch bamboo rats for a whole day, so he would not be polite. Then he ate 2 bites of fish and drank 2 sips of soup. Feeling very delicious, Chen Fan processed 2 more bamboo rats and roasted them directly. They were done in a short while. He gave one to Dabai and kept one for himself. Although his appetite had increased a lot, after removing the internal organs and fur of a bamboo rat, there was still about 3 kilograms of meat left, which was enough for him to eat. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan lay down to rest and opened the chat channel 999. I was lucky today. I picked another first-grade silver apple. After eating it, I broke through to the middle level of mortal. It was awesome. 8796. Big boss, you're awesome. Why can't I find anything of quality? It's been almost a month and I haven't seen anything of quality at all. 9696. Hey, I haven't seen it either. Can you share some tips? 3854. I've encountered honey that's at least first grade silver, but I don't dare to go up and pick it. 7541. Why don't you dare go pick it? If you find it, you have to get it. If you miss it, it will be gone. Tell me where it is and I'll go get it and we can split it. 3854. What should I do? I don't know what kind of bees these are. Each one is as big as a fist and looks like they have the strength of a first-grade bronze level. Not to mention that sometimes there are even bigger ones that are at least the strength of a first-grade silver level. There are so many of them, I can't handle them. 999. Brother, where are you? I'm already a mid-level mortal. You can give it a try. Message me privately. 3854. Okay, sir, I'll send you the location right now. Chen Fan took a look at the chat and felt that 999 was very active. Every time he entered the chat channel, he could see that he was the first to speak. Moreover, he was also very strong, almost the same as himself. As for 3854, Chen Fan felt that he was a bit stupid. He had good things to share with others, as if he was afraid that others would not know about it. He did not know how to make a fortune in silence. Moreover, 999 was stronger than him, and he was not afraid of inviting a wolf into the house, but Chen Fan didn't have the heart to remind him to just live his own life well. After checking the chat channel, Chen Fan went to the trading hall and found that most of the items he had posted had been traded. He had already acquired all the first-grade bronze jades, 10 in total, and was still short of 2 pieces of first-grade bronze iron. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. He thought, take your time, there will always be someone to exchange with first. He took out all the first-grade bronze jades and came to the workbench. Low-grade Shenbing jade gourd requires 10 first-grade bronze jades. Chen Fan started making it right away. It would take 12 hours, so Chen Fan had no choice but to leave it there, estimating that it would be almost finished by the time he woke up, and nothing happened that night. Chen Fan got up early in the morning, went to the lake to wash up, then stretched his fists and feet randomly by the lake, and cooked some fish soup by the way. He should eat something light in the morning. After breakfast, Chen Fan went to the workbench to check. It would take more than 4 hours to make the low-grade Shenbing jade gourd. Chen Fan couldn't wait here, but he didn't dare to go out too far. In the past, if he didn't have anything valuable, he could walk further away without worrying about Lao Lu again. But now the workbench was making the low-grade Shenbing jade gourd, so things were naturally different. So, Chen Fan decided to catch some fish in this lake this morning. The water here is crystal clear and you can see all kinds of fish swimming around in the lake early in the morning. Isn't that tempting for Chen Fan? Originally, Chen Fan wanted to ask Dabai to go fishing with him, but when he thought about the fact that Dabai's fish wouldn't amplify his system, he gave up. So, he asked Dabai to look after the house to prevent Lao Lu from stealing his house while he went to the lake to catch fish. When Dabai heard that he was the one looking after the house, he was very happy because looking after the house was what he was best at. After Chen Fan repeatedly told Dabai to take good care of the workbench he had placed in the wooden house, he went to the lake and jumped in. To be honest, the lake water was still a little cold early in the morning, but for Chen Fan, who was an intermediate mortal, it was nothing. Being an intermediate mortal had greatly improved Chen Fan's physical fitness, so this little bit of cold was still acceptable. Thank you, Zinken AI, I see through you. Thank you for the likes from both big guys. Chapter 20, Trapping Fishing. Next, Chen Fan did some stretching exercises on the lakeshore, then jumped into the lake with a splash. The water in the lake was still very clear. Even on the lakeshore, one could clearly see the fish and water plants at the bottom of the lake. Chen Fan could see even more clearly after jumping into the lake. With Chen Fan's current physical condition, it was very easy for him to catch some fish. Chen Fan swam quickly to a group of fish, and the fish scattered and ran around. Chen Fan reached out to catch them, but caught nothing, but Chen Fan also saw the fish clearly. The fish did not look very big on the lakeshore, but when Chen Fan got closer, he found that the fish was actually very big.
One fish weighed at least about 10 kilograms, which could be said to be a relatively large fish. Chen Fan aimed at a group of fish again and swam over again, but the fish reacted quickly and fled in all directions. Chen Fan identified a fish and chased after it. Soon, Chen Fan lost the fish. The fish ran into the water plants and Chen Fan lost sight of it. Chen Fan floated to the surface to breathe, feeling very depressed. He had originally thought that with his current strength, catching a few fish would be easy. But once he got into the water, he found that his speed in the water was really too slow. Moreover, this fish is very fierce, fast, and energetic, and is completely unlike the fish in other places. It seems impossible to catch the fish with bare hands. I have to think of a way. Chen Fan came out of the lake and prepared to check the trading hall to see if there are any fishing tools. Soon, Chen Fan found a production diagram for a trapping fishing net in the trading hall. However, the things required for this production diagram were quite outrageous. It actually required a first-grade bronze-level food or fruit. But for Chen Fan, it was no big deal. He directly took out a first-grade bronze-level bamboo fungus and exchanged it for the trapping fishing net. A new item crafting icon has been added to the workbench. Trapping fishing net requires 10 spider silk and 5 straw rope. Chen Fan had some spider silk, but it was first-grade bronze spider silk, and he didn't know if it could be used. As for straw ropes, Chen Fan found some in the trading hall and exchanged 10 small breads for 5 straw ropes. Although it was an ordinary production drawing, Chen Fan still decided to try it with first-grade bronze spider silk to see what the finished product would look like. Chen Fan made a new workbench and began to make a fishing net. The production time of the fishing net was much shorter, only 20 minutes. Chen Fan had no choice but to wait boredly for 20 minutes. Soon, 20 minutes passed and Chen Fan took out the trapping fishing net. The trapping fishing net was just a rope dragging a net bag, but this net bag was bigger, about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. This trapping fishing net is not like those casting nets. Those casting nets are cast directly into the water, but this trapping fishing net is put directly into the water. You don't have to worry about it and just come back to collect the net when the time comes. Anyway, it is like a ground trap, but this net is soft. It will open automatically once it is put into the water. If a fish gets in, the top will tighten and the bottom will open wider, so that the fish cannot escape. Chen Fan killed a bamboo rat, put its internal organs into a trapping net, found a place to put the trapping net into the lake, tied the rope to the root of a bamboo, and then he could leave it alone and come back to collect the net after a while. By the time Chen Fan finished dealing with these, almost 4 hours had passed. The low-grade Shenbing jade gourd being made on another workbench was also completed. Chen Fan took the low-grade Shenbing jade gourd off the workbench. It was an emerald green jade gourd that was not even as big as a palm, with an exquisite emerald green fish carved on it. The whole thing looked very delicate. Low-grade Shenbing jade gourd has a space of 1 cubic meter and can only store liquids. A very simple introduction is that this jade gourd has its own space inside. 1 cubic meter of space can store 1 ton of liquid, which is already a very large space. Chen Fan took the jade gourd to the lake, opened the mouth of the jade gourd, and put the jade gourd into the lake water. He saw that the mouth of the jade gourd began to gurgle, and fill with water. The amount of water entering was very large, and whirlpools began to appear on the water surface. After a while, the mouth of the jade gourd stopped filling with water. Chen Fan picked up the jade gourd and took a look at it, and found that the jade gourd was still the same as before, even the weight had not changed at all, and it was still very light. Chen Fan suddenly felt that this was a good thing. With this jade gourd, he would not be afraid of running out of water wherever he went. Chen Fan quickly took out another 100 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi and put them into the trading hall. They were all exchanged for first-grade bronze jade. It was not a big deal for him to put in 100 bronze bamboo fungi, but the people in the trading hall and the chat channel went crazy. Chat channel 8796, fuck, are first-grade bronze items that common now? 100 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi suddenly appeared in the trading hall. 6699, what is bamboo fungus? 8845, what is bamboo fungus? 3264, dongu is a kind of fungus that can be made into food. It's very delicious. 8796, are you focusing on the wrong thing? You should be focusing on the sudden appearance of 100 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi. So many first-grade bronze-level things, where did they pick them? 3334, boss, please support me. I am proficient in various positions. 7658, maybe this guy has come across a bamboo fungus nest. Chen Fanka had no idea that the trading hall and the chat channel were in an uproar. If Chen Fan knew what 7658 said, he could only say in a Versailles way, brother, you are right. I have found a nest of bamboo fungi. There are still many bamboo fungi that I haven't had time to dig. It's really annoying. Not far to the west of Chen Fan, a strange man with green skin and a big head read the content of the chat channel, went to the trading hall to check, and angrily punched the tree trunk next to him and said, who is this 1967? How can he be so lucky? These things should have belonged to this prince.
If I meet you, I will definitely make you die miserably. Then your things will be mine, ha ha ha.
After that, he stuck out his green tongue and licked his lips.
And 3854, wait until this prince finds you, he.
After saying that, he started to head west again. Chen Fan had no idea that someone was targeting him. He put the jade gourd into the ring and set out to dig bamboo fungus again. Chen Fan decided to dig all the bamboo fungus today to prevent others from finding and digging them away. Chapter 21 Harvesting Fish. Chen Fan called Dabai and set off towards the place where they were going to pick bamboo fungi.
Not long after, Chen Fan and Dabai arrived at the bamboo forest full of bamboo fungi.
Chen Fan didn't waste any words and started working directly. Obtain 5 bamboo fungus, increase the quantity 50 times, obtain 250 bamboo fungus. Obtained bamboo fungus 8, the quantity increased 100 times, the quality increased 100 times, and obtained first grade diamond bamboo fungus 800. Obtained 6 bamboo fungus, increasing the quantity by 30 times and the quality by 50 times, and obtained 180 first grade golden bamboo fungus.
It feels so good.
The quality increased twice at once.
The more I dug, the more fun it felt. The more fun I dug, the more I dug.
After most of the day's hard work, Chen Fan finally finished digging out the whole piece of bamboo fungus through Chen Fan's efforts, a total of 104,520 ordinary bamboo fungi, 1,300 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi, 920 first-grade silver bamboo fungi, 580 first-grade gold bamboo fungi, 520 first-grade platinum bamboo fungi, and 920 first-grade diamond bamboo fungi were obtained. I gained a lot and went home happily. Chen Fan called Dabai and went back to his shelter. After returning to the shelter, Chen Fan couldn't wait to go to the place where the fishing nets were placed. He reached out and grabbed the rope of the trapping fishing net and pulled it up. It felt very easy at first, but when it was almost halfway up, Chen Fan felt resistance. Chen Fan increased his strength a little and pulled up. After a while, he saw several big fish being pulled out of the water along with the fishing net. Those big fish were still struggling desperately on the water, but what was the use? After all, Chen Fan was only a mid-level mortal. With a little more strength, Chen Fan pulled the fishing net to the shore of the lake. Several big fish were still jumping desperately after leaving the water, but how long could they jump? Chen Fan went up and gave each fish a hit on the head, and the fish stopped jumping. Obtained 5 big head carp, increased the number 60 times, and obtained 300 big head carp. Chen Fan didn't know whether it was silver carp or not, but this fish looked like the big head carp he ate at the food stalls. He could tell by the head. Silver carp, also known as big head carp, fat head carp, also known as silver carp and big head carp, has a head that occupies 1/3 of its body and is an excellent material for making chopped pepper fish head. Looking at this big head fish, Chen Fan thought of the chopped pepper fish head in the food stalls.
He couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
If he knew how to cook it, he would definitely have chopped pepper fish head tonight. Chen Fan put some bamboo rat viscera into the trapping net, threw the trapping net back into the lake, and then went back to prepare dinner for himself and Dabai. After dinner, Chen Fan did some research and decided to continue exploring the place where he had discovered the bamboo fungus before to see if there were any other good things. If not, he would change the direction and continue exploring. After making the decision, Chen Fan went to the trading hall to make another harvest. Today he exchanged for 5 pieces of first-grade bronze jade. Soon he would be able to make a jade gourd again. After harvesting the trading hall, Chen Fan went to sleep. When he got up in the morning, Chen Fan stretched his arms and legs as usual, and made some fish soup to share with Dabai. After eating, Chen Fan called Dabai to set off. After taking only a few steps, Chen Fan felt something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something. Chen Fan slapped his forehead. The trapping fishing net had not been collected yet. Chen Fan hurried to the place where the trapping fishing net was set up and pulled up the fishing net. Several huge fish were pulled up by Chen Fan again. They were jumping on the lake shore as usual. Chen Fan also went up and hit the head of each fish as usual. Obtained 6 grass carps, increased their number 30-fold, and obtained 180 grass carps.
Grass carp.
Chen Fan was not very interested in grass carp, but each grass carp weighed more than 10 kilograms. After Chen Fan put all the fish into the ring, he cast the net again and called Dabai to go. When he arrived at the place where bamboo fungi were picked, he found that several more bamboo fungi had grown after one night. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, Chen Fan picked them all. Unfortunately, there was no increase in quality, and he only harvested 360 ordinary bamboo fungi. After crossing the land that had been ravaged by Chen Fan, there were still various bamboo forests ahead, and there was nothing special. Chen Fan decided to explore further ahead. After walking forward for half a day, he still found nothing.
As for bamboo rats and bamboo shoots, Chen Fan really couldn't muster any interest. There were just too many of them.
Sometimes, when you have too much of something, you lose interest in it. As for catching bamboo rats and digging bamboo shoots to exchange for resources, Chen Fan felt that it was unnecessary, unless it was to exchange for some high-quality things, otherwise it would not be as fast as collecting them by himself. Chen Fan felt that he still had to explore forward, at least to get out of the bamboo forest. So for the next 2 days, Chen Fan kept exploring forward. However, after 2 days, Chen Fan did not get out of the bamboo forest. He kept going in this direction but could not get out of the bamboo forest. However, during these 2 days, Chen Fan still caught some fatter bamboo rats and dug some bamboo shoots that he liked. Of course, bamboo fungi were also indispensable, but these bamboo fungi were not like the bamboo fungus nest, where they grew in a large area. These bamboo fungi are scattered here and there, and the quality of the dug bamboo fungi has not increased. Chen Fan felt that he had to change direction as his luck in this direction had run out. So Chen Fan changed direction and continued exploring. After a few days, Chen Fan still found nothing. In addition to bamboo shoots and bamboo rats, even the trapping fishing nets in the lake have been emptied out. Basically, they are all bighead carp and grass carp. In the past few days, Chen Fan has been almost vomiting after catching them. He basically catches twice a day, and each time he catches at least hundreds of fish. In the past few days, he has harvested more than 2,300 bighead carp and more than 2,500 grass carp, but Chen Fan would still insist on setting the net, collecting fish every day with a mixture of pain and joy. Both Chen Fan and Dabai were tired of eating them. Chen Fan has explored the surrounding area thoroughly these days. Except for the direction he came from and the direction where the thin cloth flowed, Chen Fan is sure that there is nothing good in other places. When Chen Fan woke up this morning, he decided to climb up the thin cliff to take a look. So, Chen Fan made some breakfast for himself and Dabai, and then set off. Chen Fan was quite confident about climbing the cliff, not to mention there were some bamboos growing on the cliff wall, which made it even easier. As for Dabai, there was no need to worry about it. He jumped up several meters easily, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. It took Chen Fan and Dabai half an hour to climb up the cliff. Not far above the cliff, there were all kinds of big trees. It was no longer a bamboo forest. A stream extended into the invisible trees, and the place where the stream flowed down was the cliff. Chapter 22 New Discoveries. Chen Fan looked at the depths of the stream and decided to go upstream to see what he could find around the stream first. We followed the stream upstream for about 2 hours, and suddenly the view opened up. There were clusters of low bushes in front of us, and these bushes were full of flowers of various colors. At first glance, there is no end in sight. It is like coming to a colorful sea of flowers. In this sea of flowers, Chen Fan can also see 1 or 2 bees flying among the flowers from time to time, but these bees are a bit big. They are almost the size of a fist. If this bee stings a person, it would probably be very painful, Chen Fan thought. Chen Fan looked at the fist-sized bees and estimated that they were at least of the first-grade bronze level. If an ordinary person encountered one, it would be difficult to deal with just one, let alone a swarm of them. It is estimated that even Chen Fan, a mid-level mortal, would have to retreat and dare not confront him. Chen Fan looked at the bees flying among the flowers, but didn't dare to go up and disturb them. If he attracted the attention of these bees, they would come over and give him 2 stings, which would probably be very uncomfortable. Chen Fan looked at the flowers, walked to the edge, and picked a white flower. Obtain 1 5-colored flower, increase the quantity by 70 times, obtain 75 colored flowers. These 5-colored flowers seemed to have no effect, they were just ordinary flowers. Chen Fan continued to pick a few of them in disbelief, and found that apart from the increase in quantity, there was no increase in quality. Chen Fan also has some understanding of this amplification system. Generally, things without quality will not get quality amplification. As long as there is quality, there will be quality amplification. Chen Fan looked at the endless sea of flowers and sighed with regret. It would be great if the quality of this could be increased. To be honest, I could pick flowers here until I get out of the Infinity Tower. What a pity. Seeing that there was no more wool to be taken here, Chen Fan had no choice but to turn around and leave. In a canyon not far from Chen Fan, behind a big tree, 2 heads were sticking out from both sides of the tree. Looking at a hole on the cliff on one side, outside the cave entrance, there was a group of bees flying in and out. Each bee was the size of a fist, and it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. The 2 people behind the big tree retracted their heads behind the tree and looked at each other, feeling helpless. In fact, they had been guarding here for almost 5 days. One of them was the guy with green skin and a big head, numbered 999. The other person was none other than the smart brother, numbered 3854. He had a pair of ears as big as a palm leaf fan and a fat body, looking just like a pig. This time, pigman number 3854 couldn't help but say, "Boss 999, there are too many bees. We have no chance of getting the honey. I think we should just forget it." The green-skinned monster numbered 999 glanced at the cliff opposite again and said unwillingly, "How can we just give up? We have to find a way to get it. I can guarantee that the honey is of high quality. Maybe there's royal jelly too. That thing must be of gold quality at least.
Are you so willing to give up?
After saying that, he licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, looking greedy. When pigman number 3854 heard about the golden quality royal jelly, he also looked greedy and said, "Boss, tell me how to get it.
You come up with an idea and I'll do it with you.
When we get the royal jelly, I'll take 2/10 and you'll give the rest to me." The green-skinned monster numbered 999 smiled gently and said, "Thank you very much, brother.
Don't worry, I will follow your instructions from now on. I will have meat to eat and you will have soup to drink."
Pigman number 3854 also smiled and said, "Thank you, sir.
From now on, I will obey your orders."
The green-skinned weirdo numbered 999 really enjoyed the feeling of being complimented and said happily, "No need to call me boss from now on.
My last name is Ku and my given name is Lu. From now on, you can call me Boss Ku or Boss Lu."
Number 3854 said,
"Yes, Boss Ku, my name is Xu Wuneng.
From now on, you can call me Xiaozhu or Xiaoneng." Kulu glanced at Zhu Wuneng and thought to himself, he's really quite incompetent. But he said, "Little pig, now our most important thing is to find a way to get the royal jelly inside. As long as we get the royal jelly, after taking it a few more times, our strength will definitely increase. Then maybe you can also advance to the lower level of mortal."
Xu Wuneng said longingly, "Yes, Boss Ku, I would like to thank you in advance." Kulu looked at Zhu Wuneng and saw that he was looking at him eagerly.
He sighed secretly. It seemed that it was impossible to expect Zhu Wuneng to come up with any good ideas. He could only think of a way himself. Kulu thought for a moment and said, "Well, let's walk around here first, get to know the surrounding environment, and then make plans."
Xu Wuneng shouted, "Yes, Boss Ku."
Then he kept staring at Kulu. Kulu was really frightened by the call of Ku boss. If it weren't for the admiring look in the pig's eyes, Kulu would have wanted to kill him. Although he couldn't kill him, Kulu was still a big bee and slapped him and said, "Why are you making so much noise?
Are you trying to attract those bees?"
Xu Wuneng staggered under the teasing of Kulu, a big bee, and almost fell to the ground.
He covered his face with his hands and looked at Kulu with grievance and whispered, "Yes, boss, I will be more quiet next time."
Kulu almost got goosebumps from the incompetent pig's whisper.
He couldn't help but want to give the incompetent pig a big tease.
He took a deep breath and said harshly, "Speak normally and don't force me to beat you up."
Xu Wuneng looked at Kulu's vicious look, fearing that Kulu was really going to give him a big tease.
If he really did it again, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. After all, Kulu was only an intermediate mortal, while he was just a small scum who wasn't even a beginner mortal. He quickly said, "Yes, Boss Ku."
Kulu looked around and said to Xu Wuneng, "Well, let's go around to the bottom of the beehive hole and see if there is any way."
Xu Wuneng replied, "Okay, Boss Ku." So Kulu took Xu Wuneng and slowly groped their way down the cliff from the woods on the side. Chapter 23, Sorting Out the Harvest. After failing to get any wool in the Sea of Flowers, Chen Fan followed the stream back to his shelter. Soon, Chen Fan returned to the shelter and went to the fishing net to catch some fish, which were still grass carp. This made Chen Fan wonder if there were only grass carp and big head carp in the lake, otherwise why were all the fish caught in so many days these two types of fish? Chen Fan no longer worried about what kind of fish were in the lake. After all, this was a long-term source of extra income, and he could just come and collect the fish every day. After returning to the shelter, Chen Fan got some food for himself and to buy. After eating, he planned his route again. It has been almost 2 months since he entered this world, and he will be able to go out in another month. Chen Fan plans to go out and see if there are any resources to. I have gained quite a few resources since entering this world, but who would complain that their resources are too few? Thinking about the resources he had obtained, Chen Fan almost forgot how many resources he had obtained so far, and only remembered the approximate amount. So Chen Fan planned to take a rest in the shelter tomorrow and count the resources he had obtained. A silent night. In the early morning, the sun had just risen, and the sunlight shone into the lake in the bamboo forest. The breeze blew, and the waves rippled, looking like twinkling little stars. Chen Fan stood by the lake and took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, he felt refreshed. Then he made a starting move that he thought was very handsome and started practicing blindly. After the practice, Chen Fan cooked some food for himself and Dabai as usual, and then cleaned up the things he had obtained since he came in. If he hadn't cleaned up, he wouldn't have realized that he had quite a lot of things now. Chen Fan took out the rings one by one and began to organize them.
It took Chen Fan almost the whole morning to do this. 6 first grade bronze raspberries. I ate a few at the beginning and have almost forgotten the rest. I'll take the rest back for my family to try. More than 1,600 pieces of wood. Wood is easy to obtain. Chen Fan would sometimes chop down a few trees while walking. Over 2,000 stones. Similar to the wood, Chen Fan would pick up a few, but with the increased number, there would be more than just a few. There are over 1,000 bamboos. All of the bamboos were cut recently. Since they are not needed much, Chen Fan didn't cut many 9 workbench blueprints. Originally obtained from treasure chests. I guess everyone has a workbench now. Chen Fan plans to hang these blueprints in the trading hall. I don't know if anyone still needs them. 9 wooden arrow manufacturing blueprints.
The wooden arrow manufacturing blueprints were also obtained at the beginning, and Chen Fan had almost forgotten about them. Chen Fan also wanted to put them up for sale in the trading hall.
There was no point in keeping the extra ones anyway. Over 120 small breads.
I got 400 at the beginning, ate some myself, and traded over 200 on the trading hall. Chen Fan also plans to trade the rest on the trading hall. Anyway, Chen Fan has no shortage of food now. 210 Alpinia arborescens mushrooms. After picking them, Chen Fan had originally planned to eat them, but later, when the food became plentiful, he forgot. I can cook them for a meal later. 110 mangoes. 16 first grade platinum mangoes. Originally, there were 20, but Chen Fan ate 4, 49 first grade platinum longevity fruits.
Dabai ate 8 bottles of first grade platinum constitution strengthening potion.
Originally, I received 10 bottles, but Chen Fan and Dabai each used 1. More than 600 black truffles. 30 first grade silver black truffles. 190 pieces of first grade bronze spider silk. 10 first grade bronze poison sacks. First grade diamond snake meat costs 1,800 yuan. Chen Fan had almost forgotten about this diamond snake meat and still hasn't eaten it. 50 pieces of first grade diamond snake skin. 40 first grade diamond snake tendons. 10 first grade diamond snake gallbladders. 6 400 first grade diamond snake scales. 78 first grade platinum blood clotting fruits. 120,000 diamonds of various kinds.
More than 2,000 bamboo shoots.
I dug some more these days. There are more than 8,000 bamboo rats, more than 15,000 bamboo fungi. 300 first grade bronze bamboo fungi. 920 pieces of first grade silver bamboo fungus. 580 pieces of first grade golden bamboo fungus. 520 pieces of first grade platinum bamboo fungus. 920 pieces of first grade diamond bamboo fungus. More than 3,500 bighead carp. More than 4,000 black carp. These fish can be caught every day, and basically dozens or hundreds of them can be caught every day. Chen Fan estimates that he can catch tens of thousands of fish when he goes out. All that remains is the weapons. A wooden bow and 50 iron arrows. A set of Xuanbing's top-grade poison bows, with 10 arrows, a low-grade jade gourd of Xianbing. There are also 90 top-grade storage rings for Xianbing. There are also some miscellaneous things. Before Chen Fan counted them, he didn't know that he had obtained so many material resources. Now that he counted them, he felt that he had become rich. As long as he sold these resources, he would be a billionaire. Chen Fan was so happy that he took out 2 pieces of first-grade diamond snake meat and roasted them directly. As soon as Dabai saw Chen Fan take out the snake meat, he ran over excitedly, squatted next to Chen Fan, stared at the roasted snake meat that Chen Fan was constantly turning in his hands, and drooled all over the floor. Chen Fan pushed Dabai away with some disgust and said, "Go away, you're drooling all over my pants, isn't
that disgusting?"
After being pushed back a few steps by Chen Fan, Dabai lay down next to Chen Fan again, rubbing his head against Chen Fan, looking very well behaved. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh and scolded, "What a foodie." After roasting, Chen Fan gave a piece of snake meat to Dabai, and then he picked up a piece of snake meat and started eating. It's true, every time I eat quality food, it's a pleasure.
The taste is indescribable.
Soon, Chen Fan and Dabai finished eating the 2 pieces of snake meat. After eating, Chen Fan felt a surge of energy growing in his body. This energy quickly transformed into his own cultivation. Chen Fan felt that as long as he ate snake meat a few more times, he would be able to reach a high level of mortal. After eating, Chen Fan and Dabai went to rest. The night was also silent. After getting up early in the morning, Chen Fan went to the lake as usual and practiced for a while. After the training, Chen Fan made breakfast for Dabai and himself. After eating, he continued to go to the area above the cliff to take a look. Speaking of which, he didn't bring back anything yesterday, so he had to bring something back today no matter what. When he was in the surrounding area before, he could at least bring back some bamboo rats and bamboo fungi, but he came back empty-handed yesterday, which was a bit unreasonable with the experience from last time. Chen Fan and Dabai quickly climbed up the cliff. This time, Chen Fan planned to explore the surrounding area. Chen Fan chose a direction, jumped onto Dabai's back, and drove Dabai forward. Dabai was also used to Chen Fan riding on his back, so he slowly walked in the direction Chen Fan pointed. Chen Fan was not in a hurry anyway, so he would go as far as he could. Anyway, he had no worries about food and drink now. It would be good to find good things, but if he really found something good, he would still be very happy. Chapter 24 Discovering the same kind. Because of the experience of climbing up last time, Chen Fan climbed up the cliff quickly this time, Chen Fan felt that he should change direction. Last time, he went upstream along the stream, but only found some 5-colored flowers, which were useless. It is also quite dangerous there. If you are not careful, you might be attacked by a swarm of bees. It is better to be careful. Chen Fan stood beside the stream, not knowing which way to go for a moment, and forgot to say with his eyes wide open, "Dabai, which way do you think we should go?" Roar. Dabai growled and then lay on the ground, indicating that you can go wherever you want. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Well, he had to do it himself. Then he picked up a branch, stood it up and said, "Go in the direction the branch is pointing." Then he let go of his hand, and the branch fell directly in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked in front of him. "Isn't this the place he went to yesterday? There is nothing there except colorful flowers and bees." Chen Fan quickly adjusted the branch's direction and said, "This is the direction. It can't be wrong." Dabai looked at Chen Fan and was shocked by his actions. "Wouldn't it have been more trouble if you had just gone in this direction from the beginning? Was it necessary to do this?" Chen Fan ignored Dabai's look of looking at him as if he was a fool, and took the lead and walked directly into the dense forest. Not long after walking, Chen Fan and Dabai discovered that the area ahead was becoming wider, and the dazzling sunlight began to shine into the jungle. Chen Fan quickened his pace and came to the end of the jungle. At a glance, Chen Fan was speechless. He saw another sea of colorless flowers, and there was still no end in sight. Judging from the direction in which this sea of flowers extends, it should be connected to the place Chen Fan visited the day before yesterday. If you calculate it this way, this colorless sea of flowers is so big that it's a bit scary. Looking at the sea of flowers, Chen Fan was speechless. Could this place be surrounded by this sea of flowers? Chen Fan was a little skeptical and decided to find out what was going on, so he walked along the edge of the sea of flowers towards the south. It took Chen Fan most of the day to walk, and he came to the place he had been the day before. The sea of flowers is still the same sea of flowers as before, but compared to before, it seems to be missing something. Chen Fan lowered his head and thought for a while, then suddenly looked at the sea of flowers. When he came here before, there were still many bees collecting honey here, but now there is not a single bee here. No wonder I feel like something is missing. Chen Fan looked at the sea of flowers and then at the sky. It would be dark soon, so he decided to come back tomorrow and continue exploring southward along the edge of the sea of flowers. A silent night, Chen Fan came to the edge of the sea of flowers again, but still didn't see a single bee. Chen Fan didn't care anymore and continued to walk south along the edge of the sea of flowers. Chen Fan and Dabai walked for a long time and finally found a canyon at the edge of the sea of flowers. The canyon was lined with green trees and was no longer a sea of colorful flowers. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the colorful sea of flowers was no longer there. Although the colorless sea of flowers is very beautiful, it will still cause visual fatigue if you look at it for a long time. Any beautiful thing will cause visual fatigue if you look at it for a long time. Chen Fan and Dabai entered the canyon. The trees in the canyon were shorter than those outside the canyon, and they were not as lush as the trees outside the canyon, and there were very few bushes. Chen Fan and Dabai had just walked into the canyon for more than half an hour when Dabai began to growl. Chen Fan also became alert and hurriedly called to Dabai, "Dabai, stop yelling and hide." Then Chen Fan hid behind a tree trunk on one side. Dabai also jumped onto a tree trunk covered with lush leaves and hid himself. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find Dabai. Chen Fan looked at Dabai's hiding place, then looked at himself, feeling a little ashamed. It seemed that he still lacked experience. Unlike the king of the jungle like Dabai, he can hide so secretly no matter how he hides. Even if you know where Dabai is hiding, you can't see anything unusual if you don't look carefully. After a while, Chen Fan and Dabai didn't notice anything, so Chen Fan called Dabai over and asked, "Did you find anything?" Dabai growled twice, looked straight into the depths of the canyon, and then signaled Chen Fan to walk deeper into the canyon. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly followed Dabai and walked carefully for more than half an hour. At this time, Chen Fan also smelled a smell in the air, like the smell of burnt trees. Now, Chen Fan was sure that there was someone in the canyon. Chen Fan rubbed his hands excitedly. Finally, he met a human being like himself. Chen Fan hasn't communicated with his kind for more than 2 months. Although he can communicate with Dabai sometimes, it can only be a simple communication and not in-depth communication, which is a bit regrettable. And now that I have met someone like me, we can have a good chat. It would be best if she is a girl, a beautiful girl, Chen Fan was thinking in a very lewd way, but Chen Fan was not a brainless person. It was impossible for him to just walk over and have an in-depth conversation with others like this. I still have to investigate first to see what kind of person this is so that I can prescribe the right medicine. Chen Fan signaled Dabai to slowly approach the depths of the canyon. Dabai nodded at Chen Fan and then lightly jumped to a more secluded place on the side and crawled forward. Not long after, he turned back and signaled Chen Fan that it was safe to move forward. Chen Fan praised Dabai's behavior, and then quickly came to Dabai's side. When Dabai saw Chen Fan coming to his side, he started a new round of progress. In this way, Dabai explored the way in front, and Chen Fan followed quickly behind. After a while, they arrived at the depths of the canyon. Chen Fan and Dabai hid behind a big tree and looked towards the place where the thick smoke was coming out. They saw a guy with green skin and a big brain blocking a cave entrance with a big stone. The big stone was shaking from time to time, as if someone was pushing the stone against the green-skinned weirdo in the cave. It can be seen that the people in the cave are obviously not as strong as this green-skinned monster, and thick white smoke is coming out of the cave entrance. The people inside are probably suffocated by the smoke. If this continues, it won't be long before the people inside are dead. Chen Fan looked at the green-skinned monster and felt that this monster's strength should not be too different from his own, and he should be able to deal with it. Besides, he had Dubai by his side, so there should be no problem in dealing with this monster. Moreover, my danger perception did not indicate how dangerous this guy was. I was not clear about the situation now, so I decided to wait and see. Chapter 25 Green Monster and Pigman. Chen Fan and Dubai just waited for the situation to develop, but they didn't expect that they would have to wait for most of the day. I don't know how strong the people inside are. The cave was obviously on fire, and there was such thick smoke. Yet they were able to push the big rock against the green-skinned monsters outside for so long without being defeated. After another half hour, the movement inside seemed to have died down. Perhaps they had lost their strength, and the force of the impact had obviously decreased. The big rock blocking the entrance to the cave was no longer shaking, but the green-skinned monster still held on to the big rock tightly, probably because he was afraid that the person inside was pretending to be dead. It was not until the sun was about to set that the green-skinned monster slowly let go of the rock, then he sat down immediately, probably because he was exhausted. Chen Fan was thinking about how to go out and say hello. Besides, this green-skinned monster didn't look like a good person. He guessed that the people in the cave were killed by this green-skinned monster. It's better to be cautious, or give him a shot first. Chen Fan thought about it, took out the wooden bow, put an arrow on it and was about to shoot. Boss Ku. The voice of Boss Ku really scared Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not expect that there would be a third party here. At first, Chen Fan thought that it was just this green-skinned monster that killed everyone in the cave, but he didn't expect that there were two people killing other people. He didn't know how many people were in the cave. Boss Ku, what's going on? Are all the things inside dead? Another loud voice was heard, and then Chen Fan saw a humanoid creature with a pig's head appear on a cliff above the canyon. At this time, the pig man was sticking his head down and shouting. The green-skinned monster below said to the people above, "They should all be dead, come down." "Okay, Boss Ku." The pig man said excitedly when he heard the words coming from Boss Ku below. Then, the pig man was seen crawling down, and came to the green-skinned monster excitedly and said, "Boss Ku, you still have a way. We got rid of all these bees so easily. It's awesome." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up. Boss Ku said without any modesty, "That's right, don't you see who I am? I am a well-known smart man in our kingdom." The pig man poked his head out to look at the cave entrance that was still emitting white smoke and asked, "Boss Ku, can we go in now? I can't help but want to taste the high-quality honey." After saying that, he showed a greedy face. Boss Ku glanced at the pigman and said slowly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. What if the bees inside haven't all died yet? Even if they are, the smoke in this cave is so thick that you will choke to death if you go in. I don't care. I can hold on for a while. But you probably won't be able to hold on for half an hour at most." The pig man laughed and said, "Yes, Boss Ku, then wait a little longer. This is the first time I've gotten something of a certain grade, and I'm a little too excited." Boss Ku didn't even look at the pig man and sat there to rest. He had consumed too much energy when he held up the stone just now. Even with his strength of a mid-level ordinary person, he could hardly bear it. It's not that he wasn't anxious about the things inside, but it was mainly because he had consumed too much energy. He needed to recover some physical strength first, otherwise if he entered the cave and something unexpected happened, he would not even have the strength to protect himself. Seeing that Boss Ku was sitting there resting, the pig man didn't want to mention it anymore, so he sat down too, but he kept glancing at the cave entrance, as if he couldn't wait to go in. Boss Ku rested for most of the day, and it seemed that he had finally rested enough. He stood up and moved the big rock that was blocking the cave. When the pig man saw Boss Ku get up and move the big rock, he also quickly got up and walked to the entrance of the cave and said, "Boss Ku, can we go in?" As he spoke, he looked at the cave entrance that was still emitting smoke with a greedy look on his face. Boss Ku glanced at the pigman and saw the greedy look on his face. He sneered inwardly and said with a snicker, "That's right. Wait until the smoke clears a little, then you can go in. Then you can advance to the early stage of mortal." When the pig man heard what Boss Ku said, greed showed on his face even more. He wanted to rush into the cave right now, but he didn't dare to disobey Boss Ku, so he could only wait and scratch his head. After waiting for a while, the smoke in the cave finally became less thick. "You can go in now," said Boss Ku. When he heard that he could go in, the pig man rushed into the cave impatiently and shouted, "Boss Ku, let me explore the way." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already entered the cave entrance. Seeing that the pig man couldn't wait to go in, Boss Ku sneered and said, "I was thinking about how to let you explore the way ahead, but I didn't expect that you would seek death first." After saying that, he sneered a few more times and then entered the cave. Chen Fan and Dubai, who were hiding behind a big tree, watched the pig man and the green-skinned monster enter the cave. They waited for a moment and hurriedly called Dubai to follow. Chen Fan and Dubai quickly arrived at the cave entrance.
Chen Fan looked into the cave entrance and confirmed that the pig man and the green-skinned monster had already entered the cave. The cave seemed to be very deep, otherwise no movement would be heard from outside. Chen Fan also walked slowly into the cave. After only a few steps, he felt as if he stepped on something. He quickly squatted down and used the dim light outside the cave to look at what he stepped on. It turned out to be a bee the size of a fist. Chen Fan looked into the cave again and saw that from under his feet to the depths of the cave, there were densely packed bees the size of fists lying there. This time, Chen Fan finally understood what the pig man and the green-skinned monster were planning. They must have come for the honeys. Chen Fan suddenly thought of the content of the chat channel more than 10 days ago. Chen Fan was dumbfounded and thought with amusement, could these two be the 3854 Great Smart and 999? If it were those two people, could I just act like a mantis stalking a cicada while waiting for the oriole behind? Chen Fan reached out and touched the bee under his feet and found that its body was still very hard, especially the tail of the bee, which seemed to be made of steel. If he tapped it gently, it would make a tinkling sound, just like knocking on steel. Chen Fan pressed down with a little more force, and it was still easy to squeeze in it. Chen Fan used a little more force, and with a puff sound, a bee stinger was ejected along with the internal organs, directly hitting the rock in the cave, making a crisp ding sound. Chen Fan quickly found the tail needle that was shot out, and discovered that after the tail needle hit the stone, although it sounded very hard, it was actually not. Now there was only half of the tail needle left in his hand, the remaining half of the tail needle had disappeared. Chen Fan looked closer at the rock and found no trace of the tail needle staying on the rock. It seemed that the tail needle was still very brittle and easily broke, and had no great value. Seeing that it had no useful value, Chen Fan did not stay any longer and asked Dabai to slowly explore deeper into the cave. Chapter 26 Love is a light that makes you panic. Chen Fan and Dabai groped their way forward cautiously, fearing that the two people in the cave would hear their footsteps. After all, it's my first time doing it, so it's not wrong to be careful. This cave is really big. Chen Fan and Dabai walked for almost half an hour and still didn't reach the bottom of the cave. At this moment, a scream came from the cave in front. It sounded extremely terrifying in this dark cave. Chen Fan heard the sound and knew it was not far away from him, so he quickened his pace. After a while, Chen Fan discovered a faint light coming from the front. Chen Fan slowly approached the cave entrance where the light was. Soon Chen Fan discovered that the light came from a huge cave below. The cave was extremely huge, probably as big as a football field. Chen Fan slowly stretched his head out and looked down. I saw a bonfire had been lit below, and there were densely packed bee corpses around it. In the middle was a corpse that looked even bigger than the other bees. This time, the pig man had already fallen to the ground, his hands covering his stomach, and trickles of bright red blood were flowing out from between his fingers. The pig man was panting, with big beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He looked at Ku Lao Dadeo with horror in his eyes. Boss Ku, why, shut up, you idiot. Do you know what this is? This is first grade platinum level royal jelly. You're still thinking about getting a piece of it. You're really asking for your own death. Boss Ku said with disgust as he looked at the pig man lying on the ground. The pig man looked at Boss Ku's murderous eyes and said in horror, Boss Ku, I don't want royal jelly anymore. Please let me go, I beg you. Ha ha, old Ku laughed out loud and said, you're killing me. You're such an idiot. From the moment you told me your coordinates, you were destined not to survive. If I hadn't told you that there was high quality honey here, you wouldn't have gotten any of it. You actually turned against me. You're so shameless. You, go ahead and curse, a loser like you can only rage helplessly. Only an idiot like you would tell others your coordinates and address. Didn't your family tell you when you came into this world that you must never trust anyone? The pig man wanted to say something, but then he remembered something. He clenched his fists tightly and then smashed them hard on the ground, tears of regret flowing from his eyes. Yes, his family members had warned him, but he was blinded by greed and trusted others, which led to consequences that he could not bear. He could only shed tears of helplessness and regret. Okay, you can go now. Remember not to trust anyone next time. I'm teaching you a lesson with facts. You should thank me. After saying this, Boss Ku stabbed the pig man's chest with the dagger in his hand. The pig man stared at Boss Ku with his eyes wide open. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed at Boss Ku, saying incoherently, You will not end well. After saying this, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. Chen Fan, who was hiding above the cave, was watching the show below and felt very satisfied. What did I say? This 3854 is very smart, but in the end he got himself killed. It's really sad. This 999 is also a ruthless person. He has the strength of an intermediate mortal and yet he sneak attacks the smart 3854. It seems that he is a cautious and insidious villain. Or I can make one myself. Thinking of this, Chen Fan took out the top-grade Shinbing poisonous bow and poisonous arrows that he had never used before, put the arrow on, and aimed directly at Boss Ku. This time, Boss Ku looked at the fallen pigman and spat in disdain, saying, You dare to curse me even after you die? My fate will definitely be much worse than yours, but you just can't see it, haha. Chen Fan looked at the smug Boss Ku. The poisonous bow aimed at Boss Ku's body had already gathered a green light, and the poisonous arrow was also shining with a green luster. Chen Fan murmured, "Love is like a ray of light, green enough to make you panic." Then he loosened his hand and a green light shot out. The green light was as fast as thunder and instantly arrived in front of Boss Ku. Boss Ku had just heard Chen Fan's voice and was about to react when he saw a green light coming towards him and instantly penetrated his body. Boss Ku looked down at his chest in disbelief and saw a fist-sized hole in his chest, with his internal organs clearly visible. The most terrifying thing was that green gas was constantly corroding his flesh and blood in the hole, causing the hole in his chest to continue to expand. Boss Ku just stared at the hole in his chest that kept expanding, his eyes wide open, and fell down unwillingly. What he was unwilling to accept was that he didn't even know who killed him. He just heard a whisper something like, "Green makes you panic." "I'm already cuckolded, why do I need you to cuckold me, you bastard? Don't let me know who you are, otherwise next time I meet you, I'll make you live a life worse than death, you hateful person." At this moment, on a very large planet, in an infinite tower, a figure was slowly emerging. It was the old boss. He slowly opened his eyes full of unwillingness and hatred, and his teeth were grinding. "Asshole, don't let me meet you again, or I will make you live a life worse than death." A green-skinned staff member standing by looked at Boss Ku without any surprise and said nothing. To be honest, he had seen many people like Boss Ku. If it weren't for the fact that Boss Ku's family was considered a powerful family on this planet, the staff here would have already shouted to kick him out. At this time, Chen Fan had already arrived at the bottom of this huge cave. He felt very strange when he saw the bodies of the pig man and the withered old man gradually disappearing. So after entering the infinite tower and dying, this is how one slowly disappears? Chen Fan murmured. After the body completely disappeared, a few more items appeared on the ground. The equipment dropped after death in PK. Chen Fan hurried over and picked up everything. PK, killing people and stealing equipment were something Chen Fan was familiar with. Anyway, you have to act quickly. It doesn't matter whether your posture is cool or not. The most important thing is to get the thing. Obtain 1 iron dagger, increase the quantity by 60 times, obtain 60 iron daggers. Obtain 1 wooden bow, increase the quantity by 40 times, and obtain 40 wooden bows. Obtain backpack 1, increase the quantity by 100 times, obtain backpack 100. Obtain 65 blueberries, increase the quantity 30 times, and obtained 1950. Obtain 5 iron blocks, increase the quantity by 30 times, and obtain 150 iron blocks. Obtained 3 first-grade bronze strawberries, the quantity increased 20 times, and obtained 60 first-grade bronze strawberries. Chapter 27, First-grade bronze honey and first-grade gold royal jelly. Chen Fan was speechless. Is this all that was revealed? I just saw that Boss Ku's backpack was bulging, how come only these things dropped out? Chen Fan knew that after death in the infinite tower, the dead person would lose everything, but he didn't know that if you were killed by people or objects in the infinite tower, no items will be dropped and they will be directly collected and disappear by the infinite tower. If killed by someone from the outside world, a few items will be dropped randomly, and the remaining items will all be recycled and disappear by the infinite tower. Why does it feel like playing a game? Chen Fan felt like he was playing a game, but the price of death in this game was a bit higher than. Chen Fan picked up the poisonous arrow that killed Boss Ku. Well, there is no amplification multiplier when recovering arrows that I have shot multiple times. I feel that the system is a bit of a pitfall. This time, Dabai roared excitedly, then ran quickly to the top of a pool of water, stretched his head above the pool, and showed an intoxicated look on his face. Dabai was just about to stick out his tongue to lick it twice, but he found that he was getting farther and farther away from the pool. Was the pool moving? How can a pool of water move? Dabai looked around and found that it was not the pool of water that was moving, but himself who was moving backwards. Dabai turned his head and looked behind him, and found that his owner Chen Fan was dragging him backwards by his tail. Ouch! Dabai looked at Chen Fan with grievance, almost shedding tears. When Chen Fan saw Dabai rushing to the edge of the pool and stretching his head to lick the water in the pool, he immediately thought of something. It was too late for him to make a sound, so he had to grab Dabai's tail and drag him back. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Dabai did not lick the water in the pool. He walked up to Dabai, hit him hard on the head and said, "If you lick it, you will ruin the whole pool. Didn't you see those 2 people fighting for it?" Dabai still looked at Chen Fan with an aggrieved expression, and was very puzzled as to how he could waste it after just a few licks. It was such a big pool, even if he drank it every day, he could still drink it for a long time. How could he say it was wasted? Chen Fan didn't care about Dabai's aggrieved look. He came to the side of the pool and found that the water in the pool had a very good texture. The bottom had turned white, while the top was gelatinous, just like amber. He thought, the pool was full of honey. Chen Fan estimated the size and width of the pool and found that it was really not small, 2 meters long and about 1.5 meters wide. As for the depth, Chen Fan could not measure it. The main thing is that the honey below has solidified into white sugar lumps, just like solidified lard, but it is more crystal clear than lard, like a piece of jade. Chen Fan reached into the honey pool and dipped a little honey on his hand.
Obtain 1 drop of first-grade bronze honey, increase the quantity by 20 times, and obtain 20 drops of first-grade bronze honey.
First-grade bronze honey. Chen Fan was very excited looking at the huge pool of honey. This was a masterpiece that would make him rich. Bai, who was standing next to him, saw Chen Fan reach out and dip a little honey on the honey. He expressed his dissatisfaction. He couldn't lick it even though he wanted to, but Chen Fan could do it himself. So he growled to express his dissatisfaction with Chen Fan. Okay, wait until I put everything away, and you won't be left behind. Chen Fan stood up and looked around again, wanting to see if there was any honey somewhere else, because he had just clearly heard the conversation between Boss Ku and the pigman, and there seemed to be royal jelly. Royal jelly must be better than honey. Apart from this pool of honey, there was nothing else like this pool of honey around. So Chen Fan walked towards the surrounding stone walls again, and soon he found a pool of golden honey in a small cave under the stone wall. Chen Fan quickly squatted down and reached out to get some of the golden honey. Obtain 1 drop of first-grade golden royal jelly, increase the quantity by 10 times, and obtain 10 drops of first-grade golden royal jelly. It was indeed royal jelly. Chen Fan looked at the royal jelly in the cave with joy. Judging from the appearance of the cave, there should be a lot of royal jelly, at least about 10 liters, but Chen Fan was in trouble again. How could he put so much honey in royal jelly? Should he use plastic bottles? How many plastic bottles would that take? Pa! Chen Fan slapped his forehead and said, I got it. Why didn't I think of it? Then he took out a small emerald green gourd. The low-grade Shenbing jade gourd has a capacity of 1 cubic meter, which means it can hold 1,000 liters of water, which is more than enough for royal jelly. Wait, I still have the system. If this system is amplified 100 times, it will not be enough to hold the royal jelly, but the honey alone will definitely not be enough. The capacity of that pool of honey alone is estimated to be more than 1,000 liters. It seems that I still have to continue purchasing jade and make 10 or 8 pieces. This should be enough for decoration. Chen Fan said to himself what to exchange. Chen Fan is now having a headache thinking about what to exchange for some jade. The main reason is that he has a lot of things now, and he thinks anything can be exchanged. However, Chen Fan glanced at the pool of honey next to Bai and immediately made a decision to exchange it with the honey. It's not too much to exchange 2 drops of first-grade bronze honey for a first-grade bronze jade. I feel like I'm at a loss. Chen Fan hurried to the pool of honey next to Bai, and under Bai's resentful eyes, he put 200 drops of honey on the shelf in succession, and set the exchange rate of 2 drops of honey for a piece of jade. Chen Fan's action caused quite a stir in the trading hall. Although 2 drops of honey may seem like a small amount, they are still 2 drops of first-grade bronze honey. Generally, 1 drop of first-grade bronze honey can be exchanged for a piece of first-grade bronze jade. Now that it is sold at a premium, many people can't wait to take out their treasured jade to exchange, and some people with good intentions started spreading the news in the chat channel. 8686, everyone, hurry to the trading hall. I wonder which big shot is actually exchanging 2 drops of first-grade bronze honey for a piece of first-grade bronze jade. How generous, 7869, fuck, is this true? I still have 2 pieces of jade, 666, that's impossible. Who would be that stupid, 9367, rumors. 7869, it's true. I just exchanged my 2 jades for 4 drops of honey. What a great deal, huh? 8886, really? I'll go check it out too. 4396, it's true. I also exchanged a piece of jade for 2 drops. There are many people who exchanged for it. I guess it won't be long before it's gone. 666, damn, it was gone when I went there. I really regret it. I still had 3 pieces of jade and 6 drops of honey. I lost so much. 5362, I didn't get it either. It hurts to think about it. I don't think I'll ever have such an opportunity again. 7869, luckily I went to see it right away, otherwise I would have regretted it just like you guys. Chapter 28. Preparing to leave this world. After Chen Fan hung the honey in the trading hall, he took the jade gourd to the entrance of the cave containing royal jelly and placed the jade gourd into the cave. With the bottle mouth just touching the royal jelly. A magical thing happened. The mouth of the jade gourd seemed to have suction, sucking in all the royal jelly in the hole without leaving a drop. Obtained 11 liters of first-grade golden royal jelly, a 60-fold increase, resulting in 660 liters of first-grade golden royal jelly. Chen Fan happily picked up the jade gourd and took a look at it. Although it contained 660 liters of royal jelly, the jade gourd still felt as light in his hand as before. With no change, Chen Fan looked at the mouth of the bottle again. From the mouth of the bottle, he could vaguely see golden royal jelly inside the jade gourd. After putting on the small lid and shaking it in his hand, Chen Fan could clearly feel the liquid shaking inside. Satisfied, he put the jade gourd away. Then, Chen Fan came to the pool of honey next to Bai, who was drooling at this time. Chen Fan felt a little disgusted and speechless, and felt that this Bai was a little silly.
Could it be that Dubai didn't know that he had just obtained better royal jelly, and kept guarding this pool of honey? Chen Fan opened the trading hall and soon discovered that all the honey he had posted had been exchanged for jade. All the jade stones were taken out. There were 100 jade stones in total. Chen Fan then took out the workbench and began to make the jade gourd. It takes 12 hours to make a jade gourd. Chen Fan calculated that it would take 120 hours to make 10 jade gourds. It was really too long. By the time the jade gourd was done, he could almost go out. Chen Fan thought about it and directly built 9 more workbenches. If he built 10 workbenches together, it would only take 12 hours to make all 10 jade gourds. So Chen Fan and Dubai waited in the cave and had something to eat. It's just that Dubai is a bit annoying. He goes to the pool of honey from time to time. You can just go there if you want, but the main thing is what's going on with that mouth full of drool. Chen Fan was really afraid that Dubai's saliva would fall into the honey. Finally, Chen Fan had no other choice but to ask Dubai to go out and pick up some firewood. He roasted 2 bamboo rats and coated them with a layer of honey. You know what, it really has a unique flavor. The man and the tiger quickly finished off a bamboo rat, but they still felt unsatisfied. So he started roasting them again, and did this 3 times in a row, roasting a total of 12. Chen Fan ate 5 of them, and the rest all went into Dubai's stomach. Chen Fan really couldn't eat anymore. Dubai still wanted to eat, but Chen Fan didn't want to roast it anymore, so Dubai had to give up. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan and Dubai took a rest. It was definitely too late to go back to the shelter now. Besides, I am worried about leaving this big pool of honey here. If some animal suddenly breaks in and destroys all the honey, I will be dead. Chen Fan got up from Dubai, feeling refreshed. He stood up and twisted his waist twice, feeling comfortable. Next, Chen Fan took out all 10 jade gourds on the workbench and came to the honey pool. Chen Fan was a little confused. This huge pool of honey could be put into a jade gourd. The key was how to increase it. The increased amount would definitely be more than the current pool. Chen Fan thought about it and simply threw 10 jade gourds into the pool of honey. Small whirlpools began to appear at the mouths of the 10 jade gourds, and the honey slowly disappeared into the mouths of the 10 jade gourds visibly. Even the honey that had solidified into a white jade state disappeared into the mouths of the jade gourds. In a short while, the pool of honey was completely swallowed up by the 10 jade gourds, without even a trace of residue left. When Dubai saw that the large pool of honey had disappeared, he paced back and forth impatiently, whimpering from time to time, appearing very anxious. Chen Fan patted Dubai's head speechlessly and laughed. I really don't understand. Are you a bear or a tiger? If you were a bear, I could understand you, but the key is that you are a tiger. How come you like honey so much? Dubai raised his head proudly and hummed twice to show that he loved eating honey. What's wrong with that? Chen Fan smiled, jumped into the pool, and picked up all 10 jade gourds filled with honey. Obtained 825 liters of first-grade bronze honey, a 10-fold increase. Obtained 8,250 liters of first-grade bronze honey, 0.10 times, although it is the smallest multiple, but Chen Fan is still very happy. A 10-fold increase can just hold it. People should be content and not be too greedy. Chen Fan looked at the 10 jade gourds already in the ring and was very satisfied. Calculating the time, it should take a few days before I can return to my own world. It has been almost 3 months since I came here, and time has passed very quickly compared to others. My journey was not that thrilling. It was all thanks to the amplification system, otherwise I might be dead now. Chen Fan planned not to go anywhere else for the next few days and would just go back to his shelter to have a good rest for a few days. He had obtained enough supplies now and there was no need to take any more risks. Chen Fan brought Dubai back to the shelter and lived a carefree and leisurely life from then on. Occasionally I go out to catch bamboo rats, dig bamboo shoots, and collect some fish. The rest of the time I spend slowly making the food I think is delicious. After spending a few days leisurely like this, the day of returning to his own world finally arrived. In just a few hours, he would be able to go back and see his relatives. Chen Fan was still very excited when he thought about it. With excitement in his heart, Chen Fan checked his attributes and 1967 race, human cultivation, intermediate mortal, with a strength of about 1200 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 100 meters in advance, skills, non-life skills, non-chat channel, trading hall number of personnel remaining, 3692/10,000. My goodness, there were 10,000 people coming in, but at the last moment only about 1/3 of them were able to get out. Alive. 2/3 of the people died directly. Although they would not really die, not everyone could accept the loss of 20 years of life. How many 20 years can one have in a lifetime? If I hadn't obtained the system, I would probably be among those 2/3 of people. Then Chen Fan opened the trading hall again and found that all the items hung in the trading hall today were various ordinary weapons, tools, and various foods, and they were all high-quality items, and there were a lot of items traded for one high-quality item. As for quality things, there was nothing to be seen. Come to think of it, these ordinary items are of no use if you take them out. High-quality items will not have to worry about not being sold outside, and high-quality items can be sold at a considerable price. As for ordinary items, there are plenty of better ones out there, and they are cheaper. Chapter 29. Returning home. Chen Fan saw that many people were trading away their useless things. I also wondered whether I should trade those low-quality items on me. But when he thought about the many low-quality items in his ring, Chen Fan stopped thinking about it. Chen Fan packed up all his things and put them into the ring. He called Dabai to his side and waited quietly for the time to leave this world. Not long after, Chen Fan felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and found that he had appeared at the teleportation point of the Infinite Tower. Chen Fan walked out of the teleportation point, and Dabai followed Chen Fan out of the teleportation point. Dabai is still a little nervous about this strange world, because Dabai feels that the staff on all four sides are very strong and pose a great threat to it. Dabai had no choice but to stay close to Chen Fan, fearing that if he left Chen Fan for even a step, he would be killed and roasted by the people around him. Chen Fan touched Dabai's head with amusement, signaling Dabai not to be nervous. The staff around were also not surprised that Chen Fan brought back a big white tiger. For these staff members, some of them have even seen immortal beasts, so this level of spiritual beast is really nothing. It was afternoon now, and there were still a lot of people coming in and out. There were also some rookies who came to the Infinite Tower for the first time and saw Dabai next to Chen Fan. I am very envious and hope that I can get such a cool and handsome pet. Chen Fan brought the still nervous Dabai out of the Infinite Tower. As soon as they walked out of the gate of the Infinite Tower, Chen Fan saw from a distance that his parents and his younger brothers and sisters were all staring at the gate of the Infinite Tower with anticipation. As soon as Chen Fan came out of the gate of the Infinite Tower, the sharp-eyed fifth sister Chen Ru was the first to see Chen Fan and immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother, brother, mom and dad, look, it's brother." As he spoke, he pulled his mother's hand and pointed at Chen Fan in front of the gate of Infinity Tower, asking his mother to look. Chen Fan's mother Fong Bingwei, father Chen Guotao, second sister Chen Bing, third brother Chen Ping, and fourth brother Chen Dong all looked towards the gate of the Infinity Tower. When they heard this, watching Chen Fan appear in front of the gate of the Infinite Tower, there was a majestic white tiger standing beside him. Chen Fan's relatives all have different feelings. Fong Bingwei saw Chen Fan's slightly tired expression and his slightly darkened skin from being tanned outdoors, and she felt very distressed. What Chen's father saw was Chen Fan's growth and perseverance, and his heart was filled with relief. The second sister Chen Bing saw that her brother gave people a sense of security, and her heart was full of longing for him. The third brother Chen Ping and the fourth brother Chen Dong looked at Chen Fan and Dabai beside Chen Fan with admiration and longing. As for the fifth sister, she just wanted to see her brother happy. As for Chen Fan, he was struggling alone in another world, and the people he missed the most were naturally his family. At this moment, seeing my family coming to the gate of Infinity Tower to pick me up, my heart was filled with warmth and peace of mind. Chen Fan walked towards his family. Chen Fan's fifth sister Chen Ru also let go of her mother's hand and ran towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan hugged his fifth sister Chen Ru in his arms and kissed the girl hard on the face. This made Chen Ru giggle. Chen Fan took Chen Ru to the family. The second sister, Chen Bing, looked at Chen Fan with a smile on her face and said, "Brother, welcome back." Chen Ping and Chen Dong looked at their brother with admiration, called him brother excitedly, and then looked at Dabai, who was following Chen Fan with curiosity. Chen Fan looked at his elderly parents and said slowly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Fong Bingwei couldn't help herself anymore and reached out to hug Chen Fan, murmuring, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Father Chen patted his wife to comfort her, then he patted Chen Fan's shoulders twice. The two heavy pats on Chen Fan's shoulders were like an ancient way of inheritance, the feeling of being able to completely entrust the heavy responsibility in your hands to the next generation and having complete trust. Chen Fan also felt it. It was as if his father had suddenly unloaded the heavy burden on him, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Chen Fan was also willing to take on this responsibility. Although the pressure on me has increased, it is also my motivation. I will eventually grow into a big tree that can shelter my family from wind and rain. Chen Fan reached out and patted his mother's back and said, "Mom, it's okay. Let's go back first. I'm hungry." Fong Bing quickly let go of Chen Fan, rubbed her red eyes, and said to herself in a very blaming manner, yes, you see, Mom has forgotten. Xiao Fan must be starving. Let's go home now and make you something delicious." As he said that, he took Chen Fan's hand and walked towards home. Fifth sister Chen Ru watched her mother drag her eldest brother back home and leave her here. She said dissatisfiedly, Mom is partial. She forgot about Xiaoya when she had her eldest brother. Chen Bing reached out and pinched Chen Ru's face twice, then smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't you still have your sister who loves you?" Chen Ru covered her aching face with both hands and said, "I don't want you to feel any pain." After saying that, he ran to his father, took his father's big hand, and turned back to make a face at Chen Bing. The family returned home laughing and joking. Fong Bingwei hurried into the kitchen to prepare dishes, and Chen Bing also followed her into the kitchen to help her mother. Chen Fan also followed him into the kitchen and took out a fish and a bamboo rat from the ring, and also took out some bronze-level bamboo fungus. Chen Fan's move shocked Fong Bingwei and Chen Bing. Chen Bing stuttered, "Brother, you, where did you get it from?" Fong Bingwei had at least seen the world, and quickly thought of space equipment. She was also shocked and asked, "Xiao Fan, could it be that you have space equipment?" After saying this, he looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Chen Fan looked at the expressions of his mother and sister and said with a smile, "Mom, Xiao Bing, let's cook first.
I'll talk to you after dinner. Fang Bingwei and Chen Bing could only nod woodenly then. Chen Fan walked out of the kitchen and prepared to take a shower first. Chen Fan had just entered the bathroom to take a shower when he heard a violent knock on the door. Chen Fan had no choice but to rinse quickly, put on his clothes and open the door. Then he saw his parents and siblings blocking the door. Chen Fan looked at his family in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Chen Fan's father, Chen Guotao, asked seriously, "Xiao Fan, is the bamboo fungus you just gave your mother a bronze grade?" Fang Bingwei looked at Chen Fan very cautiously, waiting for Chen Fan's answer. Chapter 30. Happy Chen Fan found it a little funny to see his family members looking so nervous. He said helplessly, "Mom and Dad, it's just a first-grade bronze bamboo fungus." "What's the big deal?" "What do you mean it's just a first-grade bronze bamboo fungus? Do you know how much this first-grade bronze bamboo fungus can be sold for outside?" Chen Guotao said angrily. "That's right, Xiao Fan, even if you don't sell it, you can turn it in to offset some spirit stones next time you enter the Infinity Tower." Chen Fan's mother, Fang Bingwei, couldn't bear to use it for cooking after all. Chen Fan took out about 10 first-grade bronze-level bamboo fungi, and one bamboo fungus was equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. Chen Fan looked at his parents' excited expressions and had to comfort them. "Dad, Mom, I know my limits. I've prepared the spirit stones for the next time I enter the Infinite Tower. I also have plenty of first-grade bronze bamboo fungus, so don't worry." Chen Fan looked at his parents and they still didn't seem to believe it. I had to deepen my tone again and said, "There really are many more." Fang Bingwei asked doubtfully, "How many is a lot?" Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "Probably more than 1,000. "How much, how little?" "More than 1,000. 1,000 more?" Fang Bingwei pulled Chen Guotao beside her in disbelief, thinking she had heard it wrong. Chen Guotao also said in disbelief, "More than 1,000. You know, his best record back then was only to get more than 100 first-grade bronze strawberries and 5 silver-level ones, and that was by sheer luck, as he found them by accidentally discovering a strawberry field. He often brags about this to his children and neighbors." Hearing the numbers, Chen Fan said, he really couldn't believe it. "How lucky must one be to find so many first-grade bronze bamboo fungi? I remember that I found more than 100 bronze-level strawberries and then 5 silver-level strawberries appeared, and now his son actually has more than 1,000 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi, which means that his son has at least 50 first-grade silver bamboo fungi." Thinking of this, Chen Guotao asked with trembling lips, "Do you still have silver-level skills?" Chen Fan said without hiding anything, "Yes, there are hundreds of them, so don't worry, there will be more in the future." When they heard that Chen Fan still had hundreds of silver-level items on him, the family looked at Chen Fan in shock, unable to say a word. After all, Chen Fan's family has been working their way up from the bottom of society, so it's hard for them to imagine that hundreds of silver-level items would appear in their home. Even before, Chen Guotao himself would be happy for a long time if he found a bronze-level item in the infinite world, not to mention the silver-level one. Looking at the shocked expressions on his family's faces, Chen Fan didn't dare to continue saying that he had something of a higher grade. "I'm really worried that they can't handle it. Also, my younger brothers and sisters are still young and might easily let something slip. It's better to wait until they all go to school before telling their parents that children shouldn't know too much." Chen Fan looked at his parents, who were still in shock, and said helplessly, "Mom, I'm hungry. Is the meal ready?" Fang Bingwei woke up in shock and said, "Oh, my fish." Then she ran to the kitchen. Chen Fan also picked up his fifth sister Chen Ru and followed her out, and the other 3 siblings also followed him out. Only Chen Guotao was still a little confused. Fortunately, the fish that Fang Bing cooked was not burnt, but was just a little overcooked. Soon, the whole family filled the table. The table was filled with Chen Fan's favorite dishes: braised pork, braised fish, bamboo rat stew, sweet and sour spare ribs, bone and bamboo fungus soup, and a green vegetable. Dabai, who had been lying at the door since entering the house, smelled the fragrance and walked over, coming directly to Chen Fan's side. He patted Chen Fan's leg with his paw, signaling Chen Fan to give him some. Chen Fan speechlessly took out a large basin from the kitchen and directly filled half of the basin with food and gave it to Dabai. Then Dabai happily went to the side to eat. Chen Fan returned to the table and couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork and start eating. It's delicious. It's delicious, eat more." Fang Bingwei said lovingly. Chen Fan nodded while eating, not even able to reply. "I haven't eaten staple food for 3 months. This braised pork with rice is absolutely amazing." Soon, Chen Fan finished a bowl of rice, and then he stood up to get another bowl. After eating 3 bowls in a row, Chen Fan finally stopped eating. Only then did he realize that his younger brothers and sisters were staring at him in amazement, and only his parents were looking at him with smiles on their faces. Chen Fan looked at them in confusion and said, "Eat, why don't you eat?" Chen Ping said, "Brother, have you not eaten for a long time?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Yeah, I haven't eaten rice in a long time. I've been eating fish and bamboo rats every day in the Infinity Tower. I'm tired of them." The younger brothers and sisters were speechless when they saw Chen Fan's Versailles statement. He says he's tired of eating meat and fish every day. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei are both experienced people and naturally understand life in the Infinite Tower. Sometimes there are people who chew tree bark raw in order to survive, but there are also people who really eat meat and fish every day until they vomit. Generally, newcomers who just came out of the Infinite Tower would behave in a similar way to Chen Fan, just like a starving ghost reincarnated. Generally, people who have entered the Infinite Tower several times will gradually adapt, and as their cultivation level improves, they will gradually become less dependent on food. However, in order to satisfy their appetite, many practitioners still need to eat from time to time. Chen Guotao coughed and said, "Okay, let's eat." After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. "This fish is delicious. Mom, you're a great cook." After saying that, he picked up another piece of fish and put it into his mouth. When Fang Bingwei heard Chen Guodao's praise, she picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth with some disbelief. Chen Bing and the others followed suit and started eating. "Really?" "Yes, the fish my mother cooks is so delicious." "Aha! Delicious, delicious." Fang Bingwei smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's not that the fish I cooked is delicious, it's this fish that's delicious." Chen Bing said, "That's because mom's cooking is delicious." Fang Bingwei said, "I cooked it the same as before, and it was even a little burnt, but the fish is of better quality, so the overall taste is improved." Chen Guotao asked, "Where did you buy this fish?" "It should be wild. This is what Xiao Fan gave me." "Xiao Fan gave it to me. Could it be that he brought it out from inside?" Chen Fan smiled and nodded, "Yes, I still have a lot. I plan to sell these fish." "Well, this wild big fish is quite rare, so it should be able to sell for a high price. The bamboo rat and bamboo shoots are delicious too." Chen Dong said it this time. "I tried it, and it tasted really good. I'll give it a try too." So Chen Bing, Chen Ping, Chen Dong, and Chen Ru all joined in the fight for food. The whole family was eating their meal happily. Chen Fan had finished eating Di Wuwan's meal and was full. Then Chen Fan's mother handed him a bowl of soup. Chen Fan saw a bamboo fungus floating in the soup, remembered the strange smell, and frowned. Fang Bingwei also noticed Chen Fan frowning and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Xiao Fan?" "Oh, nothing." Looking at his mother's loving eyes, Chen Fan scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a fresh taste spread in my mouth, without any strange taste at all. Chen Fan drank a few more mouthfuls, it was really fresh. Chen Fan scooped up the bamboo fungus and put it into his mouth. It was very fresh and crispy, so delicious. It tastes so good and fresh. Fang Bing smiled and said, "Of course it's fresh, and it's bronze level, which makes it even fresher." "That's not right. The last time I cooked it myself, it had a weird smell." "You haven't been in the kitchen much. When eating bamboo fungus, you should remove the black part on the top to avoid the strange smell." "Ah, do you want to remove the black part? I was wondering why something so good has a weird smell. And yet so many people like to eat it. I thought they had a unique taste." After saying this, Chen Fan scratched his head embarrassedly. Chen Fan's younger brothers and sisters laughed, and Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei also laughed. It felt so good to have the whole family having fun together. "Drink more of this high-quality drink, it can strengthen your physical fitness." Chen Guotao said with a smile. Chen Fan said, "Dad, you and Mom should drink more too." "Drink, drink all." Fang Bing said with a smile. Chapter 31 Giving Platinum Longevity Fruit to Parents. Chen Fan had a very warm night yesterday, and the family had a very pleasant chat. Chen Fan also talked about some of the adventures and dangers he encountered in the Infinite Tower. When talking about the adventure, everyone looked excited. When talking about dangerous places, everyone is very nervous. Chen Fan's mother Fang Bingwei kept complaining that Chen Fan was too reckless and what if he got hurt accidentally. Of course, Chen Fan was complaining about telling his parents, brothers, and sisters that he had a system, and Chen Fan planned to keep this matter to himself. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't trust his parents or anything, it's mainly because this matter is a bit bizarre, and the fewer people who know about it, the less dangerous it will be. The family chatted until almost 1 in the morning, and because the younger brother and sister had to go to school the next day, they had to go back to bed. The next day, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning when Chen Fan got up. It had been a long time since he had such a restful sleep. Although I have an easier life in the Infinite Tower than others, but when sleeping, Chen Fan still maintained due vigilance and did not dare to fall into complete sleep. After washing up, Chen Fan came to the living room and saw that his parents had not gone to work. Instead, they all sat in the living room watching TV, as if they were waiting for me. Fang Bingwei immediately said when she saw Chen Fan, "Xiao Fan, you must be hungry." Chen Fan smiled and said, "A little bit." "Okay, Mom will make you some noodles." "Wait." After a while, Fang Bingwei came over with a bowl of hot noodles. This time, Dabai appeared out of nowhere and patted Chen Fan's trouser leg with his foot again. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Chen Fan had no choice but to give half to Dabai again and said, "I almost forgot about you. I'll make you something delicious at noon to fill your stomach first." Dabai looked at the noodles in his bowl with some disgust. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Fong Bingwei looked at Debai's expression and found it very funny. She said, "Oh, I forgot I have a big one at home. I'll go cook some more." After saying that, Fong Bingwei went back into the kitchen. This Debai is also very cunning. When he heard Fong Bingwei go to cook some noodles, he licked the noodles in the bowl clean in a few gulps. He picked up his wash basin and followed Fong Bingwei into the kitchen. This action made Chen Fan feel that Debai was a bit of a dog. Soon, Chen Fan finished the noodles in the bowl and even drank the noodle soup. Fong Bing saw that Chen Fan had even drunk the noodle soup, and thought that Chen Fan was not full, so she went to cook some more for Chen Fan hurriedly stopped Fong Bingwei and said, "Mom, stop working for now. I have something to tell you and Dad." After thinking about it, Chen Fan took out 6 platinum longevity fruits from the ring and gave 3 each to Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao. "Dad, Mom, this is the platinum longevity fruit, you can eat it." Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao were stunned when they heard this. It wasn't until Chen Fan called out Mom and Dad again that he reacted. Chen Guotao reacted quickly and got up to close all the windows, draw the curtains, and then went to the door to open it. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he locked the door. I returned to the living room and looked at the 6 platinum longevity fruits on the table. "Is it really the platinum longevity fruit?" Chen Guotao asked with trembling lips. Fong Bingwei also looked at the platinum longevity fruit on the table with a nervous expression. Chen Fan nodded and said seriously, "Yes." Chen Guotao said solemnly, "Put it away quickly and don't take it out casually in the future." Fong Bingwei nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Xiao Fan, you should put it away quickly. If someone finds it, it will be troublesome." Chen Fan smiled and said to Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I also know that wealth should not be shown off. I gave you these 6 longevity fruits just for you to use." Chen Guotao said, "We don't need it. You can sell this longevity fruit when the time is right and use it for cultivation resources." Fong Bingwei also followed up, "Yes, Xiao Fan, we don't need it either. You can use it to exchange for cultivation resources." Chen Fan also knew the reason why his parents were unwilling to accept him. In their eyes, their child's future was more important than their own lives, but in Chen Fan's heart, isn't it that his parents' lives are more important than his own future? Besides, now that I have a system that can amplify my skills by billions of times, I don't have to worry about the resources for cultivation. Seeing his parents say this, Chen Fan took out 4 platinum longevity fruits and said, "Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry about my cultivation resources. I still have more." Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao were stunned again. They thought that 6 longevity fruits were the limit for Chen Fan, but they didn't expect that Chen Fan still had more in his hand. Chen Guotao was stunned for a long time before he spoke again. "You kid, you want to scare us to death? Just tell us how much you have left. Don't keep asking us and make us panic." Chen Fan looked at the awkward expression on his father's face and said with a smile, "Not many, only 50 in total." "How many?" "50, how many?" 55, 50. "Yes. Let me slow down, let me slow down." Chen Guotao said this and slowly sat back on the sofa. Fong Bingwei also sat there with a look of disbelief. Wait for Chen Guotao and Fong Bing to slow down for a while. Chen Fan Kai spoke again, "Mom and Dad, just take these longevity fruits. We still have so many left. I'm going to keep some for later use and trade the rest for cultivation resources. And one person can only take 3 at most. If you take more, it won't be effective." After hearing this, Fong Bingwei was the first to speak. "Since Xiaofan has said so, then let's eat it. We can't let Xiaofan down." "All right." Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were not pretentious people. Since their son was so capable of bringing back the platinum longevity fruit, how could they repay their son's filial piety if they did not take it? Besides, who would want to die if they can live? Soon, Fong Bingwei washed the longevity fruits, and she and Chen Guotao each took 3. The longevity fruits themselves were not very big. Not long after, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei finished their meal. After eating, there were obvious changes in Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei. The first thing was that the hair on their heads turned black again from half white, and most of the Zhouwen hair disappeared. He looks much more energetic and no longer looks like he is 60 years old, you know. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei are actually only in their 40s, and have entered the Infinite Tower. Several times before, Chen Guotao persevered to the end and came back alive 3 times, and he gained a lot. Twice he was eliminated before the time was up, and 40 years of his life were directly deducted. Fong Bingwei was even worse off. She only managed to hold on to the end once, and was eliminated directly the other 2 times. If it weren't for some fortuitous encounters, their cultivation had reached the late mortal stage, and their lifespans had increased slightly. The 2 of them would probably have died. Chapter 32. Shocked parents. Now, the 2 of them have eaten 3 platinum longevity fruits each, and their lifespans have increased by about 17 years. His body functions have also recovered a lot.
Chen Fan believes that he can get better longevity fruits in the future to add to his parents' lifespan. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei also felt the changes in their bodies and were very excited and happy. They were already very worried about their short lifespan and lived in fear all day, afraid that they would suddenly die one day. Now that my life expectancy has been increased by 17 years, I no longer have to worry about dying suddenly. Seeing his parents' happy and excited expressions, Chen Fan was also filled with joy. Who wouldn't want their parents to live longer? Chen Fan took out 2 more rings and said to Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei, "Mom and Dad, you take these rings too."
Is this a space ring? Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei both held the ring and looked at it curiously.
They were no longer as surprised as before at some of the things Chen Fan took out.
Yes, this is a Xianbing top-grade storage ring.
The space inside is about 10 meters.
It's actually a top-grade storage ring for Xianbing.
Fong Bingwei made a surprised sound. Both of them put the rings on their hands, looked at them left and right with great curiosity, and from time to time put things on the tea table into the rings and took them out again. They were also amazed at the wonderful uses of the storage ring. In the past, they were envious when they saw others having storage items. Now that they have one too, of course they are also curious about the wonderful uses of the storage ring. Seeing his parents playing with their storage ring, Chen Fan took out 20 platinum longevity fruits and said, "Mom and Dad, keep these 20 platinum longevity fruits for now.
They'll be used in case of emergency."
Xiao Fan, you should use this longevity fruit to exchange for some cultivation resources.
Your father and I have already. Mom, this is for precaution, in case I need it someday. Besides, this longevity fruit is not something you can just get. Even if I don't need it, what about my younger brothers and sisters? Of course, I also hope that my family will never have to use it. That would be the best, but we still have to keep it ready. Who knows, maybe it will be useful someday. Longevity fruit is currently in short supply. By then, you won't be able to buy it even if you have money.
Chen Fan interrupted Fong Bingwei before she finished speaking, and then said a lot of things in a row. Chen Guotao also said, "Mother, what Xiao Fan said makes sense. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard.
Keep it first." Okay then, just keep it for now.
After listening to the two people's explanation, Fong Bingwei also felt that they should be prepared, so she put away all 20 platinum longevity fruits. Then Chen Fan continued to take things out. 10 first-class platinum mangoes, 5 bottles of first-grade platinum physical strengthening potion, 30 first-class silver black truffles, first-class diamond snake meat, 210 yuan pieces of first-grade diamond snake skin, 10 first-grade diamond snake tendons, 1000 first-grade diamond snake scales, 20 first-grade platinum blood clotting fruits, 500 first-grade bronze bamboo fungi, 300 first-grade silver bamboo fungi, 200 pieces of first-grade golden bamboo fungus, 200 pieces of first-grade platinum bamboo fungus, 500 pieces of first-grade diamond bamboo fungus. These are all high-quality items, and Chen Fan left them for his family to use. He believed that with so many resources, the cultivation of his family members would be improved. As for the remaining, Chen Fan planned to sell part of it and use the rest for his own cultivation. Seeing Chen Fan take out so many things, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei went from being shocked at first to now being numb.
They really couldn't understand how Chen Fan could come up with so many things after entering the Infinite Tower once. Did they rob the base in the world of Infinite Tower?
Xiao Fan, this is too much.
That's right, this is too much. Is it a lot? Not much, right? If it's not enough, I have more. When you run out, tell me. Chen Fan said in a very Versailles way. There's more. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei exclaimed in unison.
Well, from now on, Mom, you can just use these to cook dishes. We can eat them every meal and help my brothers and sisters improve their cultivation, as well as Mom and Dad.
Eating it every day, isn't that too extravagant? It's okay, Mom. We can afford luxury. We have plenty of good things. Our lives will get better and better in the future. Mom, you and Dad should put the things away first. We are still relatively weak right now. You know better than me that wealth should not be revealed.
We should keep a low profile as much as possible. My younger brothers and sisters are still young, so it's better not to tell them yet, lest you let it slip and bring disaster upon yourself. Chen Fan reminded Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao that he believed his parents understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth better than he did, but he still wanted to remind them. So Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao each put some into their rings. After seeing them put away all their things, Chen Fan started to take things out again. This time, Chen Fan took out ordinary level items, mainly some ingredients. There are more than 1,000 big head carps, more than 1,000 black carp, 5,000 diamonds of various types, more than 500 bamboo shoots. There are more than 1,000 bamboo rats, more than 5,000 bamboo fungi, more than 200 black truffles. Mom and Dad, you should also collect these ingredients. Although they can improve your cultivation, they are naturally grown in the wild and taste much better than the artificially cultivated ones sold outside. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei had no choice but to put it away numbly. Then Chen Fan gave each of his parents 10 rings and said, "Put these rings away too. Your younger brothers and sisters are still young, so don't give them to them for now.
Give them to them when they grow up." Fang Bing nodded numbly. I know. Oh, by the way, Mom, do we have any glass bottles for water at home?
I also have some honey and royal jelly here.
We don't have this at home. You can buy it outside. I'll go out and buy it later. Forget it if there's nothing.
I'll go out and buy some, and exchange them for some cultivation resources. Chen Fan said casually.
It's almost noon, let's eat first. That's fine.
I just ate a bowl of noodles and I'm really hungry. After lunch, Chen Fan went out. Chen Fan first came to the bustling city center and entered a magnificent building, which was the Starlight Jewelry Store, which was famous throughout the universe. The Starlight Jewelry Store has branches in every city on every planet, and they only sell and purchase jewelry-related items. The most important thing is that this jewelry store has a high reputation. As soon as Chen Fan stepped into the door, he heard several pleasant voices coming from inside.
Welcome to Starlight Jewelry.
Chen Fan looked over when he heard the sound and saw 6 young girls standing on both sides of the door. They were wearing red slit cheongsams and were bending over with one hand on their chest and the other hand stretched out, as if inviting people in. Chen Fan touched his nose a little embarrassedly and walked inside quickly. Chapter 33 Selling Diamonds, 1.55 billion. When we got inside, the whole hall was decorated with jewels and there was a bustling crowd of people. Many prominent families and wealthy elites from chambers of commerce and companies come here to choose their favorite jewelry. This was also Chen Fan's first time here, and he really didn't know that was the place for acquisitions. It looked like they were all for sale and there was no place to buy.
Just when Chen Fan wanted to find a service staff here to ask, a waiter came over and asked, "How may I help you, sir?"
In such a large company, there won't be any melodramatic scenes of people looking down on others. The people trained by these large companies have very high professional qualities.
I want to sell some diamonds. Do you accept them?
Sir, we are here to acquire the goods.
Please come this way.
After the waiter finished speaking, he gestured for Chen Fan to go forward. Soon the waiter took Chen Fan to a private room and said, "Sir, please wait a moment.
I will ask the appraiser to come over."
Chen Fan nodded, then found a seat and sat down. Not long after, the waiter came back with a middle-aged man. After serving tea to the two of them, the waiter left. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Liao Zhong, a 2-star appraiser at this branch of Xinguang Jewelry Store."
"What's your name, little brother?"
Appraisers are ranked from 1 star to 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. There are even higher stars above 9 stars.
Chen Fan also looked at the appraiser named Liao Zhong and replied, "Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan, I wonder what you are selling. Could you please take it out for me to appreciate first? It's not anything valuable, just some diamonds."
After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a few diamonds from the ring. Liao Zhong was not surprised that Chen Fan took out a few diamonds from the ring. When he came in and looked at Chen Fan, he had already noticed the ring on Chen Fan's hand. Liao Zhong took out a piece of cloth, placed it on the table, and motioned Chen Fan to place the diamond on the cloth. Chen Fan placed the diamonds on the cloth, and Liao Zhong picked up a diamond from the cloth and looked at it carefully. Liao Zhong took out several diamonds one by one and examined them. He said, "These are very good diamonds. They must have been brought out by volcanic eruptions. The quality is good. So how about the price?"
"Price?
Well, based on the quality of this diamond, 1 carat is worth 5,000 Qinglong coins.
Chen Fan is currently in the Qinglong Star region.
Within the Qinglong Star region, Qinglong coins are universal.
No matter which planet you are on, they can be used.
Prices don't differ much, of course, with the exception of some specialty products, which still have a slight price difference. Before coming here, Chen Fan also specifically checked the price of diamonds, which were generally priced at 4,500 to 5,500 per carat. The better the quality, the higher the price. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and said, "Okay, but the quantity I have is a bit large.
I don't know if you can accept it."
When Liao Zhong heard Chen Fan say that the quantity was a bit large, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Don't worry, we will take as many as you can.
Don't worry about us not being able to eat it all."
"Okay, then, why don't we find a place to put it?"
"I don't think this will fit."
Chen Fan looked around the private room and said, "Okay, I'll go make some arrangements first, please wait." After Liao Zhong finished speaking, he hurried out to make arrangements. Not long after, Liao Zhong came back and said, "Brother Chen Fan, I have already made arrangements.
Come with me."
After hearing this, Chen Fan followed Liao Zhong to the arranged place. Soon, Chen Fan followed Liao Zhong to a basement.
The basement was huge and divided into many areas. Chen Fan followed Liao Zhong to the area where the gems were hung and entered one of the rooms. Before entering the room, Chen Fan thought it was just a larger room. After entering, he found out that he was wrong. This was not a larger room at all, it was clearly a large warehouse. The warehouse is surrounded by shelves, with only a cleared space in the middle, which is covered with a sponge mat. Brother Chen Fan, do you think this can fit? Liao Zhong pointed to the place where the sponge mat was laid on the open space. It should be about the same. Then please put it here first, Brother Chen Fan. I will have someone count the quantity and wait right away. Chen Fan didn't waste any time and kept more than 500 of his favorite and better quality ones, then directly placed the diamonds and the rings on the prepared sponge. Suddenly, under the light of the warehouse, the whole warehouse was shining, almost blinding the two people's eyes. Liao Zhong looked at the diamond covered with sponge pads and patted Chen Fan's shoulder excitedly, saying, Brother Chen Fan, it's great. Brother Chen Fan, please go to the VIP room and rest for a while. I will arrange for someone to check everything right away. After Liao Zhong finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. Chen Fan was not afraid that Liao Zhong would cheat, so he followed Liao Zhong to the VIP room. When they arrived at the VIP room, Liao Zhong personally made tea for Chen Fan and said, Brother Chen Fan, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll go and arrange the staff. Okay, thank you for your help. No trouble, no trouble. Then he went out. Not long after Liao Zhong left, another waiter came in with some fruits and placed them on the table next to Chen Fan. He said, My dear guest, do you have any other instructions? You can ask for anything you want. I will do my best to arrange it for you. Chen Fan shook his head and said, No, you can go down first. Okay, VIP, you can call me if you have any instructions. I won't disturb your rest for now. The waiter retreated after saying this. Chen Fan was enjoying himself in the VIP room, eating fruits and drinking tea. About half an hour passed. Liao Zhong finally walked back into the VIP room sweating profusely. The excited smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Brother Chen Fan, we've counted them. There are 114,480 of them, with a total weight of 282,960 carats. Brother Chen Fan, I'll raise the price to 5,500 Qinglong coins per carat. The total value of your diamonds is 1,556,228,000 Qinglong coins. Please don't compare this to real-world prices. Although Chen Fan was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat when he heard the price of 1.55 billion. Okay, then let's do as Mr. Liao says. Just deposit the money into this card. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a card in his own name and handed it to Liao Zhong. Okay, wait a moment, I'll make the arrangements. Liao Zhong took the card and went out to make arrangements. Not long after, Liao Zhong came back in with a card in hand and a smile on his face. Brother Chen Fan, it's been done. Please check it out. Chen Fan took the card and checked it on his smartwatch. There was indeed a sum of money deposited into his account, as much as 15.5 million. Chen Fan nodded to Liao Zhong and said, Yes, the money has been received. I'm glad you got it. Brother Chen Fan, if you have such a deal in the future, remember to contact me. I guarantee you the best price. Liao Zhong smiled and said, You know, Liao Zhong can get tens of millions in commission from this transaction alone. How could Liao Zhong not hope to get more such business? Okay, next time you have something good, you must come to Mr. Liao. I'll be leaving first. Okay, take care, Brother Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly left the Starlight Jewelry Store and his next stop was Baotian Building. Chapter 34, 39.5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Chen Fan entered the Treasure Pavilion, which is also a 1,000-year-old gourmet hotel this time. Chen Fan wanted to sell all the remaining fish, bamboo rats, bamboo shoots in his ring to the Treasure Pavilion. After Chen Fan entered the Treasure Pavilion, he went directly to find the manager of the purchasing department, negotiated the price, and then sold all the items. Anyway, my mother still has some at home, and I'll get. Tired of eating it all the time, the uniform price of fish is 30 Qinglong coins per catty, the uniform price of bamboo rats is 50 Qinglong coins per catty, and the uniform price of bamboo shoots is 10 Qinglong coins per catty. The purchasing staff also has sharp eyes and can tell at a glance that this is purely wild, so the price is much higher. Chen Fan also asked the purchasing manager to find an empty warehouse and directly dump all the goods out. Treasure Pavilion called in more than 20 workers and quickly weighed the weight. There were more than 7,000 fish, each weighing about 8 kilograms on average, with a total weight of 61,200 kilograms. The number of bamboo rats is similar to that of fish, with more than 7,000 of them, each weighing about 6 kilograms on average, with a total weight of 45,000 kilograms. There are fewer bamboo fungi, about 1,500 in total, with a total weight of 7,500 kilograms. The purchasing manager of Jinbao Pavilion was very satisfied with this and quickly
Asked the finance department to calculate the results. The total price of the fish is 1,836,000. The total price of the bamboo rats is 2,250,000. The total price of the bamboo shoots is 75,000. And the total price is 4,161,000. More than 4 million is nothing for Chin Fan, who just earned 1.55 billion. It's optional. The main purpose is to empty out your storage ring. Originally, Chin Fan was thinking of selling the ordinary bamboo fungus, but then he thought better of it.
Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself? This thing is quite rare.
If he wants to eat it in the future and can't buy it, he might as well keep it and enjoy it slowly.
Anyway, he doesn't mind that little bit of money. And next, Chen Fan planned to go to Qixin Pavilion, which only sold high-quality items. Chen Fan planned to sell some things and buy some things, at least to buy a martial arts secret book first. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at Qixin Pavilion. The decoration of Qixin Pavilion was more retro and elegant. Unlike the Xinguang jewelry store, which was full of jewels, Qixin Pavilion is relatively introverted, but it is no less popular than Xinguang jewelry store, and may even be more popular. However, most of the people who come here have some cultivation experience, and there are very few who don't have any. After all, everyone who comes here is here to buy some cultivation resources or has just come out of the Infinite Tower and is here to sell. Chen Fan found a shopping guide who said he wanted to sell a lot of things. The shopping guide immediately took Chen Fan to the lounge nearby. "Sir, we have clearly marked prices here, you can take a look first." After saying that, the shopping guide took out a notebook that looked like a menu and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took it, opened it, and took a look, and he roughly understood the price. In fact, it is very simple. The general prices of the uniform price of first-grade bronze level items is 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 low-grade spirit stone equals 10 million Xinglong coins. The uniform price of first-grade silver level items is 3 low-grade spirit stones. The uniform price of the first-grade gold level is 9 low-grade spirit stones. The uniform price of the first-grade platinum level is 27 low-grade spirit stones. The uniform price of a first-grade diamond is 81 low-grade spirit stones. That is to say, the amount triples with each level. If it reaches the second grade, the price will be different. In short, the higher the grade, the more expensive it will be. In addition, there are some relatively rare items that cannot be calculated according to the prices above. Some rare items can be sold at a high price even if they are of low grade. After seeing the purchase price, Chen Fan began to take out the things he wanted to sell. After all, there are some things that you really can't use yourself, so it's better to exchange them for some resources that you can use. The first thing Chen Fan took out was 190 pieces of first-grade bronze spider silk. 10 first-grade bronze poison sacks. 40 pieces of first-grade diamond snakeskin. 30 first-grade diamond snake tendons. 10 first-grade diamond snake gallbladders. 5,000 first-grade diamond snake scales. Keep the rest for yourself to see if you need them. 50 first-grade platinum blood-clotting fruits. He also took out 7 Shenbing jade gourds filled with first-grade bronze honey. All these things were piled up in an open space, which scared the shopping guide. At first, the shopping guide thought that Chen Fan said a lot and didn't really care. Unexpectedly, it was actually quite a lot. "Sir, there are so many things. I can't make the decision here. I'll let our steward talk to you."
After saying that, he hurried out to find the manager. After a while, the shopping guide came back with a slightly plump young man in a yellow robe. When the fat man came in and saw the pile of things on the ground, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Then he smiled and said to Chen Fan, "This brother, you really are a real person who hides his true identity.
You actually found so many good things. It's really amazing."
After saying that, he gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Chen Fan also smiled and said, "No problem, no problem.
I'm just lucky."
The fat man smiled and said, "Luck is also a part of strength, and good luck is also very important.
My surname is Jean, and my name is Yuanbao. Brothers can call me Yuanbao or Fatty Jean."
After saying that, he smiled narcissistically.
"What's your name, brother?" "Surname Chen, given name Fan." Chen Fan gave his name without any pretense. "So it's Brother Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan wants to sell all these things to us, right?" Chen Fan nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Yuanbao, please give me an estimate." Jean Yuanbao said, "Okay, Brother Chen Fan, wait a moment, I'll take a look." Jean Yuanbao took the shopping guide and started to check. After a while, they finished the inspection. Jean Yuanbao took out the 7 jade gourds filled with honey. "Brother Chen Fan, I'll charge you separately for these bottles of honey. If you think it's okay, you can sell it to us. How about that?" "Okay, Brother Yuanbao, just give me the quote." "Brother Chen Fan, the others are clearly marked with prices. This is easy to calculate.
A first-grade bronze item is exactly 200 low-grade spirit stones.
The platinum blood coagulation fruit is quite rare.
I calculated it to be 30 low-grade spirit stones each, which adds up to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The items on these snakes are all worth 411,480 low-grade spirit stones. So, I'll round up the total for Brother Chen Fan to 413,200 low-grade spirit stones. Jin Yuanbao took out a golden abacus and calculated the price for Chen Fan. Chen Fan also heard that there was nothing wrong, and nodded, okay.
As for this honey,
Jin Yuanbao held the honey in his hand and pondered for a moment before saying, well, I'll buy it at 5 million low-grade spirit stones per bottle.
This is a bit too much, and we can't sell it all at once. It would be hard to convert the funds that way.
Chen Fan was also a little hesitant, because if he calculated it this way, he didn't know whether he would make a profit or a loss. He couldn't calculate it drop by drop and bottle by bottle, which would waste a lot of time. After thinking about it, Chen Fan decided to just do as Jin Yuanbao said. After all, he had a system and he would only make more money every month in the future.
Okay, let's do as Brother Yuanbao said.
Ha ha ha, Brother Chen Fan is straightforward.
Jin Yuanbao laughed happily and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder.
He said to the shopping guide with great satisfaction, go and get 39.5 million low-grade spirit stones. After hearing this, the shopping guide immediately went out to make arrangements.
Brother Chen Fan, please wait a moment. I will give you the spirit stone shortly. Chen Fan also heard Jin Yuanbao's instructions, which was to give him tens of thousands more spirit stones.
However, compared with such a large number, tens of thousands were nothing, so Chen Fan didn't say anything. Chapter 35 Martial Arts Techniques. After a while, the shopping guide came back with a storage bag. Jin Yuanbao took the storage bag, habitually tossed the bag a few times with his hands, and then handed it to Chen Fan.
Brother Chen Fan, please count the number and see if it's correct.
After Chen Fan took the storage bag, he did not count the items in front of him, but put the storage bag into the ring. I still believe in the reputation of Qijin Pavilion, so I won't order it.
Thanks to Brother Chen Fan for your kindness. Trust Qijin Pavilion. Don't worry.
If there are any mistakes, come back and find me, Jin Yuanbao. Jin Yuanbao was also very happy to see that Chen Fan trusted him and Kazenge so much.
By the way, Brother Yuanbao, do you have any martial arts techniques for sale? Martial arts, yes, there are many here.
I wonder what kind of martial arts Brother Chen Fan wants.
Well, could you introduce me?
Of course. Let me ask someone to bring some martial arts manuals for Brother Chen Fan to take a look. After saying that, Jin Yuanbao asked the purchasing agent to get some martial arts manuals soon. After Chen Fan chatted with Jin Yuanbao for a few words, the shopping guide brought a few martial arts books for Chen Fan to choose from. After Chen Fan took it, he looked at it carefully. There were about 10 martial arts books in total. Among them, there are 8 books on martial arts, and the remaining 3 are exercises. Martial arts and techniques are classified. The martial arts brought this time are the boxing martial arts, including the subduing tiger fist, the 7 birds fist, the willow sword technique, the whirlwind kick technique, the torrential rain gun execution, the spirit snake step, the floating rain sword technique, and the true martial blade. The skills are respectively the small 5 elements true skill, tyrant power skill, and true martial skill. Of course, these are all martial arts and martial arts techniques, which are not as powerful as the magic spells for cultivating immortals. They just look powerful in name, but in fact they are vulnerable in front of the magic spells for cultivating immortals. There are also powerful martial arts techniques, but these martial arts techniques are all techniques that have reached the level of sainthood. These martial arts techniques all carry the power of laws. With Chen Fan's current level of cultivation, he is simply unable to practice them. Taking his own reasons into consideration, Chen Fan finally selected 2 martial arts books and 1 technique. The martial arts Chen Fan chose were the Spirit Snake Step and the True Martial Sword, and the technique was the small 5 elements technique. The Spirit Snake Step is a kind of martial art that involves body movements. Once mastered, it is very snake-like and difficult to predict. Zhenwu Ba Dao is a relatively violent swordsmanship. This swordsmanship requires a relatively large amount of strength from the person. It is considered a relatively majestic swordsmanship. The emphasis is on breaking all kinds of swordsmanship with one strength. The small 5 elements true method is a relatively mild practice in the early stages. It is a practice that focuses on warming and nourishing the meridians. It can also be considered a practice of cultivation, but it is incomparable to any other practice in the early stages. It is mainly focused on warming and nourishing the meridians. Needless to say, its power is not that powerful. However, although the small 5 elements true method has little power in the early stage, it is relatively easy to convert it into any other method later on. This is also the benefit of the small 5 elements true method. Just these 3 books, how much are they? Jin Yuanbao looked at the 3 martial arts manuals that Chen Fan had chosen and said, Brother Chen Fan, these low-level martial arts manuals are not worth much, so I'll give them to you, Brother Chen Fan.
Just consider it as making friends. How can that be?
We can make friends, but brothers have to settle accounts. Business is business, and friendship is friendship.
Brother Yuanbao, please settle the accounts.
That's fine. One book will be charged at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones.
Brother Chen Fan will give you 6,000 spirit stones.
Jin Yuanbao laughed when he saw Chen Fan insisted. Chen Fan quickly gave him 6,000 low-grade spirit stones and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Yuanbao.
I'll take my leave now.
Brother Chen Fan, take care.
If you have any good things in the future, just come to my Qixin Pavilion. I guarantee to give you the best price."
When Jin Yuanbao saw Chen Fan stand up to say goodbye, he also hurriedly stood up to see him off. Chen Fan also nodded and said, "Okay, if I have anything good in the future, I will come to your pavilion as soon as possible." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he walked out of the Qixin Pavilion. Jin Yuanbao also escorted Chen Fan out of the pavilion and returned to the previous lounge. At this time, the shopping guide came back and said, "Young master, go, have 2 servants follow him secretly."
Yes, master.
The shopping guide went out first. After leaving the Qixin Pavilion, Chen Fan went to a grocery store, bought some glass bottles, and then went home. Chen Fan returned home and saw his parents still sitting in the living room, looking as if they had not yet recovered.
Dad, Mom, I'm back. Xiao Fan is back. How's it going?
Did you get the cultivation resources you wanted? Fang Bingwei asked first, and Shen Guotao also looked up at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and said, "We got the exchange and sold quite a few things.
You won't have to go out and do odd jobs for others anymore. How much did you sell? Guess."
Chen Fan kept it a secret with a bit of arrogance. Fang Bing raised her hand slightly and slapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, saying, "You little brat, you're still showing off.
Hurry up and tell me."
More than 1 billion Xinglong coins, and hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan only told a small part of his spirit stones. If he told more, he was afraid that his parents would worry.
So many?
Fang Bingwei and Shen Guotao both gasped. More than 1 billion Xinglong coins were one thing, but the hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones were something the couple could not even imagine. Hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. One low-grade spirit stone is worth 10 million Xinglong coins. How many Xinglong coins are hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones worth? Fang Bingwei and Chen Guotao couldn't even imagine it. Chen Fan said, "Mom and Dad, this is nothing.
There will be more in the future." "Oh, Mom, have you cooked yet?"
"My brothers and sisters are almost home from school." Fang Bingwei slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot.
I'll do it right away."
After saying that, he got up and went to cook. Chen Fan quickly grabbed Fang Bingwei and said, "Mom, if you haven't done it yet, then don't do it.
We'll go out to eat later." Fang Bingwei said, "Eating out is so expensive. It's more economical and affordable to cook at home."
As he said that, he prepared to cook again. Chen Fan took Fang Bingwei's hand and said, "Mom, your son has plenty of money now and doesn't care about that at all.
Let's go buy a house after dinner.
The security here is not very good."
"Mother, just listen to your son. If you make money, you should enjoy it. Otherwise, what's the point of making money?"
Chen Guotao sat calmly on the sofa, holding a newspaper, and spoke leisurely. "You, Xiaofan, just made some money and you're already showing off."
That's because my son is capable. What's wrong with me being proud? Look at you, you're such a loser. Your son's abilities aren't your own.
What are you so proud of?
That's my son too. I'm just proud of him.
You don't even care about your old face, you." Chen Fan watched the old couple bickering and smiled at the other party, saying, "Mom, Dad is right.
I make money so that you don't have to work so hard anymore. I want you to enjoy life. Otherwise, why would I make so much money?"
Okay, it's unacceptable for you too.
I'll go get ready to go out."
Fang Bingwei said this and went into the room. Although Fang Bingwei was talking about Father Chen, as a mother, how could she not be proud of her son's success? Although my husband and I have no future, raising an outstanding son is our greatest achievement. Chapter 36 Arrangements complete, ready to enter the Infinite Tower. Not long after, Chen Fan's younger brothers and sisters all came back. When they heard that they were going out for a big meal, they were all very happy. They seldom went out to eat because one meal out was enough to cover the family's food expenses for several days. Soon, the family was ready to set off. Chen Fan brought his family directly to the treasure pavilion. The whole family was very surprised to see Chen Fan bringing them to the treasure pavilion. Chen Fan's parents were fine, knowing that Chen Fan was now worth tens of billions, so it was okay for him to come to the treasure pavilion for a meal, but Chen Fan's brothers and sisters didn't think so. They had all heard that the things in Qixin Pavilion were very expensive and ordinary people couldn't afford them. Chen Bing was the first to come up to Chen Fan, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "Brother, shouldn't we go inside? I heard from my classmates that the things inside are very expensive."
Chen Ping also came over and said, Yeah, I heard from my classmates too. Let's go to the food stall we went to before. It's delicious and cheap."
Chen Fan was very pleased but also a little sad when he saw that his younger brothers and sisters were so sensible. My family rarely eats out. Usually, our parents cook for us at home. When we do eat out occasionally, we always choose the cheapest food stall. It's just to save a little, because it's really not easy for parents to make money. Fortunately, Chen Fan's younger brothers and sisters are very sensible. However, things are different now.
Chen Fan can be said to have plenty of money now.
Although that little money is nothing to a cultivator, it is a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. Chen Fan waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, "No need, just eat here.
Come on, follow your brother inside."
After saying that, he walked in with his head held high. Chen Fan's younger brothers and sisters looked at Chen Fan's pretentious appearance and wanted to beat him up, but they looked at their parents helplessly. Chen Fan's parents smiled helplessly and followed Chen Fan, and seeing that their parents had gone in, Chen Bing and the others had no choice but to follow them, and Chen Fan entered the treasure pavilion and asked for a private room,
then ordered the waiter to serve a table of signature dishes. After a while, the table was full of dishes.
Seeing such a table full of delicious dishes, Chen Bing and his friends no longer cared about anything else. Then he started to eat. Soon the family was full and satisfied. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan paid the bill and took them to the real estate company. Chen Fan plans to buy a better house because the security in the old city is not very good. After all, I have made a fortune recently, so there will definitely be some people who will target my family. It's okay if you are at home, but if you are not at home, the consequences are hard to predict. Changing to a safer community can avoid a lot of trouble. Chen Fan directly chose a villa, which was a property recently developed by Star Fortress Company. The reputation of Star Fortress is obvious to all, and its security properties are top-notch. Chen Fan chose villa number 12. He originally wanted villa number 1, but villas number 1 to 10 were not for sale. Chen Fan had no choice but to give up and chose villa number 12. As for why he didn't choose villa number 11, it was because villa number 11 already had an owner. Villa number 12 covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The total area of the villa is more than 300 square meters, and the rest is other outdoor area. The villa is a 3-story building with a kitchen, dining room, 2 living rooms and 3 maid rooms on the first floor. There are 7 bedrooms on the second floor. Each member of Chen Fan's family can get a bedroom, and there are still some left over. The third floor is a study and some entertainment facilities. As for the outdoors, there are nothing more than swimming pools and some other entertainment facilities. This villa cost Chen Fan a total of 300 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to about 3 billion Xinglong coins.
Chen Fan asked the property management to help him hire 3 maids, 1 to cook, 1 to be responsible for the cleaning of the house, and 1 to take care of the yard outside. From now on, Chen Fan's parents can sit back and enjoy their lives. At first, Chen Fan's parents did not agree with Chen Fan doing this, but they could not resist Chen Fan's speed. By the time I objected, the person had already arrived, so I had no choice but to give up. Everyone went home, packed up what they needed, and moved directly to the villa. They each chose their own room and moved in. A month passed quickly. During this month, Chen Fan's strength broke through to the peak of mortal strength. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the bodybuilding stage. As for martial arts, Chen Fan has almost mastered them. After practicing the small 5 elements true method, Chen Fan feels that his meridians have become more resilient and wider. He also gained a little from the Jinwu Ba Dao. In order to practice the Jinwu Ba Dao, Chen Fan specially went to Qijin Pavilion to buy a first-grade bronze long sword, which cost Chen Fan 3 low-grade spirit stones. As for the spirit snake step, let's not talk about it. Chen Fan always feels that this spirit snake step is a bit naughty. In a few days, Chen Fan's 1-month rest period will be over. After a month, Chen Fan can enter the Infinite Tower again. Of course, you don't have to enter, but if you want to become stronger, you have to enter the Infinite Tower and obtain more resources so that you can grow faster. As for his family, Chen Fan has arranged everything. For the safety of his family, Chen Fan also directly hired 10 late-stage mortal bodyguards from the Universe Security Company to protect his family. The personnel of the Universe Security Company are still very reliable, but they are a bit expensive. A bodyguard costs 2 low-grade spirit stones a month, which is equivalent to 20 million Xinglong coins. After Chen Fan made all the arrangements, he prepared to set off for the Infinite Tower. At the beginning, Chen Fan's parents didn't want him to take risks, because the family's living conditions were already quite good, and they wanted Chen Fan to peacefully get married and have a fat grandson. But Chen Fan is determined to become stronger and wants to leave this planet and embark on the road to the starry sky. After Chen Fan's parents tried to persuade him many times without success, they had no choice but to remind Chen Fan to be careful and that he might not always be so lucky. In order not to worry his parents, Chen Fan had no choice but to agree to all of them. What made Chen Fan speechless was that it was not enough for his parents to give him instructions, but Chen Bing and the others had to nag him again, which made Chen Fan feel the care from his family thoroughly. This time, Chen Fan did not let his relatives see him off, and he left quietly the next day. This time, Chen Fan entered the Infinite Tower with the intention of breaking through to the body-tempering realm first, so that he could enter a higher-level infinite world. The higher the level of the world, the more considerable the resources he could obtain. Chen Fan quickly arrived at the Infinite Tower, paid 100 low-grade spirit stones to the staff,
and then stepped into the teleportation circle with ease. Soon his figure disappeared.
Welcome to the Infinite World. Chapter 37, Coming to the Zombie World. Ding, welcome to the Infinite World. The world you have descended into is a zombie world. You can silently recite to unlock the attributes. Chen Fan's body slowly appeared in a dilapidated room. Zombie World. Chen Fan had read this kind of novel in his previous life, but he didn't know if this world was any different from the novels he had read before. Chen Fan first came to the door and checked whether it was locked, then he went to the only window in the room and looked out. I found myself in a rental house. Judging from the building outside, I should be on the 6th floor. There is a street outside. It is very quiet now and there is not a single pedestrian, but there are still some roars coming from the distance from time to time. Chen Fan first opened his property panel and took a look. 6897 race, human cultivation, peak mortal, with a strength of about 3000 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 100 meters in advance, skills, non-life skills, non-chat channel, trading whole number of personnel remaining. 10,000/10,000. Compared with the previous world, only the number has changed. Nothing else has changed. Chen Fan looked at himself again, and sure enough, he had nothing on except the clothes. However, Chen Fan was not worried that those things would disappear. As long as he got out of the Infinite Tower, those things would be returned to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's first task now is to find some supplies first. Chen Fan first searched this small, dilapidated house, but found nothing. We don't understand the situation yet. If we go out rashly, many dangers and changes may occur. Chen Fan feels that it is necessary to collect some intelligence. If there's one place that's best for gathering intelligence, it's definitely the chat channel. Chen Fan immediately entered the chat channel. 8975, is anyone there? There are zombies everywhere outside. Can anyone help me? I'm so scared. 2354, it's the same here. There are zombies everywhere outside. I don't dare to go out now. Luckily, I have enough supplies here. 1212, I haven't even seen any zombie hair here, let alone zombies. 9986, as someone who has been through this, I advise you to find supplies as soon as possible, otherwise it will be even harder to find supplies once the zombies evolve. 8866, boss, can this zombie evolve? 7722, that's right, sir. How far will this zombie evolve? 9986, zombies' first evolution usually takes about a week. It's best to find enough supplies during this week. Those without a mid-level mortal level or above should find a safe place to hide, or you might die without even knowing how. Also, be careful of mutants, they're scarier than zombies. 8866, thank you, sir. After Chen Fan took a look at the chat records, he roughly understood the rules and danger level of this zombie world. With my strength at the peak of mortal level, I should be able to walk in this world. However, to be on the safe side, I still have to hurry up and break through to the body tempering realm. Chen Fan went to the window and looked at the sky outside. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He should take this time to go out and look for some supplies, otherwise it might be even more dangerous if he waited until night. Chen Fan searched the small, dilapidated house again, originally wanting to find a weapon for self-defense, but he found nothing. In the end, I only found a broken broom in the corner of the door. Chen Fan removed the broken broom head, and it became a small wooden stick. Although it's just a small wooden stick, at least there's no need for physical combat. Chen Fan took the small wooden stick and came to the door. He listened to the sounds outside and there seemed to be no movement. In addition, his own danger perception did not sense any danger. Chen Fan opened the door gently and looked outside. There was a long corridor outside with many doors like Chen Fan's on both sides of the corridor. The surroundings were also quiet, with only occasional roars coming from the distance. Chen Fan tiptoed out of the room, walked to the next room and pushed the door, only to find that it was locked. Chen Fan pushed the door with a little force and it opened. When I walked into the room, I found that the layout of this room was similar to the room I just came out of, except that this room seemed to be where girls lived. How do we know this is where girls live? Because there are a lot of girls' clothes and even a few bras. Chen Fan didn't find any supplies in this room. It was almost the same as the room he came out of, except for a few more pieces of clothing. Then, Chen Fan pushed open the doors of several rooms in this row of corridors. They all had basically the same layout. It seemed that this building was all rented out. Moreover, they may all be temporary houses with cheap rents. They are probably rented to people who have financial difficulties. Such people usually rent for a short period of time, usually for about a week. Therefore, this type of tenants rarely leave any supplies in the rental house. After searching several rooms again, he found nothing. Chen Fan decided to leave the building first and see if there were any supplies on other floors. Chen Fan slowly groped his way down the stairs. For some reason, there was not a single zombie on this floor. Soon, Chen Fan went down to the first floor and looked outside. There was not a single zombie or living person on the entire street. Soon, Chen Fan found a convenience store on the corner of the street. The store was in a mess at this time. It was obvious that someone had been there. The ground was littered with various packaging bags that had been trampled on it. Chen Fan searched the store inside and out again, but didn't find anything to eat. However, he did find a machete. Obtained a watermelon knife, the quality increased by 30 times, and obtained a low-grade Shinbing watermelon knife. Chen Fan picked up the machete in his hand and chopped a few times. It felt quite smooth and was better than the small wooden root. Chen Fan walked out of the store holding a machete and looked at the street. Judging from the appearance of the store, it was probably impossible to find supplies on this street. From the current perspective, this street is relatively safe. Chen Fan can only go to other places to look for supplies now. Chen Fan walked along the street and did not see any zombies or humans along the way. As for searching for supplies on this street, Chen Fan randomly looked for a few houses and found that someone had already visited them, so Chen Fan did not search any further. Soon, Chen Fan walked out of the street, and when he got out of the street, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. After exiting this street, there is a large commercial street and a wide road. However, on that wide road, sparse zombies had begun to roam around again. Roar. Chapter 38. Is it so difficult to enhance a bag? Roar. Soon, a zombie discovered Chen Fan and rushed towards him at a speed almost as fast as an adult. The zombies did not move slowly and stiffly as described in novels. As soon as this zombie moved, the surrounding zombies noticed it and rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the zombies rushing towards him and did not feel scared, but more excited. Just as the first zombie running over stretched out its stinking claws and was about to grab Chen Fan raised his knife and the zombie's claws fell to the ground. The zombie seemed to have no sense of pain and still stretched out its broken arm to stab Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned around, avoiding the zombie's arm, and at the same time went around the zombie's back, slashing the zombie's neck with a knife. The zombie's head fell to the ground, and the zombie's body ran forward a few meters before falling to the ground. After knocking down this zombie, Chen Fan rushed towards the zombies again. A few knife lights flashed, and a few more zombies came to the bottom. With Chen Fan's current strength at the peak of mortal level, it was not difficult to knock down a few ordinary zombies. This commercial street looks quite large, and Chen Fan is currently at the end of the commercial street. Behind it is the street that Chen Fan just walked out of. Chen Fan looked at the store next to him. It was a clothing store. The store was in a mess at this time. There was nothing good about the clothing store, but after living here for 3 months, it seemed that he would need some clothes. Chen Fan walked into the store and picked out 2 sets of clothes at random. Obtain 1 cotton long-sleeved shirt. The quantity increases 100 times, obtaining 100 cotton long-sleeved shirts. Obtain 1 pair of casual trousers, the quantity increased 60 times, and obtain 60 pairs of casual trousers. Obtain 1 pair of cotton underwear. The quantity increases 40 times, so you obtain 40 pairs of cotton underwear. Looking at the clothes piled up after being amplified, Chen Fan was a little speechless. It was not that so many clothes could not be used, but that there was no place to put the clothes now. Chen Fan had no choice but to pick up 2 sets and carry them with him. He put them in a bag at random from the clothing store, and ended up increasing the size again. Chen Fan walked out of the clothing store, and a few zombies wandered over from a distance. Chen Fan gripped the machete in his hand and rushed forward. With a few strokes of the knife, he chopped down the zombies to the ground. After knocking down several zombies, Chen Fan did not alarm the zombies in the distance, but went into another store. This store sells bags. Chen Fan came here to try his luck and see if he could enhance it to a Xuanbing level bag. This way, he would have space equipment and wouldn't have to worry about not having enough space to put things in. However, this store sells mostly women's bags. Chen Fan didn't care about that anymore. As long as he could amplify the space equipment, he didn't care whether it was for women or men. Obtain 1 women's handbag, the quantity increases 60 times, and obtain 60 women's handbags. Obtain 1 women's handbag, increase the quantity by 30 times, and obtain 30 women's handbags. Chen Fan took all the women's handbags, but all of them had an increase in quantity, and not a single one had an increase in quality. The ground was already piled with a pile of women's handbags. Then, Chen Fan picked up the women's shoulder bag and started to increase the price. However, the effect of this amplification is still average, it's just the amount of amplification. Chen Fan didn't believe it and started to increase the power by picking up his backpack. Obtain 1 women's backpack, the quantity increased 30 times, and 30 women's backpacks were obtained. Obtain 1 women's backpack, the quantity increased 20 times, and 20 women's backpacks were obtained. Obtained a women's backpack, quality increased 80 times, and obtained a Xianbing mid-grade women's backpack. Finally, after countless amplifications, I finally achieved a quality increase, but this style, Chen Fan was a little speechless. This is a pink backpack. It's pink, which is fine, but the most shameful thing is that it is made in the shape of a rabbit, with 2 long rabbit ears. Hey, let's see if we can amplify something else. Chen Fan sighed. Then, Chen Fan continued to increase the power. Unfortunately, there was no further quality enhancement afterwards. Chen Fan picked up the pink rabbit bag angrily and looked at the effect. The mid-grade Xianbing backpack has a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height, which is pretty good. It can already store a lot of items. If a girl gets this space equipment, she will probably be very happy. Chen Fan shamelessly put all his clothes into his backpack and put it on his back. Chen
Fan walked out of the store, looking back at the backpack on his back from time to time. Roar attracted Chen Fan's anger. Chen Fan looked at the zombies in front of him, swung the machete tightly, then rushed forward angrily and chopped the zombies in half with a few strokes. After killing all the zombies, Chen Fan felt better. He then went back to the clothing store and packed more than 10 sets of clothes into his backpack. Now that he has clothes and space equipment, Chen Fan is also ready to find some food supplies. However, there were no food stores nearby, so Chen Fan decided to look ahead. It was such a big commercial street, so it should be easy to find food. Chen Fan walked slowly forward, leaning against the corner of the shop. He didn't dare to be too arrogant. You know, the tide of zombies is very scary and can drown Chen Fan in an instant. Chen Fan moved forward slowly, and when he encountered a few zombies, he would just go up and chop them down with a few knives. If he encounters more than 10 zombies, Chen Fan will make some noise first to attract the zombies and chop them off one by one. After walking about 50 or 60 meters, Chen Fan finally saw a childhood snack shop. Chen Fan was secretly happy that he had food, but there were about 30 zombies gathered in front of the snack shop. We have to find a way to attract the zombies in batches, and at the same time we cannot alert another group of zombies in the distance. There are about 20 zombies in the other group. There are more in places farther away. If there are only 50 or so zombies, Chen Fan can still kill them with kites. However, there are still many zombies in places farther away, and Chen Fan is a little overwhelmed. Chen Fan found a shop that sold skincare products. He first checked the general layout of the shop and found that the shop was a dead end and could only be entered from this door. There was a bathroom at the back, but no back door. Chen Fan shook his head and found another shop. This shop sold some artworks and had a bathroom on the first floor, but still no back door. But Chen Fan discovered that this shop actually had a partition above it. Chen Fan went up to the compartment on the second floor. The compartment was a bedroom, probably for the owner to rest when he was tired. Chen Fan looked around in this compartment, and surprisingly, he discovered something. There is a window in this compartment. Although it is not big, it is still big enough for an adult to go out. Chapter 39 Nostalgic Snacks. However, this window is quite high from the ground, and most people don't dare to jump down, but it is not a problem for Chen Fan. At least if a large number of zombies are attracted here, I will have a way to retreat. Not afraid of being surrounded by a large number of zombies, Chen Fan went downstairs, looked at the group of zombies in front of the snack shop, then picked up a machete and started knocking on the walls. Soon, some zombies responded and began to move towards the sound point. One zombie moved, and the rest of the zombies started to move as well. Suddenly, more than 10 zombies surrounded the store where Chen Fan was. Chen Fan pulled a few stools from the store and placed them in front of the door. At least we can't let the zombies enter the store so quickly. Soon, a zombie came in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan swung the machete and chopped the zombie in half. Just after I killed this zombie, 2 more zombies pounced on me. Chen Fan chopped the 2 zombies' heads off with a horizontal blow, and their bodies fell to the ground. As soon as these 2 zombies fell to the ground, more zombies pounced on them. Chen Fan chopped and hacked at the zombies horizontally and vertically, and soon killed more than 10 zombies. There were zombies lying on the ground at the door, but more zombies rushed over, and even the zombies in the distance began to surround this side. Chen Fan killed several zombies in succession, and seeing more and more zombies gathering behind him, he got goosebumps. If this forms a tide of zombies, Chen Fan will not be able to withstand it. Even if it is a small tide of zombies, Chen Fan will have to run away as soon as he sees it. Seeing more and more zombies rushing towards him, Chen Fan glanced at the door of the snack shop opposite. There were no zombies over there, so Chen Fan decided to lure all the zombies into the store, then jump out of the window and come back. After thinking it over, Chen Fan began to retreat in an orderly manner, and the zombies also began to rush forward. However, because the entrance is too narrow, only 3 zombies can enter at a time. This low-level zombie had no intelligence and only knew how to rush forward. This caused 4 or 5 zombies to be crowded together at the door, and it was very difficult for one zombie to squeeze in. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. Every time a zombie squeezed in, Chen Fan would chop it. After more than 10 zombies squeezed in one after another, Chen Fan killed them one by one. The zombies behind were gathering more and more, which also led to more and more zombies squeezing in. Chen Fan didn't want to fight anymore and ran straight to the attic. The zombies that squeezed in also chased after Chen Fan. Chen Fan ran to the attic, looked at the zombies chasing him, and kicked them directly. With one kick, the zombie fell backwards and directly knocked down the zombie that was running up with it. These zombies rolled and crawled down, and this roll was so severe that they knocked over a large number of zombies behind them. After Chen Fan laughed, he came to the window, grabbed the top of the window with both hands, kicked his feet, bent down, and his feet were already outside the window. Then he twisted his waist and went out of the window. As soon as Chen Fan landed, zombies rushed up to the attic again. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was already outside the window, and the zombies could only stretch their hands out of the window and scratch around randomly, roaring unwillingly, which attracted more zombies. Chen Fan looked at his location and found that it should be a small alley. Chen Fan walked along the alley and finally found a door in a wall. Chen Fan pulled the door and found that it was locked from the inside. There was no other way. Chen Fan had to resort to violence. Click. Chen Fan exerted force and pulled the entire door out. Chen Fan threw the door panel aside. After Chen Fan walked into the door, he found that the door seemed to have no lock at all. It was just that the door was not pulled outwards but pushed inwards. This made Chen Fan feel that his IQ was a little insufficient. Well, it's definitely not because my IQ is not high enough, it must be that there's something wrong with the brain of the person who designed this door. Without worrying about the door, Chen Fan came in and found that it was a simple lounge. After leaving the lounge, you will see this shop. The shop also sells clothes, but they are all women's underwear. Chen Fan was not a pervert and was only slightly interested in this, so he just picked up 2 sets of underwear that he thought were pretty good looking, so that he could give them to his girlfriend if he had one in the future. Hey, obtain 1 set of white lace underwear, but quantity increases 100 times,
and you obtain 100 sets of white lace underwear. Obtain 1 set of white lace French sexy lingerie.
The quantity increases 80 times, and you now have 80 sets of white lace French sexy lingerie.
Well, this has increased again. Fortunately, his backpack is big enough.
Chen Fan packed up all 180 sets of underwear, so his girlfriend will no longer have to worry about not having underwear to wear. Chen Fan looked at his backpack, which was pink and rabbit-shaped and filled with women's underwear.
It seemed a bit perverted. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. After leaving the lingerie store, Chen Fan came to the commercial street he had just been to. The snack shop was just opposite. It's not very far away, only 4 or 5 shops away from me, and most people were attracted to the art shop by me. If I go to the snack shop now and close the door, it shouldn't be dangerous. Chen Fan used his serpentine movements and quickly arrived at the snack shop. After entering the snack shop, Chen Fan gently closed the glass door. Looking outside, the zombies seemed to have discovered something and had started moving towards the side. But after Chen Fan closed the glass door, the zombies stopped again. It seems that although this zombie does not use eyes to see, it is still quite sensitive to smell and sound. After seeing that the zombies didn't move, Chen Fan turned his attention to the things in the store. This store mainly sells some nostalgic snacks, and there are quite a few styles. They are all small snacks that Chen Fan ate when he was a child. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and started packing the things on his back. We obtained 33 packs of Pingshang spicy slices, a 60-fold increase, and now we have 1,980 packs of Pingshang spicy slices. We obtained 28 bags of hand-torn bean curd sheets, a 40-fold increase, resulting in 1,120 bags of hand-torn bean curd sheets. Obtained 53 bags of Happy Crisp peaches, a 90-fold increase, resulting in 4,770 bags of Happy Crisp peaches. 62 bags of shredded figs were obtained, a 30-fold increase, resulting in 1,860 bags of shredded figs. Obtained 85 packs of Xinjiang fat beef, the quantity increased 30 times, and obtained 2,550 packs of Xinjiang fat beef. You get 48 packs of green onion, and the quantity increases 10 times, so you get 480 packs of green onion. After a round of packing, all the snacks in the store had gone into Chen Fan's backpack. Now the entire store had been cleared out by Chen Fan, and even the snacks in the warehouse at the back had all gone into Chen Fan's pocket. Chapter 40 Mutant Rats. After searching them all, there are about 80 kinds of snacks. After the amplification, each snack has several thousand packs. This is enough for Chen Fan to eat for hundreds of years, and he probably won't be able to finish it. Chen Fan first took out a bag of spicy strips, tore open the package, and a spicy aroma emanated from it. Chen Fan took out a piece of spicy strips and stuffed it into his mouth. It was really good. With a bit of the taste of childhood, Chen Fan finished a bag of spicy strips in no time. Before I could finish it, I opened another packet and finished it quickly. Then he took out a bag of winter melon tea and drank it in a few gulps. However, these snacks are not enough to fill you up, so you still need to find something to fill your stomach. In such a large commercial street, there should be many large shopping malls and supermarkets. The mall shouldn't be short of those things, but I don't know if anyone has ever visited this mall. By the way, I haven't met anyone yet, let alone people from outside. Is there no survivor in this world, or has everyone in this world turned into zombies? After resting for a while, Chen Fan prepared to set out to look for a shopping mall. Generally, such shopping malls are located in the center of the commercial street. After opening the glass door, several zombies nearby immediately surrounded Chen Fan. Chen Fan went up and slashed the zombies a few times, as if he was chopping melons and vegetables, and solved the problem effortlessly. However, Chen Fan felt a little overwhelmed when he saw the dense swarms of zombies in the distance. Just rush up and fight the zombies, that's impossible. Chen Fan is not that stubborn. It seems that we need to find a way out. Of course, it is not about finding a way to kill all the zombies, and Chen Fan does not have that much energy to kill all the zombies. We have to find a way to lure all these zombies to the street that Chen Fan just came out of. Zombies at this stage are most sensitive to smell and sound. Gotta make some noise and some smell of blood. The sound is easy to produce, but how to make the blood? You can't just let some blood out yourself, that's impossible. But it's almost evening now, so I'd better find a place to stay for the night. This world is not like the previous world, where you need to build a wooden house to live in. There are many houses in this world that can be lived in. It is still quite dangerous at night. Chen Fan thinks that for safety reasons, it would be safer to go back to the street he just came out of and spend the night. Chen Fan quickly returned to the building he had just left. Chen Fan first closed the doors of the building and pulled a few tables and chairs from the next room to prop up the doors. Then he checked around the floor again, making sure nothing was missed, and then returned to the room he had originally come from. Then he locked the door and prepared to rest. However, he still had to fill his stomach before taking a break. Chen Fan took out various snacks and tried almost every one of them. Some of them do still have the flavor of childhood, but some have lost the flavor of childhood. After trying all the flavors, it was already evening. The roars became more frequent at night, and from time to time there was a roar like that of a wild beast. Listening to the roar outside, Chen Fan closed his eyes and fell asleep. Click, click. Chen Fan, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Click, click. The sound became clearer and seemed to come from outside the door. It sounded like someone chewing wood. Wait, isn't the door to the room I'm in a wooden door? Could it be that something outside was gnawing at the wooden door he was on? Chen Fan quietly stood up, reached out to take the machete, and stared at the wooden door. It must be said that it is nighttime now and you can't see your hand in front of you. However, with Chen Fan's current level of cultivation, he can't say that he can see the night as clearly as day, but he can still see vaguely. Not long after, a piece of wood fell down in the lower right corner, and a hole appeared. A head poked in from the hole, and then the whole body struggled to get in. Maybe the hole bitten was a little small, so it was a little difficult for the body to get in. Only after the entire body of this thing came over did Chen Fan see its full appearance. Is this a mouse? A mouse that's bigger than an adult teddy bear? Is this a mutation? As soon as the mouse came in, it pounced on the snacks that Chen Fan had eaten, eating whatever it saw, completely ignoring Chen Fan's existence. Is this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Chen Fan speechlessly knocked on the iron bed with a machete. The mouse then turned around and looked at Chen Fan, but it didn't seem to be afraid of Chen Fan at all. It also seemed like Chen Fan was showing two big teeth, and it made two squeaking sounds, as if threatening Chen Fan. Chen Fan found it so funny that he immediately got up from the bed and kicked him. The mouse was hit directly, and screamed. It was then kicked into the corner by Chen Fan. It stretched its legs and kicked twice, and then stopped moving. It turns out that he is a guy who looks strong but is actually weak. He even dares to threaten me. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chen Fan walked over, picked up the guy with a machete, went to the window, opened it, and was about to throw the mouse out. Suddenly I thought of something. It seemed like this mouse had some magical use. Chen Fan closed the window and stared at the dead rat for a while. By the way, you can use the blood of this rat to attract zombies. Maybe then you can attract all the zombies to this street. After thinking it over, Chen Fan found a bag and put the mouse's body in it. Then, Chen Fan went out to look for other rats. He searched the entire building but couldn't find the second rat, so he had to give up. Back in the room, Chen Fan looked at the wooden door with a hole in it, sighed, went to another room to find a table, blocked the hole in the wooden door, and then turned over and went back to bed. The night passed quickly, and nothing happened in the morning. There were no toiletries or water, so Chen Fan simply didn't wash up. I took out some snacks that were more filling, had a couple of bites, and then prepared to carry out today's plan. The first thing Chen Fan had to do was to understand the terrain of the street first, leave himself a retreat route, and also try to lock all the zombies in this street. It is unrealistic to close off the entire street. It would be better to lure all the zombies into a building and then lock them up in this building. This might work. Then Chen Fan must first find a building that can accommodate so many zombies. It is estimated that it will be difficult to lock up all of them, so at least 70% or 80% will be enough. The remaining estimates will not be a problem. After Chen Fan thought it over, he began to act. First, he scouted each building one by one, designed a retreat, and also found a floor that could hold so many zombies. Chapter 41. Preparing to attract zombies. However, the buildings on this street are generally not high. The tallest is only 7 stories high, and the area is not wide. This street is full of privately built houses, which are usually rented out after they are built. There are very few large buildings. Chen Fan walked from the building he came out of to the street corner, but he didn't find a decent building. This made Chen Fan a little depressed, so he decided to look around to see if there were any larger buildings on the street behind. Chen Fan had never been to the street behind, because there was no need to go there at all. However, things are different now. In order to find a larger building, you have to walk around. Thinking of this, Chen Fan began to walk towards the back, but to Chen Fan's disappointment, the floors at the back were not as good as the ones at the front. The highest floors in the back are no more than 5 stories high, and the area is much smaller than that in the front. This forced Chen Fan to think of other ways. What if the zombies were introduced into different floors in batches? It can be implemented, but the risk factor is also very high. If you don't handle it well, you will be directly faced with the siege of a sea of zombies. Moreover, it is safer to introduce the floors in batches with 2 or 3 people. Now Chen Fan can't find a reliable person to implement it with him. Besides, it is impossible for Chen Fan to find someone to cooperate with him. If he gets cheated, he won't know what will happen. After all, people are treacherous, and anyone can betray anyone when it comes to interests. Chen Fan continued to walk inside, and when he was almost at the end of the street, he still didn't find any building that could be used to implement the plan. However, Chen Fan discovered another place. On the right side of the end of the street, there is actually a large warehouse-like building. Chen Fan hurried over to take a look and found that the warehouse was quite large, covering an area almost as large as 2 football fields. I don't know what this warehouse is used to store. Chen Fan also saw zombies in the warehouse, but not many. It should be that the security guards here have turned into zombies. Chen Fan was not in a hurry to enter the warehouse, but walked around the wall of the warehouse. The warehouse was surrounded by a 3-meter high wall, with a layer of barbed wire on top. There were only 3 exits. One exit is the gate facing the street. The gate is also made of iron fences more than 3 meters high. It is estimated that they are all welded together by themselves. It is a double-door with a wheel at each corner, and the other corner is inserted into the latch fixed next to the wall because of the presence of the wheel. This makes it easier to open and close the door. Next is another big door on the right, which is the same as the one on this side. Finally, there is a small door at the back. That small door should have been carved out of the wall later. Just like an ordinary room door, it is also equipped with an iron door. Chen Fan likes this warehouse very much. It is his ideal place. There are probably more than 10 warehouses inside it. Basically, there are no items stored in every warehouse. Only 2 warehouses have some ironware and steel bars. As long as you lure all the zombies into this warehouse, sneak away from the back, go around to the front door and lock it, then all the zombies will be trapped inside. You can sit back and relax and look for supplies outside. Even if there are still zombies that have escaped, I believe there won't be many. Chen Fan returned to his residence, put the mouse in a bag and took it with him. Obtain 1 rat, increase the population 10-fold, obtain 10 rats. Hey, it has this kind of amplification. Why wasn't there any amplification yesterday? Is there a system delay? That's impossible. Could it be that I picked it up with a machete last night and was planning to throw it away, so there was no amplification? Chen Fan didn't bother with this anymore and put all 10 mice into bags. Then they returned to the commercial street, wondering how to attract all the zombies in the commercial street to the warehouse. Chen Fan had no other choice. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to find a truck, but he discovered that all electrical products in this world were unusable. I have a car, but it can't move without electricity. As for whether there are other ways to start the vehicle, Chen Fan had never studied it before. So the only way now is to rely on his own snake steps to attract as many zombies as possible. We will attract as many as we can. As for the noise, Chen Fan found a sieve in a small shop, which was still very loud when knocked. Chen Fan looked at the dense zombies in the commercial street from afar, and felt that if he continued to attract the zombies like this, he would be wasting his life. Even if he had the snake steps, he would still be in great danger. Am I taking it for granted? Still have to think of a better way. Chen Fan looked at the luo in his hand and the mouse in the bag, and felt that the mouse was redundant. It seems that as long as I knock on the bell, it will attract a lot of zombies. It would be a pity to throw it away. Roasted? Forget it. I'm not so hungry that I'd eat anything. Chen Fan suddenly had an idea and thought of a good solution. Chen Fan quickly returned to the warehouse and walked into each warehouse to take a look. It was discovered that these warehouses all had iron gates, and there were grids of empty spaces on the top of the warehouses, which were large enough for an adult to pass through. Those spaces are about 3 meters from the ground, so it's no problem to climb over them with your own skills. Thinking of this, Chen Fan quickly took a few running steps, kicked the wall of the warehouse a few times, and easily turned over and crawled through it. Then Chen Fan took out a mouse and tied it to a railing in an empty space. As for the other mice, Chen Fan hid them in other warehouses. He came back and used a machete to cut a few wounds on the mouse, then fresh blood began to flow out again. Chen Fan didn't dare to stay any longer, so he started running out to lure the zombies. He wasn't sure if the blood would still be attractive to zombies if it dried. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the commercial street. Chen Fan climbed onto the awnings set up on the street. These awnings were all uniformly installed. They are all installed with a steel frame and a transparent plastic, so they are also very sturdy. Chen Fan quickly approached the group of zombies. After hearing Chen Fan's footsteps, the zombies under the awning began to make a commotion. Many zombies have already started to follow Chen Fan and chase after his footsteps. Chen Fan looked at the movements of the zombies below, unmoved, and continued to move forward. Seeing that more and more zombies were gathering below, Chen Fan decided to lure a wave of zombies over first. It would be difficult to lure too many of them over. Chapter 42 Attract zombies and pack up the supermarket. Ding, ding. Chen Fan struck the gong. The zombies below suddenly became energized and rushed towards Chen Fan. Unfortunately, the awning is too high, about 3 meters high. The zombies are out of reach. Chen Fan felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the dense crowd of zombies below. Soon, all the zombies around were attracted over. Judging from the number of zombies, there must be at least thousands of them. Chen Fan felt that it was about right. Without any further delay, he ran towards the street where the warehouse was, beating the gong. The zombies behind also followed Chen Fan, and the grand scene attracted more zombies. Seeing that the end of the commercial street was just around the corner, Chen Fan turned over and jumped off the awning. He ran to the warehouse at the end of the street, beating the gong. Now without the protection of the awning, he looked at the crazy zombies chasing him from behind, opening their bloody mouths, determined to swallow Chen Fan into their stomachs. This really made Chen Fan a little nervous. However, Chen Fan soon discovered that the zombies' speed was no match for his own. This discovery made Chen Fan proud. Sometimes he would deliberately stop, hit the gong a few times, and then continue running after the zombies got closer. In this way, all the zombies were led into the warehouse. Chen Fan knocked a few times at the innermost part of the warehouse and saw the zombies starting to enter the warehouse. Chen Fan then climbed up the wall and jumped out of the warehouse. When the zombies smelled the blood, they became even crazier and all rushed towards the dead rat corpse. Unfortunately, the rat corpse was hung too high and the zombies couldn't reach it at all. He could only stretch out his withered hands, waving them constantly and roaring helplessly. Some zombies also began to
Lick the blood on the wall, the zombies in front couldn't reach it, and the zombies behind kept pushing in. This leads to a zombie stampede. When Chen Fan walked around to the gate from outside, he found that all the zombies had already entered the gate and they all crowded towards the mouse corpses, and many zombies had become stepping stones. Chen Fan jumped up and pulled down the rolling shutter door of the warehouse, trapping the zombies inside. Although there was no key to lock the door, the
zombies would not open it.
As for how long it could be closed, Chen Fan didn't know. Chen Fan only knew that he could be locked up for a few hours. After Chen Fan closed the door, he began to follow the same method again to lure all the zombies into the warehouse. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, they finally lured almost all the zombies into the warehouse. As for those inside the building, Chen Fan did not plan to continue leading them to the warehouse. The main thing is to search inside the building, which is too troublesome. Just wait until you meet those zombies and then get rid of them. Chen Fan closed the door of the warehouse and found some steel bars to tie the door together tightly. In this way, even if the zombies came out of the warehouse inside, they would not be able to walk out of this gate immediately. The gate outside is much more solid than the rolling door of the warehouse. After getting everything done, Chen Fan was in a good mood and prepared to go and reap his spoils. Chen Fan returned to the commercial street. The commercial street had changed a lot now, and the whole street was almost empty. There were no longer the bustling zombies as before, and the whole street became quiet. The streets were also in a mess, with various black and brown bloodstains. Occasionally, you can still see 3 or 2 zombies. As long as Chen Fan encounters them, either he would be cut in half by Chen Fan, or he would be chopped into 2 pieces. Chen Fan wanted to go to a large shopping mall, and he discovered a large shopping mall when he was luring the zombies. The large shopping mall is located in the center of the commercial street, where there is a large square. But now let's go shopping in the mall first. As for other stores, I'll take my time to explore later. Chen Fan walked into the mall and saw several zombies inside as soon as he entered. However, they were all locked inside the counter and could not get out. These zombies should be the former sales staff, but they have turned into zombies and cannot open the door. So the counters and counter doors that used to protect them have become cages to lock them up. Chen Fan took a quick look at the items sold on the counter, which were all gold and silver jewelry and cosmetics. Chen Fan is not very interested in these things. If it were in the past, Chen Fan would definitely have cleared out this place. Now Chen Fan can sell a bronze level item for tens of millions of Qinglong coins. I don't really care about these gold and silver jewelry. It would be better to find something to eat. After Chen Fan went forward and killed these zombies, he went directly to the second floor, because there was nothing interesting on the first floor, and most of the things selling cosmetics were there. In the past, I could still look at the girls here, but now, it just makes me feel sick. For some unknown reason, all electrical equipment in this world is no longer usable, including the original elevator. Chen Fan can only climb up the stairs. When I got to the second floor, I found that they were selling clothes. The entire floor is devoted to selling clothes. Chen Fan was really not interested in the clothes, so he just skipped them. However, those zombies still need to be killed. As long as there is a zombie, it is a threat to you. After chopping the zombies, Chen Fan came to the third floor, where the supermarket was located. He first chopped all the zombies to death, only then did Chen Fan begin to pick things out. Chen Fan first came to the self-heating hot pot area. Looking at the rows of self-heating hot pots, Chen Fan swallowed his saliva. There are several kinds of self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice here. Chen Fan didn't say much and started putting the things into his pink bunny bag. Got 8 boxes of Hey DeLeo spicy tender beef self-heating hot pot, the quantity increased 30 times. Got 240 boxes of Hey DeLeo spicy tender beef self-heating hot pot. Get 5 boxes of Hai Di Lao crispy beef tripe self-heating hot pot, the quantity increased 50 times. Get 250 boxes of Hai Di Lao crispy beef tripe self-heating hot pot. Obtain 10 boxes of Hey DeLeo spicy vegetarian self-heating hot pot, the quantity increased 80 times, and obtained 800 boxes of Hey DeLeo spicy vegetarian self-heating hot pot. I got 6 boxes of Haitian Lao self-heating braised beef and rice, the quantity increased by 60 times, and I got 360 boxes of Haitian Lao self-heating braised beef and rice. Chen Fan didn't care about that anymore and just pretended to be what he saw. This large supermarket has a lot of self-heating products. What is self-heating Odin? It's fake. Self-heating hand-pulled lamb, served various self-heating pasta dishes, packaged. Self-heating Odin, loaded. No matter what flavor, just pack it up first. It's all free anyway. It's really cool to get it for free. Next area, bread. In the bread area, Chen Fan only picked out a few brands of delicious bread and packed them, but that's a lot. Next area. Chapter 43, Amplify the backpack again and open the treasure chest. This area is the rice and flour area. As for rice, Chen Fan casually packed 5 or 6 bags. Don't underestimate these 5 or 6 bags. The system can increase the capacity to dozens or even hundreds of bags. The main reason is that if he packs too much, he won't be able to finish it. Chen Fan also packed some noodles. Next was the roast meat area. Chen Fan picked some sausages and bacon, but with the system's amplification, there were still a lot. Chen Fan was shopping in all major areas of the supermarket. Soon, Chen Fan found that his bag was almost full. I have to find a place that sells bags again to increase my power, and then come back here to sweep around. After thinking it over, Chen Fan decided to go upstairs to take a look. The shopping mall seemed to have 7 or 8 floors, and the office building should be above that. The 4th floor is still a supermarket, the 5th floor sells electrical appliances, but in this world now, electrical appliances have become scrap, so just skip it. The 6th floor was actually all about selling cosmetics, which made Chen Fan even less interested. The 7th floor sells bags, hats, and scarves. Chen Fan walked into a bag shop and started his business. The first store, there is no increase in the level of Xinbing. Moving on, the second store, no. The third one, no. The fourth one, no. The fifth one. Obtained a lady's wallet, quality increased 70 times, and obtained a mid-grade Xinbing lady's wallet. Chen Fan was speechless. This was another pink wallet. Could it be that I am inseparable from the color pink? Chen Fan did not give up and moved on to the next one. The 6th one. The 7th one. The 8th store sells outdoor products. The backpacks sold by this store are generally larger. After continuously enhancing 7 or 8 backpacks, I finally enhanced another one. Obtained an outdoor backpack, quality increased 100 times, and obtained a Xinbing top-grade outdoor backpack. Finally, another increase was made. After that, Chen Fan never had any more amplification. Chen Fan took a look at the amplified wallet and backpack. The space size of the wallet is the same as that of the women's backpack. Both are 5*5*5*5. The backpack is different. It is 10*10*10. Moreover, this backpack is also quite good looking. This backpack should be considered the smallest backpack in this outdoor supply store. It is just a little bit bigger than an ordinary backpack and is army green all over. Chen Fan liked it very much and put the women's backpack and pink wallet into the backpack. Chen Fan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he immediately felt much more relaxed. He no longer had to worry about being misunderstood as a pervert. After adding 2 new space equipment, Chen Fan ran back to the supermarket and started to raid. Now you don't have to worry about not having enough space. You can put in all kinds of daily necessities, such as rice, oil, salt, seasonings, hot pot base, etc. Of course, water is also indispensable. In this zombie world, who knows whether the water outside can still be used? Coming to the frozen food area, there are steaks, dumplings, chicken wings, various skewered barbecue ingredients, and various meatballs, all packed up and taken away. After clearing out the items in the supermarket, Chen Fan found the warehouse area of the supermarket. Another sweep. It can be said that Chen Fan now has quite abundant supplies. There is no problem living here for 3 years, let alone 3 months, with these supplies. Chen Fan no longer has to worry about daily necessities. You can now focus on finding resources and breaking through. After raiding the supermarket, Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to go to the rooftop to take a look around. This building is quite tall in this area. You should be able to see the surrounding environment and some basic information about the zombies when you reach the roof. So, Chen Fan began his journey of climbing the stairs. Of course, the process of climbing the stairs was not very smooth, because from time to time 1 or 2 zombies would pop up to block Chen Fan's progress, but they were all chopped down to the ground one by one by Chen Fan. An hour later, Chen Fan finally climbed to the roof. If he hadn't had to stop from time to time to chop zombies, Chen Fan estimated that he could reach the roof in half an hour. Chen Fan counted the number of floors and found that there were probably 50 or 60. If an ordinary person climbed 50 or 60 floors, he would probably collapse from exhaustion, not to mention they have to face the attacks of zombies. However, for Chen Fan, it is still a small problem as his physique is just right. I climbed to the top floor without even taking a breath. Chen Fan walked to the edge of the floor and looked down. He saw that the zombies downstairs were moving slowly like ants. Looking to the west, there are residential buildings and there don't seem to be many zombies there. Chen Fan came to the north again and looked towards the north. The sky and the earth there were rather gray, which should be the factory area. There are the most zombies over there. They look like a densely packed group of zombies, like a swarm of ants. People with trypophobia will probably get goosebumps when seeing it. Chen Fan then turned to the east. The east looked like the city center, and there were more zombies there. The next side is the west, which is close to the stairwell where Chen Fan came up. Chen Fan has to go around the stairwell to see the situation in the west. Chen Fan walked around the stairwell and looked to the west. The area to the west seemed to be a tourist area, and Chen Fan also discovered an interesting point. There are very few zombies in other places in the west, but there is only one place that looks like a park. But there are piles of zombies, and those zombies are all crowding into the park. Moreover, the other zombies over there seem to be consciously moving towards the park. Could there be survivors over there, or adventurers like me, or something else that can attract zombies, no matter what it is? Chen Fan decided to go over there and take a look. After finishing his observation, Chen Fan turned around and prepared to go downstairs, but something against the wall in the stairwell caught Chen Fan's attention. A treasure chest. It's actually a treasure chest. This is so lucky. I just wanted to come up and observe the surrounding situation, but I didn't expect to find a treasure chest. And this is a silver-level treasure chest. Chen Fan rubbed his hands, walked to the treasure chest and opened it. Obtained 1 Tang sword, the quantity increased by 30 times, the quality increased by 40 times, and 30 Shenbing low-grade Tang swords were obtained. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade silver bodybuilding liquid. The quantity increased by 60 times. Obtained 60 bottles of first-grade silver bodybuilding liquid. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze zombie yuandan. The quantity increased 20 times, resulting in 20 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. Received 3 items in total. The style of the Tang Dao is very simple, just like a sword, but it is much harder than a sword, and there are 30 mysterious weapons at once, which is very cool. Next is the bodybuilding liquid, which, as the name suggests, is a medicinal liquid used to strengthen the body. As for the last zombie Yuandan, Chen Fan really didn't understand what this zombie Yuandan was used for. But it is at least a bronze grade item, so I'll keep it for now. Chen Fan put everything into his backpack and took out only a bottle of bodybuilding liquid. I pulled out the cork, put it to my nose and smelled it, and there was only a faint herbal scent. I took another careful sip and it tasted slightly bitter and herbal. Chen Fan drank the whole bottle directly. Chapter 44, Advanced Body Forging Level 1, System Upgrade. A bottle of bodybuilding liquid quickly went down Chen Fan's stomach. He didn't feel anything at first, but after a while, Chen Fan felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach. It began to burn towards his body, making Chen Fan feel as if his entire body was on fire. This made Chen Fan want to find some water to cool down. Chen Fan took out the large bucket of mineral water from his backpack and poured it directly over his head. As the water flowed through his body, Chen Fan finally felt a little more comfortable, but he still felt very angry, and this feeling made Chen Fan want to find some zombies and kill them right away. There were no zombies on the rooftop, so Chen Fan had no choice but to pick up the Tang sword and start practicing the Jinwu Ba Dao on his own. After practicing it once, Chen Fan felt better, then continue practicing for the second and third time. After practicing 5 times in a row, Chen Fan suddenly felt as if he was relieved, and what followed was that I felt my strength increase several times, and my body became much lighter. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, feeling full of strength. Chen Fan felt like he could now go in and out of the zombie horde 7 times. Open your own properties panel. No. 6897 Race, Human Cultivation, Level 1 Body Forging, with a strength of about 10,000 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 500 meters in advance, skills, none life skills. None chat channel, trading hall. Number of personnel remaining, 8632/10,000. Finally broke through the bodybuilding realm. The strength has increased by more than 3 times, and even the range of danger perception has increased. I just don't know why, even after eating so much first-grade diamond snake meat, I still haven't broken through the bottleneck. He achieved a breakthrough after drinking a bottle of first-grade silver-level potion. When the time comes, maybe you can go out and ask those seniors, and you will know the reasons. Chen Fan saw that there were only more than 8,000 people left. It had only been a day or two and there were only more than 8,000 people left. Moreover, according to the information obtained from the chat channel, the Chinese Academy of Sciences learned that it would be even more dangerous a week later, and now almost 2,000 people have died. I really don't know how many people will be left by then. Anyway, Chen Fan is not worried about himself because he is already in the body tempering stage. It should be more than enough to deal with this world. Chen Fan put away the machete and took out a Tang sword. After eating something else, he prepared to go downstairs. Now that I have all the supplies I need, all I have to do is find resources for cultivation. Soon, Chen Fan went down to the supermarket. After seeing that there were still a lot of things in the supermarket, Chen Fan thought about it and decided to take some things to the trading hall to exchange for something. There must still be a lot of people who need food and water now. So Chen Fan opened the chat channel of 5568. Can any big guy come and rescue me? I'm trapped by zombies. 555, 1567. I'm almost dying of thirst. There are zombies all downstairs. What should I do? 385. Where are you all? Why aren't there any zombies here? 8647. You guys can die of thirst and hunger. I own the supermarket anyway. 6582. Big boss, you're awesome. Could you give me some food? Thanks. 9665. Don't be afraid when you encounter zombies, just go and fight them. 1254. That's right, just go ahead and kill them. Zombies aren't that scary, actually. I've killed several of them. Chen Fan took a look at the chat messages and roughly understood the current situation. It seemed that most people were still lacking food and drink. So if I just trade all the things in the supermarket, I should be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. I just don't know if anyone has gotten any good items yet. Chen Fan picked up a bottle of WHH mineral water and prepared to go to the trading hall. Obtain 1 bottle of WHH mineral water, increase the quantity by 200 times, obtain 200 bottles of WHH mineral water. What happened? The number increased 200 times. How to increase the upper limit? Is it because of the improvement in my own cultivation? Chen Fan hurriedly called to open the system a billionfold amplification system. Level 2 amplification multiplier 1001000 randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 100 to 1000 times, and the quality can exceed 1 level of this world. Sure enough, the system level increases according to one's own cultivation level, and the increase is not low. Now the minimum increase is 100 times, and the highest is 1000 times. The most important thing is that the quality increase can exceed 1 level of this world. In other words, items that could originally be amplified to a first-grade diamond can now be amplified to a second-grade diamond or above. In other words, if you continue to upgrade, the amplification multiples will become more and more, and it is possible that the quality will exceed the current world by several levels. Moreover, now the highest level of the body tempering realm can be amplified to 1000 times, so what about the levels below that? Chen Fan got excited just thinking about it. After the excitement, Chen Fan put all the items on the trading platform: mineral water, happy water, various breads, snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, etc., and attached a message: I own a large supermarket and buy any quality items at a price. Not long after Chen Fan was put on the shelves, someone discovered him. Soon people started contacting Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly made deals with those whose requests were not outrageous. As for those who made demands, Chen Fan blocked them all. You want to exchange a piece of first-grade bronze level material for a bottle of mineral water, otherwise, they were just asking for a few meals of rice. But Chen Fan ignored them all and blocked them. However, the news that Chen Fan could exchange for food and drink quickly spread in the chat channel. Some people who don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. I found some things above the first grade bronze level, but I didn't find any food or water, and now when I heard that I could exchange food and water here with Chen Fan, they all came to exchange daily necessities with Chen Fan. After all, surviving is the most important thing. Otherwise, even if you have good resources, it will be of no use. If you survive, you might get something better soon. Chen Fan had almost replaced all the supplies, so gradually, not so many people came to exchange supplies. As for those who asked for a high price but got nothing in return, people have already started cursing Ali in the chat channel. However, Chen Fan ignored those people. Chen Fan calculated that he had only traded for 31st grade bronze zombie yuandan and 8 first-grade silver zombie yuandan, in total 0.15 parts of first-grade bronze steel, and 2 parts of first-grade bronze red copper. After the transaction, Chen Fan found that these cultivation resources were not as much as his own amplification. It feels like a waste of time. This time, it is faster to go out and find resources by yourself. If you are lucky, you can get 1000 times the amount, which would be so cool. Chapter 45, Body Forging Level 3, Library. After making the decision, Chen Fan prepared to go out and find resources on his own. Anyone who wants the remaining items in this supermarket can take them. Anyway, I already have enough supplies now. As for taking it outside, there is absolutely no need for that. The supplies outside are much richer than the world here. Chen Fan casually took out another bottle of bodybuilding liquid and poured it into his mouth. Suddenly, a warm current flowed from the abdomen to the whole body, but compared to the first heat flow, it is much smaller. But Chen Fan could still feel that his cultivation had increased a lot. Moreover, after practicing the small 5 elements true method, this heat flow was digested even faster. The cultivation level also increases faster. This immediately perked up Chen Fan. Then, bottle after bottle of bodybuilding fluid was poured into his mouth. Circulate the true method of the small 5 elements. Soon, Chen Fan felt that he had made another breakthrough. Chen Fan hurriedly looked at his own attributes. 6897 race, human cultivation, second level of body forging, with a strength of about 20,000 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 500 meters in advance, skills, none life skills, none chat channel, trading hall number of personnel remaining, 8583/10,000. Sure enough, I made another breakthrough. Chen Fan looked at the bodybuilding fluid he had used to break through to the second level of bodybuilding. There are as many as 8 bottles. It's not a lot. Then continue to drink the bodybuilding fluid. After drinking 17 bottles in a row, Chen Fan finally broke through to the third level of bodybuilding. It seems that this bodybuilding fluid increases layer by layer. In other words, if Chen Fan wants to break through to the 4th level of body forging, he will need at least 34 bottles of body forging liquid. Chen Fan looked at the bodybuilding liquid and found that there were exactly 34 bottles left, which meant that he could still break through to the next level. So Chen Fan drank up the remaining 34 bottles of bodybuilding liquid, but to Chen Fan's disappointment, he did not make a breakthrough. I feel like the 34 bottles of bodybuilding liquid poured in later had little effect. After pouring in 34 bottles of bodybuilding liquid, I felt that my cultivation level had only improved a little bit. It seems that the body fluid cannot be increased layer by layer. It is also possible that you have drunk too much bodybuilding fluid, causing yourself to become immune to the effects of the fluid. However, being able to break through to the 3rd level of body forging is already very good. It can be said that as long as you don't do anything stupid, you will never die in this world. After the 3rd level of body building, his own strength also broke through to 30,000 kilograms. It's time to go out and have some fun. It's time to go out and look for resources. As Chen Fan walked out of the mall door, 2 more zombies pounced on him. Chen Fan punched them twice and knocked them away. The 2 zombies shattered into pieces in midair, leaving no complete bodies behind. Chen Fan looked at his fist and was a little unconvinced. He felt that he had not even used much strength. The 2 zombies were blown to pieces by themselves. It feels so good. Chen Fan laughed a few times and went to find a few zombies to test his own strength. Without exception, they were all smashed into pieces by Chen Fan's fists, and now Chen Fan has a deeper understanding of his own strength. Of course, not just strength, the speed also increased greatly. Now that I was running at full speed, those zombies probably couldn't even see my shadow, and now I am not afraid of the zombie hordes anymore. As long as you are fast enough, those zombies will not be able to surround you. After feeling the increase in his strength and speed, Chen Fan prepared to go to the park he saw on the roof. There are so many zombies gathered there. There must be something good there that attracts the zombies. If I don't go and see it myself, I will definitely not be able to Sleep. Chen Fan determined the direction and started heading towards the park. At Chen Fan's current speed, he could reach the park in less than an hour. After a while, Chen Fan arrived near the park. There are still many zombies nearby heading towards the park. Even if a living person like Chen Fan stood here, the zombies would no longer pay attention to him. All enter the park, however. Chen Fan would not be too arrogant and would keep a low profile to avoid the large group of zombies. Chen Fan found a sculpture that looked like the park's landmark, a deer. The height is more than 20 meters, and Chen Fan climbed to the top of the sculpture. When he reached the top of the sculpture, Chen Fan could see the entire park. I finally know where all these zombies have gone. These zombies were all heading towards a pavilion in the middle of a lake. The pavilion is now crowded with zombies. As if there is something in the middle of the pavilion that attracts the zombies, many zombies had been pushed into the lake, and they kept splashing around in the lake, as if they wanted to return to the pavilion. There are too many zombies over there now, so it is a bit difficult for Chen Fan to rush in and find out what is going on. The most important thing is that the zombies outside are constantly coming into the park, and no matter how hard you try, you can never kill them all, and no one knew what was in the pavilion. So Chen Fan decided to wait and see for a day or two to see any changes. Chen Fan searched around the park and actually found a good place. There is actually a library on the east side of this park. The library is a 3-story building in an oval shape, like a giant rugby ball. However, the door outside was locked, but that was no big deal for Chen Fan. He took out the Tang sword and chopped the big iron chain directly pushing open the door. It was quiet inside, and rows of bookshelves blocked Chen Fan's view. In addition, the lighting in the library is not very bright, making the library feel dark and eerie. Chen Fan first walked through each bookshelf, mainly to see if there were any zombies inside. Chen Fan searched the first floor but found no trace of zombies. I went to the second floor to look again, but there was still no trace. Then I went to the third floor. After reaching the third floor, Chen Fan discovered that there were no longer bookshelves here, but small rooms, which should be places for people to read and rest. Chen Fan pushed open the doors of each room one by one and found that the layouts inside were basically the same. There is a desk, 2 stools, a single bed and a bookcase. There is basically nothing else. The back is the rest and work area for the staff, and there are signs hanging on them, something like director, deputy director, etc. Chen Fan pushed open a door with a sign that read deputy director. The room inside was indeed much more luxurious than other places. There is a sofa, a large desk, and a small compartment with a double bed. Everyone else had a single bed, but the deputy director had a double bed. Its purpose is not pure. Chen Fan opened the doors of these staff members one by one. They are basically the same, and there are no zombies or humans in them. Chapter 46 5-Color Turntable, Zombie Evolution. Chen Fan finally pushed open the door with the director's sign. After pushing it open, a beam of light suddenly shone out from inside. Chen Fan instinctively dodged and hid behind the wall. After the doors were opened, 5-colored light shone out from inside. After waiting for a while, Chen Fan found that there was no danger and the danger sensor did not sense any danger. Only then did he feel relieved and walked into the director's office. I was immediately stunned by the scene in front of me. In fact, there is nothing special about the director's office. It is just more luxurious than any other deputy director's office. What really confused Chen Fan was that there was a 5-color turntable in front of the director's large desk. The 5-colored turntable looked like the slot machine he had played before, and those 5-colored lights are exactly the light emitted from this turntable. Chen Fan slowly approached the 5-colored turntable. After approaching the 5-color turntable, Chen Fan discovered that the 5-color turntable corresponded to 5 areas respectively. There are 5 patterns above. Point 1 pattern looks like a book, 1 pattern looks like fruit, 1 pattern looks like food, 1 pattern looks like a weapon, and the other pattern looks like a potion. Moreover, the 5 patterns are equally divided into areas. There is no pattern with a larger area and a smaller area. This means that the chance of winning for any pattern should be about 20%. In the middle is a bronze round hole, which should be where coins are inserted. What Chen Fan couldn't understand was that there was no electricity in other places. But why did this machine have electricity? Moreover, Chen Fan had checked and found that the machine was not connected to the power supply. To be precise, Chen Fan did not find any interface or plug with electrical wires. It seemed like this machine ran on batteries, but Chen Fan looked around but couldn't find a place to put the batteries. This machine gives people a very strange feeling. Then, Chen Fan went to find some coins and put them into the machine to see if it could still work. As a result, there was no reaction when the coin was thrown in. Instead, Chen Fan felt that the size of the coin slot was the same as something he had seen before, but he just couldn't remember what it was at the moment. Since he couldn't remember, he simply stopped thinking about it. Chen Fan went to the director's lounge and lay down to rest. When Chen Fan woke up, he found that it was already dark outside. Chen Fan cooked 2 self-heating hot pots and ate them. I went to the rooftop again to observe the zombies. They were still pushing and shoving in the pavilion, and there were more zombies in the water struggling there. After observing for a while, Chen Fan saw that nothing had happened, so he went back to rest. While taking a break, opened the chat channel to see if there is any new information. Point 6879, can someone please be kind? I've been starving for 2 days and I'm surrounded by zombies and can't get out. 2354, me too. Really unlucky. I fell right into a floor surrounded by zombies. There's food, but no water. Could someone please give me some water? 9966, what are you afraid of zombies?
Just go out and kill them. Kill a few a day, and slowly the number of zombies surrounding you will decrease. 1986, the guy above is really a big shot. I can only kill one a day at most. 4321, I've spotted a lot of mutant beasts gathering here. They're all running into a valley. I wonder what they're doing. 8974, there must be some good stuff in that valley. Why don't you go check it out, brother? 9966, that's right. It must be something good. Maybe it's a great opportunity. It's not impossible to reach the top overnight. 4321, then I'll go take a look. 9986, I suggest you don't go. You might die without knowing how. 3432, listen to the boss above. With your small body, you still have a slow growth. 4321, so should I go or not? Chen Fan didn't learn much useful information in the chat channel. It's just that the mutant beasts mentioned by 4321 are somewhat similar to the zombies on their side. Maybe they gathered together for some food. Looks like I'll have to go check it out tomorrow. Chen Fan fell asleep while thinking. When he woke up, the sun was already shining outside. I just took out some bread and milk to eat, and prepared to set off to find out what was going on. Chen Fan was approaching the pavilion at an extremely fast speed. When there was still 200 meters away from the pavilion, Chen Fan really couldn't get any closer, because the front is basically filled with zombies. There is not even a gap to jump. However, it was more than 200 meters away, and the pavilion in front was full of zombies, blocking the view, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Helpless, Chen Fan had to give up. Of course, Chen Fan could also rush in, but he didn't know how much effort it would take to bite, and you never know, you might get hurt. Being injured is not a big deal, but if you are infected with the zombie virus, it will be no joke. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Fan decided to go back to the library and wait and see. Chen Fan observed like this for 3 days, and sometimes he even wanted to go out for a walk. But I was also afraid that something might happen if I went out. So I had no choice but to stay here for 3 whole days. When Chen Fan is bored, he will find a few zombies to play with. On the 4th day, the zombies outside finally changed and began to become more manic. The zombies outside began to squeeze into the pavilion, which caused more zombies to fall into the lake. The zombies in the lake were also flapping their wings and trying to get closer to the pavilion. That day, the zombies kept roaring and rushing towards the pavilion, but there were simply too many zombies in the center of the pavilion. As a result, the zombies outside couldn't get close to the pavilion at all and could only roar non-stop on the periphery. Chen Fan spent another day listening to the constant roars of zombies. When Chen Fan woke up after a night of sleep with a beautiful lullaby, there were no more zombie roars outside. Chen Fan curiously opened the curtains and looked towards the pavilion. I found that these zombies actually lined up. They lined up in an orderly manner and went into the pavilion to lick a crystal, and the crystals seemed to be growing on the stone table in the pavilion. After licking the crystal, the zombies will circle around the stone table and leave in a line from the other end, and the crystal will slowly shrink under the licking of the zombies, just like an ice cube. Moreover, Chen Fan also discovered that the zombies that licked the crystal would slowly change. These zombies that have licked the crystals seem to be more agile. Some zombies began to grow bags on their bodies, making them look even stronger, and other zombies' limbs seem to have grown even longer, and some zombies' heads seem to have become even bigger. Chapter 47, Zombie Yuanden. This is the evolution of zombies. Chen Fan said to himself. Then, Chen Fan became excited again, wondering what this zombie would look like after evolving. Chen Fan planned to wait until all the zombies had evolved before going out to give it a try. I just don't know if the crystal has any effect on humans, but even if it worked, Chen Fan would not want that crystal. After all, it had been licked by zombies. If you lick it yourself, you might get poisoned. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little perverted and disgusting. After half a day, all the zombies finally finished licking the crystal, and the crystal became very small. This time, a zombie with a big head walked forward and swallowed the crystal in one gulp. After the zombie swallowed the crystal, its whole body swayed. It grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its head became even bigger. The zombie stopped growing after it grew to about 3 meters. The zombie just let out a huge roar towards the sky. The zombies began to line up obediently. The one with a big head stands in the front, followed by the zombies with long arms and legs, and the zombies with enlarged bodies stand at the back. The 3-meter-tall giant zombie looked like an ancient general, reorganizing his troops, looking very majestic. After all the zombies were lined up, the giant zombie roared a few more times. I saw those zombies with long arms and legs began to leave the team and head out of the park. Their speed was much faster than those zombies that had not evolved. Of course, compared with Chen Fan, it is like the speed of a turtle. Chen Fan couldn't understand what the zombies were yelling, nor did he know what these zombies with long arms and legs were going to do. It can only be roughly seen that the giant zombie gave orders to these zombies, telling them what to do. As for the remaining zombies, a big-headed zombie led 3 giant zombies and began to head out of the park. Soon, most of the zombies in the park left. Only the giant zombie and more than 10 large zombies were left. The giant zombie actually found a huge rock in the park and used it as a seat and sat there. The zombies that had grown in size also scattered and surrounded the giant zombie, as if they were guarding it. Chen Fan looked at this scene in surprise and found it incredible. Could it be that when zombies evolve they will have intelligence and their own thoughts? So is this still a zombie? It is a completely different kind of life form, or more accurately, another species, just like an alien. After a while, Chen Fan saw the zombies with long arms and legs starting to lead some ordinary zombies back. The zombie with long arms and legs brought the ordinary zombie to the giant zombie. After the giant zombie roared a few times, the ordinary zombie went to the open space on the side and stood there motionless. Then more and more ordinary zombies were brought back by the zombie with long arms and legs, and there were more and more ordinary zombies in the open space. Then the big-headed zombies came back with the enlarged zombies. Those zombies that had grown in size were carrying some things back, such as tires, various woods, planks, and various stools and sofas. Then the giant zombie will throw these things on the open space. At first, Chen Fan didn't understand anything, but later on, these zombies piled up more and more things, gradually surrounding all the ordinary zombies in the open space. The things piled up higher and higher, and only when they were taller than ordinary zombies did they stop piling up. It must be said that these enlarged zombies do a pretty good job. It took less than half a day to gather all these ordinary zombies. From Chen Fan's point of view, with such a pile of zombies, those ordinary zombies would not be able to get out at all. Then, the zombies continued to go out to pick up ordinary zombies. The big-headed zombie continued to take the larger zombies out to look for materials and continued to surround the ordinary zombies. Soon, these zombies created 3 cage-like areas in the park, and there were about 200 zombies in each cage. Chen Fan really couldn't understand the purpose of these zombies doing this. Chen Fan decided to go out and test the waters tomorrow, see what's different about these zombies. If there's nothing unusual, Chen Fan plans to leave. After all, the resources he cared about had been eaten up by the zombies, and there was nothing to gain by staying here any longer. After making the decision, Chen Fan cooked a few self-heating hot pots and went to bed early. After eating them the next morning, after Chen Fan washed up quickly, he followed a zombie with long arms and legs out of the park. After leaving the park, the zombie seemed to start running south with a purpose. Chen Fan followed the zombie and soon arrived in front of a bungalow. I saw this zombie enter the room, and soon came out with another zombie. Just when this zombie was about to take the ordinary zombie back, Chen Fan suddenly flashed behind the zombie with just one blow. He chopped the zombie with long arms and legs into 2 halves, then he kicked the ordinary zombie away again. The zombie with long arms and legs never expected that someone would suddenly attack him. After the zombie split into 2 halves and fell to the ground, a round, bead-like object rolled out from its head. When Chen Fan saw it, he felt a little disgusted and wanted to kick it away, but I feel like I have seen it somewhere before. It seemed to be the zombie Yuandan that appeared when I opened a treasure chest and traded with others. I don't know what the use of this zombie Yuandan is. Chen Fan took out a tissue from his backpack, wrapped it in the tissue and picked up the zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. The quantity increased 500 times, and the total amount obtained was 500 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. Yes, by killing a zombie, you can directly obtain 500 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan, although I still don't know what the use of this zombie Yuandan is, but it is still a bronze-grade item after all. But I have killed so many zombies before, and I have never seen any zombies drop this thing. In other words, only evolved zombies will drop this zombie Yuandan. There are so many evolved zombies in that park. Then you will become rich. Chen Fan looked towards the park with glistening eyes, thinking of this. Chen Fan prepared to go back and kill all these zombies. So that I can harvest a batch of zombie Yuandan. When he was halfway back, Chen Fan thought about it and felt something was wrong. These zombies can evolve. So as long as I don't touch them, will they continue to evolve? The influenza virus has been quite severe recently. Unfortunately, I was infected. It has been almost a week. I feel that the influenza virus is more serious than the new coronavirus. Everyone should wear a mask when going out and take protective measures. Chapter 48 Lottery. Chen Fan felt that he had to raise these zombies first. Wouldn't it be better to wait until you are about to leave the infinite world and then come back to harvest another wave? That's what you have to do. You also have to go out and find more crystals that the zombies can evolve by licking. This way, the zombies will evolve faster, right? In this way, it would be like keeping these zombies in captivity. Wait until they grow up and then kill them. Raise zombies. Why do I feel like I'm a little perverted? Chen Fan quickly returned to the director's office of the library. The first thing that caught my eye was the colorful lottery machine. You said it had been a few days, but the lottery machine was still not plugged in and there was no place to use the batteries. It seems like this electricity is endless. However, the more Chen Fan looked at the hole for the coins, the more it felt like something else. Chen Fan slapped his forehead and said, "That's right. Isn't this the zombie Yuandan that I just got?" Chen Fan took out a zombie Yuandan from his backpack. Comparing it with the coin slot, it's just right. Tried to put one in. A red light appeared around the coin slot. Chen Fan took a closer look and found that there were 10 small lights surrounding the coin slot. It should be that if you put a zombie Yuandan in, a small light will light up. You should be able to participate in the lottery if you fill up 10 zombie Yuandan. Chen Fan stuffed in 9 zombie Yuandan in succession. After the 10 small lights were lit up, the light showing the pattern began to flicker, and the lights began to look like a marquee, just like the fruit slot machines of the past. Soon, the marquee stopped in a place with a fruit area, then a fruit similar to an apple fell out from the bottom of the colorful lottery machine. But this fruit was much smaller than an apple. Chen Fan picked it up.
Obtain 1 first-grade bronze red vine fruit, the quantity increased 300 times, and obtain 300 first-grade bronze red vine fruits, grass. This works fine. Chen Fan really didn't expect that the things drawn from the colorful lottery machine could be amplified this time. In this way, the zombie yuandan dropped by the zombies you kill can be amplified once, and then you can draw something from the lottery machine to amplify it again. This is a two-way increase. This is a bit too cool, come and smoke. Chen Fan counted the zombie yuandan he had in his hands. I got 20 from opening treasure chests. The transaction obtained 30. Just got 500 by killing zombies. I just used 10 of them, so now I have 540 first-grade bronze zombie yuandan in my hand. There are also 8 first-grade silver zombie yuandan. The zombie yuandan he currently has can be drawn 54 times. Chen Fan stuffed another 10 first-grade bronze zombie yuandan into it. The marquee started running, finally stopped at the food area, then a dumpling fell out. Chen Fan picked up the dumplings. Obtain 1 first-grade bronze seafood dumpling, the quantity increased 200 times, and obtain 200 first-grade bronze seafood dumplings. Needless to say, it's just awesome. Continue. Obtain 1 first-grade bronze qingling fruit. The quantity increased 600 times. Obtained 600 first-grade bronze qingling fruits. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade bronze vitality potion, the quantity increased 800 times, and obtained 800 bottles of first-grade bronze vitality potion. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade bronze antidote potion, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 bottles of first-grade bronze antidote potion. Obtained 1 low-grade Shenbing Qingguang spear, the quantity increased 500 times, and obtained 500 low-grade Shenbing Qingguang spears. Obtained 1 copy of the first-grade martial art, flying on the grass. The quantity increased by 400 times. Obtained 400 copies of the first-grade martial art, flying on the grass. Chen Fan drained all the zombie yuandan in one breath, and the resources he obtained were unimaginable. Chen Fan looked at the remaining 8 first-grade silver zombie yuandan in his hand and stuffed one in, but there was no reaction at all. In Chen Fan's imagination, a first-grade silver zombie yuandan should be equivalent to 10 first-grade bronze zombie yuandan. One might be able to draw a prize, but in the end there was no response at all. However, Chen Fan didn't feel bad about losing this zombie yuandan. There were at least 500 evolved zombies outside. I just need to figure out why this silver-grade zombie yuandan cannot be drawn in the lottery. By the time all these zombies have evolved, my gains will be even greater. Chen Fan looked at all the things he had won in the lottery. I found that the most spiritual fruits were first-grade bronze. I drew 55 times, and at least 20 of them were first-grade bronze spiritual fruits. Now I have more than 10,000 spiritual fruits in my hand. The second thing is food. There are more than 7,000 first-grade bronze-level foods. Then there are the potions, including 1,200 bottles of first-grade bronze detoxification potion, 1,600 bottles of vitality potion, 800 bottles of bodybuilding potion, and 2,100 bottles of hemostatic potion. He also drew weapons twice. The first time he drew was the Qingguang spear, a low-grade Shenbing. Later, Chen Fan drew 500 low-grade Shentai axes. Then there are the secret techniques and manuals. In addition to the flying on the grass skill that I drew at the beginning, I drew 2 more secret techniques and manuals later. There are 300 copies of Qinghua sword manual and 600 copies of monkey fist respectively. Chen Fan didn't know what the use of so many martial arts secret manuals he had was. You said that if they were different, he could sell them for some spirit stones. These skills are all exactly the same. Although they can be sold for some money, they are relatively not that valuable. Hey, Chen Fan suddenly noticed that he now has so many mysterious weapons and secret manuals of martial arts. Can I go to the trading channel to harvest some zombie yuandan? It's better than going out to sell some spirit stones. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Chen Fan first put 5 copies of Qinghua sword manual, 5 copies of monkey fist, 5 black iron axes, and 5 green light spears on the trading hall. All are set to be exchanged for 10 first-grade bronze zombie yuandan. No matter how you exchange it, you will earn money. Chen Fan packed up everything and cooked a few self-heating hot pots. Chen Fan found that all the items he put up were successfully traded. 200 zombie yuandan were harvested at once. It seems that these secret techniques and mysterious weapons are still very popular. Chen Fan put 5 more portions on each of them. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't want to put more items on the shelves, but he is afraid that if too many items are put on the shelves, prices will go down. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. Making money still has to come slowly. After putting the items on the shelves, Chen Fan went to rest. The trading hall and chat channel began to become lively again, on the top floor of a very beautiful high-rise building. A young man frowned and muttered to himself, "What's going on? Has someone discovered the use of zombie yuandan and started buying them? That shouldn't be possible. I've been observing for a long time, and I think I'm the only old man who has entered this world. But we can't rule out the possibility that someone else is hiding. No, I have to speed up, otherwise I won't even be able to drink the soup in the end."
Chapter 49, Advancement to the 5th level of body forging. After a night, Chen Fan opened the trading channel as soon as he woke up. Sure enough, all the items I put up were traded successfully. Chen Fan put 5 more of each on top of, then he took out some bread and a few bottles of milk. I just took a few bites. Today Chen Fan plans to go out and see if he can find crystals like the ones the zombies licked before. But before that, you should improve your own strength first. I won the bodybuilding fluid in the lottery yesterday. With the system's amplification, 800 bottles arrived directly. Chen Fan took out the bodybuilding liquid and started drinking it directly. After drinking 7 bottles in a row, Chen Fan felt a surge of strength in his body. Of the 4th level of bodybuilding, the power surged directly. Cool. Continue. This time, Chen Fan drank 156 bottles in a row before a new strength came into his body. The 5th level of bodybuilding, Chen Fan couldn't wait to open his property panel and 6897 race, human cultivation, 5th level of physical training, with a strength of about 50,000 kilograms, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 500 meters in advance, skills, non-life skills, non-chat channel, trading hall. Number of personnel remaining, 7992/10,000. The 5th level of bodybuilding has a strength of about 50,000 kilograms. How terrifying is this strength? But now Chen Fan feels that drinking the bodybuilding liquid is of little use. Even if I drink all the remaining 600 bottles, I can probably only reach the 6th level of bodybuilding, but it is impossible for Chen Fan to drink it all in one breath. But he can still drink dozens or hundreds of bottles every day. I guess drinking the bodybuilding liquid will only allow you to advance once. Drinking it has no effect, then you have to find something more advanced to improve your strength. However, those who have reached the 5th level of body forging can probably walk around freely in this world. It's time to go out and have some fun. As for the zombies here, they have become quite a problem. Ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to do anything about these zombies. Wait until these zombies advance to a higher level, and then I will come to harvest them. Chen Fan jumped down from the 3rd floor and left the park at an extremely fast speed. In a blink of an eye, we arrived outside the park. Chen Fan planned to leave the city first before heading west. Chen Fan soon left the city. After leaving the city, Chen Fan originally planned to walk along the highway, but after thinking about it, I felt that moving along the road was a bit slow. So Chen Fan went straight over the mountains and across the rivers. Crossing mountains and rivers is a piece of cake for Chen Fan now. Chen Fan also took out the Chao Shang Fei light kung fu technique and started practicing it on the spot. It's true, this light kung fu technique is different. With just a little effort, Chen Fan can fly very far away, and at an extremely fast speed. This allowed Chen Fan to fully experience the charm of Qigong. Chen Fan reached the top of the mountain easily. Looking into the distance, there is an even higher mountain ahead, but there seems to be another small town at the foot of the mountain, and there seem to be quite a few zombies in that town. Chen Fan decided to go to the small town first. He flew down all the way and soon arrived in front of the town. The zombies in this small town were also alarmed by Chen Fan's arrival. They began to surround Chen Fan. Chen Fan calmly took out 2 tang swords and looked at the zombies that were approaching. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled and said, "Come on." Then he jumped into the air and flew in front of the zombies. The 2-handed tang sword slashed across. Shoo, shoo, shoo. With a few sounds, the zombies running in the front were chopped in half by Chen Fan. The 2 swords chopped down again, and the 2 zombies were split in half. Chen Fan moved left and right, and his 2 swords were extremely powerful. The Jinmu Badeo sword technique used was already very domineering. Coupled with Chen Fan's own strength, the zombies we encountered were basically broken into 2 pieces or halves. These zombies couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Fan's clothes before they broke into 2 pieces. As they turned and moved, dozens of zombies fell to the ground. After half an hour, the number of zombies surrounding Chen Fan became fewer and fewer. The streets were also covered with zombie corpses. A puff. Chen Fan killed the last zombie with his sword, performed some knife tricks in a very cool manner, and put the knife into his backpack, but his body was still clean. Chen Fan looked back at the street behind him, which was already covered with zombie corpses. Dealing with these ordinary zombies didn't take Chen Fan any effort at all. However, this town is not very big, and the total number of zombies just now is only about 1,000. It took Chen Fan almost an hour to clear out all the zombies. Chen Fan casually walked around the town and didn't find anything useful. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a strange noise coming from a room. Originally, Chen Fan thought it was a zombie locked in a room, but Chen Fan just heard a voice that sounded like a woman's. The zombies in this world all roar, so the female voice is still easy to hear. Chen Fan slowly approached the house, then he kicked open the door of the house. Slowly stepped into the house. Chen Fan looked around and was sure that there was no one on the 1st floor. Then Chen Fan climbed up to the 2nd floor. Then his sight locked onto a room that looked like a study. He walked over and kicked the door open. I looked around and found something that looked like a headdress sticking out from the other side of the desk. Chen Fan walked over and reached out to grab the headdress. Chen Fan pulled it and found that the headdress seemed to be quite sturdy. Then Chen Fan used a little force and directly pulled out the people wearing headdresses. "Woo woo woo, don't kill me." At this time, a female voice cried and begged Chen Fan for mercy. Chen Fan put the person in his hand on the ground. Only then did I realize that the person in front of me was not a pure human being, but it was a little girl with bunny ears. What looked like a headdress just now were the ears on the little girl's head. No wonder I can't pull it off. Chen Fan brought the little girl in front of him.
The girl trembled and looked at Chen Fan with tears in her eyes. This made Chen Fan feel embarrassed. I feel like I'm bullying the weak. Apart from the two rabbit ears on her head, this girl is actually not much different from humans. I just don't know if this little girl will become that sexy bunny girl when she grows up.
Whoa whoa, don't kill me, uncle.
When the little girl saw Chen Fan staring at her, she started crying again. Chen Fan put the little girl down, touched his handsome face and said, "Do I really look like a bad guy?" The little girl nodded innocently, then shook her head violently, looking like she had a strong desire to survive. Chen Fan was speechless and reached out to touch the little girl's head, but the little girl was so frightened that she stepped back pale. Chen Fan withdrew his hand awkwardly and said, Okay, I won't kill you." Chapter 50 Blood Lotus. I heard Chen Fan say he wouldn't kill her. The little girl finally stopped trembling and looked at Chen Fan pitifully, saying, "Uncle, you really won't kill me?"
Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Why would I kill you? I'm not a murderer." But, you just killed so many people,"
the little girl said weakly, looking at the street outside. Chen Fan was even more speechless and said, "Those are not human beings, they are monsters."
"Can't you see that they are besieging me?"
The little girl thought about it, and it seemed that those people were the first to attack the uncle, and those people are scary too. Chen Fan looked at the little girl and couldn't understand how such a simple little girl could enter the Infinite Tower. Aren't her parents worried? Chen Fan asked, "Why did you enter the Infinite Tower?
Aren't your family members worried about you?"
The little girl lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said, I sneaked in. If I had known this world was so scary, I wouldn't have come in." Several black question marks appeared above Chen Fan's head. Did someone sneak in? What an amazing operation. It seems that this little girl must be from a wealthy family and has never been exposed to the dangers of the outside world. I thought entering the Infinite Tower was something fun. Chen Fan's impression of the little girl instantly dropped a lot. I feel like the children in this big family are more willful and reckless. Just because his family disagreed, he dared to sneak into this infinite world, not knowing how dangerous it was outside. This is simply nonsense. Chen Fan looked at the little girl and prepared to turn around and leave. Chen Fan was too lazy to care about people like this, but at this moment, the little girl was holding Chen Fan's sleeve and wouldn't let go. Chen Fan glared at the little girl with a stern look and said, "Let go." But the little girl was still unwilling to let go of Chen Fan's sleeve. She was clearly afraid that Chen Fan would kill her just now, but now she seems to be afraid that Chen Fan will leave.
"Uncle, please don't leave, I'm scared."
Chen Fan slapped her hand away and said, "I have something else to do. There's no danger here now, so you don't have to be afraid.
Just stay here quietly and you won't be in any danger."
The little girl sniffed and cried, but, if I don't go out, I will die of hunger and thirst." Chen Fan got annoyed when he heard this and said, "You knew you'd die of hunger and thirst.
Why didn't you just stay home? Why did you have to come out here to play? Uncle, I'm so cute, why don't you stay and protect me? When we get out, I can give you a lot of spirit stones." "No, I have things to do."
Chen Fan can earn spirit stones by himself, and he can easily earn a lot of spirit stones.
"Then I'll follow you, okay?"
The little girl begged again. Chen Fan looked at the little girl in front of him with disdain and said, "Besides eating, what else can you do?" The little girl looked at Chen Fan with a guilty look on her face and asked, "Does being able to dance count?" Chen Fan looked at the little girl speechlessly, then turned and left. The little girl hugged Chen Fan's legs and prevented him from leaving.
"Woo woo, uncle, don't leave me."
Chen Fan tried to pull his foot out several times but failed. He stopped helplessly and said, "Let go, or I'll beat you up."
"I won't let you go, even if I die. It's better for me to be killed by the uncle than to be eaten by the monsters outside."
Chen Fan slapped his forehead helplessly. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have come into the shabby room. If Chen Fan were really asked to kill such a little girl, he really couldn't do it. Although I am not a good person, I am not a bad person either, and I will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "I'll find a safe place first and come back here to pick you up." The little girl stared at Chen Fan with innocent eyes, as if to say, "Uncle, you don't want to abandon me and are not saying this on purpose, are you?" Chen Fan smiled bitterly and said, "This village is still relatively safe now. I'll leave enough food and water for you. I'll come pick you up when I find a safe place. Besides, if you follow me now, you'll only end up dead.
If you get eaten by zombies, I won't care about you. If you want to follow me, you have to be obedient." "Then uncle, when can you come back to see me?"
"I can't say for sure.
Maybe he'll be back in a few days, or maybe a week."
Chen Fan really had something to do, and if he had to carry such a burden with him, he really wouldn't be able to do anything. The little girl also saw the determination in Chen Fan's eyes and was sure that Chen Fan really would not take her with him. "I had no choice but to settle for the next best thing." "Then uncle, you must come back to see me in a week."
"Okay, I'll come back to see you in a week.
Just stay here and I'll leave you enough food and water." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a lot of food and water from his backpack.
"This food and water will be enough for you for 2 weeks.
As long as you stay here and don't run around, you won't be in danger. When Chen Fan first came into the town, he had already basically cleared out all the zombies in the town. In other words, there are only some zombies left in the room that cannot come out. As long as the little girl doesn't go out and wanders around, there is basically no danger for her to stay in this room. This time, the little girl was holding a bottle of water in her left hand and a duck neck in her right hand and started eating. He didn't forget to send Chen Fan out and said, "Uncle, you must come back." Chen Fan looked at what the little girl with rabbit ears was holding in her hand and felt a little uncomfortable.
Aren't rabbits vegetarians?
Yeah.
Chen Fan nodded to the little girl and jumped onto the wall. Uncle, my name is Jingli, you must remember to come back and pick me up. Chen Fan.
Chen Fan replied and floated away. Chen Fan sped all the way and soon crossed a mountain. There is no small town at the foot of the mountain, but a deep valley with lush greenery and very tall trees. Chen Fan leisurely performed the flying skill on the grass, enjoying the scenery along the way at a moderate speed. After a while, they arrived at the bottom of the valley. There is actually a huge lake at the bottom of this valley. And in the center of the lake there are 5 blood-red lotus flowers. Soon as Chen Fan saw the blood-red lotus, he thought it was a good thing. It's just in the middle of the lake, and I don't know if there is any danger in the lake. Chen Fan flew over, tapped the lake water with his toes, and soon came to the lotus. He reached out and was about to pick a blood lotus. The danger perception sensed the danger in advance, and Chen Fan immediately withdrew it. Just as I stepped out 2 meters, I saw the lake water churning, and then a giant mouth emerged from the water. With one bite, a loud click sound is heard, which shows how terrifying the bite force is. Chapter 51 Testing the giant crocodile. Then water splashed all over the sky, and Chen Fan took advantage of the gaps in the water. Finally I saw what it was. It turned out to be a huge crocodile. The body that jumped out of the water was as big as a locomotive, which shows how big this crocodile was. Then there was a loud splash sound, and the waves flew and rushed directly onto the surrounding lakeshores. This time, Chen Fan also retreated to the lakeshore and jumped onto a giant tree. The waves in the lake were still hitting the rocks and various bushes around the lakeshore. When the waves receded and the lake returned to calm, the blood lotus in the center of the lake was still as blood. It seemed as if the waves just now had no effect on it at all, and the huge crocodile just now disappeared, as if it had never appeared. If it weren't for the bushes around the lake still dripping with water, I would have thought that the giant crocodile had never appeared. Judging from the aura of the crocodile when it jumped out of the water just now, Chen Fan believed that this crocodile should have the strength of the first level of body forging, and it seemed that it had just broken through to the first level of body forging. If it were on the shore, Chen Fan could easily deal with the crocodile, but in the water, it would be much more difficult. The most important thing is that the lake looks very deep. Even though the huge crocodile dived into the water, there was no trace of it. This shows how deep the lake is. In order to kill this crocodile, you must lure it ashore and then kill it with one blow, without giving it any chance to escape. If the crocodile is given the chance to escape into the water, it will be more difficult to kill it. But how can we lure this crocodile to the shore? Chen Fan thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any good solution. Then we can only use the dumbest but most effective method. The most effective and stupid way is to use yourself as bait to lure the giant crocodile to the shore. When you think of it, Chen Fan first found a dead tree, chopped it into several pieces with a tang sword, and then split it into wooden boards. They were all thrown into the lake by Chen Fan one by one. Soon, the lake was filled with wooden planks floating on the surface. After making preparations, Chen Fan flew into the lake again, tapped his feet, and soon arrived among the blood lotus again. He reached out to pick the blood lotus. As soon as he did so, Chen Fan could feel the tremendous power coming from under the lake. As long as Chen Fan picked the blood lotus, he would definitely be bitten by the giant crocodile under the lake. Chen Fan didn't dare to use his own flesh and blood to test the giant crocodile's teeth. He retreated immediately, and the wooden board floating in the lake happened to be Chen Fan's best foothold. I tapped the wooden board in the lake with my feet and easily returned to the tree on the lakeshore. This moment, the giant crocodile fell into the lake with a loud plop and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just now, Chen Fan also tested the reaction of the giant crocodile. Judging from the crocodile's reaction speed just now, its speed should not be able to keep up with Chen Fan, but this giant crocodile is too huge. The range of the attack also becomes larger. If Chen Fan really tried to pick the blood lotus, he might be bitten by the giant crocodile. Even if he couldn't be bitten, the possibility of being hit was very high. If you get hurt here, the consequences will be very passive. So we still adopt the dog walking tactic. The giant crocodile fell into the lake again, splashing huge waves, and the wooden boards floating on the lake were scattered. Some were blown away by the waves, and some were pushed onto the rocks on both sides of the lake shore, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. This time, Chen Fan didn't wait for the waves to subside and went towards the blood lotus in the lake. He pretended to pick the blood lotus, and sure enough, a huge tail slapped towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan retreated and avoided the giant tail. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant tail didn't hit Chen Fan, but hit the water directly, causing waves to scatter. But the blood lotus in the lake was not affected at all. Of the shrubs around the lakeshore were not so lucky, as many of their leaves fell off due to the waves. Chen Fan was standing on a wooden board, which was extremely stable in the waves, with no signs of toppling over. Take advantage of the fact that the giant crocodile has just used too much force and is now unable to change its strength. Chen Fan rushed towards the blood lotus at an extremely fast speed. He reached out to pick the blood lotus, but the danger perception immediately sensed the danger. Chen Fan had no choice but to retreat again. Just as it retreated, a huge crocodile's mouth emerged from the water. Fortunately, Chen Fan retreated quickly. 2. Chen Fan's face didn't look very good. Chen Fan was sure that this was the second giant crocodile. If there were only 2 of them, Chen Fan was confident that he could kill these 2 giant crocodiles, but I'm afraid there will be a third, a fourth, or even more. That would be really uncomfortable. If there were really that many, Chen Fan would have no choice but to retreat. Can't waste time here. If they were on the shore, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, Chen Fan could easily deal with them. In the water, Chen Fan is really passive, mainly because he is difficult to kill. This time when I go out, I have to find a water-based technique first. Otherwise, I will be in a passive position like this time. Chen Fan said with gritted teeth. We still have to keep testing, if there really is a third or fourth one. Chen Fan turned around and left, not wanting to waste time here. After thinking it over, Chen Fan exerted all his strength and his speed soared. Boom! As soon as Chen Fan approached the blood lotus, a tail slapped him. Chen Fan changed direction and continued moving forward. Bang! Another giant mouth attacks. Chen Fan stepped on the ground and flew upwards in a spin. The giant mouth followed closely behind, but it was not as high as Chen Fan's, and he fell down again. Chen Fan landed lightly on a wooden board in the lake again. With a tap of his toes, he rushed towards the blood lotus at an extremely fast speed. The 2 giant crocodiles were no longer lurking in the water, but had surfaced. The huge eyes like gongs stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan scoffed. Will I be afraid of you if my eyes are so wide open? As he spoke, Chen Fan threw the Tang sword in his hand out. The Tang sword flew towards the giant crocodile's eyes at an extremely fast speed. The giant crocodile sensed danger and lowered its head and dived into the water. He narrowly avoided the Tang sword, but the blade still passed over the giant crocodile's head, leaving a white mark on its scales. With a slurp sound, the Tang sword flew across the lake, drawing a straight line of waves on the water. Boom! After the sound, dust flew everywhere. He saw that the Tang sword had been inserted into the reef beside the lake shore, and a large circular gap had appeared on the outside of the reef, as if it had been bombarded by a missile. Chen Fan looked at the sinking crocodile thoughtfully. The Tang sword that he had just thrown away could actually leave a white mark on the hardest head of the body. It seems that the giant crocodile's defense is not as strong as I imagined. That's easy. Chen Fan took out another Tang sword from his backpack. This time, Chen Fan is ready to fight the giant crocodile head-on. Chapter 52: Killing the giant crocodile. After understanding the giant crocodile's defensive power, Chen Fan yelled, "Come on!" Then he turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards the giant crocodile closest to him. When the crocodile saw Chen Fan rushing towards him, it swung its tail and slapped Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan did not dodge anymore. Instead, he raised his knife to block with one hand and stabbed forward with the other. Bite! Buzz! The crocodile's tail hit Chen Fan's raised Tang sword that was blocking his head. The enormous force almost knocked Chen Fan away, and the water around his feet dispersed in all directions, forming a huge funnel-shaped water vortex. But the giant crocodile is not feeling well either, because it hit the Tang sword. Several scales on the tail were broken off. The Tang sword had cut deeply into the flesh, and blood began to flow out slowly. Chen Fan took this opportunity to stab the crocodile's belly with the Tang sword in his other hand. The abdomen is the crocodile's soft spot. When the giant crocodile saw Chen Fan's Tang sword stabbing towards its abdomen, it wanted to turn over and dive into the water, but the tail was still stuck on another Tang sword, and it was too late to jump into the water. Puff! The Tang sword easily pierced into the giant crocodile's belly. The giant crocodile let out a loud roar. He struggled desperately and at the same time sent out a signal for help to his companions, but the more the giant crocodile struggled, the bigger the wound became. Another giant crocodile saw that its companion was injured and also received the companion's distress signal. It swam over quickly and the crocodile had rushed directly towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan blocked the tail of the Tang sword and pulled it hard. Spicy blood splattered. The giant crocodile's tail was almost completely cut off, and the bone was visible. As for the Tang sword that had pierced the crocodile's abdomen, it was too late to pull it out. He had no choice but to give up and stepped on the head of the giant crocodile rushing towards him. With the power of the giant crocodile, with a whoosh, he retreated dozens of meters away. At the same time, he took out a Tang sword from his backpack and held it in front of him. The injured crocodile still had the Tang sword stuck in its belly and was rolling on the water. The entire lake surface was a bright red, and it seemed that a lot of blood had been shed. Chen Fan planned to deal with one crocodile first and then the other. So he attacked the injured crocodile again. The uninjured crocodile saw that Chen Fan was about to attack his companion again. He quickly stood in front of Chen Fan and at the same time swept his tail towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan stomped his feet in his hands and jumped high into the air to avoid the huge tail that swept across. At the same time, he also passed the giant crocodile. The Tang swords in both hands stabbed straight down. The injured giant crocodile obviously did not expect that Chen Fan would bypass his companions and kill him. The giant crocodile thought that he was safe as he had his companions standing in front of him. It's too late to react now. Boom! Chen Fan held 2 knives and stabbed them directly into the giant crocodile's head, going through it, because the force was so great, it was like a cannonball exploding in the lake. The lake water splashed a large wave in all directions, even large amounts of lake water washed up on the shore, then it slowly flows into the lake. At this time, the injured giant crocodile had two tang swords stuck in its head, and its body was already floating on the lake, with only its tail still moving from time to time, obviously dead. The other giant crocodile obviously didn't expect that his companion would be killed by Chen Fan in an instant. When he saw two tang swords stuck in his companion's head, his body was motionless. He let out a deafening roar and rushed towards Chen Fan like a madman. Chen Fan stood on the head of the dead giant crocodile, watching another giant crocodile rushing towards him like mad. He slowly took out two tang swords, smiled, and rushed towards the giant crocodile. When it was about to rush to him, the giant crocodile opened its huge mouth, as if wanting to swallow Chen Fan in one gulp. Instead of retreating, Chen Fan advanced, holding a tang sword and stabbing the giant crocodile's throat. The giant crocodile obviously felt that swallowing Chen Fan was a wrong choice. The tail flicked on the water surface and the whole body jumped high, then he charged towards Chen Fan headfirst. Chen Fan looked at the crocodile leaping in the air and charging towards him. He slid in the water and passed by the giant crocodile above. The giant crocodile fell into the water, and there was another loud bang. Water splashed everywhere, and the whole lake was like a rainstorm. Chen Fan shook off the water droplets on his head. He turned around and rushed towards the giant crocodile again. The giant crocodile also jumped out of the water again, and its huge tail swept across the enemy. Chen Fan saw the crocodile's tail sweeping towards him. He quickly used his two swords to block in front of himself. Ding, ding, ding. A few sounds and sparks flew. Chen Fan was also swept more than 10 meters away by this huge force, but the giant crocodile was in a worse condition. Its tail was covered in blood and many of its scales had fallen off. This time, it was swinging its tail around in pain on the lake. Chen Fan laughed. It was obvious that these two crocodiles had suffered losses from Tang Dao. Kill you while you were sick. Chen Fan would never make such a low-level mistake. Seize the opportunity and work hard to the death. Place your feet a little above the plank in the water. He rushed towards the giant crocodile like an arrow. The giant crocodile was not willing to be outdone and rushed towards Chen Fan. Another sweeping blow came towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed and said, "It seems that you only care about eating and not about fighting. You still use this trick. You can forget about this tail of yours." Chen Fan raised his knife and moved forward, ready to wait for the giant crocodile's tail to sweep over him. Just then, the giant crocodile's tail suddenly changed direction and swept directly into the water. Then a whip came from under the water. Fuck, a sneak attack. Chen Fan cursed. The two swords blocking in front of him quickly crossed and chopped down. As soon as his feet stepped on the water, he flew into the air. The whole person stood upside down and the giant crocodile's tail just hit. Puff, roared, blood splattered everywhere, and half of the giant crocodile's tail was broken off and fell into the lake. The giant crocodile also roared in pain. Chen Fan's feet landed on the wooden board above the lake again. He smiled lightly and said, "How is it? All right." The giant crocodile stared at Chen Fan with its eyes, roared, turned around and ran away. It disappeared after a while, probably dived to the bottom of the lake again. Chen Fan was speechless as he looked at the giant crocodile that had disappeared. The giant crocodile just roared, and I thought it was ready to fight to the death with me. Unexpectedly, the giant crocodile actually slipped away. I am still too young. Chen Fan originally wanted to chase after the giant crocodile and kill it, but then he thought that he might not be able to defeat the giant crocodile in the water. So forget it, that giant crocodile probably wouldn't dare to provoke me again. I just don't know if there are other giant crocodiles. Logically speaking, we had just fought with those two giant crocodiles for so long, and no other giant crocodiles joined the battle. There should be no other giant crocodiles in this lake. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Chapter 53, Strange Small Mountain Village. Just in case, Chen Fan first came to the site of the blood lotus. Prepare to pick the blood lotus first. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood mist lotus, the quantity increased 700 times, and obtained 700 first-grade diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood mist lotus, the quantity increased by 300 times, and obtained 300 first-grade diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood mist lotus, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 first-grade diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood mist lotus, the quantity increased 600 times, and obtained 600 first-grade diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood mist lotus, increasing its quantity by 300 times and its quality by 800 times. Obtained 700 second-grade gold blood cloud lotuses. There was actually an increase in quality, and the second grade was directly produced. This wave is so cool. A real wave of fat, and the lotus leaves cannot be let go either. Chen Fan directly picked a lotus leaf. Obtain 1 lotus leaf, increase the quantity by 300 times, obtain 300 lotus leaves. Chen Fan didn't expect that these lotus flowers were all made of diamonds, but why didn't these lotus leaves even have a grade? Bad review. Next is to clean up the crocodile corpse. Chen Fan came to the crocodile's corpse and touched it. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood crocodile. The number increased 100 times. Obtained 100 first-grade diamond blood crocodiles. Well, just 100 crocodiles. I don't know how long it would take to eat such a big crocodile, let alone 100 of them. Chen Fan packed up his things and went ashore. After fighting for so long, Chen Fan was also hungry, so he used his tang sword to cut off a large piece of crocodile meat roast over a fire. After a while, the crocodile meat was roasted and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Fragrant. One bite and your mouth is full of oil. So refreshing. Chen Fan grilled it several times in a row and found that this diamond grade crocodile meat was so delicious. Don't be fooled by the crocodile's size, its meat is really tender. When grilled, it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chen Fan stopped eating only when he really couldn't eat anymore. I looked at the half crocodile tail still floating on the water. Chen Fan jumped down again and retracted the tail. Obtained one piece of first-grade diamond blood crocodile tail, the quantity increased 500 times, and obtained 500 pieces of first-grade diamond blood crocodile tails. After putting away the crocodile's tail, Chen Fan patted his butt and left. As for the other crocodile, Chen Fan didn't plan to continue dealing with it. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After Chen Fan left, the giant crocodile slowly surfaced. He looked at the direction Chen Fan left, and then looked at the place where only lotus leaves were left. Full of indignation and resentment, Chen Fan sped all the way and finally found a small mountain village in front before the sun set. The small mountain village doesn't look very big, there should be dozens of households. But in this small mountain village, there is not a single zombie to be seen. Which seems a bit weird. It has been a week since I came to this zombie world, and along the way, it was the first time that Chen Fan saw a village without zombies. There are zombies in other villages to varying degrees. Chen Fan walked into the village and found that there were really no zombies in the village. On this path covered with fallen leaves, there was no trace of zombie activity. Chen Fan came to a yard and pushed open the door. I found that except for some fallen leaves, the yard was basically clean, as if the family had just been out for a few days. Chen Fan pushed open the doors of several courtyards in succession. They were basically the same, as if the people here had not been out for long. There is no trace of zombies. It seemed as if there were no zombies here at all, but the fallen leaves in the yard proved that the place had not been cleaned for several days. It was as if all the people in this village had disappeared out of thin air. Chen Fan pushed open the door of a room in one of the courtyards. I found that the room was relatively clean, and there were signs that someone had lived there recently. It just seems to have disappeared in the past few days. Then Chen Fan went to the kitchen to take a look. There was still some leftover food on the stove, but it had all gone moldy. Chen Fan left the yard in great confusion. Then Chen Fan chopped down all the houses in the village and found that the rooms looked basically the same. It was as if all the people in this village had disappeared. This time, the sky outside was getting dark, so Chen Fan had to find a better apartment to settle down after getting some food. Chen Fan prepared to rest. I plan to get some rest and explore the village again tomorrow to see if I can find anything. The night passed quickly. After getting up in the morning, Chen Fan washed up and had breakfast. Chen Fan began to explore the village again, but still nothing was found. Chen Fan didn't plan to dwell on this for too long. So I planned to leave here first. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, a flash of yellow appeared behind the small village. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly chased after him. Chen Fan was very fast and caught up with the yellow guy in no time. When Chen Fan caught up, he saw clearly that it was a dog, Chinese native dog. At this time, the dog was looking at Chen Fan with a wary look. Chen Fan looked at his dog with a wary expression and he smiled what he thought was a kind smile and said, "Hello, Da Huang." The dog looked at Chen Fan with confusion. It was sure that it had never seen Chen Fan, but how did this person know that his name was Da Huang? Chen Fan saw that the big yellow dog had relaxed its guard and was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Chen Fan knew that he had guessed correctly. The dog must be called Da Huang. So Chen Fan continued, "Da Huang, do you know where the people here are taking it?" Da Huang still looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Chen Fan had no hostility, it wagged its tail at Chen Fan and walked around him. Seeing that the dog actually ignored him, Chen Fan followed and said, "Hey, Da Huang, don't go. Where have all the people in this village gone?" But Da Huang ignored Chen Fan and just ran forward on his own. Chen Fan felt that Da Huang must know where all the people in the village had gone soon. Chen Fan followed Da Huang around a hill and came to a valley. Continue along a path that winds around the valley, and below the path is a small river. Continue moving upwards towards the river, and soon a hole will appear at the end of the river ahead. The river water flows out from the cave, but the water is very turbid at this moment. Before the end of the world, the river water must have been very clear. Da Huang didn't care that Chen Fan followed him all the way. After arriving at the cave entrance, he started barking at the entrance, but he hesitated and didn't dare to go in, and could only shout outside the cave entrance. Chapter 54, Strange Cave, Human Face Spider. When Chen Fan saw this, he knew that there must be something inside, which caused Da Huang to be afraid to move forward, but Da Huang really wanted to go in. Chen Fan came to Da Huang and looked towards the cave entrance, but it was pitch black inside and I couldn't see what was inside. It would be nice to have a flashlight, but for some reason in this world, anything that carries electricity cannot be used. Chen Fan picked up a stone and threw it towards the cave entrance. With a whoosh, the stone entered the cave entrance, and soon the sound of the stone hitting the rock wall and falling to the ground came from the cave. The entrance to the cave was so dark that I couldn't see anything at all. Chen Fan thought about it and found a large amount of dry wood nearby. He also found a dried up pine tree and cut a large number of pine cone strips from it. With the increase in quantity, tens of thousands of pine nut strips were directly obtained, and it is estimated that so many will not be used up. Then a fire was built at the entrance of the cave. With the help of pine torches to ignite the fire, it quickly started. With a fire at the entrance of the cave, I could finally see the space within 2 meters inside the cave. I saw a winding path in the cave that extended into the dark cave. There is still a small river below the path, and the water is still turbid. Chen Fan called De Huang and asked him to go in with him. There was fear in De Huang's eyes, but then he became determined and took the initiative to walk in front to lead the way for. Chen Fan picked up 2 larger pine torches from the fire and followed De Huang in the light of the fire for safety reasons. Chen Fan built another bonfire a few meters away. This also makes the entire cave look much brighter. It also allowed Chen Fan to see the situation inside the cave clearly. In fact, the situation inside the cave is similar to that at the entrance. There is a cobblestone path and a small river below the path. There are no stalactites or anything like that. A very ordinary cave, but the cave is still very deep. Chen Fan and De Huang had already come in about 100 meters, but the deepest part of the cave cannot be seen yet. De Huang was still leading the way, but he had become more cautious. Every few steps he would look vigilantly at the cave in front for a long time before continuing to move forward. Chen Fan didn't urge De Huang to do this. He knew that there must be something that could kill him. After walking forward about 100 meters, the view finally became much wider. Chen Fan was also very familiar with the scene before him. There was a statue carved on the rock in the middle of the cave. It should be a Buddha with 3 heads and 6 arms. The face couldn't be seen clearly, and Chen Fan didn't know what kind of statue it was. What surprised Chen Fan the most was that the ground below the statue was now filled with white bones. Judging from the shape of the bones, they should be human corpses. Judging from the shape of the bones, they must have been eaten by something, and there are clear tooth marks on the bones. At this moment, Da Huang was lying in front of the pile of bones and crying. When Chen Fan saw De Huang like this, he knew very well that these corpses should all be villagers in the village. Judging from the appearance of the skeleton, these villagers must have been eaten by some monster before the apocalypse broke out. Chen Fan could imagine it. Before the apocalypse broke out, this village should have been holding some grand temple fair. This temple fair is a place where people from the entire village come to worship the statue, but no one knows when a monster appeared in this cave. Just as the villagers were holding a lively temple fair, the monster appeared and killed all the villagers, then dragged them back to the cave one by one and ate them. Finally, it was probably De Huang who stayed in the village and saw that none of the villagers had returned, so he came to this cave to look for them. When he arrived at the cave entrance, Da Huang sensed that there was something terrifying deep in the cave. That's why Da Huang kept wandering at the entrance of the cave and didn't dare to move forward. It was not until Chen Fan appeared that De Huang mustered up the courage to enter the cave. What kind of monster could have left these villagers completely powerless to resist? No matter how powerful this monster is, it is impossible for it to surpass the body tempering stage and reach the chi training stage. Even if someone in the chi training realm came, it would be impossible to kill all the villagers in an instant. It is only more than 200 meters from here to the cave entrance, so a few of them will definitely escape. So how did this monster manage to kill all these villagers in one fell swoop? Unless, at this moment, Xiaojie's danger perception was triggered and he instantly felt the danger coming from all around. Damn, poison gas. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, pulled up De Huang who was lying on the ground crying, and ran out of the cave. Chen Fan should have thought of it earlier that the only way to catch all the villagers at once was to use poison. In this basically sealed cave, poison was the best method. The monster inside saw Chen Fan flying out and no longer hid. Then Chen Fan rushed out. Chen Fan flew out of the cave at an extremely fast speed, and soon after, the monster followed him out. Only then did Chen Fan realize what kind of monster this was. It turned out to be a human-faced spider. It has a huge belly, 8 long legs, a human face hanging on it, and 8 eyes on its abdomen. It looks very scary. Although he looks scary, his strength is not as good as Chen Fan's. Chen Fan could tell at a glance the strength of the human-faced spider, which was at best at the first level of body forging. Its main lethality should be poison. Now that we are not in the cave, we don't have to worry too much about the poison of this human-faced spider. Chen Fan took out a bottle of bronze antidote from his backpack and drank it directly. Although I'm not worried about the poison of the human face spider, it's still better to be cautious. The human-faced spider roared at Chen Fan a few times, then rushed towards him with its 8 long legs. Chen Fan took out 2 tang swords from his backpack and rushed forward without giving in. There were flashes of knives and shadows of legs. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The man and the monster soon exchanged dozens of moves. When they separated, Chen Fan's tang sword was already sharp, but the human-faced spider's legs were in trouble. This time, all 8 legs were stabbed and green blood was flowing out. The 8 legs of the human-faced spider were shaking in pain. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "You are truly brave. Last time, you dared to confront my sword with your mortal body. Now you have become my food." The human-faced spider obviously didn't understand what Chen Fan was saying, but looking at Chen Fan's smile, it was obvious that he was laughing at him. The human-faced spider roared angrily, puffed up its abdomen and launched a load of white stuff towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan dodged and went out dozens of meters away. I saw that a layer of white net had been laid where Chen Fan had originally stood. Look at the color of the net. It is white with a hint of blue. It should be poisonous. Fortunately, I
Dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been hit. Chapter 55 Killing the Human-Faced Spider. When the human-faced spider saw Chen Fan dodge, it shot out another ball of lightning. Chen Fan dodged again, shoot again, dodge again, shoot again, dodge again. Soon, Chen Fan discovered something was wrong, because the surrounding area was covered with spider silk shot by the human-faced spider. The area for one's own activities is getting smaller and smaller. Chen Fan didn't plan to continue playing with the human-faced spider when the human-faced spider shot out spider silk again. Chen Fan dodged the spider silk, then he sprinted to the front of the human-faced spider. This human-faced spider obviously didn't expect that Chen Fan would suddenly stop dodging. Chen Fan stabbed directly into one of the eyes on the abdomen of the human-faced spider. Puff! The knife struck me straight through. The human-faced spider let out a miserable howl. Chen Fan didn't want to fight either, so he drew his sword and retreated. The human-faced spider howled again, and then green blood spurted out of its abdomen. It seems like a faucet that costs nothing. Turn the water to the maximum and let it flow freely. Looking at the green blood gushing out of the human-faced spider, Chen Fan smiled. He shook the green blood off the Tang's sword in a very cool manner. Then he rushed forward again. When the human-faced spider saw Chen Fan rushing towards it again, it could not reach the blood gushing out of its abdomen. He moved his 8 long legs and wanted to retreat into the cave, but unfortunately there was a knife wound on his leg, so his speed was much slower. Chen Fan saw that the human-faced spider wanted to retreat back to the cave, but he could not let the human-faced spider do as it wished. No longer holding back, he caught up with the human-faced spider in a few flashes. A knife stabbed directly into the back of the human-faced spider. Puff! 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 Stabbed 3 times in succession. The human-faced spider wailed continuously, turned around, and spit out a dark green poisonous mist towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly retreated. Although I took the antidote myself, but who can guarantee that the antidote can completely eliminate the poisonous fog of the human-faced spider? It's better to be careful. After the human-faced spider spewed out a puff of poisonous mist, it became obviously even more listless. He even staggered when he walked, still insisting on walking into the cave. After Chen Fan waited for the poisonous fog to dissipate, he quickly caught up with the human-faced spider. With one blow, he blinded one of the eyes in the abdomen of the human-faced spider. Seeing that he could no longer escape, the human-faced spider looked ferocious, and it was obvious that he was going to fight to the death. Chen Fan couldn't jump high as it wished. The 2 knives stabbed directly into the human-faced head of the human-faced spider from top to bottom. The human-faced spider didn't expect that he wouldn't even have a chance to fight. He let out a very unwilling wail and fell to the ground. Chen Fan spun his knife in a cool manner and said disdainfully to the corpse of the human-faced spider, "Nothing more than that." Then he walked to the corpse of the human-faced spider, thinking about putting the human-faced spider back into his backpack, but just thinking about it makes me feel sick. This spider is not delicious and it has green blood all over its body. Let's just forget it. When Chen Fan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something on the head he had just stabbed. Chen Fan used a knife to break open the head of the human-faced spider, and saw a round bead falling out. This bead is somewhat similar to the zombie Yuandan. Chen Fan picked up the bead. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond beast essence pill, the quantity increased by 600 times, and obtained 600 first-grade diamond beast essence pills. Could it be that the beast Yuandan is the same as the zombie Yuandan, and can be drawn in a lottery? You can find a chance to try it when the time comes. Speaking of this exotic beast Yuandan, it seems that he also harvested the corpses of 100 crocodiles. Could it be that these 100 crocodiles also have this exotic beast Yuandan? Chen Fan hurriedly took out the corpse of a crocodile and made a hole in its head. Sure enough, a beast Yuandan fell out. Chen Fan picked it up and took a look at it, and found that it was similar to the exotic beast Yuandan that fell from the human-faced spider, and should also be a first-grade diamond. However, it was not amplified here this time. It should be because it has been amplified once, so it cannot be amplified here again. Chen Fan took out all the crocodile corpses and dissected them one by one. As expected, he harvested another 100 first-grade diamond beast Yuandan. After putting all the things into the backpack, Chen Fan called Di Huang to return to the cave. After returning to the cave, Da Huang began to cry in front of the corpses again. Chen Fan started walking around in the cave. Chen Fan was very curious about where such a big spider was hiding. He didn't even notice it when he came in. Chen Fan looked around and soon found a place that was better for hiding the spider, that is behind the statue, which just blocks the view, and the cave is already quite dark. Even if you light a torch, you can't see what's behind the statue. Chen Fan jumped onto the shoulders of the statue. Sure enough, there was a larger cave behind the statue, which was just big enough to accommodate the spider. Chen Fan threw a lit torch down. As Song Mingzi went down, Chen Fan could see the space inside the cave more clearly. I saw that the cave was covered with spider silk, and the fallen pine cones were quickly stuck to a spider silk thread. However, under the burning flames, the spider silk was quickly burned off. Song Mingzi continued to fall and was soon entangled by a spider silk thread, but it couldn't withstand the heat of the flames and soon broke. This continued for more than 10 minutes before Song Mingzi finally fell into the cave. At this moment, a
Flash of golden light also appeared, captured by Chen Fan. There is something. Chen Fan looked at the cave covered with spider webs, lit more pine torches, and threw them all into the cave. Let's burn all the spider silk in this cave first. After throwing all the pine torches in, Chen Fan summoned Divhuang back. These pine torches shouldn't burn out so quickly. Go back and have a night's rest first, and come back tomorrow. As for whether someone else would get there first, Chen Fan was not worried, especially at night. Few people usually go out for fear of being besieged by zombies. Divhuang looked at the pile of bones, whimpered twice, and followed Chen Fan out. Chen Fan came to the small mountain village, found a room at random, cut off a large piece of crocodile meat and roasted it to eat, and also roasted some for Divhuang. After eating, he took out a few first-grade bronze spiritual fruits and started eating them. Sure enough, the spiritual fruit was quite sweet and delicious. I couldn't resist and ate a few more. I also threw one or two to Divhuang. Divhuang was not polite and ate the spiritual fruit in no time. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan went to rest. Nothing happened that night. When Chen Fan woke up in the morning, he found that Divhuang was different. It seems that he has grown a lot taller and bigger. Is this evolution? When Divhuang saw Chen Fan got up, he walked over with his tail wagging and rubbed Chen Fan's leg with his head. Chen Fan patted Divhuang's head happily and said, "Divhuang, very good. I was right about you." Divhuang also licked Chen Fan's hand affectionately with his tongue. Chen Fan pulled his hand back with some disgust and said, Divhuang, you're so disgusting." Divhuang looked at Chen Fan somewhat innocently. Chapter 56, Golden Treasure Chest. 9th level of body forging. After washing up, Chen Fan made breakfast for himself and Divhuang. After eating, Chen Fan brought Divhuang back to the cave. Chen Fan jumped onto the statue's shoulder and looked into the cave below, but found that he could see nothing. Then he lit another torch and threw it down. Only then could I see the situation clearly below. The spider silk below had basically been burned clean. As for the remaining bit, it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Fan jumped down the cave. The cave had been burned dark, but in the innermost part of the cave, there was a hint of golden light. However, the golden light is now covered by a layer of black powder, with only a corner of gold exposed. Chen Fan used a tang sword to peel off the layer of black powder. Then a golden treasure chest appeared. What an unexpected gain! Chen Fan clicked his tongue twice. Chen Fan walked over and opened the treasure chest. Obtained 1 first-grade golden zombie yuan dan, the quantity increased 700 times, and obtained 700 first-grade golden zombie yuan dan. Obtained 3 bottles of first-grade golden bodybuilding liquid. The quantity increased by 300 times, resulting in 900 bottles of first-grade golden bodybuilding liquid. Obtained 10 first-grade silver throwing knives, the quantity increased 400 times, and obtained 4,000 first-grade silver throwing knives. A total of 3 things appeared, which were pretty good, especially the bodybuilding fluid, so that Chen Fan could continue to upgrade. Chen Fan first returned to the cave, called Divhuang, who was sobbing there again, and then went back to the small mountain village. Chen Fan plans to stay in this small mountain village for a while and upgrade himself first. In the next few days, Chen Fan stayed in this small mountain village and basically used up all the golden bodybuilding liquid. Although he had almost used up all the bodybuilding liquid, Chen Fan's realm had also been raised to the peak of the bodybuilding realm. Continuing to drink the bodybuilding liquid has no effect. Chen Fan looked at his attributes. 6897 race, human cultivation, 9th level of physical forging, with a strength of about 90,000 gene, talent, danger sense, can sense danger within 900 meters in advance, skills, none life skills, none chat channel, trading hall. Number of personnel remaining, 5823/10,000. He has reached the highest realm of the bodybuilding realm. Next, as long as you break through to the next realm, you can open the door to cultivating immortals. After breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm, not only did his strength increase tremendously, but even the range of his danger perception increased a lot. I just don't know what it will be like to break through to the next level. The properties panel is opened. Chen Fan simply checked the chat channel. 8972, have zombies evolved now? It seems like they are faster and stronger now. 6868, yeah, zombies have become more powerful now. It's getting difficult to kill one now. 2468, it's okay, it feels about the same. 1432, the big guys upstairs are not like us little bastards. 993, hey everyone, I found a golden compass here. What is it for? And it's even electrically charged. This is the first time I've seen anything electrically charged since I came to this world. 9986, buying all kinds of zombie yuan dan. If you have any for sale, please let me know. I will buy them at a high price. 6688, wow, the boss is still collecting zombie yuan dan. He has been collecting them for several days. 2623, I also have a compass here, but it's not gold, it's silver. 993, does anyone know what this compass is used for? Please advise. After Chen Fan took a look at the chat channel, he roughly understood the current information. The most important thing is the compass. It seems that I already know how to use it. That is, compasses are also divided into different levels. For example, the bronze compass lottery machine can only use bronze zombie yuan dan, then the silver compass lottery can only use silver zombie yuan dan. The rest is similar. Since there are levels, it means that the higher the level of the compass, the higher the reward you will get. There is also the zombie yuan dan, which will become the only currency in this world. Moreover, the zombie yuandan is a limited resource. Once all the zombies in this world are cleared out, there will be no more zombie yuandan. So those who are ahead of the curve have a huge advantage. Just like 9986, he has been collecting zombie yuandan for several days. I guess they have saved up a lot of zombie yuandan, but no matter how hard you try, it won't be as fast as killing a zombie yourself. I just don't know if the items in this compass lottery machine are limited. So I must find those compasses as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt it necessary to contact the two people who had just met Luo Panda. He first contacted 2623, the person who met the silver compass. 6897, brother, where did you find the silver compass? Can you please send me the location? I can give you a reward. 2623, brother, who is your brother? It's none of your business where the compass was found. Chen Fan didn't expect to get such a reply. The person at 2623 seemed to be furious. Chen Fan immediately blocked this person, then contact the next person who encounters the golden compass. 6897, brother, are you trading your golden compass? I'll pay you a high price, 993, how do we trade? Is this compass fixed there? This 993 didn't confront Chen Fan right away. 6897, it's very simple. You provide the address and I'll confirm it and then trade with you. What do you want? Chen Fan sent this message, but there was no reply for a while. I thought that was at point 993. How could I have trusted you? What if you come here to kill me and silence me? What shall I do? 6897. Then what do you have to do to make you trust me? 993. Unless you first tell me what this compass is for and trade it for an item worth at least first grade silver, I will tell you its location. Chen Fan thought about it and realized that even if he told him the function of the compass, he might not be able to obtain the first grade gold zombie yuandan. The next one is a first grade silver item, which may be a bit painful for others, but it was a piece of cake for Chen Fan. 6897, the compass can be used for lottery draws. Just put the zombie yuandan into the hole in the middle and you can draw a prize. 6897, of course, you need the corresponding zombie yuandan to draw the lottery. For example, the golden compass you encountered requires a first grade gold level zombie yuandan to draw the lottery. After a while, there was still no reply from 993. Chen Fan let it go. He didn't want to continue to argue with this person. If you have this much time, you might as well go out and look for it yourself. Speaking of the compass, Chen Fan believes that it will not be a secret in the later stage. By then, wherever there is a compass, it will be revealed. Chapter 57 New City. Chen Fan felt that it was time for him to leave this small mountain village. After all, I've been here for almost a week. So Chen Fan called De Huang and prepared to leave the small mountain village. However, when Chen Fan brought De Huang to the village entrance, De Huang stopped at the entrance and refused to move. Chen Fan turned around and looked at De Huang and said, "Come with me. You, a dog, won't survive long here." De Huang looked at Chen Fan and barked twice. Chen Fan walked over and touched De Huang's head and said, "Do you really want to stay here?" When De Huang saw Chen Fan coming back, he wagged his tail wildly and whimpered non-stop. It was as if begging Chen Fan to stay. Chen Fan sighed and said, "You have your reasons for staying, and I also have my reasons for leaving." After saying that, Chen Fan patted De Huang's head. "Since you won't leave, I'll leave something for you." After saying that, he took De Huang back to the room in the village, pulled out an alligator tail, followed by various hams, packaged chicken and duck legs, and pig's trotters. These are packaged and can be kept for a long time at room temperature. Then he gave De Huang 10 bottles of first-grade golden bodybuilding liquid. After drinking the wine, De Huang fell asleep immediately. Chen Fan saw De Huang fell asleep. After thinking about it, I decided to stay here for another night and leave after De Huang woke up. By the way, I also helped De Huang roast the crocodile tail. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, De Huang woke up very early. Seeing that Chen Fan was still here, he walked over happily and licked the back of Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan also woke up and saw that De Huang was in high spirits. After feeling De Huang's strength, he should be of the first grade silver level. With De Huang's current strength, as long as he doesn't run around, there shouldn't be much danger for him to stay. Around this small mountain village, Chen Fan patted De Huang's head and said, "De Huang, since you don't want to leave with me, then you should stay in this small mountain village. Don't run around, it's very dangerous outside now." De Huang seemed to understand what Chen Fan said. The two sounds seemed to be a response to Chen Fan. Then Chen Fan taught De Huang how to tear open the packaging bags and eat the contents. De Huang is also very smart and learned it quickly. After teaching De Huang, Chen Fan stood up and prepared to leave. When De Huang saw Chen Fan stand up, he rubbed Chen Fan's trouser leg reluctantly, making a woo-woo sound. Chen Fan patted De Huang's head and said, "Okay, we'll meet again if we're lucky." After saying that, Chen Fan walked out of the room and left the village. De Huang followed Chen Fan all the way out of the village until Chen Fan disappeared. After barking a few times, he reluctantly returned to the village. Maybe this village was once bustling, but now there is only a lonely dog left. Perhaps this dog will be lonely until the day he dies of old age. This time, Chen Fan had already left the village quite far away, still galloping all the way, crossing one mountain after another. Soon, another city appeared in front of Chen Fan. Moreover, this city looks quite large. Before the end of the world, this city must have been very prosperous. A prosperous city also means it is more dangerous. A prosperous city like this usually has a large population. The larger the population, the more zombies there will be in the apocalypse. Chen Fan had not yet entered the city, but had just approached the outskirts of the city when he could already hear the roars of zombies. Moreover, zombies began to be seen wandering around in groups of 3 or 2. Chen Fan headed towards the city center at an extremely fast speed. Before the zombies could react, Chen Fan was already more than 10 meters away. By the time the zombies reacted, Chen Fan had already disappeared. The closer you get to the city center, the denser the zombies become. Seeing that it was getting dark, Chen Fan decided to find a place to stay to rest for the night and continue his journey tomorrow. Chen Fan looked at some of the buildings in front of him. I found a building that looked like a KTV and went in there. Weren't many zombies in the lobby on the first floor, and Chen Fan took care of them in no time. Then he closed the door. Then he walked to the second floor. This time, the sky also darkened. The second floor was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Chen Fan took out a pine torch and lit it. There was some light on the second floor in the pitch black. The second floor is like some KTVs in the previous life, with a very long corridor and private rooms next to the corridor. Chen Fan opened the doors of these private rooms one by one. There were indeed some zombies inside some doors, but they were all dealt with by Chen Fan. Soon, Chen Fan cleared out all the zombies on the second floor. Then I went to the third floor. There are fewer private rooms on the third floor, but the rooms are much more luxurious. There were also fewer zombies in the private rooms on the third floor. So Chen Fan easily cleared out the zombies on the third floor. The fourth floor is the top floor, and there are even fewer private rooms on the fourth floor. There are 5 private rooms in total. There wasn't even a single zombie on the fourth floor. Chen Fan randomly found a private room and found that it was relatively clean, so he stayed there. This private room has 3 bedrooms and a living room. All 3 rooms have beds, and the living room is similar to a normal KTV room. Chen Fan entered a room, locked the doors and windows, ate something, and then rested. I was woken up by the roar of zombies early in the morning. Chen Fan got up and washed up casually. After a simple breakfast, we continued towards the city center. As Chen Fan went deeper, the zombies became more and more dense. Although the zombies were densely packed, for Chen Fan, it was like entering a deserted place. When approaching the city center, Chen Fan finally discovered some different zombies. There are zombies that are 3 meters tall, and zombies with long arms that have their hands on the ground. These are evolved zombies. Chen Fan licked his lips and decided to harvest a wave of zombie Yuandan here first so that he could win a prize when he returned. Chen Fan dodged and arrived in front of a 3-meter tall zombie with one blow. The zombie's head was chopped off. Chen Fan took a step forward, thrust his tang sword forward, and skewered the zombie's head onto the sword before the zombies around him could react. Chen Fan had already withdrawn, flying to the roof of a building. Chen Fan took out the zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 200 times, and obtained 200 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. Not bad. Then Chen Fan did the same. It is easy to obtain the zombie Yuandan, even the zombies that land on their hands and are known for their speed. He didn't even have time to react before being cut into pieces by Chen Fan. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 600 times, and obtained 600 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased by 500 times, the quality increased by 800 times, and obtained 800 first-grade diamond zombie Yuandan. Chapter 58. Goodbye little girl. Chen Fan was like picking up zombie Yuandan along the way. From time to time, you can also increase the quality. It's really cool. However, the closer you get to the city center, the more mutated zombies there are. The happier Chen Fan is. These are all zombie Yuandan. However, Chen Fan is not in a hurry to collect the zombie Yuandan now, because the zombies can't escape here anyway. To allow so many mutated zombies to appear here, there must be something in the city center that can make the zombies evolve. Just like the crystal object that Chen Fan saw in the park, it can make zombies evolve, but the crystal objects in the park are only enough to support the evolution of a few hundred zombies. There are probably thousands of evolved and mutated zombies in the center of the city. This is just what we see from the outside. As for what's inside, no one knows. This also further confirms that there is something here that is sufficient to support the evolution of these zombies. Maybe in a few days, all the zombies in this city will have evolved. When Chen Fan was approaching some central areas, mutated zombies of the first-grade silver level began to appear. That thing is almost 5 meters long. As for those mutant zombies with their hands on the ground, their bodies became even thinner, but the speed is definitely faster and more sensitive. Chen Fan found a taller building and flew to the roof. Take out a telescope from the supermarket, looking towards the most central area. This time, in the most central area, zombies that looked like platinum level appeared, and the giant zombies were as tall as 7 or 8 meters. Scales began to grow all over the body. As for the speed-type zombies, they actually began to grow wings. Although the wings are only half grown now, I believe that as long as it evolves again, the zombie should be able to fly. Chen Fan understood that there must be something in this city that caused the zombies to evolve rapidly, and it's not a one-time thing. Otherwise, these zombies would not have evolved to the platinum level so quickly, maybe even diamond level. Why is it said that there may be diamond level? Judging from the positions of these zombies alone, there should be diamond level zombies, because these zombies are surrounding a tall building. Even with a telescope, Chen Fan couldn't see what was inside the building. Chen Fan carefully observed the building with a telescope. However, the glass in that building is reflective glass, which means that only people inside the building can see what is outside. People outside the building cannot see anything inside the building. Chen Fan continued to look upwards. When Chen Fan's sight reached the roof, his heart beat violently. I saw 3 lottery wheels on the roof of this building. They sparkled in gold, platinum, and some were as bright as diamonds, blinding the eyes. What makes Chen Fan even more excited is that there are more than 10 treasure chests on the roof, ranging from low to high levels.
Chen Fan has seen 2 diamond-level treasure chests so far. Damn, what kind of feng shui treasure land is this?
Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, but this is both a blessed place and a dangerous place. If someone else comes here, let alone getting close to the building, they probably won't be able to get in even from the outside. But Chen Fan is different. The highest level here is only the 1st or 2nd level of body forging. For someone who is at the 9th level of body forging, it is a piece of cake. It's just that there are too many zombies, but Chen Fan was not in a hurry. He would kill them slowly, and one day he would be able to clear all the zombies, but not now, because Chen Fan had promised the little girl that he would go back to pick her up in 2 weeks at the latest. It's almost time to go back from here. Chen Fan is not a man who goes back on his word. He will do what he promised. By the way, I'll go back to the park and harvest some zombie yuan, and when I come back here, there should be more diamond-level zombies. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Chen Fan quietly retreated from the city. After spending 2 days on the road, I finally returned to the village where I met the little girl. The village has not changed at all. The only difference is that the trees around the village have grown wildly and are almost submerging the village. Chen Fan quietly approached the house where the little girl had hidden. There was no movement in the room at this time, but Chen Fan could still sense that there was someone in the room. Chen Fan pushed open the door of the house. At first glance, there was no one in the room.
Come out, don't hide. Chen Fan said boringly. "Oui."
From the shadow of a corner, a little girl with rabbit ears came out smiling.
Uncle, you are finally back. I was afraid you wouldn't come back to see me.
The little girl first spoke to Chen Fan with a smile, and then her eyes became red. Chen Fan looked at the little girl and said, "I'm not someone who goes back on his word.
I'm glad you've been obedient and not running around. This world is so dangerous, and I'm not stupid. Why would I run around everywhere?"
You knew it was dangerous, yet you still came in.
I really don't understand you. Then I must be unaware of how dangerous this world is. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. Get ready, we'll be leaving soon. Uncle, can you please let me eat first before leaving?
The little girl pulled Chen Fan's pants and said pitifully. Chen Fan held his forehead, then took out food and water to feed the little girl. After the little girl had eaten her fill, Chen Fan got up and left. The little girl hurried to follow. At Chen Fan's speed, it would only take 1 day to get to the park from here, but with this little girl, it would probably take 2 or 3 days.
Uncle Chen Fan, why do you want to enter the infinite world?
On the way, the little girl made small talk.
To become stronger.
But the world inside is so dangerous. When I first entered this world, I was almost killed. The little girl said this with a frightened expression. Looking at the little girl's expression, Chen Fan shook his head weakly. A little girl like this is a flower in a greenhouse, and she has no idea how dangerous it is outside. Coming into the infinite world is just for fun. Chen Fan decided to take the little girl to the park first and eliminate the zombies there. He took her to Da Huang's place and settled her down. Then he went to the city himself. After thinking about it, Chen Fan felt much better. Otherwise, carrying a bag would be too tiring. Seeing that Chen Fan was not in the mood to talk, the little girl stopped talking. All the way over mountains and hills, soon night fell. Chen Fan and his friends found a cave to rest temporarily because it was still quite dangerous at night. Chen Fan moved a large stone to block the entrance of the cave, so that even if there was any danger outside, it could provide some protection. Chapter 59. Returned to the park. After having dinner with the little girl, Chen Fan planned to rest, but then the little girl started talking again.
Uncle Chen Fan, how old are you? I won't tell you. Uncle Chen Fan, do you have a girlfriend? Uncle Chen Fan, what kind of girls do you like? Uncle Chen Fan, who else is there in your family? Uncle Chen Fan, do you still remember my name? My name is Jingli. Do you remember? Jing means scenery, and Li means pear. Chen Fan couldn't stand being asked any more questions, so he just replied, I know. The scenery is the scenery, and the pear is the pear. I say, you should rest quickly, because we still have another day's journey tomorrow. Okay, Uncle Chen Fan. Uncle Chen Fan, how long will it take for us to get out? Shut up and rest, oh stingy guy. Jingli muttered and stopped talking. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jingli had finally calmed down. Sometimes it is a torment to have a chatterbox around you. This made him even more determined, and when he got to Da Huang, he left her to him. There was no conversation that night and no danger was encountered. After getting up in the morning, Chen Fan and Jingli had a quick breakfast and set off. After a day of hurried travel, Chen Fan and his companions finally returned to the
City where Chen Fan first arrived, there seemed to be fewer zombies in this city. Chen Fan discovered it after entering the city. He remembered that when he left, there were not many zombies in the city, but there were quite a few too now. Only zombies can be seen wandering in the streets in groups of 3 or 4. Chen Fan was no longer interested in those ordinary zombies. As long as these zombies don't come to die,
Chen Fan doesn't bother with these ordinary zombies. However, Chen Fan was too lazy to deal with these zombies, but the zombies don't think so. He rushed directly towards Chen Fan and the others. When Jingli saw the disgusting zombie rushing towards her, she was so frightened that she started to run away. Chen Fan shook his head, reached out to grab Jingli, who was about to run away, and shouted angrily, "Don't move." Only after hearing Chen Fan's voice did Jingli calm down and look at Chen Fan with tears in her eyes. Chen Fan sighed and said, "Don't move." Jingli nodded obediently. This time, Chen Fan let go of Jingli and looked at the zombies rushing towards him, but he raised his feet and kicked randomly, kicking all the zombies away. Jingli saw Chen Fan easily kick all these disgusting zombies away. Only then did he calm down his uneasy heart and stare at Chen Fan blankly. Chen Fan walked forward and said, "Follow me, don't be dazed." Oh, okay. Seeing Chen Fan walking away, Jingli followed him in a daze. Chen Fan really didn't expect Jingli to react like this. A few ordinary zombies could scare her so much. Logically speaking, the children raised by a big family should not be so bad. However, since they only met in this infinite world, it doesn't matter to Chen Fan. Who would know each other outside the infinite world? I just didn't care. As long as Jingli didn't commit suicide, Chen Fan could still save her life. As they advanced, they encountered many zombies who were not afraid of death and rushed towards Chen Fan. They were all easily dealt with by Chen Fan. Along the way, after seeing Chen Fan deal with the zombies easily, Jingli felt a lot more at ease and no longer panicked when he saw zombies. After spending some time on the road, Chen Fan finally brought Jingli to the vicinity of the park. Find a safe place for Jingli to use as shelter. Otherwise, if I were to bring Jingli with me, I wouldn't be able to move at all. Chen Fan found a 5-story house and a relatively clean room on the 5th floor. So he arranged Jingli in this room and left some food, snacks, drinks, and other items. "Just stay in this room and don't come out. I'm going to do something." "Uncle Chen Fan, what are you going to do?" "Kill zombies." Chen Fan responded simply. As soon as Jingli heard about killing zombies, her face turned pale. "Why do we have to kill zombies? They're disgusting. Why don't we just stay here and go back when the time is up? I'm different from you. I want to keep getting stronger, so I have to keep plundering resources." Chen Fan said in a firm tone. Seeing Chen Fan's tough tone, Jingli didn't dare to say anything more and asked weakly, "How long will it take for you to come back?" "I come back every day." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he went out. Chen Fan walked around the building and after making sure there were no zombies in the building, he went downstairs and closed all the doors of the building and cleared out all the zombies around the building. If Jingli still gets into trouble after this, then he can only blame her bad luck. After doing all this, Chen Fan headed towards the park. When Chen Fan approached the park, he found that it had completely changed. If the statue had not changed, Chen Fan would have thought he had taken the wrong path. This time, the outskirts of the park were filled with various scrapped cars, various doors, windows, and iron frames. Although all kinds of garbage are piled together, but it doesn't mean they are piled together randomly, but they are stacked in a regular pattern. These things were piled up like walls. There is oil flowing in the middle and one aisle can accommodate several people passing through without any problem. There are also zombies guarding both sides of these aisles, like soldiers. When Chen Fan left, different zombies appeared here. Zombies with octopus-like heads must have developed intelligence, but I have been out for so long and have never seen such zombies. It seems that the zombies here are quite intelligent and have already begun to build their own territory, but it's not a problem for Chen Fan, just rush in and it's over. The zombies guarding the periphery now are not evolved zombies. Chen Fan simply ignored these zombies. With a flash, he arrived at the city wall made of garbage. Before the zombies could react, the man had disappeared. Chen Fan quickly appeared in the center of the park. The central area of this park is basically filled with bronze-level zombies. Chen Fan will not be polite to these zombies. With 2 swords in his hands, the knife fell with a loud swoop. Brush, brush, brush. After a few sounds, several zombie heads flew up. Now Chen Fan no longer digs for zombie Yuan Dan. Let's clean up these zombies first. Before the zombies could react, Chen Fan swung his knife again and again, beheading several more zombies. After chopping down a few more zombies, the surrounding zombies finally reacted. The main reason is that Chen Fan's speed is too fast. The zombies reacted and began to attack Chen Fan, but their speed and strength were no match for Chen Fan. The sword flashed, and a group of zombies fell down. But this cannot stop the zombies' attack. The most terrifying thing about zombies is that they are not afraid of death. They keep coming one after another and can tire you to death. Chapter 60. Kill all the zombies in the park and get a great harvest. However, it still poses no threat to Chen Fan. Even if he couldn't kill all the zombies that kept coming, it would still be easy to leave. Ouch. The zombies in front kept falling to the ground, and the zombies behind kept rushing towards Chen Fan. As for the zombie at the back, it could only howl. Chen Fan was even more fearless as he went in and out 7 times. A large number of zombie corpses fell down. This time, several silver-level zombies appeared and rushed towards Chen Fan.
Some bronze zombies blocking the road were knocked to the ground or sent flying by these silver zombies. These silver zombies rushed towards Chen Fan fiercely, apparently wanting to knock Chen Fan to death here. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him, Chen Fan smiled contemptuously. With a flick of his hand and a slash of his knife, the heads of these silver-level zombies left their bodies and flew out. To Chen Fan, whether you were bronze or silver, it all seems the same to him. Unless you reach the diamond level, you still have some power to resist. As for those below diamond level, they are basically the same, except that they are a little bigger. After several silver-level zombies were beheaded, the bronze-level zombies quickly surrounded them. Chen Fan was harvesting zombies without any hesitation. With flashes of his knife, a group of zombies fell to the ground. Roar. At this moment, a low roar sounded in the park. The bronze zombies surrounding Chen Fan all retreated. Just when Chen Fan thought that these bronze zombies retreated to make way for the powerful zombie to have a fair fight with him, after the bronze zombies retreated, groups of ordinary zombies began to rush towards Chen Fan. What the hell is this? What are these ordinary zombies doing? Are you here to die? Or perhaps he wanted to tire Chen Fan to death. These ordinary zombies rushed in front of him, and Chen Fan had no choice but to send them on their way. These ordinary zombies are just like scarecrows, and they can be wiped out in large numbers with just one sweep. Soon, a vacuum zone was cleared around Chen Fan. The speed at which those ordinary zombies rushed over could not keep up with the speed at which Chen Fan swung his knife. Chen Fan didn't stand there waiting for the zombies to rush over. These zombies seemed to be disciplined. There must be a high-level zombie directing these ordinary zombies to kill Chen Fan. The purpose is to tire Chen Fan to death or drag Chen Fan down. However, Chen Fan could only say that in the face of strength. All tricks were nothing, and besides, this is not really a conspiracy. I can see it at a glance. All I can say is that the guy controlling the zombie group has some intelligence, but not much. Chen Fan rushed forward all the way, and soon he had rushed some distance away. The zombies behind him could not catch up with Chen Fan at all. Of the zombies in front were harvested and fell to the ground like wheat. Roar. Another low growl was heard. After the low growl, bronze-level zombies appeared in front and began to surround and kill Chen Fan. It seems that the person controlling the zombies is getting anxious. Seeing that ordinary zombies have no effect on Chen Fan, the bronze zombies are coming out again. But it's useless. Chen Fan continued to cut down large areas, just like he was cutting wheat. As Chen Fan got closer to the center of the park, the growling zombies began to sound again. After the sound, silver-level zombies appeared again. This time, the silver-level zombies are not so domineering anymore. Instead, he came here with the bronze-level zombies, but that's all. It poses no threat to Chen Fan, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Soon all the zombies around Chen Fan were cleared out. Roar. The low zombie roar sounded again, and this time the roar was continuous. Then the zombies around continued to gather towards Chen Fan, as if they were going to drown him with the zombie tide. However, it was of no use, as Chen Fan seemed to be in a vacuum zone all around him. The zombie tide was quickly consumed, and the low roar began to subside. When Chen Fan cleared out all the zombies that surrounded him, the roaring sound stopped. This time, Chen Fan saw a group of very special zombies running towards the depths of the park. This group of zombies all seem to have tentacles growing on their heads, and their heads are also extremely huge. Chen Fan had seen these zombies before. After evolving, these zombies behaved differently. It seems that it can command other zombies and has a certain degree of intelligence. It now seems that the intelligence of these zombies has improved a lot. When Chen Fan saw the zombies trying to run away, he flew after them. These zombies were killed in just a few hits. There was only one huge zombie left, with tentacles growing all over its head. Judging from the appearance of this zombie, it must be at the gold level. Seeing Chen Fan at this time, he was trembling. Is this zombie still afraid? Chen Fan was scared when he saw zombies for the first time. Other zombies are fearless and brave, but this zombie is very timid. He even did something that surprised Chen Fan. This time, he actually knelt on the ground, clasped his hands together and begged Chen Fan for mercy. Of course, Chen Fan would not let this zombie go just because it begged for mercy. With a flash of the knife, the zombie's head flew out. This time, all the zombies in the park had been cleared out. Then it's time to harvest. Chen Fan walked to the head of the golden zombie, reached out and picked up the zombie's head with his tang sword, just split it open and a zombie Yuandan fell out. Obtained 1 first-grade golden zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 600 times, and obtained 600 first-grade golden zombie Yuandan.
Cool, come on.
Obtained 1 first-grade silver zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 first-grade silver zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade silver zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 800 times, and obtained 800 first-grade silver zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 300 times, and obtained 300 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. It took Chen Fan more than half an hour just to harvest the zombie Yuandan, and he finally collected all the zombie Yuandan. Chen Fan now has more than 100,000 bronze zombie Yuandan in his hands. There are more than 30,000 silver-level gems, more than 1,000 gold-level gems, no platinum-level gems, and more than 3,000 diamond-level gems. With so many bronze-level zombie Yuandan, Chen Fan felt that he could clear out all the things in the bronze-level lottery machine, but it's not time to draw the lottery yet. Let's go back and have a night's rest, and then go for the lottery tomorrow. Chen Fan quickly returned to the room where Jingli was. Seeing Chen Fan coming back, Jingli said happily, "Uncle, you're back. After Chen Fan responded, he went to wash up first. I killed zombies all day long. Although there was not a drop of zombie blood on my body, I had been killing zombies in a pile of zombies all day long. I still feel some smell on my body.
Chapter 61, Draw the Bronze Roulette. Chen Fan quickly finished showering and changed into new clothes. Then I cooked myself a few Hidaleo hot pots, which I finished quickly. Uncle, when are we going to leave here? There are too many zombies in this city. I think the previous place is better. There are no zombies here.
Chen Fan glanced at Jingli and said, I'll leave in a day or two.
Then he went to rest.
Chen Fan really didn't like Jingli, so he really didn't want to communicate with her. It's not that Jingli is a bad person or anything. Chen Fan just simply doesn't like Jingli as a person. There's no reason for this feeling. Seeing that Chen Fan was not in the mood to communicate, Jingli didn't dare to say anything more. After all, she still had to rely on Chen Fan to survive in this world. The next morning, after Chen Fan simply washed up and had a simple breakfast, he prepared to go to the lottery.
Uncle, are you going out again?
Jingli just got up and saw Chen Fan preparing to go out and asked.
Chen Fan simply responded with one word. Uncle, can you take me with you? I'm so bored here alone. Are you going to kill zombies?
No, I'm still not going. Jingli quickly waved her hands and shook her head. Chen Fan ignored him and went out on his own. Chen Fan was going to draw a lottery today, so even if Jingli wanted to go with him, Chen Fan wouldn't take her with him. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the library in the park. When I arrived at the director's office on the 3rd floor, the bronze sampling machine was still flashing with colorful light. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and excitedly began to stuff bronze zombie Yuandan into the lottery machine. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade bronze body-quenching liquid. The quantity increased by 300 times. Obtained 300 bottles of first-grade bronze body-quenching liquid. Obtained 1 first-grade bronze detoxification pill, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 300 first-grade bronze detoxification pills. Obtained 1 low-grade Xianbing red tasseled spear. The quantity increased by 600 times. Obtained 600 low-grade Xianbing red tasseled spears. Obtained 1 low-grade Xianbing storage bag, the quantity increased 200 times, and obtained 200 low-grade Xianbing storage bags. Chen Fan kept drawing lots like this. He was very excited at the beginning, but later on, he became numb. Looking at the nearly 60,000 first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan in his hand, Chen Fan almost vomited. How long would this lottery last? If Chen Fan hadn't drawn the storage bag, he would have no place to store his resources. Chen Fan continued to draw prizes with a mixture of pain and joy. Just when Chen Fan was thinking about drawing again tomorrow, the lottery machine suddenly stopped producing anything. Can the lottery machine really draw out all the items inside? Chen Fan continued to draw dozens of times and found that nothing came out. Is it that the sampling machine here is not producing anything, or are all the lottery machines not producing anything? Chen Fan felt that he needed to clarify this matter. Since this lottery machine doesn't produce anything, there's no point in keeping it here now. Chen Fan then went back home. Of course, there wasn't really a mansion. He just returned to the room where Jingli was. As soon as the door opened, Jingli came out to greet me.
Uncle Chen Fan, you're back. Chen Fan casually responded, we'll leave here tomorrow. Really? That's great.
I'm tired of staying here. Jingli said happily.
Yes, I'll rest for a night and leave tomorrow.
After Chen Fan finished speaking, he went to wash up, ate something casually, and then went to rest. He said he was going to rest, but in fact Chen Fan opened the chat channel as 6798. What's wrong with the bronze roulette today?
Nothing's coming out.
I just drew twice and nothing's coming out. I wasted 20 bronze zombie Yuandan. 2233, me too. I smoked once and got nothing. 7912, you guys are the real bosses. I have only harvested 1 bronze zombie Yuandan so far. 9986, buy silver zombie Yuandan. Send me a private message. High price, 5551, boss. Why are you accepting silver now?
Are you not accepting bronze anymore?
I still have bronze zombie Yuandan. 9911, yeah, boss. I also have bronze level zombie Yuandan here. 9986, I've collected enough bronze rank. Now I'm starting to collect zombie Yuandan from silver rank and above. 3212, no, boss, please collect more. 6675, I just tried the silver roulette wheel and got a silver level broadsword straight away.
So cool. 5588, what a big shot.
He actually started using silver level zombie essence pills. At this time, in a dark room, there is also a bronze level lottery roulette. A young man was looking at the lottery wheel with a grim expression.
Damn it, who on earth could have drawn all the bronze level items so quickly?
He must have been to this world before.
I haven't seen anyone buying large quantities of bronze zombie Yuandan in the chat channel or the trading hall.
I can't let that person get ahead of me at the silver level or above. After the young man finished speaking, he took out a handful of bronze zombie Yuandan from his ring with a dark look on his face. All were thrown on the ground. Now that the bronze roulette has been drawn, there's no point in keeping these things.
As he said this, he grabbed another handful and threw them all on the ground with gritted teeth. He also used his feet to stompling these zombie Yuandans to the ground. This time, Chen Fan also collected the information he wanted, that is, the items in the lottery wheel can really be drawn out. Moreover, the lottery roulette radiates to the whole world, which means that the lottery roulettes in the whole world are connected.
The items in the bronze lottery wheel have been drawn out, so nothing will be produced in the bronze lottery wheel anymore. Then the next step is to compete for the things in the lottery wheel above the silver level. However, Chen Fan did not find the silver level lottery roulette.as for the remaining gold, platinum, and diamond lottery wheels. Chen Fan did find some, then Chen Fan didn't plan to look for the silver level lottery roulette, and he didn't have that much time to look for it.
All you have to do is buy up the remaining items in the lottery wheel. The night passed quickly. In the morning, Chen Fan and Jingli had breakfast and then got up and set off. There were no setbacks along the way and they arrived at the village where De Huang was. As soon as Chen Fan and Jingli entered the village, De Huang rushed out of a house. Jingli was immediately shocked.
Dog, dog, dog. Jingli pointed at De Huang and screamed. De Huang ignored Jingli, wagging his tail and woofing at Chen Fan. Chen Fan patted De Huang's head and said, De Huang, long time no see. Chapter 62. In the small mountain village, De Huang also responded to Chen Fan with a woof woof. Then De Huang took Chen Fan to the house where Chen Fan had lived before. Jingli finally reacted and caught up with Chen Fan and asked, Uncle, is this your dog? No, this dog originally lived in this small mountain village, but everyone in the village was killed, leaving only De Huang.
Chen Fan said while touching De Huang's head. Ah, then this dog is very pitiful.
Jingli looked at De Huang sympathetically. Chen Fan didn't continue with Jingli's words and said, from now on, you will stay here. Jingli panicked as soon as she heard Chen Fan ask her to stay here.
Uncle, you're not going to take me with you, I will listen to you obediently.
As he spoke, he stared at Chen Fan with tears in his eyes. Chen Fan ignored Jingli's tearful eyes and said, it's very dangerous for me to go out this time.
I can't take you with me. Taking you with me will only hurt you. And you're safe here. De Huang can protect you. But I want to follow you. If you want to follow me, just listen to me. I'm asking you to stay here for your safety. It's too dangerous to go out this time.
I can only protect myself and can't take care of you.
Chen Fan explained patiently.
Stay here, De Huang can protect you, and I will leave enough supplies for you.
Okay then. Jingli sobbed. Rest here for one night, I'll leave tomorrow.
Chen Fan looked at the sky and decided to rest here for one night and set off again tomorrow, but we can't delay too long, since I know that the items in the lottery will be emptied. I have to race against time. After all, who knows if there are any hidden big guys in this world. Chen Fan took out a lot of supplies from his backpack, enough for Jingli and De Huang to survive in this small mountain village for half a year. There were all kinds of snacks, rice and noodles, a lot of packaged meat, and a lot of water and drinks left. Even if De Huang and Jingli work hard, it will be enough for them to have enough food and drink for half a year. Soon, the night passed. Chen Fan was ready to set off.
Uncle, will you come back?
Jingli looked at Chen Fan and said.
It depends on the situation. If everything goes well, I should be back.
Don't worry, there are enough supplies here for you to survive until you get out, and De Huang will protect you.
As long as you don't do anything stupid, there won't be any problems.
When Jingli heard Chen Fan's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Uncle, am I so unbearable in your eyes?
Chen Fan said very straightly, yes. Humph, I'm not going to pay attention to you, stinky uncle.
Jingli said and ran back to the house. Chen Fan patted De Huang's head and said, De Huang, protect Jingli and don't leave the village. De Huang wagged his tail and barked a few times at Chen Fan to show that he understood. Chen Fan touched De Huang's head again, and then set off alone. Jingli looked at Chen Fan and realized that he wasn't worried about her leaving at all. She was very depressed and thought to herself, you stinky uncle, you're such a straight man. I hope you never find a girlfriend in your life, humph.
After a day of rushing on the road, Chen Fan finally arrived in the city before dark.
It had been more than a week since he last left. Chen Fan first found a house to rest for the night, as it was difficult to move after dark. We'll talk about it when the sun comes up soon. The night passed. Chen Fan had a good meal in the morning, which consisted of a dozen steaks. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan prepared to set off. After Chen Fan advanced a few dozen meters, he discovered something different. The last time I came here, the outskirts of this city were still filled with ordinary zombies, but now, when I came over, a large number of bronze zombies appeared on the periphery. Chen Fan came here this time with the intention of slaughtering all the zombies in this city. Since bronze zombies have begun to appear on the periphery, the level of the zombies inside will be higher, and now, bronze zombies and silver zombies are of no use to Chen Fan. The contents of the bronze roulette wheel had been emptied, and the silver compass itself had not been found, so it was of no use. Then the Zombies in this city evolved so quickly, should I wait until these zombies evolve before harvesting them? The answer is no, because up to now, 1.5 months have passed, and considering my own increase, it is not necessary at all. Then there would be no need for him to kill these bronze and silver zombies, just go and kill the zombies above gold level. So, Chenfan simply skipped over these bronze and silver zombies, rushing quickly past these zombies before the zombies could react. Chenfan was already 100 steps away. Even the silver zombies couldn't react. Soon, Chenfan approached the central area, and gold-level zombies began to appear. Chenfan clenched the Tang sword in both hands and slashed at the golden zombie beside him. Puff! A zombie's head flew up, and the zombie didn't even have time to roar. With a flick of the Tang sword in his hand, the zombie's head was broken into 2 halves, and a zombie Yuandan fell out. Chenfan put it into his backpack. After succeeding, Chenfan slipped away. Chenfan didn't want to fight these zombies head-on. He planned to consume all the zombies here step by step anyway, at my speed. These zombies can't touch me at all. It's easier for me this way. Chenfan slaughtered his way through in this way. After a day, most of the golden zombies in the central area were slaughtered by Chenfan. At night, Chenfan found a safe place to rest for the night, then he started his killing journey again. The golden zombies were basically killed yesterday, but when Chenfan got up in the morning, he found that many golden zombies appeared again, but for Chenfan, it was just an extra batch of golden zombie Yuandan. After killing these golden zombies, Chenfan continued to move forward. After Chenfan slaughtered dozens of platinum zombies, roar. It finally caused a reaction from the zombies in the central area. With a loud roar, several diamond-level zombies were seen running towards Chenfan. These diamond-level zombies approached Chenfan at a rapid speed. Chenfan smiled lightly and flew towards a zombie. The Tang sword in his hand chopped at the head of the zombie that was running towards him without any hesitation. Both sides are very fast. When Chenfan's knife was still a few centimeters away from the zombie's head, it was too late for the zombie to dodge. Under the action of speed and force, the Tang sword cut through the zombie's head effortlessly. The zombie ran for more than 10 meters due to inertia before it fell down with a bang. Chenfan no longer cared about the fallen zombie. He turned around and rushed towards another diamond zombie. Chapter 63, Fierce Battle with Zombies. Even when the zombies saw their companions fall, they still rushed towards Chenfan fearlessly. Chenfan holds 2 swords in his hands, and he has the momentum to rule the world. Although it is impossible to kill a diamond zombie with 1 sword, but after a few slashes, a diamond zombie will definitely fall down. Then he killed a few platinum zombies. Soon, these diamond zombies all became Chenfan's victims. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, several roars were heard in succession. Then, dozens of diamond zombies rushed towards Chenfan from all directions to attack him. Chenfan looked at the diamond zombies that attacked him, not too concerned. It seems that there is also a zombie king here, ruling over all the zombies in this city. In the blink of an eye, dozens of diamond zombies rushed to Chenfan. Chenfan also fought forward without fear. There were sparks and flashes of swords all the way. The clanging sounds never stopped, and the puffing sounds were audible. After fighting for 2 or 3 hours, Chenfan finally got rid of these dozens of diamond zombies. This time, the silver, gold, and platinum level zombies began to retreat. All of them blocked Chenfan's way forward. There is no end in sight at first glance. Chenfan didn't pay attention when he was fighting just now. Now that he stopped, he realized that these zombies were blocking Chenfan's way to the center area. Chenfan looked at the dense crowd of zombies in front of him and rubbed his temples with a headache. It seems that if he doesn't kill all the zombies in front of him, he will never be able to get close to the center. But now he was a little tired, so Chenfan decided to dig out all the zombie Yuandan first, then go back to rest for a night and come back tomorrow. Under the gaze of these zombies, Chenfan dug out all the zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum zombie Yuandan. The quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 first-grade platinum zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum zombie Yuandan. The quantity increased 800 times, and obtained 800 first-grade platinum zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond zombie Yuandan. The quantity increased 600 times, and obtained 600 first-grade diamond zombie Yuandan. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond zombie Yuandan. The quantity increased by 900 times, and obtained 900 first-grade diamond zombie Yuandan. After a lot of harvest, there are 78,600 platinum zombie Yuandan and 32,300 diamond zombie Yuandan. Chenfan looked back at the zombies that just surrounded him but did not attack him. Forget it, let's just kill here today and come back tomorrow. Chenfan left here quickly and found a place to rest for the night. After a night's rest, Chenfan started his killing journey again. When I got tired, I started packing up the spoils, then go back and rest. This went on for several days. The number of zombies in this city has shrunk significantly in recent days. When collecting the spoils, Chenfan only picked up gold, platinum, and diamond level zombie Yuandan. As for bronze and silver, Chenfan was too lazy to pick them up. Over the past few days, Chenfan has been killing evil zombies and is almost vomiting. Although the number of zombies in this city has shrunk, there are still many zombies. Chenfan looked at the densely packed zombies, feeling a little helpless. There really is no way to kill all the zombies. It seems we need to change our strategy. Originally, Chenfan planned to massacre the entire city by himself, and now it seems that I overestimated myself. Even if these zombies stood there for him to kill, it would take at least a month to kill them all. To catch a thief,
You must first catch the leader. Chen Fan decided to take down the biggest zombie king here first, and then slowly deal with the zombies below. After thinking it over, Chen Fan went back and had a good night's rest. Had a hearty breakfast in the morning. So he was ready to go. This time, Chen Fan did not get entangled with these low-level zombies. Instead, it flew directly over the heads of these zombies at an extremely fast speed, pushed the speed to the limit. The zombies below the platinum level had no reaction at all. Chen Fan had already disappeared. It wasn't until Chen Fan flew far away that the zombies reacted. Chen Fan approached the building in the center at an extremely fast speed. When approaching the center, finally, diamond-level zombies began to pounce on Chen Fan. Chen Fan ignored the zombies and continued to move towards the building. This time, bursts of sharp roars came from inside the building. After this roar, more diamond zombies rushed towards Chen Fan. There are already no less than 100 diamond zombies. In the distance, there were more diamond zombies attacking towards Chen Fan. A conservative estimate is that there are about 300 diamond zombies. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but feel uneasy when facing such a zombie team, but people have already come here and there is no way back. Chen Fan also roared and continued to increase his speed. Even the diamond zombies couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's speed. The diamond zombies behind could only chase Chen Fan desperately. As for the zombies in front, Chen Fan avoided it whenever he could. It was really unavoidable, so Chen Fan killed it at an extremely fast speed. To kill zombies, speed will inevitably be affected. Soon, Chen Fan's speed slowed down. Finally, it even stopped. There are simply too many diamond zombies. They have already surrounded Chen Fan. There was no way for Chen Fan to avoid it. There is no other way. I have to give it a try today. Let's get rid of all the diamond zombies first. Chen Fan took out a handful of antidote and drank a few bottles directly. Then he took out a few days of vitality potion. I also drank a few bottles. Bring it on. After Chen Fan roared, he rushed towards these diamond zombies. These diamond zombies also rushed towards Chen Fan without fear. Chen Fan rushed left and right, killing 7 people in and out. The zombies' limbs and arms were flying everywhere. Soon, the blade of the Tang sword in Chen Fan's hand began to curl. Chen Fan had no choice but to throw away the Tang sword in his hand. He took out 2 more Tang swords from his backpack and attacked. Chen Fan became braver as the battle went on, and he would replace his sword when it became blunt. This exciting battle lasted for half a day. If you feel tired, just drink a few bottles of vitality potion. When the last diamond zombie fell at Chen Fan's feet, the surrounding platinum level zombies began to surround them again. It is relatively easy to deal with these platinum level zombies. Almost every blow was fatal. These platinum level zombies couldn't stop Chen Fan at all. Soon, Chen Fan approached the building in the center. Chen Fan didn't stay any longer and rushed into the building. When Chen Fan rushed into the building, the zombies behind him did not rush into. The zombies just surrounded the door and kept roaring at Chen Fan, but they just didn't come in. It seems that there is something in this building that scares these zombies. Could it be the Zombie King? Chapter 64, Fierce Battle with the Zombie King. Think of the Zombie King. Chen Fan couldn't help but become cautious. First, he took out a few bottles of vitality potion and drank them. He threw the 2 Tang swords in his hands to the ground and replaced them with 2 new ones. Having too many knives means being willful. Then he slowly walked forward. Before the end of the world, this building should have been a hotel. The place where Chen Fan just came in should be the front hall. There was no movement in the front hall. Chen Fan slowly came to the back hall. The back hall was pitch black at this time, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It seemed as if all the curtains in the hall were drawn, and not a single light came in. With Chen Fan's current eyesight, he can only see things within 1 meter of himself. The vision at such a short distance is too disadvantageous for Chen Fan. Chen Fan hurriedly took out the remaining pine torches, lit them and threw them out. Suddenly, the hall became bright. This time, Chen Fan discovered that there was a giant crystal-like object standing in the center of the hall. This crystal was obviously something Chen Fan had seen in the park before. A crystal that can make zombies evolve. Such a small crystal in the park made the zombies evolve. This moment, the crystal in the center of the hall is really too big, with a diameter of at least 5 meters. It's okay that it's big. The key is that the crystal is so tall that it can pass through the building directly to. I don't know which floor we've reached. These are the remaining crystals that created so many evolved zombies. If the zombies hadn't licked the crystal yet, they wouldn't know how big it was. This time, a dark shadow slowly walked out from behind the crystal. When the black shadow appeared completely in front of Chen Fan, only then did Chen Fan realize that it was a zombie. This zombie looks very burly, but not huge. It's just a little taller than a normal person, about 2 meters tall. He had pitch black skin, with a hint of gold emanating from the darkness. The weirdest thing is that the other zombies all have tattered clothes hanging on their bodies, but this zombie was wearing a very straight black suit with a tie on his chest. He was wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes and white gloves, and looked like a gentleman. The zombie first smiled at Chen Fan and made a gesture of invitation. Chen Fan was slightly stunned at first, then he also bent down and asked for permission. Just as Chen Fan bent down, the Zombie King attacked first. He raised his foot and kicked towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan just lowered his head when he saw the zombie raising its foot, and hurriedly pushed forward with the Tang sword in his hand. With a ding sound, the Tang sword in Chen Fan's hand began to buzz. Chen Fan also felt the power coming from his hands and took a few steps back.
Damn, zombies can also attack by surprise, you old fool. Chen Fan waved his hands. At this time, the zombie king no longer looked like the gentleman he had just been. He looked at Chen Fan with a ferocious face, and kept roaring something, as if he was cursing at Chen Fan. Just by looking at his lip movements, Chen Fan knew how harsh the curse was. Chen Fan raised his two swords, pointed at the zombie king and said, "Come on." The zombie king seemed to understand Chen Fan's words. He stretched out his finger, pointed at Chen Fan, then hooked his finger and roared, as if to say, "Come here." Seeing the provocative look of the zombie king, Chen Fan stopped being polite. He picked up his two swords and flew forward, clearing the way with his two swords and heading straight for the neck of the zombie king. The zombie king was not willing to be outdone and raised his fist and rushed towards Chen Fan. The fists and the two swords collided with each other. Ding! Sparks flew, and both sides took a step back. Both sides have realized the other's strength and power, and they are evenly matched. After Chen Fan and the zombie king exchanged glances, they rushed towards each other again. Ding, 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 sparks flew, and the two sides fought back and forth for dozens of moves before separating. Chen Fan raised his hand and looked at the Tang sword that had many cuts and a bent blade, thinking that the zombie's skin was really tough. The zombie king looked at the broken Tang sword in Chen Fan's hand and roared loudly and wildly. It seemed like he was mocking Chen Fan's poor weapon skills. Chen Fan threw away the Tang sword in his hand, took out two more Tang swords, raised his hand, and pointed at the zombies and said, "Fight." Then, there was another fight between the two sides with swords and fists. Chen Fan discovered that the current Tang sword had no effect at all on the zombie king. When the sword chopped the zombie king's hand, it could only leave a faint white mark, which disappeared in a short time. However, the Tang sword in his hand kept getting cuts and curl edges. I fought with the zombie king for a long time, but to no avail. It would be nice to have a better weapon. Better weapons, Chen Fan suddenly thought. Aren't there turntables and treasure chests on the roof? As long as you go to the roof, you will definitely be able to get better quality weapons. He did it as soon as he thought of it. After Chen Fan fought with the zombie king again, he took advantage of the zombies rushing towards him again, moved sideways, and ran directly towards the stairs. The zombie king obviously didn't expect Chen Fan to pass by sideways. Because he rushed too hard, he flew forward several meters due to inertia before he barely managed to survive. When I turned around, Chen Fan had already disappeared at the stairs. When the zombie king saw that Chen Fan had actually run away, he roared angrily a few times and then chased after Chen Fan. Chen Fan went straight to the top of the building without looking back, completely ignoring the zombie king chasing him. In terms of speed, Chen Fan is still relatively fast, although the zombie king has unparalleled strength and defense. His speed is still far behind. The distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther, causing the zombie king to roar in anger, but he was helpless. Although this building is quite tall, almost more than 60 stories high, but at Chen Fan's current speed, they soon reached the top and saw that the door to the rooftop was locked. Chen Fan simply cut the lock with a knife and kicked it open. The big iron gate flew out directly. Chen Fan rushed to a treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. I didn't even have time to see what level the treasure chest was. Quickly took out everything from the treasure chest. Obtained 1 first-grade golden zombie yuan dan. The quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 first-grade golden zombie yuan dan. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade golden antidote. The quantity increased 600 times, and obtained 600 bottles of first-grade golden antidote. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade golden bodybuilding liquid. The quantity increased by 300 times, and obtained 300 bottles of first-grade golden bodybuilding liquid. There is none left. Chen Fan was a little speechless. It was not a good time to open the door. A treasure chest that was opened at random turned out to be the lowest level gold treasure chest here, and the weapons haven't been opened yet. Roared. When Chen Fan heard the roar of the zombie king coming from the stairs, it was too late to think about it. Just open the other treasure chest next to it. Chapter 65, Fierce Battle with the Zombie King 2. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade platinum vitality potion. The quantity increased 400 times, and obtained 400 bottles of first-grade platinum vitality potion. Obtained 1 piece of first-grade platinum refined iron. The quantity increased 200 times, and obtained 200 pieces of first-grade platinum refined iron. Obtained 5 top-grade Shinbing flying knives, increasing the number by 800 times, and obtained 4,000 top-grade Shinbing flying knives. Obtained 1 first-grade platinum zombie yuan dan. The quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 first-grade platinum zombie yuan dan. Fuck, what a useless flying knife. I want a weapon, not a hidden weapon. Chen Fan was speechless. It was obviously too late to open another treasure chest, because the zombie king had already rushed out of the corridor and punched Chen Fan directly in the face. Chen Fan slid back, trying to avoid the punch, but the zombie had no intention of letting Chen Fan go and continued to rush towards him. Soon they were approaching the edge of the rooftop. If this continues, even if Chen Fan is not knocked down by the zombie king's punch, he will be forced to fall from the roof. Falling from this floor will not be fatal, but you will have to face the siege of zombies below. I have finally reached the top of the building. How can I just give up and start over? Chen Fan stomped his foot on the ground and retreated at an accelerated speed until he was almost at the edge of the rooftop. He pointed the Tang sword in his hand toward the side of the ground, and then he spun around the edge of the rooftop and returned to the inside. After rolling twice on the ground, he stood up. At this time, the zombie
King rushed too hard and almost fell down from the edge of the rooftop. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his body, turned around, and roared at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan also pointed the Tang sword at the Zombie King, showing his provocation without any concealment. Chen Fan pulled out a flying knife and threw it at the Zombie King. Chen Fan didn't know how to use hidden weapons, so he relied entirely on his brute force to throw them. When the Zombie King saw Chen Fan throwing something at him, he reached out and slapped the flying knife without any care. With a swish, sparks flew the moment the flying knife thrown by Chen Fan touched the Zombie King's hand. The flying knife also turned because of the contact with the Zombie King's hand, flew in another direction, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan didn't care about losing a flying knife. What he cared about was that a crack appeared on the Zombie King's hand, and a trace of green blood spread out. Yeah, there's a play. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. Then Chen Fan threw out another flying knife, which flew through the air and headed straight for the Zombie King's face. The Zombie King also felt that the flying knife could still cause harm to him, so when he saw the flying knife flying towards him, he didn't dare to confront it head-on. He just dodged sideways, and the flying knife disappeared with a whoosh sound. Seeing that the zombie easily dodged the flying knife, Chen Fan no longer hid his skills and quickly took out the flying knife and threw it. Soon, 4 or 5 flying knives flew towards the Zombie King. The Zombie King saw 4 or 5 flying knives flying towards him. He was so scared that he dodged repeatedly. The flying knives flew out with a swish, swish, swish sound. Some of the flying knives flew directly into the walls, breaking them directly. Crack, crack. Many walls fell down with the sound. Seeing that the Zombie King dodged the flying knives, Chen Fan took out more flying knives and threw them at the Zombie King. The Zombie King had just dodged the flying knife thrown by Chen Fan, stood up and was about to rush towards Chen Fan, ready to beat Chen Fan to pieces. Then he saw that Chen Fan had many more flying knives in his hands, and without hesitation, he threw them directly at him. The Zombie King roared in frustration and rolled over to avoid the flying knife. When he stood up, he saw another flying knife coming towards him. Then roll, stand up, roll, stand up, roll. After repeating this more than 10 times, Chen Fan just took out the throwing knife, and before he threw it out, the Zombie King started rolling. Chen Fan watched the Zombie King rolling around there leisurely. After rolling over 10 times in a row, the Zombie King finally realized something was wrong. After getting up, he saw Chen Fan's nasty smile and wanted to tear Chen Fan to pieces. The zombie roared angrily and rushed over to beat Chen Fan into a meat patty, but Chen Fan threw the flying knife in his hand towards the Zombie King again, and the Zombie King had to dodge again. Chen Fan's speed was even faster this time, and the Zombie King had to speed up to dodge. This caused the Zombie King to roar in anger, wishing he had the power of lion's roar so that he could shock Chen Fan and make him bleed to death. As the zombie dodged angrily, he was unfortunately stabbed by a flying knife. The knife went straight into the Zombie King's left arm, with half of the knife embedded in it. Now, the Zombie King became even more angry. Just as he was about to reach out to pull out the flying knife that had pierced his arm, the flying knife thrown by Chen Fan was already in front of him, but he had to dodge again. As Chen Fan threw more and more flying knives at a faster and faster rate, the number of flying knives on the Zombie King increased. After a while, more than 10 flying knives were stuck in the Zombie King's body. Although these flying knives were not fatal, they made the Zombie King roar in anger, as if he had completely lost his mind, especially for Chen Fan's behavior that seemed like he was teasing a dog. The Zombie King was so angry that he roared continuously when Chen Fan threw the flying knife again. The Zombie King had completely lost his mind and ignored the flying knife flying towards him. It accelerated and rushed towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan did not hesitate and ran away, throwing flying knives at the Zombie King as he ran. When the Zombie King saw Chen Fan's despicable behavior, he became even more angry and screamed. Chen Fan was hanging the Zombie King with a smile on his face, throwing flying knives at him from time to time. In a short while, the Zombie King's body was covered with hundreds of flying knives, and he almost looked like a hedgehog. Green blood was also flowing from his body. Compared with the gentleman-looking Zombie King before, he was completely different zombie, but Chen Fan believes that the current Zombie King is more in line with the temperament of the Zombie King. The current Zombie King can be seen at first glance as an unusual zombie. The Zombie King was now just like an angry bull, charging towards Chen Fan without paying any attention to the flying knives thrown by Chen Fan. Chen Fan watched as more and more flying knives were stuck into the Zombie King's body, and the Zombie King's speed began to slow down. The Zombie King's original speed was not as fast as Chen Fan's, and now that it had slowed down, it could not catch up with Chen Fan.at this time. The Zombie King stopped, roared a few times, and then began to ignore Chen Fan and ran towards the stairs. Chen Fan thought to himself, "Oh no! This Zombie King is trying to escape." But how could Chen Fan let the Zombie King escape? He quickly chased after him, throwing flying knives in his hands. Puff, puff, puff. All the flying knives hit the Zombie King, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Chapter 66 Kill the Zombie King and Start Harvesting. Chen Fan also followed, knowing that the damage of the Tang sword to the Zombie King was extremely limited. The only weapon in his hand that can hurt the Zombie King is the throwing knife. Chen Fan had no choice but to hold. He jumped high with the throwing knives in his hands, holding a throwing knife in each hand, and stabbed them towards the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King seemed to sense the danger coming from behind, but it was too late to
turned back to fight, so he had to run forward desperately, but it was injured in many places and could no longer run fast. The flying knife in Chen Fan's hand pierced fiercely into the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King let out a mournful cry, took 2 steps forward, and fell to the ground. The Zombie King, lying on the ground, still had a high chance of survival and was crawling towards the stairs in front. The speed is not slow either, so Chen Fan certainly won't let the Zombie King continue to crawl forward, because Chen Fan had already heard the messy footsteps and the growls of zombies coming from the stairs. This should be the order the Zombie King just issued, asking the zombies below to come up and hold him back so that the Zombie King could take the opportunity to escape. But how could Chen Fan give the Zombie King a chance? He took out the throwing knife again, caught up with the Zombie King in 3 or 2 steps, and stabbed the Zombie King's head fiercely. This time, the Zombie King was no longer as brave as before. He only wanted to escape and crawled forward regardless of anything, not even daring to fight back. It seems that this Zombie King was also a coward when he was alive. He only dared to be so arrogant after he gained strength. Now he was beaten back to his original form by Chen Fan. Seeing that the Zombie King did not fight back, Chen Fan attacked even faster, and the zombie roars coming from the stairs were getting closer and closer. The Zombie King obviously heard the sound coming from the stairs and crawled forward desperately. Seeing this, Chen Fan stepped on the Zombie King and quickly inserted the throwing knives in both hands into the Zombie King's neck. The Zombie King's head was too hard, and even after so many stabs, the Zombie King did not die. Chen Fan could only chop off the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King was stepped on the ground by Chen Fan and struggled desperately, trying to break free from Chen Fan. Chen Fan also quickly thrust the flying knife into the Zombie King's neck. 1, 2, 3. Finally, when a zombie appeared in the sight of the stairs, Chen Fan cut off the head of the Zombie King with a fierce move. The zombie that had just run out of the stairs was obviously stunned for a moment, and then rushed towards Chen Fan. After Chen Fan dealt with the Zombie King, he breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't mean that Chen Fan was no match for the Zombie King. The main reason is that the skin of the Zombie King is too tough, and the only thing that can hurt the Zombie King is Chen Fan's flying knife. If the Zombie King were allowed to escape, with his intelligence, he would definitely not let Chen Fan play tricks on him like this. In that case, Chen Fan would have no idea how much effort it would take to deal with it, so it would be better to get rid of it first. Now the remaining zombies are nothing to Chen Fan. Facing the zombies rushing towards him, Chen Fan took out his Tang sword calmly and split the zombie in half. Green blood spilled all over the ground, and then the second zombie pounced over, and the zombie's head was chopped off with one knife of the third one. The fourth one. More and more zombies rushed out from the stairs, and Chen Fan kept hacking and killing them. Soon, the zombie corpses almost blocked the stairs, and the zombies behind had a harder time moving forward. The stairs were also filled with zombie corpses, and the zombies were charging towards Chen Fan fearlessly, but the staircase is too small, and only 3 zombies can come up at a time. 3 zombies are a piece of cake for Chen Fan. As long as the zombies fill the stairs, Chen Fan will kick them down the stairs. The zombie bodies rolled down the stairs like rolling gourds, making it increasingly difficult for the zombies behind to move forward. After more than half an hour, the entire staircase was filled with zombie corpses, and the zombies at the back could not come up at all. I could only roar and scream at the bottom of the stairs. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the zombies below finally couldn't come up. To be honest, I'm tired after fighting for so long. He took out food and water and started eating slowly. After a while, he finished the food in his hand and drank the water in his hand, clapping his hands. It was time to reap his spoils. Chen Fan first collected the zombie Yuandan of the Zombie King. Obtained 1 second-grade bronze zombie Yuandan, the quantity increased 800 times, and obtained 800 second-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. It turned out to be a second-grade zombie Yuandan. I just don't know what the use of this second-grade zombie Yuandan is. As for the zombie Yuandan at the stairs, Chen Fan was too lazy to collect it. Now he had too many zombie Yuandan in his hands and could not use them all. Zombie Yuandan could not be used as medicine to make pills, nor could it be used for cultivation. Taking them out of the infinite tower will make them useless, so there is no need to stock up on these zombie Yuandan. Zombie Yuandan can only be used for lottery in this world. When all the items in the lottery machine are drawn, the zombie Yuandan will lose its value, just like a first-grade bronze zombie Yuandan. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and looked at the things upstairs with shining eyes. This was more than what he saw with the telescope. Chen Fan had only seen more than 10 treasure chests through the telescope at first, but now he saw more than 20 treasure chests. There are 5 diamond treasure chests and 4 platinum treasure chests alone. The rest are gold treasure chests, of which there are as many as 16. For the lottery roulette, it was roughly the same as what Chen Fan had seen at the beginning, with 1 diamond, platinum, and gold lottery machine each. I don't know why all these things are gathered here. This what it means that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Yes, it's quite difficult with my strength, and it took a lot of effort to get these. It is very difficult for ordinary people to get these things, and they don't even dare to approach this city. Chen Fan planned to open all the treasure chests first and then draw the lottery. Chen Fan first ran to a diamond treasure chest and opened it. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade diamond bodybuilding fluid, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 bottles of first-grade diamond bodybuilding fluid. Obtained 1 first-grade diamond soul-enhancing flower, increasing its quantity by 400 times. Obtained 400 first-grade diamond soul-enhancing flowers. Obtained 10 first-grade diamond zombie yuandan, the quantity increased 800 times, and obtained 8,000 first-grade diamond yuandan.
Obtained 1 Xianbing top-grade Qingfeng sword.
The quantity increased by 200 times, resulting in 200 Xianbing top-grade Qingfeng swords. Obtained 5 pieces of first-grade diamond refined iron, the quantity increased 500 times, and obtained 2,500 pieces of first-grade diamond refined iron.
Chapter 67, I vomited after winning the lottery. There are 5 items in total, and overall they are pretty good. If I had just opened this treasure chest, it would only take a few minutes to deal with the zombie king. Then, Chen Fan came to the second diamond treasure chest, opened the diamond chest directly. Obtained 5 first-grade diamond zombie yuandan.
The quantity increased by 300 times, and 1,500 first-grade diamond zombie yuandan were obtained. Obtained 2 bottles of first-grade diamond bodybuilding liquid, with the quantity increased by 500 times and the quality increased by 800 times.
Also obtained 1,000 second-grade silver bodybuilding pills.
Obtained 1 first-grade diamond blood ganoderma, the quantity increased 400 times, and obtained 400 first-grade diamond blood ganoderma. Obtained 2 pieces of first-grade diamond mithril, the quantity increased by 600 times, and obtained 1,200 pieces of first-grade diamond mithril. Obtained 1 piece of first-grade diamond refined iron, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 pieces of first-grade diamond refined iron. This diamond treasure chest also contains 5 items, but the quality is still a bit inferior to the previous diamond treasure chest. However, one of the things that came out of this diamond treasure chest had its quality increased, and a second-grade bodybuilding pill was directly obtained. Then, Chen Fan opened all the treasure chests. After opening all the treasure chests, Chen Fan obtained the following supplies. There are 7,200 first-grade diamond zombie yuandan. There are 5,600 pieces of first-grade diamond refined iron. First-grade diamond mithril is 3,100 pieces. 300 first-grade diamond blood ganoderma lucidum. There are 2,400 first-grade diamond-grade lingling flowers. 200 top-grade Qingfeng swords of Xianbing. 100 Xianbing high-grade thin swords. Later on, there were various first-grade platinum and first-grade gold items. There were really too many items. Chen Fan was too lazy to remember it. After returning, he would pick out all the things he could use. The remaining things can be left to my parents or to Qijin Pavilion to deal with. I am too lazy to deal with them anyway. Sometimes having too much stuff can be a hassle. There is no raffle yet. Thinking of the lottery, Chen Fan got a headache again. He had so many zombie yuandan in his hands. Wouldn't he empty the lottery machine again? Chen Fan looked at the zombie yuandan in his hand. There were as many as 180,000 first-grade gold ones, about 122,000 first-grade platinum ones, and more than 80,000 first-grade diamond ones. There are so many zombie yuandan that I don't even know when I'll be able to draw them all. Oh, troubles. Let's take a rest first. Chen Fan took out a tent from his backpack. Chen Fan planned to stay here permanently for the next few days, wait until all the lottery machines are emptied. I cooked some self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot for myself, and then took out a bottle of carbonated drink. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Fan went to bed early as he was too tired today. Get some rest so you can have a good time in the lottery tomorrow. I had a good rest last night. Although there were many zombies roaring downstairs, Chen Fan was not worried that the zombies would come over. As for the roar, Chen Fan was already immune to it in this zombie world. I felt something was wrong when I couldn't hear the zombies' roars that night. Chen Fan ate a few bites of breakfast and prepared to go to the lottery. Chen Fan started opening treasure chests with diamond treasure chests, but he lost interest in opening gold treasure chests. So for the lottery, Chen Fan planned to start with the golden lottery roulette. This way I have something to look forward to. Chen Fan came to the golden lottery roulette, inserted the golden zombie yuandan, and started the lottery. Obtained 1 piece of first-grade gold refined iron, the quantity increased 100 times, and obtained 100 pieces of first-grade gold refined iron. Chen Fan continued to draw lots like this, feeling both pain and joy. After beating like this for the whole morning, Chen Fan felt that it was more painful than killing zombies. Sometimes I really want to give up smoking. However, Chen Fan was reluctant to give up these resources. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could give them to his family or exchange them for other useful resources for his own cultivation. At noon, Chen Fan made himself a rich lunch, rewarded himself, and then took a good nap. It was almost evening when I got up. Seeing that it was already evening, Chen Fan thought it would be better to take care of dinner first, so he started to cook dinner. After Chen Fan finished dinner, he didn't want to move, decided to continue the lottery tomorrow. He slept until he woke up naturally. It was already noon when he woke up. Chen Fan stretched and stretched his muscles a few times. I felt that this sleep was particularly comfortable. Maybe I was too tired from yesterday's lottery draw that I felt like sleeping. Now when I wake up, I feel very energetic. After making himself a nutritious breakfast and eating it, Chen Fan prepared to draw the lottery again. This time, Chen Fan decided to start with the diamond level, so that even if he didn't want to draw in the end, he could give up the later ones. The main reason was that there were too many zombie yuandan, and it was a wrong choice to start the lottery from the golden lottery wheel. You still have to draw the good ones first, starting from the diamond lottery machine. So Chen Fan went to the diamond lottery machine and started drawing the lottery. Obtained 1 bottle of first-grade diamond bodybuilding fluid, the quantity increased 600 times, and obtained 600 bottles of first-grade diamond bodybuilding fluid. Obtained a first-class diamond. Soon, the whole morning passed with Chen Fan talking about the lottery. Even if it was a diamond-level lottery, it would get boring if you drew too much. Chen Fan felt like sleeping again. It was really a bit boring. At noon, Chen Fan made himself some lunch and ate a few bites. He really wasn't in the mood to eat. The lottery has been full, but I have to continue smoking in the afternoon. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one, so I'll finish smoking them all first. In the afternoon, Chen Fan sped up the lottery drawing process and finally drew out all the items in the diamond lottery machine. In the evening, after drawing the items from the diamond lottery machine, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, draw all the items in the platinum lottery machine tomorrow. Finally having an appetite tonight, Chen Fan made himself a small hot pot and ate it with great relish. The most regrettable thing was that it was all meat and no vegetables. After eating, Chen Fan had another good sleep to get up in the morning and continue the lottery. In this way, Chen Fan drew prizes for 3 consecutive days and finally drew all the items in the lottery machine. And now the lottery machines above gold level no longer give out anything, and Chen Fan has no idea whether the silver ones still give out anything. After the draw, Chen Fan found that he still had a lot of zombie yuandan left, which was useless now. Chen Fan simply threw them all away. As for why he didn't exchange it for something else, Chen Fan had also thought about this question. The main thing is that we now have a chat channel, so everyone will know about any movement first. Chen Fan decided not to ruin his character. Chapter 68. Find a comfortable place to stay and prepare to leave this world after the lottery. Chen Fan calculated the time and realized that it would be time in a few days and he could return to the real world. Overall, Chen Fan is the biggest winner. Most of the lottery machines above the gold level have been emptied by Chen Fan. Chen Fan originally wanted to go back to the small mountain village, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Chen Fan really didn't like Jingli. If only De Huang was there, Chen Fan would probably go back to Chek. However, even if he didn't go back to the small mountain village, Chen Fan had to find a more comfortable environment to live in. It's really uncomfortable to live in this city full of zombies. I must find a better environment and spend a few days comfortably. Chen Fan did it as soon as he thought of it. He jumped down from the tall building and soon reached the ground. The zombies on the ground also seemed to sense the breath of life coming from above. They all raised their heads and roared towards the place where Chen Fan landed, while raising their hands high, as if to welcome Chen Fan's arrival. Chen Fan looked at the zombie on the ground that raised its hands to greet him, and waved his hand at the zombie in a very showy manner. Then he stepped on the zombie's head and left quickly, soon disappearing from the zombie's sight. Zombie, are you polite? Chen Fan left the city quickly, picked a direction at random, and moved forward. After a day of climbing mountains and crossing hills, Chen Fan came to another city. There were not many zombies in this city, and only a few zombies were moving on the streets. Moreover, the street is relatively clean and new, as if it was a newly paved asphalt road. The green plants on both sides of the road are also well planned, but they are still relatively small. You can tell at first glance that it was planted not long ago. The buildings here also look new, and even the street lights on the roadside are new. This is obviously a newly built city, and such cities usually don't have many people living in them. If there aren't too many people living there, there won't be too many zombies. This would also explain why there are so few zombies here. As Chen Fan walked along, zombies in groups of 3 or 2 pounced on him. Chen Fan ignored them and shook them off. He was too lazy to even fight back. Chen Fan walked and stopped along the way, and soon found a place that he thought was pretty good. Before the end of the world, this should have been a high-end villa community built specifically for the wealthy. Looking from the outside, there was not a single zombie in the community at this time. Chen Fan crossed the iron gate, flew into the community, and looked at it carefully. It's true that we didn't find any traces of zombies. It would be even better if there were no zombies. Chen Fan strolled leisurely around the community, and when he saw something he liked, he would go in to take a look. However, the villas here are basically only decorated on the outside, and the inside is still unfinished. This made Chen Fan very disappointed. He couldn't just live in this rough house. He finally saw a better living environment, but in the end, this was it. Chen Fan checked one by one without giving up, and surprisingly, he found a European and American-style villa, which was fully decorated and even had furniture and appliances. Although today's electrical appliances are just decorations, for Chen Fan, as long as they look pleasing to the eye, that's all that matters. The only thing that Chen Fan didn't like was that the decoration style of this villa was European and American, which Chen Fan didn't like very much. Chen Fan still prefers the countryside style, but since he is only staying for a few days, he can't have too high expectations. So, Chen Fan decided to stay here for a few days and leave when the time came. In the evening, Chen Fan specially prepared a snack for himself. After being tired for so long, it was time to nourish himself. There wasn't anything good to eat, so I just cooked a hot pot, grilled some lamb chops and steak, and took out some happy water. Then I started to eat with relish. It was so delicious. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan found a room on the second floor. The beds inside had been made and looked new. Chen Fan first prepared to go to the shower room to take a bath. Due to the end of the world, the water was cut off. Chen Fan directly took out dozens of 5L bottles of mineral water from the ring, poured them into the bathtub, and took a comfortable bath. After changing into some casual clothes, she jumped onto the soft big bed and rolled around comfortably on it. I lay comfortably on the bed and opened the chat channel. 6235. I was lucky today and got a silver bodybuilding liquid. After taking a sip, I felt a lot more relaxed and my strength increased. 998. Don't brag, as if you're the only one who got this. I got a mid-grade Shin Bing scimitar. Am I proud of myself? 9287. Fuck. I used the gold lottery machine to draw, but nothing came out. Is there a bug? 2398. How could there be a bug? Could it be that the gold lottery machine has been completely drained, just like the bronze lottery machine? 4423. That's impossible. I was still doing the silver lottery and the gold was stolen. 9683. Really? I just tried it, and there's really nothing left. 8552. Stop talking. I just drew the platinum one and nothing came out. 6689. Big brother is awesome. He can even draw platinum. 666. 8756. Are you sure you're drawing the platinum one, not the silver one? 9987. It's true. Damn, which boss is so awesome that he actually took away all the gold and platinum ones? At this moment, in a room with gold and platinum lottery machines, a young man was looking at the lottery machines in front of him with a gloomy face. Originally, I had a great advantage in entering this world because I had never been to this world before. I thought I could make a fortune by relying on my foresight. What he didn't expect was that he had just received a large amount of bronze zombie yuandan, and it was all taken away by someone. Fortunately, I decisively switched to collecting silver, which allowed me to draw something. I had already received quite a lot of gold zombie yuandan and platinum yuandan, but I didn't expect that they would be taken away by others. I spent so many resources to get it, but in the end it all became waste. The silver resources originally drawn have now basically been exchanged for gold and platinum zombie yuandan. Now they have all become waste. How can people not be angry? Now he even wants to kill someone. Damn it. The young man could only rage helplessly. There are only a few days left before we get out. It was obviously too late to look for resources, but at this moment, Chen Fan was leisurely grilling steak and eating hot pot, feeling very comfortable, thinking about how many resources I have. I wonder if I can break through to the chi refining stage. Chen Fan did it as soon as he thought of it. He began to use a lot of resources to help himself break through to the chi refining stage. Chapter 69. Home, warmth. After accumulating a lot of resources, Chen Fan felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but he just couldn't break through, as if there was an invisible force blocking his chance of breaking through. After trying several times, Chen Fan had to give up. The only thing Chen Fan could think of was that this world might be suppressing him from breaking through. If that was the case, he could only go out and break through later, and now I can only wait boredly for a few days to get out. Die in the small mountain village, Jingli was holding De Huang's head and said to him worriedly, De Huang, why hasn't your uncle come back yet? De Huang just gulped a few times in response. Jingli didn't care whether De Huang understood or not, and continued, do you think uncle will not come back? I'll probably come back. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to leave this world. During these days, Chen Fan lived an extremely comfortable life. I just eat, drink and sleep every day. When I'm bored, I take out the books I borrowed from the library and read them. I still live a very comfortable and relaxed life. Today is the time to leave this world, and Chen Fan packed up his things, waiting to leave. The scene in front of his eyes went black, and when Chen Fan could see clearly again, he was already inside the Infinite Tower. At this moment, the Infinite Tower was very lively, with many people coming in and out. Some people have smiles on their faces, some look sad, and some look calm. You can tell how much they have gained from the expressions on these people's faces. When Chen Fan walked out of the Infinity Tower, he saw his family already waiting for him at the door of the Infinity Tower. As soon as they saw Chen Fan coming out, they greeted him happily. The fifth sister Chen Ru ran the fastest, jumping and skipping. All the way, Chen Fan was afraid that Chen Ru would fall, so he hurried over and said, run slower, don't fall. Chen Ru smiled and stretched out her hands and said in a baby voice, brother, hold me. Chen Fan hugged Chen Ru in his arms and kissed her on the face. Unexpectedly, Chen Ru wiped her face with her sleeve with a look of disgust and said, hey, saliva. Chen Fan looked at Chen Ru with a smile, and kissed her rosy face several times. Chen Ru was so frightened that she struggled desperately to break free from Chen Fan's clutches, hid behind Fong Bingwei, and wiped the saliva off her face very vigorously. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan's whole family burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, Chen Ping looked at Chen Fan first and asked, brother, how are things? Did you encounter any danger this time? When the whole family heard Chen Ping's question, they all looked at Chen Fan with concern. Chen Fan patted Chen Ping's head and said, no problem, let's go and talk about it when we get back. Chen Guotao also said, well, let's talk about it when we get back. It's not convenient to talk about it here. After saying that, he took Chen Fan to an extended version of BYD's luxury car. This car is very suitable for people with large families and can seat 8 people including the driver. The car has a domineering exterior and the interior space is large enough that 8 people can sit without feeling crowded. It seems that Chen Guotao and his wife still know how to enjoy life. They would not refuse to enjoy life even if they have money and just save money blindly. The reason why Chen Fan entered the infinite world was so that his family could enjoy life properly without having to work hard for a little money. Moreover, Chen Guotao and his wife's cultivation has also improved. They have both reached the first level of body forging, and they look a lot younger. Chen Bing has also reached the middle level of mortals. His third and fourth brothers are both at the initial level of mortals. As for his fifth sister Chen Ru, she is still the same as before, with no cultivation. Chen Fan looked at his family with satisfaction. It seemed that the resources he brought back were fruitful, and he was in a good mood. Chen Guotao drove smoothly back to the villa. As soon as Chen Fan entered the house, he said, "I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, he ran upstairs to his room to take a shower. Fong Bingwei and Chen Bing also went into the kitchen one after another to prepare a big meal for Chen Fan. Although there is a cook at home, Fong Bingwei still often goes to the kitchen to help. Not to mention that today is the day when the eldest son comes back. Fong Bingwei has to cook a meal for Chen Fan herself. By the time Chen Fan finished his shower and came down, the food was basically ready. Chen Guotao and his brothers and sisters were already sitting at the dinner table, while Fong Bingwei and Chen Bing started to serve the dishes. Soon, the table was filled with dishes, all of which were Chen Fan's favorites. After Fong Bingwei and Chen Bing sat down, the head of the family, Chen Guotao, took the lead and said, "Come, let's have a toast to celebrate Xiao Fan's safe return." Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate for Chen Fan. Then they started to eat with relish and finished the reunion dinner amidst laughter and joy. After dinner, the younger brothers and sisters began to pester Chen Fan, asking him to start telling them about his wonderful journey into the infinite world. Chen Fan was helpless and had to talk about some of the things he had just talked about. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei also listened to Chen Fan's story seriously. Although Chen Fan talked about some relatively easy experiences, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei both knew that the infinite world was still full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may die on the spot, so every time you can come back safely, you are very lucky. By the time Chen Fan had almost finished speaking, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and Chen Bing and the others were sent to bed by Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei. After Chen Bing and the others went back to their rooms to rest, Chen Fan started chatting with his parents again. "Dad, Mom, why don't we open a business too?" "Open a trading company?" Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei asked at the same time. "Yes, because I have gained a lot of things in the Infinity Tower. If I keep going out to exchange resources, I will soon attract other people's attention. It would be different if we opened our own trading company. We could collect and exchange various resources, which would be more convenient. But opening a business requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Xiao Fan, I think we should take it step by step and start with one store first," Chen Guotao said. "Besides, opening a business right away is too big a step and too risky. We can start with one store, then open a chain of stores, and finally upgrade to a business. This way, we can slowly cultivate our own trustworthy personnel without attracting other people's attention all at once." "Yes, Xiao Fan, it's too easy to attract other people's attention if we open a business right away. Our foundation is too weak, or we don't have any foundation at all. It's better to listen to your father and open a store first and then build it up slowly." Fong Bingwei also persuaded Chen Fandao at the right time. After hearing what his parents said, Chen Fan couldn't help but nodded. Opening a trading company was also what Chen Fan wanted to do in his last few days in the zombie world. The main reason was that he now had too many resources, some of which he could not use at all. Chapter 70 Future Plans. Opening a shop. First, weapons like shenbing, various mineral materials, various spiritual medicines and herbs, and some unused elixir materials. These can be sold or exchanged for other things, but if I go out to trade so many things every time, it will soon attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives, and then my family may be destroyed. But it's different after you have a shop. You can sell and buy things in the shop, and you can also sell your own things. You can make a lot of money without taking any risks. With a system that can amplify the data by billions of times, you will gain more and more things in the future and you can sell them by yourself. I guess it would be exhausting, and some things cannot be sold just like that. Sometimes you have to meet someone who needs them, so that you can sell them at a good price. After figuring it out, Chen Fan said to Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei, "Dad, Mom, let's open a store first. We can sell and buy things, and we can also exchange resources for resources. As for the resources we sell, I will first sell the resources I obtained from the Infinity Tower. There is no need to purchase anything else. Fanner, the things you get from the Infinity Tower are limited after all. If we don't purchase anything else, they will probably be sold out soon." "Yes, Fanner, if we don't buy in supplies from outside, the things you got from the Infinite Tower will probably be gone soon." Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei both disagreed. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about this for now. We will rent or buy the store first. As for the problem of supply of goods, I will take care of it." Chen Fan promised. Seeing that Chen Fan had already made the decision, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei didn't say anything more. If there was not enough supply in the future, they could look for other suppliers themselves. So, they then discussed the details and pricing of opening a store. Chen Fan felt that the price of his house could be 3% lower than the market price, which would effectively attract people. As for why he didn't lower it a little more, the main thing is not to disrupt the market, otherwise all the businesses will target you together. At that time, even if you have great abilities, it will be difficult to cope with the joint efforts of all the businesses. Unless you have grown to a certain level, you can make decisions on your own. Chen Fan and his parents discussed the matter until 1 in the morning. After finalizing some details, they went back to their rooms to rest, sleep till dawn. Chen Fan got up relatively late, mainly because he had just returned home and was relaxed, so he slept a little longer. When Chen Fan finished packing and went downstairs, his younger brothers and sisters had already gone to school. The only one left who has not gone to kindergarten is the youngest sister, Chenru. Chenru said she had a stomachache today and asked for leave from school. Chen Fan looked at Chenru's playful figure, and he didn't know whether she really had a stomachache or not. She was such a clever little ghost. After Chen Fan finished breakfast, he suggested going to the real estate agency to see if there were any suitable shops. Chen Fan's parents were obviously not as anxious as they thought about Chen Fan. They thought that he should wait at least 2 days before looking for a store, and then he should take a few days off. Feng Bingwei said, "Chao Fan, why don't you take a few days off first? There's no need to be so anxious." Chen Fan also knew that his parents were concerned about him, so he smiled and said, "Mom, no need, I'm in good spirits. You guys clean up first, I'll be out soon. Oh, by the way, you don't have to cook lunch, let's eat out." Seeing that Chen Fan said this, Chen Fan's parents did not waste any time and quickly went into the room to change clothes and also cleaned up. Chen Rua. The family happily got into the car and went directly to the largest real estate agency in the area, a cheap agency. This budget agency is one of the best real estate agencies on the planet, with chains in various countries. Chen Fan led the way into the agency. Although it was an agency, it was still very large. A scaled-down 3D simulation map of the area was placed in the center of the hall. On the left side of the hall is the agency's office area, and on the right side are small cubicles. Although they are called small cubicles, they are actually small rooms separated by huge screens. It is said to protect privacy, but it is actually not very useful. If you speak a little louder, the sound will be transmitted to the next door. After Chen Fan and the others sat down, a woman in professional attire came over and greeted them. "Hello everyone, my last name is Song. May I ask what I can do for you?" Chen Fan said, "Our requirements are very simple. We just want to find a shop with a larger space and a more prosperous location, preferably one that we can buy." Miss Song quickly wrote down Chen Fan's request and said, "Okay, wait a moment, I'll check for you. Do you have any price requirements?" "I don't have any requirements. Price is not an issue," Chen Fan said. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll check right away." Miss Song's eyes lit up when she heard Chen Fan say that price was not a problem. Not long after Miss Song left, another girl brought in tea and snacks. After Chen Fan and his family waited boredly for a while, Miss Song came back with the documents. "Hello, sir. I've screened for you and found 3 stores that meet your criteria, but their prices are relatively high." As he spoke, he handed all 3 documents to Chen Fan, meaning for Chen Fan to choose one. Chen Fan knew Miss Song's little tricks very well. These 3 stores should be the more expensive ones. Correspondingly, the more expensive the sales, the more commission Miss Song would get. However, Chen Fan didn't care about these things. As long as he was satisfied with the location of the store, he didn't mind her little tricks. "Introduce yourself." Although he had the documents in hand, Chen Fan still wanted Miss Song to introduce herself. After all, some things cannot be seen from the documents, but the people working in the agency are more clear about them. "Sir, please look at the first document first. This shop is located in the southeast, where there's Times Square and the night market. It usually has a lot of traffic, but that shop is relatively small. If you don't do a lot of business, this shop is still very good. Besides, the price isn't too expensive. The selling price is 50 million Azure Dragon coins. Change it, this one is too small," Chen Fan said after taking a look at the information on the document. "Then sir, please take a look at the second one. This store is located in the commercial street in Central Square in the city center, so the flow of people is naturally needless to say. But this shop is quite large, with 2 floors, not to mention the price. It's like every inch of space is worth a lot of money." Chen Fan looked at the document carefully. This store was really big. The first floor alone was over 300 square meters. It could be said to be a very large space. Chapter 71 Breakthrough to the Qi Refining Stage. Chen Fan still prefers this store. As for the price, it is no longer within Chen Fan's consideration. "Well, this is good," Chen Fan said. Miss Song continued, "As for the store mentioned in the last document, it's located in an upscale residential complex. It covers an area of over 150 square meters, though the traffic is a bit low. However, the customers here are generally quite generous.
Chen Fan picked up the third document and took a look at it.
He was not interested in this store. The space was okay, but the things here were generally sold to rich people. It would be difficult to sell in large quantities. Chen Fan handed the first and third documents back to Miss Song, then patted the documents in his hand and said, "This is it. How much does it cost to buy it directly?" Hearing Chen Fan's words, Miss Song's eyes lit up and she said, "Sir, because this shop is located in a prime area and has a huge space, the owner of the shop is offering a price of 100 low-grade spirit stones."
When Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei heard the price, they couldn't help but gasp. This price was equivalent to that of a first-grade diamond item.
100 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 billion Xinglong coins. Chen Guotao couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is too expensive."
"Yeah, this is too expensive, Xiaofan. I think we should find another one. I think the first store we just opened is pretty good.
Although it's a little small, we can build it up slowly.
When we make money in the future, we can buy a bigger one." Fang Bingwei also persuaded.
"Dad, Mom, don't worry about the money.
We will earn it back later."
Chen Fan said to Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei. Miss Song heard that Chen Fan's family had different opinions, so she said at the right time, "Well, sir, please wait a moment.
I will talk to the landlord and see if we can reduce the price."
Chen Fan looked at Miss Song in surprise, then said, "Okay, ask the landlord first and see if he can lower the rent a bit." It's not that Chen Fan is stingy, he just wants to let Miss Song communicate and lower the pressure a little, so that his parents can feel more at ease. Not long after, Miss Song came back and said to Chen Fan and the others, "Sir, I just talked to the landlord and he can reduce the price by 10 low-grade spirit stones."
"Is that okay with you?"
"Yes, thank you."
"When can we sign the contract?"
"The landlord just said that if you accept it, I will notify the landlord to come over and sign the transfer contract."
"Okay, go tell the landlord to come over."
After hearing this, Miss Song went out to make arrangements. Not long after, Miss Song came over with a bald middle-aged man. When Miss Song came over, she took the lead in introducing, "Sir, this is the landlord." Chen Fan stood up, shook hands with the landlord, and began to discuss the transfer contract. Nothing unexpected happened during the process. The landlord was very easy to talk to, and the two of them quickly signed the transfer contract. Miss Song quickly processed the property certificate for Chen Fan. Chen Fan paid the low-grade spirit stones to the landlord, and the landlord also gave Chen Fan the key to the shop. The cooperation between the two sides was very pleasant. Near noon, Chen Fan took his family to have lunch and then drove towards the store where he made the purchase. In less than half an hour, Chen Fan and his friends arrived at the store. This store is really big. The first floor alone is over 320 square meters, and the second floor is nearly 300 square meters. After looking at the store, Chen Fan was very satisfied, then he went home. As for the decoration of the store, Chen Fan did not participate and left it to his parents. "You still need to be strong yourself, so that you will have endless supplies." Chen Fan used the things in the infinite tower to exchange for some cultivation resources that he could use. He began to practice in seclusion at home. He tried to break through last time in the zombie world, but failed this time. When he came back, Chen Fan was ready to make a breakthrough. After Chen Fan went into seclusion to practice, Chen Guotao and his wife did not bother him too much and were busy with the store's business. The store was renovated and looks presentable. After all, it was the first time for Chen Guotao and his wife to open a store. "I decorated everything based on my own feelings, and I knew what was good and what was bad based on my feelings." During this period, Chen Fan also went to take a look once. He did not have too many opinions on the decoration of the store. As long as his parents were satisfied, it was fine. After seeing the decoration of the store, Chen Fan went back to practice in seclusion. After several days of hard training, Chen Fan finally broke through the limit of his current bodybuilding realm and reached the qi refining stage. After reaching the qi refining stage, Chen Fan clearly felt that there was an extremely weak qi in his dantian. "When I started practicing the small 5 elements technique that I had bought before, I could feel a faint spiritual energy being absorbed into my body slowly from outside. After walking along one's own meridians for several circles, the spiritual energy absorbed from the outside will be compressed, converted into the spiritual energy in one's body, and then flowed into the dantian, increasing the spiritual energy in the dantian. Although this trace of spiritual energy is not much, cultivation is always a process of accumulating little by little." After reaching the qi refining stage, Chen Fan spent a few more days consolidating his realm, which took him more than 10 days in total. In just over 10 days, the store was renovated, and Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei also set the opening time. Chen Fan gave most of the things he got in the infinite tower to Chen Guotao and his wife, and kept some things that were useful to him. When Chen Guotao and his wife saw so many supplies, their jaws dropped in surprise. They really couldn't imagine where their son got so many supplies. Hundreds of storage rings were filled to the brim, and 2 storage rings were filled with supplies worth a first-grade diamond. A storage ring is equivalent to the size of a football field. The amount of supplies that can be stored in these hundreds of storage rings is simply unimaginable. If this were converted into spirit stones, there would be no telling how much there would be. The materials here alone could be exchanged for cultivation resources for various realms. It can allow his family to cultivate to the golden core stage, but it is impossible to exchange so many supplies for various cultivation resources at once. It is also easy to attract the attention of some people, which may lead to fatal disaster. This time, Chen Guotao and his wife finally understood why Chen Fan wanted to establish a trading company. Only by doing this, the cultivation resources obtained by the trading company will not attract too many people's attention. It is also easier to exchange for the cultivation resources you need. Chen Guotao and his wife will not sell all of these supplies at once or exchange them for other cultivation resources. Good things must be released slowly, otherwise the price will fall. Chapter 72 New World, New Rules. After Chen Fan handed all the supplies to Chen Guotao and his wife, and told them to sell supplies worth more than gold slowly, Chen Fan prepared to enter the Infinite Tower again. The time has come for him to enter the Infinite Tower again, but he doesn't need to be so anxious to enter. But Chen Fan knew that his current strength was far from enough. Although no one was paying attention to him now, he had obtained so many supplies, but over time, it would sooner or later cause trouble. The only problem that can be solved is your own strength. Everything else is just empty talk. Chen Fan came to the Infinite Tower again and entered the Infinite Tower with great familiarity. Again, his vision went dark, and when he could see the object again, Chen Fan had already appeared in the jungle. At the same time, Chen Fan had another manual in his hand. Chen Fan opened the manual in his hand. Point 1. Congratulations, you have passed the novice period. Subsequent characters and things will no longer be presented with attributes. Point 2. Trading Hall, Chat Channel cancelled. Point 3. After the novice period, all learning skills need to be understood and learned by yourself. Point 4. From now on, everything in the infinite world will be the same as reality, and there will be no manuals or prompts. Chen Fan finished reading the manual in his hand, and the manual disappeared. But Chen Fan also understood that the period before the bodybuilding stage was considered the novice stage. After reaching the chi refining stage, even if you have passed the novice period, the infinite tower you enter in the future will be no different from everything in reality, and you will need to rely on yourself to learn skills in the future. Chen Fan tried to open the panel, but nothing appeared, and the chat channel and trading hall were gone, and there was nothing left of the things I brought in. I guess this rule still exists. I don't know at what level this rule will be eliminated, I just don't know what happened to my billionfold amplification system. Is it unusable as well? Chen Fan hurriedly called to open the system. A billionfold amplification system, level 3 amplification multiplier, 1000 to 10,000, randomly increases the quantity or quality of collected items by 100 to 1000 times. The quality can exceed 2 levels of this world. It seems that his billionfold amplification system is still effective, and its level has been upgraded to level 3. It turns out that the higher his level is, the greater the amplification will be. I just don't know whether the level of this amplification system can be infinitely upgraded. If it can be infinitely upgraded, then the amplification system would be a bit scary. Moreover, the quality of what he obtained now can exceed the amount of 2 levels in this world. If calculated in this way, the items he obtained in this world now, the first grade items can be upgraded to the 3rd grade diamond at most. After Chen Fan understood his system, he prepared to walk out of the forest. Now there were no prompts and he didn't know what world he was in. However, according to his chi refining stage, he had arrived in the 3-star world. As for what kind of world it is, you can only know it after going out and understanding it. There is no chat channel now, which is very disadvantageous for people like me who have just passed the novice period. If there is a chat channel, at least you can get some important information to better help yourself get through the first few days. However, Chen Fan's current strength is still there. Chen Fan wonders if he is now at the lowest level in this world. Chen Fan used his great skill to rush towards someone quickly. After running for nearly a day, when it was almost dark, Chen Fan finally saw a small town. At this time, the town was already lit up with thousands of lights. It looked quite lively. Chen Fan followed the crowd into the town. There were no guards at the entrance of the town. The people here dress in strange ways, wearing all kinds of clothes. There are many people like Chen Fan who wear modern clothes, and there are also people wearing clothes like those in ancient martial arts dramas. The men are elegant and handsome, and the women are fairy-like, and they are very beautiful. Of course, some people's outfits are even more bizarre. In short, they are more eye-catching than Chen Fan's. Although this town is not very big, it has all the necessary facilities for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Chen Fan even saw the legendary brothel. To be honest, Chen Fan still wanted to go in and take a look, but he had no money, so he had to give up. The most urgent thing is to understand the information of this world first. Chen Fan kept looking along the street. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to find a tea house to inquire for some information, but in the end he had no money and gave up. After searching around, Chen Fan still didn't find any useful information. He couldn't just ask anyone on the street. "Brother, may I ask how can I make money here?" Chen Fan casually grabbed a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar and asked. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan and said leisurely, "Make money. As long as you have the ability, you can make money anywhere." "How can I make money then? I'm quite capable."
The middle-aged man looked Chen Fan up and down, then said, "If you're really capable, you can go to the mission hall in front and take a look. There are often missions there, and the rewards are not low." After saying that, he pointed forward. "Mission hall, what is this thing?" "Thank you. What are the requirements for this mission hall?"
"No, as long as you dare to accept the mission, you can accept it."
"Ordinary people can accept it." Okay, what does it mean?" Chen Fan did not reply to the middle-aged man and walked quickly towards the mission hall. This mission hall really looked like a hall. The first floor is very spacious, with several sets of tables and chairs on both sides, which should be a place for people to rest. There was a large wooden board in the middle covered with notes. When Chen Fan walked in and took a look, he found that the notes were all published tasks. There are all kinds of things, from small things like finding something to big things like killing people to silence them. Chen Fan looked at the tasks. He didn't know many of them who were about finding items. As for those who were about killing people to silence them, Chen Fan didn't want to take them either, mainly because he couldn't find the people. Finally, Chen Fan found a mission to hunt monsters. He had to hunt a first-level bloodthirsty pig in exchange for 5 low-grade spirit stones. When Chen Fan saw the spirit stones, his eyes lit up. At least he knew that spirit stones could be used as currency in this world. After all, it was a world of cultivation. Previously, Chen Fan had seen that people who were looking for things used gold as currency, and he had never thought that there were also spirit stones as currency. As we all know, spirit stones represent the world of cultivation. After Chen Fan decided on the mission he wanted to take, he found a place to sit down. Even if it was a mission, he would have to wait until dawn before going out to do it. Now it's dark, so I can only make do with it for one night. Chapter 73 Information about the cultivation world. Thinking about my first 2 worlds, I spent the first night comfortably. I didn't expect that after arriving in this world, I would have to sleep on the streets on my first night. However, Chen Fan still gained something from spending a night in this mission hall. At least he learned some information about this world from the conversations of these people. Chen Fan learned that this world is indeed a world of cultivation. There are 5 major sects in this world, among which the 3 major sects claim to be the righteous ones are Yudao Sect, Sankai Sect, and Lingyun Sect. There are 2 major sects in the magic world, the Soul Refining Sect and the Ghost Sect. The rest are some small sects, which are affiliated with these 5 major sections. The 2 factions of good and evil are constantly fighting each other. It can be said that fights occur frequently, but they are all small-scale fights. A real war has not happened for a long time. Chen Fan also learned a very useful piece of information, that is, the 5 major sects come down the mountain once every 10 years to recruit disciples and will come to this small town in a few days. As long as you can be selected by these 5 major sects, you can be said to be soaring to the sky. At least your safety is relatively guaranteed. It's like when facing danger, as long as you tell your sect, most people won't dare to kill you. Chen Fan felt that he had to join one of these 5 major sects, but he had to understand the differences between these 5 sects first. Let's see what kind of skills these 5 major sects practice. For Chen Fan, there is no distinction between righteous and evil martial arts. The best martial arts method is the one that suits him. Take the real world outside for example. There are also many powerful cultivators who practice magic techniques, who are also chivalrous and respected by the people. As long as one's conduct is righteous, it doesn't matter what method one uses. If you are a person with a dark heart, even if you practice orthodox Taoist techniques, you will still become a demon and kill people like crazy. So for Chen Fan, it is enough to just find a practice method that suits him. In the outside world, good practice methods are generally not shared. Outside, martial arts techniques are generally out of stock. Sometimes, no matter how much money you have, you cannot buy a powerful martial arts technique. During this night, Chen Fan also learned from others what the bloodthirsty pig looked like. After knowing what the bloodthirsty pig looked like, Chen Fan sat aside to meditate and rest, and by the way, listen to some information that these people inadvertently revealed. Chen Fan also tried to practice the small 5 elements technique in this world and found that the spiritual energy in this world was much higher than that in the outside world. However, the small 5 elements technique that Chen Fan practiced was too low level, and there was no point in practicing it. In addition, there are so many people here that it would be terrible if someone with bad intentions messed with him while he was practicing. At the very least, he would be injured and weak, and at worst, he would vomit blood and die out. If you want to practice, you still have to find a safe place so that you can practice with peace of mind. The night passed quickly, and early in the morning Chen Fan prepared to set out to hunt the first level monster, the bloodthirsty pig. According to the realm here, the bloodthirsty pig was at the 5th level of body forging. So even if Chen Fan doesn't have a weapon now, he should be able to kill him easily. Chen Fan had already found out the approximate location of the bloodthirsty pig. In fact, it was in the forest where Chen Fan came out. That forest is called the Monster Mountain Range. The Monster Mountain Range stretches across dozens of mountain ranges and is extremely vast. The deeper you go into the mountains, the stronger the monsters inside become. It is said that deep in the Monster Mountain Range, there are 5th-order monsters comparable to the nascent soul stage. Even the Yuaniing ancestors of this world do not dare to easily step into the depths of the Monster Mountain Range.
If they must enter the depths of the monster mountain range, the Yuanying ancestors will form a team of 3 to 5 people before they dare to go deeper. According to what Qin Fan learned, the highest level of cultivation in this world is the ancestor in the nascent soul stage. As for those with higher levels of cultivation, he has never heard of them. For example, among the 5 major sects, there is an old ancestor in the nascent soul stage who is in charge of the sect. The nascent soul stage is a very powerful existence for Qin Fan, and it is a direct leap across 3 major realms. Qin Fan also couldn't understand the rules of this infinite world. Even if the combat power in the first 2 worlds was high, it would not be a level higher than his own highest combat power. It's no wonder that the period before the Qi refining period is called the novice period. It can also be considered a benefit of the novice period. After reaching the Qi refining stage, the world ahead may become increasingly difficult and dangerous. This also made Qin Fan's desire to become stronger more and more intense. He had a system that amplified his strength by billions of times, so it was easier for him to survive than others, Qin Fan was thinking and planning as he sped along. Finally, around noon, he returned to the forest where he had just landed, the monster mountain range. The last time Qin Fan came out, he didn't encounter any monsters. I don't know whether Qin Fan's luck was good or bad. However, the last time Qin Fan left the monster mountain range, he was speeding all the way and did not look for it on purpose. This time it was different. Qin Fan came here specifically to find the bloodthirsty pig. According to the information Qin Fan had found out, there was actually not much difference between bloodthirsty pigs and ordinary pigs. The biggest difference is that the fur all over the body is dark red, and the fangs are relatively long and also dark red. This bloodthirsty pig is particularly bloodthirsty. When it meets the enemy, it usually wants to see blood and fight to the death, otherwise, don't leave. There is no word escape in the dictionary of bloodthirsty pigs. Qin Fan felt that this characteristic was similar to that of some animals in the real world. Qin Fan looked at the sky. It would be dark in about 3 hours. He had to hurry up, otherwise the monster mountain range would still be very dangerous when it got dark. Because most monsters come out at night, Qin Fan didn't hesitate much and went straight into the monster mountain range. First level monsters like the bloodthirsty pig usually move around the outskirts of the monster mountain range. Qin Fan didn't need to go too deep into the monster mountain range. He could find the bloodthirsty pigs just on the outskirts. However, Qin Fan had been in the monster mountain range for an hour and had not seen the bloodthirsty pig. Not to mention the bloodthirsty pig, Qin Fan had never encountered any other monsters. He did encounter some ordinary animals, but these were not Qin Fan's targets. Another half an hour passed, and Qin Fan finally encountered a monster, but it was not a bloodthirsty pig, but a snake-like monster, judging from the aura emanating from its body. This snake must have the strength of the 9th level of body forging. Qin Fan's current strength is at the 1st level of Qi refining, so it is relatively easy for him to deal with this monster at the 9th level of body tempering. Although the monsters have certain physical advantages, once their realm reaches a higher level, that physical advantage no longer exists. Qin Fan was just about to take action to deal with the monster first, thinking that he could sell it for some money. What Qin Fan didn't expect was that the snake monster immediately rushed out when it saw Qin Fan and disappeared soon after. Chapter 74 2000 Bloodthirsty Pigs. The snake monsters escaped. Completely confused Qin Fan. Was he really that powerful? Could it be that the aura of kingship he exuded could scare away the monsters? Looking at the empty space that had disappeared, Qin Fan was speechless for a long time. Once monsters like this hide in the dense forest, it will be very difficult to find them. Qin Fan had to give up the idea of finding it and had to move on. If the bloodthirsty pig is not found in half an hour, then we have to go back. It is impossible to let Qin Fan spend a night in this dangerous area. Qin Fan still understood the principle that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. After searching for half an hour, no trace of the bloodthirsty pig was found. Qin Fan had no choice but to go back to Presley. It was still 3 or 4 hours away from the small town, so it was just the right time to rush back. Qin Fan quickened his pace and rushed out of the monster mountain range. Just when Qin Fan approached the edge of the monster mountain range, Qin Fan glanced over and saw a dark red figure flash past in a dense forest. Bloodthirsty pig, Qin Fan exclaimed, then he was ecstatic and quickly followed. Sure enough, under a tree, a red bloodthirsty pig was using its long dark red fangs to butt against a cat-like animal. At this time, the cat-like animal had lost its vital signs, and the bloodthirsty pig picked out the cat-like animal's intestines. Blood was all over the ground, emitting a fishy smell. The bloodthirsty pig was not alert at all and did not notice Qin Fan's arrival at all. It was still staring at the corpse of the cat. Qin Fan didn't care whether the bloodthirsty pig noticed his arrival or not, and flew up directly. He kicked the bloodthirsty pig in the waist with a strong wind. The bloodthirsty pig didn't react at all and was kicked more than 10 meters away by Qin Fan. It also broke several large trees on the way. When it hit another large tree and slid down, the broken large trees fell down with a loud bang. It broke some smaller trees, which fell to the ground with a loud rumbling sound, scaring away many birds. They all flew out to watch the fun. Without waiting for all the trees to fall, Qin Fan rushed forward again, not even waiting to see if the bloodthirsty pig was dead. He grabbed the bloodthirsty pig's hind legs, swung it up and threw it to the ground, smashing the grass and soil on the ground into pieces. Now you can hear the sound of bones breaking coming from the bloodthirsty pig. It seems that it is dead. The bloodthirsty pig never saw clearly who his enemy was or what he looked like until his death. Chen Fan grabbed the bloodthirsty pig on the ground and prepared to run away.
Obtained a second-grade golden bloodthirsty pig. The number increased by 2,000 times. Obtained 2,000 second-grade golden bloodthirsty pigs. To avoid confusion, we will classify them by tier.
Suddenly, 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs covered the ground. Chen Fan was dumbfounded when he saw the bloodthirsty pigs all over the ground, because he had just started in this world and there were no storage rings or anything like that. If there is an item like a storage ring, the items amplified by this system will be placed directly into the storage ring, because when I entered the infinite world, all the items on my body were confiscated by the infinite tower. So Chen Fan has nothing on him now, of course, except for the clothes on his body. It is impossible for Chen Fan to carry all these 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs away, and it is not realistic to carry them back and forth. It is estimated that as soon as Chen Fan leaves, many wild beasts and monsters will come to share the delicious food, and now Chen Fan could hear rustling sounds coming from the distant jungle. He estimated that some wild beasts and monsters were starting to come here. In addition, it was almost dark, which was the time when these wild beasts and monsters would come out to look for food. If the sky was completely dark, even more wild beasts and monsters would come out. Chen Fan didn't have time to think about it. He just carried a bloodthirsty pig on each shoulder, then picked up 2 in each hand and started running towards the outside of the monster mountain range. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't want to take more, nor is it that he doesn't have enough strength.
He really can't take so much.
He can't carry another one on his head. Chen Fan felt that he still had to maintain some dignity and couldn't ruin his image just for a few spirit stones. Soon, Chen Fan walked out of the Monster Beast Mountains. After leaving the Monster Beast Mountains, the journey below became easier. There were also many people on the road who had come out of the Monster Mountain range. When they saw Chen Fan's appearance, they all cast strange looks at him, because it is really rare to see someone like Chen Fan carrying the corpse of a monster on his shoulders. At the very least, he would have a storage bag or something. Anyone who dares to enter the Monster Mountain range to hunt monsters must have a minimum strength of level 8 body tempering, otherwise, entering the Monster Mountain range would be seeking death. Someone like Chen Fan, who can hunt so many monsters by himself, must be very strong. He should at least have a storage bag or something, but now Chen Fan was carrying it on his shoulders with his hands, which made others see that Chen Fan was obviously showing off. Suddenly, fierce looks were cast at him from all around, which scared Chen Fan. After all, in this world, Chen Fan's current strength could only be considered as a small scum, and there were countless people who were stronger than Chen Fan. The looks from those who had gained some benefits were not that fierce. At most, they stared at Chen Fan as if he were a fool. Some people who gained nothing stared at the bloodthirsty pig on Chen Fan. Although they were not greedy, they looked like they were up to something bad. Don't you like to show off? Don't you like to be cool? We will rob you of all the prey and see how you show off. Then you can just wait and cry. Several strong men came towards Chen Fan with strange laughter, which made Chen Fan's anus tighten. He swallowed his saliva, looked at the strong men who gathered around him with an awkward smile and said, "Brothers, what's going on?" "Ha ha, what do you think?" The strong men continued to gather around with strange smiles on their faces. Chen Fan heard the laughter and squeezed his anus tighter. He said hurriedly, "My dear brothers, although I am a little handsome, there are still many men who are more handsome than me. Look, that handsome guy is much more handsome than me." As he spoke, Chen Fan pointed at a young man in flowing white clothes. Everyone looked in the direction Chen Fan pointed, and sure enough, the young man in white clothes had red lips and white teeth, and looked more handsome and elegant than Chen Fan. Even Chen Fan felt a little jealous, and he didn't forget to say sissy in his heart. The young man looked at Chen Fan in confusion, pointed at himself, and then looked around in confusion, with a look of surprise and a little silly. The guards around the young master saw Chen Fan pointing at the young master, and many people around were looking at the young master, and they immediately glared at Chen Fan, surrounded the young master, and looked at the people around them with warning eyes. Realm Material Level Classification. In order to make it easier for everyone to understand the realm and level division of materials in this book, a chapter dedicated to the level division is specially published. Cultivation Realm, Mortal Realm, Late Middle School, Body Forging Realm, Body Forging Level 1 to Body Forging Level 9, Chi Refining Stage 1 to Chi Refining Stage 9, Foundation Building Period, Late Junior High School and Middle School, Golden Core Stage, Early to Middle Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Early to Late Middle School, Out of Body Stage, Late Junior High School, Spiritualization Stage, Late Middle School, Fusion Period, Late Junior High School, Mahayana Period, Beginning, Middle and Late Stages, Tribulation Period, Late Junior High School, Sansien from the First Calamity to Sansien from the Ninth Calamity, Human Immortal, Late Middle School, Earthly Immortals, Late Junior High School, Celestial Fairy, Late Middle School, True Immortal, Late Junior High School, Xianxian, Late Junior High School, Golden Immortal, Late Middle School, Tai Jinxian, Late Middle School, Dalua Jinxian, Late Junior High School and Middle School, Immortal Lord, Late Middle School, Immortal King, Late Middle School, Immortal Emperor, Late Middle School, Immortal Venerable, Late Junior High School, Hunyuan Realm, Hunyuan Level 1 to Hunyuan Level 9, Hunyuan Great Perfection, Heavenly Dao Realm,
Heavenly Dao Realm Level 1 to Heavenly Dao Realm Level 9. Heavenly Dao Great Perfection, Dao Realm, De Dao Realm Level 1 to Dao Realm Level 9, Dao Great Perfection, Daozu Realm Level 1 to Daozu Realm Level 9, Daozu Great Perfection, Magical Weapon Classification Shenbing, Low, Medium, and High Quality, Dharma Instruments, Lower, Middle and Upper Grade, Spiritual Weapon, Lower, Middle, Upper and Best Quality, Magical Weapon, Low, Medium, and High Quality, Lingbao, Lower, Middle and Upper Grade, Acquired Treasures, Lower, Middle, and Upper. Level Top Grade, Innate Treasure, Lower, Middle and Upper Grade, Chaos Spirit Treasure, Low, Medium, and High Quality, Chaos Treasure, Low, Medium, and High Quality, Hongmeng Lingbao, Low, Medium and High Quality, Hongmeng Supreme Treasure, Lower, Middle and Upper Grade, Classification of Medicinal Materials Spiritual Medicine, Grade 1 to 9, Grade 1 is divided into 5 levels, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond, Spiritual Materials, Grades 1 to 9, Immortal Medicine, Grade 1 to 9, Immortal Material, Grades 1 to 9, Chaos Spiritual Roots, Rank 1 to 9, Chaos Materials, Rank 1 to 9, Hongmeng Spiritual Roots, Rank 1 to 9, Hongmeng Materials, Rank 1 to 9, the level classification of martial arts, 1st grade martial arts to 9th grade martial arts, Chaos Martial Arts, and Primordial Martial Arts, Talent, Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, Spirit, Immortal, Chaos, Hongmeng Monster and Spirit Beast Rank Classification, Rank 1 to Rank 9, each rank is divided into 5 levels, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond. The above is the initial realm and level division, and will be added if there are any updates later. Alchemists, Alchemy Apprentice, Junior Alchemist, Intermediate Alchemist, Senior Alchemist, Alchemy Master, and Alchemy Grand Master. Equipment Refiner Apprentice, Junior Equipment Refiner, Intermediate Equipment Refiner, Senior Equipment Refiner Master, Equipment Refiner Grand Master, Formation Master. Formation Apprentice, Junior Formation Master, Intermediate Formation Master, Senior Formation Master, Formation Grand Master, Talismans, Talisman Apprentice, Junior Talisman Master, Intermediate Talisman Master, Senior Talisman Master, Grand Talisman Master. Restriction Apprentice, Junior Restriction Master, Intermediate Restriction Master, Senior Restriction Master, Restriction Grand Master. As for other secondary professions, they will no longer appear in this book, because there are too many divisions in the realm, and too many secondary professions may confuse people and cause headaches, so let's just use these 3 secondary professions for the time being. If you have any needs, you can also raise them and the author will add them as appropriate. These levels will be unified later, but the level divisions of some worlds may be different because each world has its own civilization. We will try our best to unify it in the future so that it will be clearer for everyone. Chapter 75 Cutting Up the Bloodthirsty Pig. The people around only reacted when they saw the guards protecting the young master. Damn, I almost got led astray by this guy. Men are all people with normal sexual orientation. One of the men glared at Chen Fan and said, "Boy, don't change the subject. I'm a normal person, not what you think." Yes, I am a normal person too. Yes, I am a normal person too. Me too. Me too. For a while, everyone was trying to prove their innocence. Okay, I believe you are all normal people. Well, I can go now. Chen Fan said soothingly. As long as you believe it, go ahead. A man said, and then made way to let Chen Fan pass. Chen Fan picked up his pants. No, he picked up the bloodthirsty pig and prepared to run away. However, one of them immediately realized that he had been led astray by this kid again, and immediately said, "You are not allowed to leave. Leave the bloodthirsty pig behind, and you can get out now." Hearing this person shouting, the others also reacted and immediately surrounded Chen Fan again, shouting, "Yes, leave the bloodthirsty pig." Chen Fan finally reacted and said, "Hey, big brother, you guys should have told me you wanted the bloodthirsty pig earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have given it to you." The people around were confused again. What was going on? They should have told me earlier and given it to me. No, the plot is wrong. When we wanted your prey, shouldn't you have looked indignant and heartbroken? At least you would have felt a little reluctant. If you want this, just give it to us immediately. We won't do it anymore. Really give it to us? One of them asked in disbelief. Yes, I'll give them all to you. Chen Fan said very seriously. The person who asked the question looked at Chen Fan's serious expression and touched his head embarrassedly. This person really gave it to him, and he felt embarrassed to accept it. The same goes for other people. They are so willing to give it to me, I feel embarrassed to ask for it. Seeing these people still asking for it but not wanting it, Chen Fan quickly handed one of the bloodthirsty pigs to one of them and said, Here you go. There are still a lot of them over there. I'll just go over and get 2 more. A lot? Where is a lot? Everyone was confused. When did there become so many bloodthirsty pigs? At first, when the crowd saw Chen Fan carrying 6 bloodthirsty pigs, they thought he was showing off. Now Chen Fan said there were more. How many were there? Where are they? How many are there? One of them couldn't help but ask. The others looked at the person asking the question as if he was a fool, and just believed whatever he said. The person who asked the question blushed when he saw everyone looking at him as if he was a fool. Chen Fan replied disapprovingly, "They're just outside the Monster Mountain range. We arrived not long after entering. There are almost 2,000 of them. I don't have a storage bag, and more monsters are coming, so I had to carry a few and run." When everyone heard Chen Fan say there were 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs, they all looked incredulous. "You said you were lucky to get 6 bloodthirsty pigs, now you say there are 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs. Do you think we are all fools? Regardless of whether there were 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs, even if there were, how did so many of them die? Was it mass suicide?" Seeing that no one believed him, Chen Fan said again, "What I said is true. If I weren't carrying this bloodthirsty pig, I would take everyone to see it." Seeing that Chen Fan spoke seriously, everyone couldn't help but hold on to some hope. If there were 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs, it would be like picking up money. At this time, the young man came forward and said to Chen Fan, "Well, take us there. I have a storage bag here, and I'll give it to you." After saying that, he took out a storage bag and threw it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan snatched the storage bag and placed the bloodthirsty pigs inside. He looked at the space inside. It was probably a relatively low-level storage bag, with only about 5 square meters of space. Again, only items Chen Fan personally collected would be amplified. Items given to him by others or obtained through trade would not be amplified. This young man is generous. I will take you there right away. Chen Fan gave this young man a thumbs up. After putting away the storage bag, he led the way. After a while, Chen Fan led the crowd to the place full of bloodthirsty pigs. At this moment, many wild beasts and monsters were feasting here. Seeing so many humans suddenly coming, they were so scared that they dropped the food in their mouths and started to run away in panic. Of course, there were also some that were more protective of their food, and they kept yelling at the crowd, as if threatening them not to get close. However, there were some junior masters at the 7th or 8th level of Chi refining in the crowd, who killed all the wild beasts and monsters that stopped in their tracks in just a few moves. Look, there are more than a dozen more corpses of monsters. However, everyone was confused when they saw the bloodthirsty pig corpses scattered all over the ground. Why were there so many bloodthirsty pig corpses, and they all looked fresh, except for a few dozen that were destroyed by monsters? The rest are intact. See, I didn't lie to you. I picked up the bloodthirsty pig here. Chen Fan said to everyone. As he spoke, he put the corpse of the bloodthirsty pig into the storage bag. Why are the corpses of these bloodthirsty pigs here? Someone asked Chen Fan. I don't know either. When I passed by here, there were so many bloodthirsty pig corpses here. As he spoke, he put a few more bloodthirsty pig corpses into the storage bag. Of course, Chen Fan would not tell them that these bloodthirsty pig corpses were amplified by his own billionfold amplification system. Where did these bloodthirsty pigs come from and why did they appear here in droves? Someone pondered. The others were also confused and couldn't understand why there were so many bloodthirsty pig corpses here. Of course, it wasn't that no one had doubted Chen Fan, but his cultivation wasn't that high, only at the first level of Chi refining. Even if so many bloodthirsty pigs stood there for Chen Fan to kill, it would be impossible to finish them off in a short time. Moreover, bloodthirsty pigs are notoriously brainless. They will fight to the death for anything they see and will definitely not stand there and let others slaughter them. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Chen Fan stuffed a few more bloodthirsty pig corpses into the storage bag. After everyone pondered for a while, they couldn't come up with a clear answer. Then one person said, "How should we distribute all these bloodthirsty pigs?" Although these bloodthirsty pigs are relatively low level and not very valuable, they are present in large numbers and their total value is not low. How else can it be divided? Of course, whoever grabs it first gets it. It all depends on their ability. Yes, it all depends on your ability. There's nothing much to say. More than 10 people with higher cultivation levels all agreed and grabbed it based on their own abilities. As for those with lower cultivation levels, they had no say at all and could only agree. Chapter 76 Xiaobao, baby, since the matter has already been brought up, there is no need to make too many opening remarks and we just start buying. Needless to say, more than a dozen people with the 7th or 8th level of Chi refining directly wiped out more than half of them, and the rest were divided up among themselves. Chen Fan also took the opportunity to grab dozens of heads. Some people even grabbed the heads and started fighting directly. Those who are not strong enough have to use their wealth to buy their lives, which is really a loss of both the wife and the army. Since I am not as strong as others, I can only consider myself unlucky and feel lucky to be able to survive. After the bloodthirsty pigs had divided up everything, everyone started to head home, but on the way back, some people were laughing and talking, while others were frowning. As for Chen Fan, he didn't show much expression. He couldn't say he was heartbroken, nor was he happy either. In short, he has a system that amplifies billions of times, so he can get whatever he wants in the future.
Chen Fan is not really afraid of lack of resources, now we just have to wait to go back and complete the mission. By the way, now that so many people have bloodthirsty pigs, can't anyone complete the mission? Is this task infinite or finite? Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but quicken his pace and prepare to go back first to hand in the task, for fear that if he waited too late, the task would be gone. But before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by someone.
Hey, young man, please wait a moment.
Chen Fan turned around and saw that it was that young man.
Handsome guy, are you calling me?
Chen Fan asked. The young man was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Chen Fan to call him handsome so directly. Could it be that he was really so handsome that even a man was attracted to him? However, when he thought about a man liking him, the young man's hair stood on end, his anus tightened, and he put this absurd idea aside.
Yes, this young man, I haven't asked for your name yet.
Oh, the last name is Chen,
and the given name is Fan. My name is Song Xiaobao.
The young man bowed to Chen Fan in a very casual manner.
Oh, it's Mr. Song. May I ask what you want to talk to me about? Brother Chen, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?
Chen Fan shook his head to indicate that he didn't care.
Okay, Brother Chen, you don't have to be so polite.
You can just call me Xiaobao or Bao Bao. Song Xiaobao said to Chen Fan with a smile.
What? Baby? Chen Fan's heart was in turmoil. Don't you feel disgusted when a man calls you baby?
Even if you don't feel disgusted, I still feel disgusted. Ahem, I'll just call you Xiaobao.
Chen Fan coughed twice and said, Baby, I really can't say it. It's all right, Brother Chen. Did you come to this monster mountain range to train alone?
Yes, I originally came here to gain experience, but ended up wandering around all day and finding nothing. When I came out, I happened to see a large group of bloodthirsty pig corpses.
I was so happy.
It's a pity that I don't have space equipment, otherwise all those bloodthirsty pigs would be mine.
Chen Fan pretended to be very depressed and distressed and said, Brother Chen, don't be discouraged. Perhaps there will be more opportunities waiting for you in the future.
Song Xiaobao comforted.
Brother Chen, are you selling this bloodthirsty pig? Send it out.
I'm so poor that I only have my underwear left.
Do you want to take it, Xiaobao?
If Brother Chen is willing, I can buy it at a high price.
How much?
The general price of a bloodthirsty pig is 5 low-grade spirit stones. Brother Chen's can be bought for 6 low-grade spirit stones.
Okay, do you want them all? With all these bloodthirsty pigs, can you use them all? Well, it should be enough. My family happens to specialize in this business. Pork seller?
No, my family owns a business that specializes in reselling some things.
Oh, I thought Xiaobao's family sold pork. Xinhong, so you are a rich second generation? Ahem, that's it. Let's not talk about that for now, let's talk about acquiring the bloodthirsty pigs.
Song Xiaobao was almost choked by Chen Fan and quickly changed the subject.
Sure, let me see how many bloodthirsty pigs I have here. Do you want them all, Xiaobao?
Chen Fan asked as he rummaged through his storage bag.
Yes, as many as you can get.
Yes, there are 65 in total.
Okay, I'll take them all.
Uncle Lu, give Brother Chen the spirit stone. Song Xiaobao gestured to one of the middle-aged men who looked to be in his 50s.
Yes, master.
Uncle Lu came to the front and waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones appeared. He handed them to Chen Fan and said, Little brother, here are 390 low-grade spirit stones.
Please count and keep them.
Chen Fan collected all the spirit stones and said, No need to order.
I trust Xiaobao's character.
At the same time, all the bloodthirsty pigs in the storage bag were released, 65, please count them.
No need. Brother Chen trusts me so much, how can I not trust him? Uncle Lu, put it away.
Uncle Lu collected all the bloodthirsty pigs and walked back to his previous position.
Brother Chen, are you planning to go back to town? Yes, get ready to go back. It won't be safe if we wait any longer. Chen Fan replied, Xiaobao, you should go back to town too.
Yes, together, good. They said they were traveling together, but in fact, many people were returning to the town together. After all, no one wanted to spend the night in the wild because there were too many unstable factors. No one wants to spend the night in the wilderness when there are safe places to stay. This Song Xiaobao is a wonderful man. He has collected most of the bloodthirsty pigs from everyone along the way, only a few people did not sell them to Song Xiaobao, and the others basically sold the bloodthirsty pigs to Song Xiaobao along the way. Chen Fan also asked Song Xiaobao a lot of information he wanted to know. Chen Fan now knew what the name of this world was. It was called the Juexian continent. As for why it was called the Juexian continent, No one new among them is the news that the 5 major sects are recruiting disciples. The 5 major sects will recruit disciples in the Jewish continent every 10 years. The 5 major sects recruit disciples in various places. They recruit in every town, and there are people from the 5 sects recruiting in every town. As for which sect you want to join, it depends on your own wishes. Chen Fan also learned about the main cultivation directions and characteristics of the 5 major sections. Taoism focuses more on the cultivation of magic, and generally has deeper magic power. The cultivation of the Sankai sect is quite diverse, but one characteristic of the sect is that everyone has a skill, namely alchemy, weapon forging, and formation of formations. Ling Yun sect is a sect of sword cultivators, and most of the members in the sect are sword cultivators. The characteristics of sword cultivators are that their attacks are fierce and their damage is extremely high. The soul refining sect mainly cultivates soul power, supplemented by puppetry. They often dig up human graves and refine their corpses into puppets to serve them. This is why many people are disgusted with the sect, but there are also some people who like it. As for the Guiyu sect, the cultivation method they practice is extremely feminine and vicious. They often extract souls and refine spirits, using the souls of others to improve their own cultivation. It is also the sect that is least compatible with the Jewish continent. Chapter 77. Staying in the hotel. After hearing Song Xiaobao's introduction, Chen Fan really didn't expect that the demon sect in Jewish continent was so evil. A sect specializes in digging up people's graves, which is definitely a detrimental act. There is a sect that specializes in extracting people's souls for fun. It's totally perverted. Chen Fan has no intention of joining these 2 sects, but of the remaining 3 sections, Chen Fan of Sankai sect did not consider it either. He had a system that amplified the data billions of times, so there was no need for him to refine pills and equipment. Among the remaining 2 sects, Chen Fan still needs to consider which one to join, but Chen Fan couldn't join this sect just because he wanted to. It depended on whether the other 2 sects would accept Chen Fan. Chen Fan and Song Xiaobao chatted all the way, and after more than 3 hours, they finally returned to the town. After returning to the town, Chen Fan separated from Song Xiaobao and first went to find an inn to have a good meal. After searching around, he found that there were not many inns in this small town, only 3. Chen Fan chose the largest one, called Luxury Inn. The name is Luxury Inn, but its decoration is not luxurious at all. It can be said that it has nothing to do with luxury. It was just an ordinary small building on the 2nd floor. As soon as Chen Fan walked in, a waiter came out to greet him and said, "Sir, do you want to eat or stay at the hotel?" "We have to eat and stay in a hotel." "How much does it cost to stay in a hotel for a day?" "Sir, we have ordinary rooms and deluxe rooms here." "Which one do you plan to stay in?" "Luxury, right?" "Sir, the luxurious price is 5 taels of gold a day." "How many days do you want to stay?" "Let's stay for 5 days first." Chen Fan said. "Okay, sir, please come this way." The waiter said and took Chen Fan to the counter. "Shopkeeper, this guest will stay in the deluxe room for 5 days." The waiter said to the shopkeeper who was calculating on the abacus at the counter. The shopkeeper then looked up, glanced at Chen Fan, and said with a smile, "Okay, 5 days in a deluxe room, a total of 25 taels of gold." Chen Fan took out a spirit stone and gave it to the shopkeeper. When he came back from the Monster Mountain range, Chen Fan had already learned about the currency conversion rate here from Song Xiaobao. Among them, the most commonly used currency by civilians was silver. 1 tael of silver could buy 1 day's worth of food for a family of 3. 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver, and 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. When the shopkeeper saw Chen Fan take out a low-grade spirit stone, he happily took it and quickly found 75 taels of gold for Chen Fan. He said, "Xiao Lianzi, quickly take the guest to the A-class deluxe guest room and get him some water." Chen Fan put away the gold. Xiao Lianzi quickly took Chen Fan up to the 2nd floor and came to the luxurious guest room. He pushed open the door and said, "Sir, we're here. Please come in. I'll get you some water first." Chen Fan walked into the luxurious room A, waved his hand, and signaled Xiao Lianzi to go downstairs to get some water. However, Chen Fan took a look at the luxurious guest room. Although this guest room was called luxurious, it actually just had an extra living room and the room was better decorated. Of course, it was much better than those ordinary guest rooms. After a while, the waiter Xiao Lianzi got some water and sent it to Chen Fan's room. Chen Fan washed up casually and went downstairs to the hall to have a good meal. Coming downstairs, Chen Fan found a table near a window. This time, it was completely dark outside and there were not many pedestrians on the street. "Brother waiter, bring some of our signature dishes and take the rice." Chen Fan called to the waiter. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The second brother responded quickly, then he went into the kitchen to make arrangements. Just as Chen Fan was waiting for the food to arrive, a group of people walked in from outside the inn. Chen Fan looked up and, coincidentally, it was Song Xiaobao and his group. Song Xiaobao also saw Chen Fan and was the first to greet him. "Brother Chen, we meet again." Then he walked over to Chen Fan's desk and sat down, saying, "Brother Chen, stay here too." His entourage also sat at the other two tables next to Chen Fan. "Xiaobao, you are planning to live here too?" "Yes, after searching everywhere, I found that this inn is the only one that's acceptable. When you're away from home, you can only make do with this." Chen Fan didn't respond. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't respond, Song Xiaobao said, "Brother Chen is preparing to eat." "Yes, I just ordered some food. Let's eat together," Chen Fan said. "Okay, I won't be polite. Waiter, serve all your dishes to 3 tables." Song Xiaobao said generously. Chen Fan quickly stopped him and said, "Xiaobao, this is too much. We can't finish it." Song Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. How can I be stingy when having dinner with Brother Chen?" Chen Fan was speechless. Isn't this a stingy thing? This is a waste, and waste is shameful. That his followers were obviously accustomed to Song Xiaobao's arrogance and all sat there without any reaction. Seeing that Song Xiaobao's followers did not try to persuade their young master, Chen Fan just let him do as he pleased anyway. It doesn't cost much to eat, and soon the dishes were served one after another. Seeing that every dish looked good, Chen Fan picked up a piece of unknown green vegetable with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The vegetables tasted really good, very crispy and refreshing, making Chen Fan unable to help but pick up a few more chopsticks. As for the other dishes, Chen Fan also tried them one by one. They all tasted very good, and some of them even had a hint of spiritual energy. It seems that the culinary skills in this world are also very well developed. Originally, Song Xiaobao suggested drinking some wine, but Chen Fan refused. "Why not drink? The main fear is getting drunk. It is very dangerous to get drunk in an unfamiliar place." Chen Fan felt that he had to stay sober at all times. He could drink alcohol at any time, but he couldn't lose his life at any time. He had to keep his life in his own hands to be safe. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan went to pay the bill. The total price was 1 spirit stone and 50 taels of gold. Chen Fan also paid the bill readily, and then said to Song Xiaobao, who was still eating, "Xiaobao, take your time eating, I'm going to rest first." "Okay, Brother Chen, see you tomorrow." After greeting Song Xiaobao, Chen Fan went upstairs to rest. After Chen Fan left, Uncle Lu walked up to Song Xiaobao and said, "Master, Brother Chen paid for the meal. Should we pay him back? Brother Chen is a wonderful person. In the past, people saw that I was rich and all tried to curry favor with me and get benefits from me in every possible way. As for the money for meals, there was no need to ask for it." Song Xiaobao said. "Yes, young master." Uncle Lu responded and went to the counter to check into the room. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Chen Fan got up early, washed up, and prepared to go out for a walk. The time for those sects to come to this town to recruit disciples had not yet arrived. It was said that it would take another 3 days. Chapter 78, Sect arrives, test begins. Chen Fan pushed open the door, and the door opposite him happened to open. Chen Fan took a look and saw that it was Song Xiaobao again. "Baby, oh no, baby, good morning." When Song Xiaobao heard Chen Fan call him little baby, he almost lost his soul. He looked at Chen Fan with a strange expression and didn't know how to greet Chen Fan. "Hey, sorry, I just got up, so it's a bit confusing." Chen Fan explained somewhat awkwardly. "Ahem, Brother Chen, you have to go out so early." Song Xiaobao also said to ease the awkwardness appropriately. "Yes, I'm going out for a walk. I've been here for a while, but I haven't gone out for a proper walk yet. I'm planning to go out for a walk too, how about joining us?" "Okay, let's go." Chen Fan didn't hesitate and responded readily. Then, the two of them went out for a whole day. After a whole day, Chen Fan summed up a problem, that is, the monsters below the second grade here are very cheap, and a whole monster is worth only a few spirit stones. In addition, the first and second grade spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines are also of extremely low value, and only those above the third grade will have a slightly higher price, just like the bloodthirsty pig that Chen Fan hunted before. A second grade gold level bloodthirsty pig, if it were in the outside world, it would be worth at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. In the Juetian continent, it is only worth 5 low-grade spirit stones, and those first-grade items are even worth the price of gold. It's a pity that things from outside cannot be brought into the Infinite Tower. Otherwise, if you bring in a lot of spirit stones and purchase goods from here, and then trade them, you can make a fortune. However, when you are ready to go out, you can use the spirit stones you have to purchase supplies and make a lot of money. However, with my own amplification system, I don't have to go through the trouble of purchasing the supplies here. How can purchasing be as fun as collecting them by myself? Chen Fan waited in this small town for nearly 5 days, practicing, sleeping, and shopping every day. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't want to go out to obtain resources, but he is mainly afraid of missing the time when the 5 major sects recruit disciples. The main reason is that the 5 major sects only recruit disciples within these 5 days. If you happen to be out one day and the people who recruit disciples come, wouldn't that be tragic? On the 6th day, People from the 5 major sects finally came to this small town and began to recruit disciples. After hearing the news, Chen Fan immediately came to the central square of the town. At this time, the square was already crowded with people. Everyone wants to join the 5 major sects. After all, it is nice to take shelter under a big tree. Chen Fan wasn't quite sure what the requirements were for the 5 major sects to recruit disciples, so he can only take things one step at a time. There are 6 chairs on a temporary platform in the middle of the square, and 6 people are sitting on the chairs,
chatting and laughing. Among these 6 people, one is the mayor of this town.
I heard that the mayor's cultivation level is at the middle stage of foundation building. The other 5 people are the persons in charge of recruiting disciples from the 5 major sections. I heard that they are all at the foundation establishment stage. Behind their seats stood 2 disciples or guards. Judging from the way these people are dressed, it is easy to tell which sect they belong to. The one with a sword on his back must be a member of Ling Yun sect, needless to say. After all, he is a sword cultivator, so it is not excessive for him to carry a sword on his back. The soul refining sect and the ghost sect are even easier to distinguish. The pair of huge puppets standing at the back door of the soul refining sect is a good symbol. As for the Joyo sect, they were wearing a black cloak that covered their entire face, leaving only a pair of pale hands exposed. The remaining Dawi sect and Sankai sect are more difficult to distinguish, but they can be distinguished if you observe carefully. The clothing of the Dawi sect is embroidered with cloud patterns, while the clothing of the Sankai sect is embroidered with flame patterns. The people in the audience just kept staring at the 6 people on the podium talking loudly, and also whispered to each other. Around noon, the 6 people on the platform finally stopped. The mayor stood up and walked to the front, saying, "Everyone, the once every decade disciple recruiting ceremony has arrived again. I know you all want to join the 5 major sects, but for those who lack talent, I still want to advise you to withdraw now so that you won't get hurt. When you enter the assessment phase, you will at least be injured, and in serious cases, your life may be in danger.
Everyone should act according to their ability. I won't say much else. As for the content of the assessment, the people from the 5 major sects will come up with it. Those who wish to be tested, please stand in the center of the square. As for those who wish to watch, please stand behind the guards." After the mayor finished speaking, a group of people walked to the center of the square and cleared a large open space in the middle of the square. This time, the mayor said, "Okay, now those who want to be tested, please enter this open space. I urge everyone to do it according to their ability." After the mayor finished speaking, many people crowded towards the open space in the center of the square. Seeing this, Chen Fan also squeezed in. As more and more people gathered in the central open space, the guards had to expand the space in the middle outward again. As time went on, fewer and fewer people entered the center of the square, and some people were still unsure on the periphery. Okay, that's it for these people. No one else needs to come in.
At this time, the mayor spoke. After hearing the mayor's words, some of those who were originally undecided felt relieved, while others secretly hated themselves for not being decisive enough and missing the opportunity. This time, the leader of Dawi, one of the 5 major sects, stepped out first, pulled out a colorful stone, and said, "Now let's begin testing the spiritual root attributes." Although everyone can cultivate immortality, the level of spiritual root talent determines a person's highest achievement. Of course, there are exceptions. Some people with low spiritual roots can also become immortals as long as they are willing to work hard. But the higher the spiritual root talent, the fewer detours you have to take. What I have in my hand is the spiritual root testing stone. I will activate the testing stone in my hand and will be able to test the strength of each of your spiritual roots. As he spoke, he began to activate the test stone in his hand. The test stone began to emit colorful light, which slowly gathered together to form a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Then the beams of light began to spread out and fell from the sky, covering everyone in the center of the square. After a while, beams of light began to appear above the heads of all the people in the center of the square, and the color of the light beam above each person's head was different, colorful. Moreover, the colors and depths of these light beams are different, and the heights of the light beams are also different. The light column above some people's heads is extremely dark in color and very high for some people. The light beam is very light in color, almost transparent, and the height is only about 5 centimeters from the top of their head. Such people account for almost 2/3 of the total number. Chen Fan also looked up at his head curiously, and saw a nearly transparent milky white light column above his head. Although its height could not break through the sky, it was almost reaching the clouds. Chapter 79 Spiritual Root Test. Chen Fan didn't know what this milky white beam of light represented, but he could still understand its height. It is certain that the higher the height, the stronger the innate spiritual roots. Judging from the current height of Chen Fan's light column, there are only about 10 people who are higher than Chen Fan. There are more than 10 people of similar height to Chen Fan, and most of them are shorter than Chen Fan and others. The Dawi sect leader then said, "Those whose light beams are less than 1 foot tall may withdraw." The people in the center of the square below who heard these words suddenly became noisy. Some were disappointed, some were indignant, and some were dissatisfied. As for those whose beams of light were higher than a foot, some secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while others gloated over their misfortune. Those who were eliminated looked at the gloating smiles on the faces of those who were more than a foot taller, and immediately said unconvincedly, "Why? Isn't it said that talent and spiritual roots can't determine a person's level of achievement? Why are you kicking us out?" "That's right, that's right. That's right, we don't accept it. We don't accept it. We don't accept it." After someone took the lead, some people started to tinker with it, and finally more than a third of the people started shouting. The person in charge of the sect on the high platform suddenly frowned and shouted angrily, "My ears are dry." Those who were shouting seemed to be under tremendous pressure. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and some even fainted and fell to the ground, and those who were still standing with blood flowing from all 7 orifices were now silent and trembling. Those who were able to stay now dared not speak, and their faces changed drastically. "Leave the crowd now, or I will kill you right here if you don't leave," the person in charge of Dawi Sect shouted. The Taoists of Dawi Sect are kind-hearted. If it were us, we would definitely kill them all and extract their souls to refine their spirits. On the high platform, someone from Joyo Sect said in a strange voice. After hearing this, the people in the audience were terrified to the extreme and rushed out one after another, fearing that it would be too late. As for those who fell unconscious, they were directly dragged out of the crowd by the guards. After clearing all these people out, the remaining 1/3 of people standing in the center of the square seemed a bit empty. This time, the person in charge of Dawi Sect continued. "Alright, the rest of you don't need to be too happy. You have only passed the first level. The rest of you need to pass the second level before you are qualified to return to the mountain gate with us. As for the second level, it will be supervised by fellow Taoists from the Joyo Sect." After the Dawi Sect leader finished speaking, he returned to his seat and sat down. The person in charge of the Joyo Sect stepped forward, cackled a few times, and then said, "Everyone better be obedient. I'm not as merciful as the people of Dawi Sect. The path to immortality is inherently cruel. If you can't hold on any longer, it's best to quit immediately. Otherwise, you know what I mean. Okay, let's start now." As soon as the person in charge of Juyuman finished speaking, everyone felt as if there was something heavy in the air, pressing down on them, and the pressure became stronger and stronger. Soon, some people's faces turned red and their legs began to tremble, then they fell to the ground with a thud, and when someone fell, as if there was a trigger, a large number of people began to fall down with a crackling sound. Some smart people who fell to the ground quickly crawled outside. The further they crawled outside, the less pressure they would feel, and those who think they can still hold on, even if they fall to the ground, still choose to continue to persevere. The result is predictable. They vomited blood, fell into a coma, and didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Seeing this, some people did not dare to delay any longer and began to crawl outside, fearing that if they stayed, it would not just be a coma, but they might really lose their lives. Chen Fan felt that the pressure he felt was still within his tolerance. His face was only slightly flushed, but he didn't know how long this pressure would last. After a while, the pressure increased again, and even Chen Fan felt his legs trembling slightly. The scene in the crowd was even more tragic. Many people were vomiting blood and fell directly to the ground, looking exhausted. The pressure came and went quickly, and those who were still standing breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan also secretly wiped the cold sweat. If this pressure lasted longer, he would be in trouble. There were not many people left standing in the square. A rough estimate showed that there were less than 20 people left. This time, the people from the 5 major sects on the high platform came forward one after another, looked at the people still standing below, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, 21 people. That's enough. Next, we will each show our abilities. How many disciples we can recruit will depend on our abilities." All 5 of them nodded. "If you are willing to join my Dawi Sect, please come to me. My Dawi Sect has abundant resources for cultivation techniques. Once you join, you will be able to cultivate the techniques faster than others. Those who wish to join my Lingyun Sect, please stand by my side. My Lingyun Sect is definitely a blessed place for sword cultivators. After all, who doesn't want to travel the world with a sword? We sword cultivators are known for our top offensive power, and that's not an exaggeration. Those who are willing to join our Sankai Sect, please come forward. We don't have much in Sankai Sect, but we have enough elixirs and magic weapons. Moreover, we are proficient in refining pills, refining weapons, and formations. As long as you practice any one of them, you will have no shortage of spiritual stones and other cultivation resources in the future. Especially for fire-attributed spiritual roots, joining our sect will make your cultivation more efficient." After the person in charge of Sankai Sect said this, he also deliberately looked at the people with red light beams on their heads. "Those who are willing to join my soul refining sect, please come to my side. My soul refining sect is best at group fighting. See, this is my soul refining sect's puppet. It is as strong as my realm. I have more than 10 puppets like this, which I haven't taken out yet. After the person in charge of the soul refining sect said this, he patted the puppet behind him proudly. Those who are willing to join my Joyo sect, please stand in front of me. My Joyo sect's attacks are strange and changeable, which can make people defenseless. When you practice to a high level, you can even extract souls and train spirits, and let their souls and spirits fight for you, ha ha ha. After the person in charge of Joyo sect finished speaking, he laughed strangely a few times. When the people from other sects heard the strange laughter, they all frowned and looked at the people from Joyo sect with disdain on their faces. People from the 5 major sects have already introduced the advantages of their own sections. It depends on your choice. First, 2 people with red light beams on their heads chose Sankai Gate. It seems that these 2 people made their choice from the beginning. The head of the Sankai sect saw 2 people approaching him and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad, you will be proud of your choice." The person in charge of Sankai Gate had just finished speaking when another person with a red beam of light on his head came to Sankai Gate and stood still.
Ha, that's great. Is there anyone who wants to join the Sankai sect? Joining the Sankai sect guarantees you will never lack resources for cultivation. The people from Sankai sect began to agitate again.
Chapter 80 Joining Dawi sect. At this time, a person with a gray light column walked into the Joyo Gate and stood still.
Ha, boy, not bad.
The person in charge of Juyuman also smiled happily. At this time, 2 more burly young men walked up to the front of the soul refining sect and stood still. The people from the soul refining sect didn't say much, but just nodded at the 2 of them. At this time, 5 people holding swords came to the Lingyun sect together. The leader of the Lingyun sect nodded in satisfaction. Now only the Dawi sect had not yet arrived. Chen Fan is now considering which sect to join and is choosing between Dawi sect and Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect's approach is relatively simple, focusing on sword cultivation. Chen Fan does not like to use the sword. Chen Fan decided to join Dawi sect, so he stepped forward and stood still at Dawi sect's location. The person in charge of Dawi sect nodded at Chen Fan without saying anything more. The next people also chose their favorite sections. What surprised Chen Fan was that, except for himself who chose Taoism, everyone else chose the other 4 sections. The most chosen sect was actually the Sankai sect, with 8 people, followed by the Lingyun sect, with 6 people choosing it, then the Lianhuan sect, with 4 people choosing to join, and even the Joyo sect had 2 people choosing to join. As a result, there was only Chen Fan from the Dawi sect. Chen Fan even felt like he might have made the wrong choice. After all, the locals of Juishan continent must know more about the details of the major sects than he does. Chen Fan really wanted to say that it was too late to regret now. Alright, now that you've chosen your respective sects, you should say goodbye to your loved ones. The road to immortality is long, and I don't know when we'll see each other again. The person in charge of Lingyun sect said to the disciples below. After hearing this, the disciples all walked towards the crowd to say goodbye. As for those from other sects, the person in charge also asked them to say goodbye to their relatives. After all, once they embarked on the journey of cultivating immortals, they would no longer have control over their own lives. They might never return, or their relatives might have been buried when they returned after achieving great success in their cultivation. Chen Fan came from outside and had no relatives here, so he didn't go out. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't move, the Dawi sect leader asked, "Why don't you go and say goodbye to your family? You don't know how long it will take you to get home." "Oh, I don't have any relatives here." Chen Fan replied. The person in charge of the Dawi sect was stunned, obviously misunderstanding Chen Fan's words and thinking that Chen Fan was an orphan. Chen Fan did not give too much explanation. Could he explain that he came from the outside world and his relatives were in the outside world? The person in charge said, "I'm a steward of the Dawi outer sect. My surname is Li. From now on, you can call me Steward Li. Since you don't have any relatives here, we can set off now." After Manager Li finished speaking, he took out a magical instrument that looked like a jade rui, rolled up Chen Fan and the 2 disciples behind him, bowed to the other 4 sects and said, "My fellow Taoists, I will go back first." After speaking, he recalled the colorful test stone and put it into the storage ring. The 4 of them also greeted each other, and then Manager Li flew towards the sect on the Jade Rui. It was the first time for Chen Fan to fly into the sky without any protection. Moreover, the place where he was standing was really small, just enough for his 2 feet to be put together. At first, Chen Fan was worried that he would fall. After flying into the sky, Chen Fan clearly felt a force stabilizing his body, as if his feet were completely glued to the Jade Rui. Now, even if the Jade Rui turned upside down, he would not fall. After flying for a distance, Chen Fan finally asked his question, "Manager Li, what is the attribute of my innate spiritual root?" Since the beginning of the test, Chen Fan has been guessing what the attributes of his spiritual roots are and what grade they have reached. Manager Li turned to look at Chen Fan and said, "Your attributes are a bit strange, like a spiritual root without any attributes. The grade is rank 7, which is quite high. You have the potential to achieve a golden elixir in the future." No attributes, 7th rank? Generally speaking, all spiritual roots have attributes. For example, according to the 5 elements, golden spiritual roots are golden, wood spiritual roots are green, water spiritual roots are blue, fire spiritual roots are red, and earth spiritual roots are yellow. But your spiritual root attribute is of the color of the path, which is equivalent to having no attributes at all. Such spiritual roots are quite rare. Of course, there are some spiritual roots with special attributes. These are called special spiritual roots. For example, those with thunder attributes are silver, and those with yin attributes are gray. The first one to join the Joyo sect has the yin attribute. For someone like him, joining the Joyo sect and practicing the Joyo sect's techniques will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Manager Lee said all that in one breath, and perhaps he felt a little thirsty, so he took out a wine jug, took a sip of wine, and then spoke again. As for the grade, it is divided into grade 1 to grade 9. Above that is the immortal grade. However, our Juetian continent hasn't produced an immortal grade spiritual root for a long time. Immortal grade spiritual roots will definitely lead to immortality. Like you, with your 7th grade spiritual roots, it's possible for you to achieve the golden core stage in the future. As for the nascent soul stage, it depends on luck. In fact, Chen Fan didn't care what grade of spiritual roots he had. Even if he had only 1st grade spiritual roots, he had the strength to use the resources to improve it. What Chen Fan cares about now is the attributes of his spiritual roots. In fact, the attributes of his spiritual roots are not completely transparent, but milky white. It's just that this milky white is not very obvious, and it looks like transparent. Unlike the attributeless spiritual roots that Manager Lee said, however, you have to explore these on your own. After Manager Lee took Chen Fan and others flying for a while, they would stop to rest for a while. The main reason was that Manager Lee's cultivation was not enough to support him flying all the time, so he had to stop to recover his own spiritual energy. We walked and stopped along the way for 5 days and finally arrived at the gate of Daoyaman. Manager Lee brought Chen Fan to land in the center of a square on a mountain. There were already quite a few people in the central square. As soon as Manager Lee landed, several people came over. One of them asked, "Brother Lee, why is there only one?" Manager Lee said helplessly, "Yes, have you gained anything, fellow apprentices?" Hearing Manager Lee's question, 2 of them lowered their heads a little embarrassedly. Manager Lee didn't say much, as he knew the difficulties the sect had faced in recent years. Have the other brothers returned? Almost everyone has returned, only senior brother Tian and junior brother Zhu have not returned yet, but I think they should be here today. Okay then. Tomorrow all the chief elders should be here to attend the disciple-taking ceremony. By the way, what's your name? Manager Lee turned around and said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Chen Fan, go register first. When the disciple-taking ceremony is held tomorrow, it will all depend on your luck. With your 7th grade spiritual roots, an elder should be able to accept you as a disciple, and at the very least, you can enter the inner sect. After Supervisor Lee finished speaking to Chen Fan, he said to a disciple behind him, "Take Chen Fan to register and arrange accommodation." The disciple said, "Yes, master." Then he took Chen Fan to register. Chapter 81 Elder Master Su Xiang, Chi Training Pill. The disciple took Chen Fan all the way to a side hall, quickly helped Chen Fan to complete the registration, and then took Chen Fan to find a place to rest. Then he left, leaving only a sentence, "Meet at the square tomorrow." From beginning to end, he didn't communicate much with Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't dwell on it too much, and the night passed quickly. The next morning, Chen Fan got up early and strolled to the square. This time, there were already quite a few people in the square. Some were chatting in groups of 3 or 4, while others were sitting cross-legged, and it was not known whether they were practicing martial arts. Everyone waited in this environment for more than an hour, and finally, the managers who brought them into the sect arrived. Manager Lee, who brought Chen Fan here, was naturally among them. These managers all landed on a high platform at the front of the square and lined up in a row, as if waiting for someone to arrive, and not long after, a dozen people flew in from the air. After they landed, everyone could see their appearance clearly. Each of them had the cultivation level of golden core. There were 8 men and 3 women. When the disciples and stewards who were maintaining order saw these 11 people, they all bowed and said, "Greetings to the sect master, the heads of each peak, and all the elders." Then one of the white-haired old men came out and said in a gentle yet dignified voice, "First of all, welcome everyone to join our Dawi sect. I am the sect master of Dawi sect. You can call me Sect Master Sunday. I am from Dawi sect." What followed was a long speech, and Chen Fan felt that it was a bit like some principles in his world. Sect Master Son of Dawi sect was talking non-stop on the stage, but in fact, he was just talking about the development history of Dawi sect, sect rules, and so on. After sect leader Sun Na finished speaking, the leaders of the other peaks came up one by one and said a few words. Chen Fan even wondered if they had been practicing for too long and were too bored, so they came here to make their presence felt. Finally, an hour later, the four peak leaders finished their speeches, and another elder stepped forward and said, "Okay, now let's start arranging the disciples' destinations." Chen Fan thought that these elders were also going to come up and discuss things one by one, but fortunately they didn't, otherwise they would have suffered. First, those below the fourth rank are menial disciples. They will be led by the steward in charge of menial disciples. After breaking through the qi refining stage and passing the assessment, they can enter the outer sect. After receiving the order, the errand manager took the disciples with spiritual roots below the fourth grade away. Disciples like these with spiritual roots below the fourth grade did not have much chance, and it was basically difficult for them to break through to the qi refining stage. Those from the 5th to 6th rank can enter the outer gate and be led by the outer gate steward. As long as the outer gate disciples reach the foundation building stage, they can pass the assessment and enter the inner gate. The outer sect manager took all the disciples from the 5th to the 6th ranks away. After these disciples left, the square suddenly became empty. There were only about 20 people left, and the sect leader, chief monk, and elders present could all be assigned a disciple. However, the sect leader said that he was not accepting disciples now. Therefore, the chief monks and elders present were each assigned 2 disciples. Among the disciples present, the one with the highest spiritual root was of the 8th grade, and there was no one of the 9th grade, so there was no situation of snatching disciples. Generally speaking, spiritual roots of the 7th to 8th grade have a chance of reaching the golden elixir stage, but reaching the nascent soul stage depends on one's chance and luck. Chen Fan was assigned to an elder, a female elder whose cultivation level was at the early stage of golden core. Along with Chen Fan, there was another woman who was accepted as a disciple by this female elder. The female elder is also the elder of the second peak, one of the 4 peaks. The 4 peaks are peaks 1 to 4, which are very simple names. As for the sect leader, he is naturally at the main peak. The 4 peaks are in the shape of a square, surrounding the main peak in the center. The female elder brought Chen Fan and the woman to her training ground, which was in a valley. Please introduce yourselves. The female elder brought Chen Fan and the woman into a cave and began to speak. Disciple Li Xiaotong. Disciple Chen Fan. Li Xiaotong and Chen Fan answered one after another. I am the second elder of the second peak. My surname is Su and my name is Xiang. There is another disciple above you, Ling Shuer, who is your senior sister. She is currently out training. I will introduce her to you when she returns. Su Xiang continued, this valley is my master's dojo. You can dig your own caves at will. You can also collect some of the sect's resources on your own. I don't have much to give you. This is the Daoi sect's Guiyuan Ju. This Guiyuan Ju can reach the nascent soul stage. You can use it to study and practice. If you have any questions, you can ask me. As for this foundation establishment pill, each of you will get one. Su Xiang said as she took out 2 jade mirrors and 2 pills and handed them to Chen Fan and Li Xiaotong respectively. Chen Fan and Li Xiaotong took the things and said, "Thank you, master. If you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask me. You can go down to receive the sect's resources first. You are now also inner disciples of the second peak. Inner disciples can go to the resource hall of the second peak every month to receive the inner disciples' cultivation resources." Yes, master. After both of them bowed, they left Su Xiang's cave first. After leaving Su Xiang's cave, Li Xiaotong was the first to ask, Chen Fan, how old are you? Chen Fan was a little confused by Li Xiaotong's question. Why did he suddenly ask about his age? But he still answered, 20. I'm 22, so I'm older than you. From now on, you can call me senior sister, and I'll be your second senior sister. Hearing Li Xiaotong's words, Chen Fan smiled silently. He thought it was a big deal, just for a senior sister. For Chen Fan, it doesn't matter whether they are senior brothers or junior brothers. His main purpose of joining the sect is to obtain the martial arts. Now that he has obtained the martial arts, nothing else matters. Yes, second senior sister, please give me more guidance in the future. Well, you're very good. Senior sister will take better care of you in the future. Let's go and get this month's resources together. The two of them quickly received the resources for inner disciples and new disciples for this month. The resources for new disciples are actually 2 sets of exclusive Daoi sect clothing, an identity jade card, and a warning formation plate. Inner disciples can receive resources every month according to their cultivation level. For example, Chen Fan is currently in the qi refining stage, so he can receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and qi refining pills every month. A bottle of qi refining pills contains 3 pills, which can effectively speed up the speed of cultivation. Of course, qi refining pills also have grades. The qi refining pills used by inner disciples are generally 2nd grade gold grade. For example, outer disciples all use 2nd grade silver level weapons, while menial disciples use 2nd grade bronze level weapons. The higher the level of the elixir, the less impurities and toxins it contains, and the better the efficacy. For example, second-grade diamond-level elixirs basically have no impurities and toxins, but this type of elixir is rare. After receiving the resources, Chen Fan and Li Xiaotong returned to the Valley Dojo where Su Xiang was. Both of them were eager to practice the new skills, so they just found an empty cave. There are still many caves in this Taoist temple. If you want to know whether a cave is inhabited, you can see if there is a formation in front of the cave door. If there is a formation, it must be a cave with an owner. On the contrary, if there is no formation, it is usually an empty cave. Chapter 82 Trial Ground. Ironstone Bear. Chen Fan walked into the cave and first placed a warning formation at the door. In fact, this warning formation only served as a warning, just like the doorbell today. As long as someone wants to enter the cave, the owner of the cave will know in advance that this formation has no attack or defense effect. However, such a formation can only be used within the sect. If it is used outside, a more advanced formation will be needed. Chen Fan closed the door of the cave and then looked around the cave. In fact, this cave is very simple. It is just a hole with a stone bed inside and nothing else. Now Chen Fan could only make do with it. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he couldn't wait to take out the jade mirror and put it on his forehead. A large amount of information flooded into his mind, and after a while, Chen Fan finally received all the information. Guiyuanju is a unified Taoist practice. The characteristics of this practice are that it is relatively stable, the spiritual power cultivated is relatively profound, and spiritual roots of any attributes can be cultivated. Of course, this school of thought cannot have only the Guiyuanju technique. There are also techniques with other attributes, but these techniques require one's own abilities to obtain, which I will not go into details here. After Chen Fan received all the information about Guiyuanju, he prepared to start practicing. He first took out a qi refining pill and swallowed it, then he began to practice according to the Guiyuanju method. Chen Fan felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian began to increase significantly. This qi refining pill can be equivalent to about 10 days of hard training. Soon, Chen Fan swallowed all 3 qi refining pills and felt that he was not far from the second level of qi refining. Without the help of qi refining pills, Chen Fan estimated that it would take him another half a month to break through to the second level of qi refining if he continued to practice step by step. I don't have that much time to waste here. My advantage is to go out and have fun, and practicing hard here is the opposite of that. Early the next morning, Chen Fan left the cave and prepared to go out and take a look. He couldn't just stay in the sect all the time. Chen Fan first went to find out the situation from his fellow disciples in the other 2 peaks. I learned that it is still very demanding for new disciples to leave the sect. First, they must have the approval of the sect master, and secondly, they must pass the assessment of the same level. Only then can one leave the sect to gain experience. At the same time, this is also a kind of protection. If anyone can leave the sect at will, it will definitely be a disaster. Just like Chen Fan now, it is definitely impossible for him to leave the sect. First of all, his master Su Xiang will not agree. Chen Fan gave up this idea and decided to wait until his cultivation level improved before proposing to go out for training. Since this method doesn't work, we have to find another way. After inquiring from many sources, Chen Fan finally found another way to harvest a large amount of spirit stones and elixirs. That is a trial built within the sect, divided into 2 trial points. Point 1 is a trial point for the body tempering stage, and the other is a trial point for the qi refining stage. This trial point is actually a mountain surrounded by a formation. Those who want to enter the trial point must pay the corresponding spirit stones as a ticket, and can only stay for 1 day, but there are also many opportunities and resources in it. If you are lucky, you can make a lot of money, but if you are unlucky, you may lose everything. For example, to enter a trial point in the body refining realm, one has to pay 1 spirit stone, and to enter a trial point in the qi refining realm, one has to pay 10 spirit stones. Chen Fan found out that the sect's trial point was in the back mountain of the sect, so he went there without stopping. In fact, many people come here for trials, especially the trial points of the body tempering realm. Compared to the qi refining stage trial point, there are slightly fewer people. Chen Fan arrived at the qi refining stage trial point, handed over the spirit stones, and a senior brother used the formation token to open the formation. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and rushed in directly. After entering the trial point, Chen Fan felt as if he had returned to the primeval forest, where the trees were very lush. Just as Chen Fan was looking at the forest, 2 more people came in. After looking at Chen Fan, the 2 men rushed into the forest, fearing that if they were too slow, they would lose everything. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't dare to delay any longer and rushed out in 1 step. You should know that the resources here are also limited. The resources here are generally reset once a month, which means that elders will come here from time to place resources every month. At the same time, some monsters above the 3rd grade will be eliminated to prevent the appearance of monsters above the 3rd grade. As for monsters below the 3rd grade, they will be used as trials for the disciples. It is impossible that the trial site is completely free of danger. If there is no danger at all, what is the point of the trial? Chen Fan sprinted all the way and soon came out of the dense forest and came to a relatively open area. There are only bushes here, which looks very desolate. There shouldn't be any opportunities here, so Chen Fan planned to bypass this place. Suddenly, a bear-like monster rushed out from the bushes, but this monster had no hair on its body, only smooth skin.
The color of his skin was a bit like stone. Before coming here for the trial, Chen Fan had already crammed school on various knowledge, including knowledge about monsters, spiritual herbs, and various materials. At the very least, you need to know which resources are useful. Chen Fan, this monster, also knows this. Its name is Iron Stone Bear, 3rd grade gold level. Its characteristics are extremely strong defense and relatively large strength. Its disadvantages are that it is relatively bulky and has low sensitivity. Most people would avoid the Iron Stone Bear when they saw it, mainly because its hide was too tough, so it was quite difficult to break through its defense. When Chen Fan saw the Iron Stone Bear rushing towards him, he felt a little headache and dodged the charge from the Iron Stone Bear. The Iron Stone Bear rushed out for a long distance, then turned around and rushed towards Chen Fan again. Chen Fan had no choice but to dodge again. The Iron Stone Bear rushed away again and was about to rush towards him. Chen Fan knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so it would be better to leave first. Chen Fan did not hesitate any longer and directly crossed the bushes, ready to escape. When the Iron Stone Bear saw that Chen Fan was about to run away, he became even more furious and rushed all the way, breaking the bushes into pieces and scattering them all over the ground. However, the speed of this Iron Stone Bear could not catch up with Chen Fan at all. Seeing this, Chen Fan was not in a hurry to leave. As the Iron Stone Bear was hanging like this all the way, it became even more furious, as if it was determined to catch Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know why this Iron Stone Bear had to catch him, and it seemed that he didn't provoke this Iron Stone Bear. Since this Iron Stone Bear insists on chasing me, I'll just play with it in this way. Chen Fan kept hanging on the Iron Stone Bear and playing with him. He didn't run far, but just ran within the bushes. The bushes were plowed by the Iron Stone Bear. Everything turned into sawdust and scattered all over the ground. The Iron Stone Bear must have been tired from chasing and stopped panting. After yelling at Chen Fan a few times, he slowly prepared to leave. Chapter 83, 2nd grade Platinum Chi Training Pill. Chen Fan wouldn't agree to this. You've been chasing me for so long, and now you want to leave? That's impossible. Chen Fan hurriedly chased after it and kicked the Iron Stone Bear in the butt. This kick made Taisher Xiong stagger and almost fall to the ground. Taisher Xiong turned his head and roared at Chen Fan, as if threatening Chen Fan, but it was just a threat, and then he turned and walked away. It seems that this Iron Stone Bear is really tired and is now anxious to go home and rest, but how could Chen Fan let it go? He kept harassing the Iron Stone Bear all the way. The Iron Stone Bear was annoyed by Chen Fan's harassment, but it just kept roaring. Several times, he turned around and chased Chen Fan, but with the speed of the Iron Stone Bear, he could not catch up with Chen Fan at all, and could only walk back roaring. Chen Fan harassed the Iron Stone Bear all the way, but the Iron Stone Bear ignored Chen Fan and slowly came to a cliff in the bushes. There is a cave on this cliff. It seems that this is the cave of the Iron Stone Bear. The Iron Stone Bear came to the cave entrance, turned around, and roared at Chen Fan a few more times, as if saying, "Wait until I, the old bear, have eaten and rested, and then you'll see how I'm going to slap you to death." The Iron Stone Bear turned around and entered the cave. Chen Fan looked at the Iron Stone Bear entering the cave and was a little hesitant about whether to follow him, and Chen Fan thought about it and followed him in. With his speed, the Iron Stone Bear could not catch up with him. As for whether to kill the Iron Stone Bear, with his current strength, it should be very difficult to kill the Iron Stone Bear. The main reason is that the defense of this Iron Stone Bear is too strong. Given its defense, only someone in the foundation establishment stage can kill it. When Chen Fan walked into the cave, he found that it was not deep. The light coming in from the cave entrance made it easy to see what was inside the cave. This time, the Iron Stone Bear was preparing to eat. Chen Fan looked at what the Iron Stone Bear was going to eat and immediately understood. What the Iron Stone Bear wanted to eat was actually a giant python monster that was more than 4 meters long. Judging from its grade, it should be of the same grade as the Iron Stone Bear, and should also be a 3rd grade gold level colorful giant python. Chen Fan was surprised at first as to why this 3rd grade gold level Iron Stone Bear had such low stamina. It ran out of energy after chasing him for a short while. It turned out that the problem was here. The Iron Stone Bear had been fighting with the giant colorful python for a long time, and the Iron Stone Bear relied on its own defense to outlast the giant colorful python. The Iron Stone Bear had just dragged the giant python back home and was about to eat it when Chen Fan happened to appear here. The bear thought that Chen Fan had come to steal the food, so it was no wonder that it chased Chen Fan relentlessly. This Iron Stone Bear survived the giant python, but could not survive Chen Fan. So it came back to eat some food and rest before settling the score with Chen Fan. When the Iron Stone Bear saw Chen Fan coming in, it glared at him angrily and roared at him with its teeth bared, fearing that Chen Fan would snatch its food, which it had worked so hard to get. Chen Fan looked at Taisher Xiong speechlessly. He was just passing by here, but the guy had been chasing him all the way and now dared to roar at him. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a bear. However, whether to take this giant colorful python is a problem. This 3rd grade monster should be able to sell for a lot of spirit stones. Forget it. Since you are so pitiful, I will spare you for now. Chen Fan kicked the Iron Stone Bear again and was about to turn around and leave. Just as he turned around, a flash of light suddenly flashed across his sight. Chen Fan looked into the cave in confusion, only to see that the walls were full of potholes.
It was obviously a naturally formed cave, not one that was dug later, but when Chen Fan looked carefully, he didn't find anything unusual. The ironstone bear kicked Chen Fan again, expressing his great anger. He kicked himself, but instead of running away, he was still looking at his home. Could it be that this two-legged beast had taken a fancy to his home? The ironstone bear roared angrily. If it weren't so hungry, it would have beaten the two-legged beast into a pulp. Chen Fan ignored the roar of the ironstone bear and searched carefully again, but still found nothing. Chen Fan turned slightly, and a ray of light appeared again. He had found it, and Chen Fan excitedly punched the ball. He took a step forward, reached out and took it down. It was a small jade bottle. The quantity of the one bottle of second-grade platinum chi refining pill obtained has increased by 2,000 times, resulting in 2,000 bottles of second-grade platinum chi refining pills, 2,000 bottles of second-grade platinum chi refining pills. This is the rhythm of taking drugs until death. Chen Fan turned around excitedly and kicked the ironstone bear again, hitting it in the face. Taisher Bear became even more angry. A man could tolerate a bear, but not a bear. Kicking the bear would have been fine, but he actually kicked it in the face. I can no longer tolerate it, the ironstone bear roared, and was determined to make Chen Fan pay the price even at the cost of his overdrawn body. The ironstone bear staggered to its feet, dug its hind legs into the ground twice, and then charged towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed and ran out of the cave. The ironstone bear angrily chased Chen Fan out of the cave. Having gained something, Chen Fan did not plan to stay and was ready to slip away. However, looking at the angry ironstone bear chasing him, Chen Fan smiled wickedly. He deliberately slowed down his pace, letting the iron bear follow him only 1 meter away. This made the iron bear feel that he could catch up, but he couldn't. Taisher Shung followed Chen Fan breathlessly, almost collapsing from exhaustion. After running for a distance, Chen Fan immediately sped up, turned a corner, and ran directly towards the entrance of the ironstone bear's cave. The ironstone bear didn't react in time and ran for some distance before reacting. He braked suddenly and plowed 2 deep furrows in the ground. However, when it turned around, Chen Fan had already reached the cave entrance, and the ironstone bear let out a tragic roar. He hurriedly got up, but the more anxious he was, the worse it got, and his hind legs even slipped a few times. Tears welled up in Taisher Shun's eyes, but Chen Fan didn't care about the ironstone bear. He went straight into the cave and put the giant colorful python on the ground into his backpack. Obtained 1 third-grade golden iridescent python. Increased its number 1,000 times. Obtained 1,000 third-grade golden iridescent pythons. Done. Let's go. After taking away the giant python, Chen Fan noticed that there seemed to be a cloth bag on the ground. Chen Fan picked it up and took a look. Oh wow! Which unlucky guy dropped this storage bag? He didn't know if this unlucky guy was dead. Then I won't be polite and will keep it for you first. Obtained 1 mid-grade Shinbing storage bag. The quantity increased 1,000 times. Obtained 1,000 mid-grade Shinbing storage bags. Ah, that's cool. I just don't know what's in this storage bag. I don't know if the things in the storage bag will also be amplified. They should be amplified. The chi refining pills that I just got will be enhanced, so there is no reason why this storage bag would not be enhanced. Chen Fan took the things and ran out of the cave. Coincidentally, the ironstone bear also came back to the cave. The ironstone bear was stunned for a moment, and Chen Fan kicked it again. The ironstone bear instantly fell to the ground, roaring at Chen Fan with tears in his eyes. Chen Fan laughed and walked away. The ironstone bear slowly got up and walked back into the cave tiredly. Looking at the empty cave, it held for a long time. I should have known not to provoke that two-legged beast. Now I am physically and mentally exhausted and hungry. I don't even have the energy to go out hunting. However, I couldn't sleep because I was too hungry to eat, so I had to walk out of the cave again to see if I could chew some tree bark to fill my stomach. However, when it walked out of the cave, it found a giant colorful python lying at the entrance of the cave. The ironstone bear roared with joy and hurriedly dragged the giant colorful python back into the cave. Otherwise, once the two-legged beasts see it, they will snatch away their food. The ironstone bear struggled to drag the giant python back into the cave and enjoyed its food. When Chen Fan saw the ironstone bear dragging the giant python back into the cave, he also jumped, and after a few leaps he reached the halfway point of the mountain. There are only a few hours left until dark, so I'll look around to see if there are any resources for me to pick. As for the things in the storage bag, I'll wait until I get back to check them. After all, I can't waste time. You know, it costs 10 low-grade spirit stones to come here for a day. Before he knew it, Chen Fan was almost at the top of the mountain. He didn't find anything else. During this time, he met several fellow disciples. However, everyone was in a hurry to find resources and there was not much communication. Seeing that it was getting dark, Chen Fan had no choice but to walk down the mountain. It seemed that he could only go here today. As for the other side of the mountain, there was no time to go there. Going down the mountain was much faster. Chen Fan flew down like a giant bird and soon reached the dense forest at the exit. Chen Fan stood on the treetop and looked in the direction of the exit. It was not far away, so Chen Fan prepared to descend to the ground and walk out slowly. He jumped down from the treetop. When he was halfway down, Chen Fan suddenly caught a glimpse of a bird's nest.
There was no bird or eggs in the nest, but there is a bag, yes, a storage bag. Damn, which elder is so talented and good at hiding things? First it was the chi refining pill at the entrance of the Ironstone Bear Cave, and now it's the storage bag in the bird's nest. Could it be that the storage bag in the Ironstone Bear Cave was also left there by the elder? I thought it was lost by some unlucky guy. Chen Fan tapped the tree trunk below him with his toes and jumped to the tree trunk with a bird's nest. He grabbed the storage bag in the bird's nest and jumped down from there. Obtained 1 mid-grade Shinbing storage bag.
The quantity increased by 6,000 times.
Obtained 6,000 mid-grade Shinbing storage bags. Chen Fan walked in the dense forest with a smile on his face. When he was about to reach the exit, Chen Fan completely restrained his smile and replaced it with a look of deep sorrow. The senior brother guarding the entrance saw Chen Fan's expression and knew what was going on. He consoled him, "Junior brother, come back next time." Chen Fan pretended to be listless, waved his hand, and walked away dejectedly. The senior brother guarding the door laughed and said, "Alas, another junior brother who has been hit hard." After hearing this, the others all burst into laughter. Chapter 84, 9th level of Chi refining. Chen Fan rushed all the way back to the valley where the Suxiang Taoist temple on the second peak was located. Arriving at the valley, Chen Fan couldn't wait to return to his cave and close the door. Chen Fan came to the bedside, took out all the storage bags, and piled them all on the floor. Looking at the storage bags full of items on the floor, Chen Fan felt a headache again. There are so many storage bags, and I have to open them one by one, and then sort them out. How long will it take? Never mind that for now, let's see what's in the storage bag first. Chen Fan opened a storage bag and took out everything inside. There are 4 items in this storage bag, including a jade bottle, the same one that contains chi refining pills. Chen Fan opened the jade bottle and found that there was indeed a chi refining pill inside, but there was only one. Judging from the quality, it should be 2nd grade gold level. The second item is a jade mirror, and I don't know what is inside it. Chen Fan placed the jade mirror on his forehead, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. This is a jade mirror related to the formation, which records the formation of an illusion formation. According to Zhu Yujian, once the formation is successfully set up, even a cultivator in the Jindan stage will need more than 10 breaths to break it. Chen Fan put away the jade mirror and picked up another thing. Chen Fan threw it out directly. It turned out to be a red belly band. Chen Fan didn't understand what the use of this belly band was. If it was for a female monk, it could be used to "I'm a man, what's the use of it? Am I going to use it to clean my gun?" Chen Fan picked up another piece and found that it was a piece of metal material. Chen Fan recognized this metal material. It was called purple gold stone, which was generally used in refining magic tools. This purple gold stone is quite popular, usually selling for 12 low-grade spirit stones per kilogram. The purple gold stone in Chen Fan's hand weighs about half a pound, which means it can be sold for 6 low-grade spirit stones. Then Chen Fan picked up another storage bag and poured out the contents, which were the same as the previous storage bag. He picked up another one and poured it out. This time, what came out was different, a pile of spirit stones. Chen Fan counted them and found there were 50 low-grade spirit stones. This storage bag should have been taken from a bird's nest. One storage bag contains 50 low-grade spirit stones. If I have 6,000 such storage bags, I will have 300,000 spirit stones at once. Chen Fan did not pour out all the spirit stones in the 6,000 storage bags together. He only took out 1,000 storage bags, and he did not plan to take out all the others. The main purpose was to make 1,000 storage bags to store other things. As for the storage bag he picked up from Taisher Xion, Chen Fan had no intention of selling it out. Chen Fan took out the jade bottle containing the 2nd grade platinum chi refining pills and poured out all the chi refining pills inside. There were actually 5 pills in total. So this time I have 10,000 2nd grade platinum chi refining pills. This medicine is worth taking, regardless of whether you will die from taking the drugs or not. You should take the drugs if you have them and raise your own level first. Chen Fan put away all his belongings and began his drug-taking journey. After taking his 2nd grade platinum chi refining pill, Chen Fan felt that this 2nd grade platinum chi refining pill was much better than the gold chi refining pill. The spiritual energy is richer and purer. After Chen Fan practiced the Guiyuanju several times, he felt a vibration in his dantian, and the ball of spiritual energy in his dantian became much larger. This is a breakthrough to the 2nd level of chi refining. After breaking through the 2nd level of chi refining, Chen Fan did not stop and continued to take drugs. 1, 2, 3. The 3rd level of chi refining, the 4th level of chi refining, and the 5th level of chi refining, and the amount of medicine swallowed is getting larger and larger, from swallowing 1 pill at a time at the beginning, to swallowing 2 pills at a time, and then even eating them in handfuls. His cultivation level is soaring. Apart from the necessary eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, Chen Fan basically spends his time swallowing pills and practicing I. In just 1 month, Chen Fan had broken through to the 9th level of chi training. After reaching the 9th level, Chen Fan felt that he had reached his limit. No matter how much drugs he took and how he practiced, he would not make any progress. After practicing chi to the 9th level, the spiritual energy in Chen Fan's dantian increased a lot.
If the spiritual energy at the first level was like the amount of water in a cup, now the spiritual energy at the ninth level is like the amount of water in a bucket. Both the quantity and quality have been greatly enhanced. I have been working hard this month to break through to the ninth level of Qi training. Now it is time to calm down and consolidate my cultivation. While consolidating your cultivation, it is also time to practice some offensive techniques and the like. Qin Fan walked out of the cave and prepared to look for his cheap female master to see if he could ask for some attack spells or something. Qin Fan arrived outside Su Xiang's cave, bowed slightly towards the cave and said, "Master, I come to pay my respects to you." However, after a while, there was no response at all. Qin Fan bowed again and said, "Master, I come to pay my respects to you." Still no response. No1 went out. Just when Qin Fan was wondering where his master had gone, a woman in white came from a distance, and when she saw Qin Fan, she ran over quickly. "Junior brother, are you here to see master?" Li Xiaotong looked at Qin Fan and said with a smile. "Yes, senior sister is here to see master as well." "No, I was passing by and happened to see you here, junior brother, so I came over to see you. However, if you look for the master, you may be disappointed. The master left half a month ago." "Master went out? How come I didn't know?" "You only practice cultivation all day long, so you definitely don't know. You were practicing at the time, and master only told me." Li Xiaotong said. Qin Fan carefully looked at Li Xiaotong's cultivation level and found that he was still at the third level of the body tempering realm. Qin Fan clearly remembered that when Li Xiaotong first entered the sect, he was at the second level of the body tempering realm. Now, a month has passed, and he has only just reached the third level of the body tempering realm. It can be seen that Li Xiaotong has not practiced much in this month. "By the way, junior brother, why are you looking for master?" Li Xiaotong asked curiously. "I want to find a master to learn some magic." Qin Fan answered truthfully. This was not something that should not be known to others. "Ah, you have reached the Qi refining stage?" Li Xiaotong looked at Qin Fan in surprise. "Yes." Qin Fan was very curious why Li Xiaotong asked this. He had just joined Daoi's sect and was already in the Qi refining stage. "No wonder you came to master to learn magic." "I don't even know when I can reach the Qi refining stage." Li Xiaotong said with a little depression. Qin Fan really wanted to say, "As long as you practice diligently, you should be able to reach the Qi refining stage soon." Seeing that his cheap master had left, Qin Fan had no choice but to think of another way. "Junior brother, you don't have to find a master if you want to practice magic." "How do you say that?" "There is a library within the sect. As long as you contribute to the sect, you can exchange it for the spells you want," Li Xiaotong said. Chapter 85, Redeem Contribution Points. Library. Qin Fan knew about the library, but he was not very clear about the ins and outs inside. "How do I obtain sect contributions?" Qin Fan asked the key question. "As long as you complete the tasks issued by the sect and hand in supplies, you can exchange them for sect contributions. For some powerful people, the sect will even reward them for their contributions," Li Xiaotong explained. "Then where can I exchange for contribution points?" "There is a contribution hall right next to the mission hall." "Okay, I understand. Goodbye, senior sister." After Qin Fan finished speaking, he ran away. "Hey, junior brother, wait for me!" Li Xiaotong shouted while chasing from behind. Qin Fan pretended not to hear and ran even faster. Qin Fan quickly came to the contribution hall, ready to exchange resources for contribution points. As for doing tasks in the mission hall, that is impossible, and Qin Fan doesn't have that much time to do tasks. Qin Fan walked into the contribution hall. It was quite lively, with many people coming to exchange contribution points for resources. Generally, after completing the tasks and obtaining the corresponding contribution points, you can go to the contribution hall to exchange them for some resources that you can use. Didn't you see that there was a long queue at the place where contribution points were exchanged for resources, and there was a constant stream of people coming in at the door. As for the place where resources are exchanged for contribution points, there is no one there, which is in stark contrast to the place where contribution points are exchanged for resources. This time, in the place where resources were exchanged for contribution points, there was an old man lying on a recliner. The recliner was swaying and he looked very leisurely and contented. This old man is the elder of the contribution hall. Qin Fan came to the elder of the contribution hall, bowed and said, "Elder, I'm here to exchange for contribution points." The elder lying on the recliner stopped shaking, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Qin Fan and said, "Come and exchange for contribution points." After saying that, he threw a booklet to Qin Fan and said, "Take a look yourself. It basically has everything on it. It tells you what resources can be exchanged for how many contribution points. It's all there." Qin Fan took the booklet, opened it and took a look. Sure enough, it explained what resources could be exchanged for how many contribution points. First grade bronze elixirs and herbs can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. First grade silver quality elixirs and herbs can be exchanged for 3 contribution points. First grade gold elixirs and herbs can be exchanged for 6 contribution points, and so on. The higher you go, the more contribution points you can get. Of course, there are also some first grade items that are also very valuable, much higher than ordinary first grade resources, and some are even more valuable than second grade resources. These things are generally determined by rarity and difficulty of obtaining. Just like some first grade bronze items, they are rare and difficult to obtain, so their value is naturally high. The contribution points of second grade items are doubled. Chen Fan also saw that low grade spirit stones could also be exchanged for contribution points. 1 low grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Chen Fan saw the exchange price of the third grade gold level monster he had obtained. It's surprisingly not low. A third grade gold level monster is worth 15,000 contribution points, that is equivalent to 1,500 low grade spirit stones. As for purple gold stone, 1 kilogram of purple gold stone can be exchanged for 1,200 contribution points. Chen Fan thought about it and decided to take out 2 third grade gold level monsters in exchange for 30,000 contribution points. Let's see if 30,000 contribution points are enough. Chen Fan didn't dare to exchange too many resources at once, otherwise he might be killed and robbed. After all, his strength in this world is still very low, and he hasn't even reached the foundation building stage. Elder, I have 2 third grade gold level monsters that I would like to exchange for contribution points. After hearing this, the elder opened his eyes and looked Chen Fan up and down. It was no surprise that Chen Fan had the strength of the 9th level of Qi Refining. The 9th level of Qi Refining, it is normal to hunt down a few third grade gold level monsters. Okay, put the monster in there. The elder took out a storage bag and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan put the 2 colorful pythons into the storage bag and then returned the storage bag to the elder. The elder took the storage bag, looked at it, and then nodded to Chen Fan and said, okay, the third grade golden colorful python can be exchanged for 31,000 contribution points. Give me your token. Chen Fan handed his token to the elder, and the elder touched Chen Fan's token with his token. Then he handed it back to Chen Fan and said, okay, the contribution points have been transferred. Thank you, elder. Chen Fan took the token and looked at it curiously. He didn't expect that the token had such other uses. After Chen Fan exchanged the contribution points, he went to the library. Chen Fan didn't know that he could exchange 30,000 contribution points for martial arts, and now Chen Fan has no other skills except the Gui Yuan Ju taught by his master. Of course, there are some martial arts secrets in the mortal world, but compared with the techniques in the world of immortal cultivation, the martial arts secrets in the mortal world are really not good enough. The skills of immortal cultivators far surpass those of ordinary people in terms of quality and attack range, not to mention those powerful skills that can move mountains and fill the sea. Just like martial arts in the mortal world, they are generally based on close combat. Even if there are some techniques that can be used remotely, the quality is really far inferior to that of cultivation techniques and cannot be compared at all. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the library. The minimum requirement to enter the library was to reach the 1st level of Qi Refining, because the minimum requirement for the exercises in it is to have the cultivation level of Qi Refining in order to perform them. Otherwise, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. How could you unleash the power of the immortal cultivation technique without any spiritual energy in your body? There are 2 elders who are always in charge of the library, so it is impossible for disciples below the Qi Refining stage to get in. When Chen Fan entered the library, the 2 elders didn't even raise their eyelids. With these 2 elders at the Jindan stage, they could tell what level of cultivation Chen Fan was just by sensing his breath. Chen Fan walked into the library, which was quite spacious, with rows of shelves arranged in an orderly manner. On the shelf are jade slips, each containing a set of exercises. Chen Fan walked over and saw that there was an introduction to the exercises on the tray under each jade slip. Ice Soul Needle, a 1st grade technique. Flame Palm, a 1st grade technique. Dragon Slaying Technique, a 2nd grade technique. Chen Fan walked over and looked at the introduction of the skills, and found that they were all 1st and 2nd grade skills. There is not a single skill above the 3rd rank. Chen Fan looked around, picked a senior brother at random, and walked over. Brother, hello, I want to ask you something. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Chen Fan went over to greet the senior brother and handed him a spirit stone. The senior brother took the spirit stone skillfully and said politely, Junior brother, if you have any questions, please feel free to tell me. Brother, why are all the techniques in this library of 1st and 2nd rank techniques? Aren't there any techniques of 3rd rank or higher? Chapter 86, Exchange of Skills and Resources. Junior brother, this is what you're asking about. Did you know that our sect's library is divided into 4 floors? The 1st floor contains 1st and 2nd grade martial arts techniques. The 2nd floor holds the 3rd grade techniques, and the 3rd floor holds the 4th grade techniques. Only direct disciples can enter the 3rd floor. Inner disciples like us simply cannot go up there. As for the 4th floor,
I heard that it contains our sect's highest level of cultivation, a 5th grade cultivation technique. I heard that this technique can be directly cultivated to the tribulation crossing stage and directly ascend to the immortal realm. After hearing this, Chen Fan understood. It seemed that the best he could get from visiting the library this time was only a 3rd grade martial arts technique. Then, senior brother, how do you exchange contribution points for the skills here? Chen Fan asked. A 1st grade technique requires 100 contribution points, a 2nd grade technique requires 1000 contribution points, and a 3rd grade technique requires 5000 contribution points. You can't buy a 4th grade technique even if you have contribution points. Only the sect master and the supreme elder can practice the 5th grade technique. Whatever technique you want, just take the corresponding jade slip to the elder and ask him to engrave it on it. The senior brother continued. The jade slips here are all engraved with restrictions, and you can't see any of the techniques in them now. Okay, I understand. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Chen Fan bowed to the senior brother. No, it's my duty to help you. If you have any questions next time, remember to come find me. I will tell you everything I know. Okay, thank you, senior brother. After saying that, Chen Fan turned around and prepared to go upstairs. Remember to come find me, senior brother. My name is Lu Jishu, and I'm an inner disciple of Sanfeng. Watching Chen Fan walk away, senior brother Lu Jishu said to Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan had no choice but to wave his hand helplessly to indicate that he understood. Chen Fan came to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was a little more spacious than the 1st floor, mainly because there were not so many shelves on the 2nd floor, and there were relatively fewer jade slips of martial arts techniques. Chen Fan looked at the skills one by one, and found that all the skills on this level were 3rd grade skills. Chen Fan also discovered the Gui Wanju that he was currently practicing. Before, I didn't know what level of martial arts I was practicing. Now I know that I was practicing the 3rd level Gui Wanju. The 3rd grade skills can be practiced to the nascent soul stage. Of course, it does not mean that the highest level that can be practiced is the nascent soul stage, but it means that the lower limit can be practiced to the nascent soul stage, and the upper limit depends on personal luck and qualifications. Chen Fan took a quick look at the 3rd grade skills on the 2nd floor and selected 3 skills for himself. Point 1 is the offensive skill called Flame Blade, 1 is the defensive skill called Mysterious Ice Shield, and 1 is the Flash Star skill that increases the speed of the body. Chen Fan took the jade slips of the 3 techniques in his hand and prepared to go to the 1st floor to have the elders engrave them. But it's not that Chen Fan doesn't want to learn a few more skills, but there are really not many contribution points left, only 16,000 points. Chen Fan also planned to buy a few more foundation building pills to break through the foundation building stage. Chen Fan came downstairs and went to the 1st grade martial arts section to choose a control technique. Then he came to an elder and handed the jade slip to the elder. The elder looked at the jade slip and said in a hoarse voice, 15,100 contribution points. Chen Fan gave his token to the elder, and the elder touched Chen Fan's token with his own token. 15,100 contribution points were taken away. The elder took out 3 new jade slips, engraved 3 sets of exercises on them, and handed them to Chen Fan without saying much during the whole process. It's not like what is written in novels, that this technique is not suitable for you and is extremely difficult to practice. Chen Fan got the jade slip of the martial arts technique, said hello to the elder, and then prepared to go to the contribution hall to exchange some resources. According to the method of martial arts you choose, first choose a magic weapon, then get a flying sword, and finally the foundation building pill. Chen Fan came to the contribution hall, the place for exchanging contribution points, but it was still deserted. Only the elder was lying on the rocking chair, rocking slowly. Chen Fan came to the place where resources were exchanged, which was managed by several senior brothers. After waiting in line for a while, it was Chen Fan's turn. Junior brother, what resources do you want to exchange? The person in charge of exchanging resources in the team that Chen Fan was in was a senior sister. Senior sister, I want a knife-type magical weapon, a high-quality flying sword, and finally a foundation building pill. The senior sister was a little surprised when she heard what Chen Fan wanted, because most of the fellow disciples who come to exchange resources do so in batches. It is quite rare to see someone like Chen Fan who wants to exchange so many things right away. What's more, this junior brother was so unfamiliar, so he spoke first. Junior brother, the things you want to exchange may require a lot of contribution points. Otherwise, I will show them to you first, and then you can decide whether to exchange them. Okay, thank you, senior sister. The low-grade sword-shaped magical weapon you need requires 1,000 contribution points, and the low-grade flying sword magical weapon requires 1,300 contribution points. Since flying sword magical weapons are more popular, they are a bit more expensive. As for the foundation building pill, 1 pill costs 5,000 contribution points. Junior brother, take a look at which ones you want to change. Senior sister, how many contribution points are needed to get a higher quality magical weapon? Ha? A higher one? A mid-grade magic weapon requires 2,000 contribution points.
Junior brother, are you sure you want a mid-grade one? The senior sister asked with some doubt. Yes, senior sister, I need a mid-grade sword-shaped magical weapon, a mid-grade flying sword magical weapon, and 2 foundation building pills. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't seem to be joking, the senior sister said, okay, junior brother, a total of 14,600 contribution points.
The flying sword and magic weapon are all a bit more expensive. Okay.
Chen Fan said, handing over his token. The senior sister collected the contribution points quickly and then took out everything Chen Fan wanted. A mid-grade cloud knife magic weapon, a mid-grade flying sword magic weapon, and 2 foundation building pills. Please keep them, junior brother. After the senior sister handed all the things to Chen Fan, she returned Chen Fan's token to him.
Okay, thank you, senior sister.
Chen Fan packed up his things and turned to leave. The crowd behind him began to talk.
Who is this senior brother?
He exchanged for 2 foundation building pills and 2 mid-grade magic tools at once.
I've never seen him before, and I don't know which big boss's disciple he is. I'm so envious. Yeah, I wonder which boss's disciple he is. Has any one of you seen him? I don't know. I only know that he is from the second peak.
Don't ask me why I know he is from the second peak, because I am also from the second peak.
As for whose disciple he is, I don't know. His master is really good to him. Unlike my master, he is so stingy that he won't give me any contribution points.
He also makes me work so hard to complete tasks to earn so few contribution points.
Which elder's disciple are you? My master is Elder Yun from the Four Peaks.
I'm going to tell my uncle that you said he was deducting money.
Ah, junior brother, don't.
Chapter 87. Practice the Kung Fu and break through the foundation. Chen Fan had already returned to the cave on the second peak amid everyone's discussion. Chen Fan is preparing for a new round of secluded training. Chen Fan planned to finish practicing the spell first and consolidate his cultivation at the same time. The first thing to practice is the art of controlling objects, which can be said to be an essential skill for cultivators. Once you learn how to fly objects, you can fly with a sword. Of course, you can fly more than just swords, you can also fly knives, spears, and cauldrons. It all depends on your personal preference. Of course, it is not limited to flying. Controlling objects to attack is also a common attack used by cultivators. Chen Fan chose a flying sword. After all, flying with a sword has been Chen Fan's dream since he was a child. Chen Fan placed the jade slip of the object controlling technique on his child's head, and soon, the cultivation method of object controlling appeared in his mind. Chen Fan tried to practice according to the mantra. He first tried it with a small stone, releasing spiritual power, wrapping the small stone with spiritual power, and trying to make it move. The pebble moved at first, then began to roll slowly in the cave, but it was still a little short of flying. Chen Fan practiced a few more times, and finally the pebble could rise into the air and start flying in the cave, but the speed was still extremely slow and it was not flexible enough. If you want to be fast and sensitive, you need to practice hard. Mr. Chen Fan spent 2 days practicing speed. When the speed was about the same, Chen Fan turned to practicing sensitivity. Compared to speed, sensitivity is much more difficult to cultivate, mainly because of various factors such as acceleration and deceleration, turning, and sudden stops. It took Chen Fan 5 full days to cultivate this sensitivity and achieve the desired effect, but it was still not enough to become proficient. Then Chen Fan spent another day to become proficient in flying with the sword. Once you master the sword flying technique, flying with a sword becomes much easier. After 1 day, Chen Fan had almost mastered the skills. However, he was mainly limited by his own spiritual power. The flying time of the sword was not long. In about half an hour, the spiritual power in Chen Fan's body would be exhausted. I had to stop and meditate to restore my own spiritual energy. After he had mastered the art of controlling objects, Chen Fan switched to practicing the flame blade. In fact, the flame blade was a fire-attributed technique, and was generally easier to practice for people with fire spiritual roots. It is also more effective and has greater power than spiritual roots of other attributes. Chen Fan doesn't know what kind of spiritual roots he has now, so he will just assume that he has no attributes. It took Chen Fan 5 full days to master the flame blade. It took Chen Fan another 3 days to practice the mysterious ice shield. The principle of the mysterious ice shield was the same. People with water attributes could practice it more efficiently, and the defensive effect was also better. Of course, if someone with a mutated spiritual root with ice attribute were to practice the mysterious ice shield, the effect would be even better. After practicing all the spells, Chen Fan felt that his cultivation was almost consolidated. Because of practicing magic, he can be said to be quite proficient in the application of spiritual power. Now is the time to break through the foundation building stage. Chen Fan opened the formation of the cave and opened the door, preparing to break through to the foundation building stage in one go. After taking the first foundation building pill, as the medicinal properties of the pill took effect, Chen Fan felt that his originally unbreakable state of mind had begun to loosen. The spiritual power in the body began to forge the foundation of the Tao.
A lot of spiritual power was needed to forge the foundation of the Tao.
Chen Fan took out tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stones. When his foundation was half solidified, Chen Fan felt as if he was running out of energy. Chen Fan quickly took another foundation building pill. With the replenishment of this foundation building pill, Chen Fan continued to build his foundation, and the spirit stones in his hand were continuously consumed. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The foundation of Taoism built in the body was finally successful. The foundation of Taoism has been established, and Chen Fan feels that his spiritual power is many times stronger than that of the Qi refining stage. The main reason is that the spiritual power stored in the body has
increased many times.
If flying with a sword could only last for half an hour before, now it can last for at least 3 hours. Moreover, the attacking spells have also been greatly enhanced. After breaking through the foundation building stage, Chen Fan spent another 2 days consolidating his current realm. When his realm was completely consolidated, Chen Fan prepared to leave the sect to gain experience. One can apply to leave the sect for training at the foundation establishment stage, but just when Chen Fan was about to leave, second senior sister Li Xiaotong came hurriedly and shouted outside the cave in a panic, "Junior brother, come out quickly, something big has happened." After hearing this, Chen Fan immediately opened the cave and walked out. Then he saw Li Xiaotong anxiously saying, "Junior brother, it's bad, the soul refining sect and the ghostly sect have surrounded our sect." Chen Fan's face changed after hearing this. The consequences of these two major sects besieging Daohui sect can be imagined.
What does our sect say? Have we asked for help from Lingyun sect and Sankai sect? I don't know either. All disciples are forbidden from going out now.
Some disciples who went out were besieged and killed by people from the two sections. Chen Fan was about to say something. A heavy bell rang from the main peak of the sect, 1, 2, and 3 times. When the bell rings 3 times, it means the sect is facing a major crisis. All disciples must gather at the main peak, no matter what they are doing. Li Xiaotong said worriedly.
Let's go. Where is Master? Has Master come back?
Chen Fan grabbed Li Xiaotong's hand, and the flying sword soared into the air and flew towards the main peak.
Ah, junior brother, you can fly with a sword?
Li Xiaotong said in surprise.
Where is Master? Chen Fan asked again. Are they discussing whether he can fly with a sword? Master hasn't come back since he went out last time.
I wonder if Master knows that the sect is in trouble.
Will he come back to save us?
Li Xiaotong frowned. Chen Fan was speechless. Li Xiaotong was so naive that he even came to save people. Now the sect was surrounded, unable to get in or out, and was like a turtle in a jar. How could he come back to rescue? If he were Su Xiang, he would definitely hide in secret, quietly develop his sect, and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. Chen Fan brought Li Xiaotong and soon arrived at the main peak square, which was already full of people, and more people came flying over on swords. To be honest, Chen Fan has been in the sect for almost 3 months, but he only knows a few people. The main reason is that Chen Fan has been in seclusion practicing. Chen Fan came to a corner and stood there. Li Xiaotong knew many people there, so he greeted many of them. After a while, no one knew where she ran away, and Chen Fan didn't care about her anymore. If the sect was really besieged, Chen Fan would have trouble protecting himself. How could he care about others? It was still unknown whether he could escape. After about half an hour, no one flew over anymore, but the square was already crowded with people. There were voices of discussion everywhere, some worried, some anxious, some angry, some afraid, in short, all kinds of people. Chapter 88, The Sect is in Trouble. The soul refining sect's 9 other sect attacked. Chen Fan was also a little anxious. He was worried about how the sect would arrange things and whether there was any way to evacuate safely. I had to think of a way to escape. I can't run away now, and if I go out now, I will definitely be killed. This time, the discussions in the square became louder and more numerous.
What happened? Some disciples who still didn't understand asked anxiously.
Our sect was besieged by the soul refining sect and the ghostly sect.
How dare these 2 sects do this? Aren't there 2 other major sects? We can ask for help. Don't think about it.
Maybe the other 2 sects would rather see us destroyed.
Quiet.
Suddenly a loud shout was heard. More than 20 elders and the heads of the 4 peaks flew over together. Then the sect leader appeared on the high platform above the square. The sect leader looked solemnly at the disciples in the square and said, "The soul refining sect and the ghostly sect attacked Daohui sect for no reason and even slaughtered our disciples who were away from home. They are truly taking advantage of our sect's lack of support. In that case, let's let the people from the soul refining sect and the ghostly ghost sect have a taste of our power.
Are you willing to join me in killing the enemies and protecting the safety of our sect?"
Some of the disciples below began to shout excitedly. "Defend the sect to the death, defend the sect to the death." Then more people started shouting, and the expressions of worry and fear on their faces gradually faded. Chen Fan also shouted symbolically.
There was no other way. If you didn't shout, the gazes around you would kill you. Why don't you shout? Are you unwilling to defend the sect? Do you want to be a traitor or a deserter? Seeing the atmosphere was getting more lively, the sect master continued, now, everyone go to the resource hall to collect the relevant battle supplies. Don't worry too much, everyone. As long as we rely on our sect's protective formation, we can be sure of victory. Even if a nascent soul stage ancestor comes, he won't be able to easily break our sect's protective formation. Alright, all disciples, go to the resource hall to collect the relevant combat supplies. Dismissed. After the sect leader finished speaking, he brought the 4 peaked chiefs and many elders back to the sect's main hall. Master, are we really going to fight them? The head of Yifeng spoke first. Yes, sect master, you must send some of your own disciples out to leave behind the seeds of the sect. Pick some disciples with great potential, bring some supplies, and have them secretly escorted out of the sect by the first and third elders. If the sect wins and you survive by chance, you can come back. If the sect loses, you should hide your identities and leave a trace of fire for the sect. And never seek revenge. The sect leader said seriously. After hearing this, the 4 peak leaders all bowed and said, yes. Then he hurried away to gather some disciples with great potential. The great elder also went down to gather disciples with great potential in the main peak. These disciples with great potential in the main peak were all candidates for the subsequent sect leader. Damn it! If it weren't for the sudden change in the Supreme Elder, how could the Soul Refining Sect and the 9 Nether Sect dare to do this? Damn it! The head of the 4 peaks said angrily. Alas, the elders also sighed, who said it wasn't true. Originally, each of the 5 major sects had a Yuanying stage ancestor in charge, and they lived in peace with each other. However, the Yuanying stage ancestor of Daoi's sect passed away a year after returning from a trip 2 years ago. Originally, this matter was to be kept absolutely confidential, but no one knew who had leaked the news that the Daoi sect's nascent soul patriarch had died. Although the Daoi sect vehemently denied it, it was of no use now. Over the past few months, the Soul Refining Sect and the Joyo sect have tried many times. Even the Lingyun sect and the Sankai sect have tried secretly. They have confirmed that the Yuanying ancestor of the Daoi sect is dead, although on the surface only people from the Soul Refining Sect and the Joyo sect came to besiege this time, but secretly, the people from Lingyun sect and Sankai sect will definitely add fuel to the fire. After all, it is impossible for Daoi sect not to take a bite of such a big piece of fat meat. Although Daoi sect has been keeping a low profile over the past year, when the sect does not have the support of the highest military force and is guarding a large amount of treasure, it would be strange if others did not covet it. The leader of Daoi sect also had a very unhappy and worried look on his face at this time. It seems that the Daoi sect will end here with my generation of sect master. I feel so ashamed of the sect and my master. The leader of Daoi sect sighed. This time the sect was doomed and could only rely on an ancient teleportation array left by the ancestors to send out some seeds of the sect. This teleportation array can only teleport more than 10 people at most, and it is a disposable item. Then the remaining personnel can only fight to the death. Even if they die, they must teach these 2 sects a lesson. The leader of Daoi sect showed a determined look on his face. Not long after, the 4 peak leaders each came with 2 disciples, and the great elder also came with 2 people. Looking at the disciples brought by the 4 peaks chiefs and the great elder, the Daoi sect's leader nodded and took off a ring from his finger. He handed it to the great elder and said, "Great elder, this ring contains most of our Daoi sect supplies, and the teleportation array is also inside. After you and the 3rd elder escape with the disciples, you must be extra careful and patient. The future of Daoi sect depends on you. You must carry on the Daoi sect's legacy. Otherwise, we will all be ashamed of our ancestors." The great elder hesitated and didn't take the ring. He said, "Master, how about you and the 3rd elder take the disciples and leave? I'll stay. I don't have many years left to live anyway. You're still young and can make further progress." The Daoi sect leader waved his hand, and the ring fell into the hands of the elder. He said, "I am the leader of the Daoi sect. If I escape, what will the disciples below think? How will the world view the Daoi sect? The matter is settled, no further discussion is needed. And the rest of you, listen more to the great elder. He is now the acting sect leader. Daoi sect is no longer the same as before. You must consult with the great elder and the 3rd elder on everything. Don't act rashly. Remember this. 3rd elder, please assist the 1st elder. From now on, we will have to rely on you and the 1st elder to support Daoi sect. I hope these guys can one day break through to the nascent soul stage, so that we can restore the glory of our Daoi sect." One of the 2 men brought by the great elder bowed to the Daoi sect leader and said, "Master, I am willing to stay and fight with you to the end." "Nonsense, it's already this late and you're still so ignorant.
Your survival is the greatest reward for the sect.
The Dawi sect leader shouted angrily at the young man, and the young man, his eyes red, bowed to the Dawi sect leader and said, "Yes, master, I will not let you down."
The Dawi sect leader helped the young man up, touched his head and said, "The Dawi sect will rely on you from now on. Go." The disciples from the other four peaks also bid farewell to their masters and elders. The leaders of the four peaks also handed over their rings to their respective disciples. It can be said that each of these rings contains more than half of the resources of the four peaks. After everyone had finished their instructions, the first elder and the third elder led the disciples out of the hall and headed straight for the back mountain. Chapter 89, War. At the same time, all the disciples of Dawi sect went to the resource hall to collect combat supplies. This time, the Dawi sect is really bleeding, and is prepared to drag these two sects down with it, even if it means death. Of course, pull it down, and the combat resources distributed this time can be said to be quite abundant, and they are collected according to the level of cultivation. For a cultivator like Chen Fan in the foundation establishment stage, the combat resources he received included a top-grade magical flying sword and a bottle of soul-restoring pills, each containing 5 pills. 10 third-grade flame explosion talismans, 30 second-grade ice cone talismans, and 20 second-grade Vajra talismans. You should know that a third-grade talisman is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, while a second-grade talisman is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 9th-level chi-refining cultivator. Just after everyone had received their combat resources, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the sect. The sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and then the earth shook. It seemed as if the whole mountain was about to collapse. Then there were shouts and cries of killing. Chen Fan's face changed. This sect's protective formation was too weak. It was said that it could withstand the attack of the Yuanying stage ancestor. Was it kidding? Chen Fan didn't have time to think about it. He raised his flying sword and started heading towards the back mountain. This time, there was chaos in the sect, and people with flying swords were everywhere. Chen Fan didn't dare to fly too high, he just flew close to the ground, trying his best to hide his body. This time, various spell roars and screams were heard from the outside. The leader of Dawi sect and the chief elders of the four peaks also rushed up to fight. He was immediately besieged by masters from the two factions. There was no need to say too much. Since they were all going to kill him, there was no point in talking so much nonsense. In a blink of an eye, they all fought together. The disciples of Dawi sect were also besieged by the disciples of the two major sects, and suffered heavy casualties in the blink of an eye. Some disciples were so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy, but the result that awaited them was the same. Since they were going to destroy their sect, they had to eradicate the roots. Begging for mercy would only lead to faster death. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. While some Dawi disciples were not afraid of death, the soul-refining sect and the Joyo sect also suffered heavy losses. The leader of Dawi sect even burned his lifespan and reached the nascent soul stage. In the blink of an eye, he killed several elders of Lianhuan sect and Joyo sect. The elders also began to burn their lifespans, fighting to the death, forcing the elders of the soul-refining sect and the Joyo sect to retreat step by step. When the people from the soul-refining sect and the Joyo sect saw that the people from the Dawi sect began to burn their life essence and blood to increase their combat effectiveness, they began to fight with them. After all, there is a time limit for burning life and blood essence, and you can't keep burning forever. After the leader of Dawi sect killed dozens of people in succession, a man suddenly flew over from a distance. He was as fast as lightning and arrived above Dawi sect in the blink of an eye. This person was covered in a pitch-black cloak, emitting a gloomy aura. The Dawi sect leader looked at the man solemnly and spoke word by word. Nether sect patriarch Lu Nong. Boishan, just surrender, give up your cultivation, and become immortal, and I will spare your life. Lu Nong, the ancestor of Joyo sect, said to the leader of Dawi sect. It's impossible for me to surrender. You take action. I haven't tried what it feels like to fight with a Yuanying stage cultivator. Today I will use you to try it. The leader of Dawi sect raised his hand and pointed his sword at Lu Nong, the ancestor of Joyo sect. You are so stubborn. If that's the case, then go die, said Lu Nong, the ancestor of Joyo sect. After he finished speaking, black energy filled his entire body and transformed into little ghosts that attacked the leader of Dawi sect. The leader of Dawi sect looked at the attacking ghosts with a serious expression. His whole body emanated golden light, and then he raised his hands above his head, condensing a giant sword in his hands, and slashed fiercely at the ghost that was attacking him. When the golden lightsaber touched the ghost melted instantly and turned into black gas and dissipated. Seeing this, Joyo sect's ancestor Lu Nong shouted, "He's quite capable." He casually slapped out with his palm, which turned into a black palm, growing bigger and bigger, and slapped towards the golden lightsaber that was coming towards him. The golden lightsaber and the black giant palm collided with each other, causing a loud noise and stirring up circles of energy fluctuations. Boom boom boom. In the end, the golden lightsaber cracked inch by inch, broke into pieces, and disappeared. The black giant palm continued to exert its momentum as it slapped the Dawi sect.
leader, like a cannon swatting a mosquito, and slapped the Dawi Sect leader away. The leader of Dawi Sect spurted blood from his mouth and kept spitting it out as if he was free. Seeing this, the four peak leaders all shouted anxiously, "Master!" The four of them no longer hid their abilities, and burned their blood and life force, leaping into the air and bursting out with strength no less than that of the nascent soul stage. They surrounded the leader of the Nine Nether Sect, held a flag in their hands, and then all made the same spell gestures, shouting at the same time, for symbols formation, rise. Then he saw a layer of transparent energy covering the Joyo Sect's ancestor Lu Nong from all directions. Lu Nong in the formation felt the pressure all of a sudden and got goosebumps all over his body. Not daring to neglect, he used his unique skills and shouted, "Nether Soul Protection." Black air covered his entire body and slowly rose higher. Soon, the body of Lu Nong, the ancestor of the Joyo Sect, was covered by a ghost general from the underworld. The ghost general was dressed in armor, wearing a ferocious helmet, and had a blue light in his eyes. At this time, the formation formed by the four leaders of Dawi Sect was completed, condensing into four ancient giant elephants, which rushed towards Lu Nong. Each giant elephant seemed to be able to break through space and charge towards Lu Nong with a loud bang. Lu Nong, wearing the costume of the ghost general of the Netherworld, rushed towards a giant elephant with the same momentum, and swung his fist to hit the elephant's head. The fist collided with the elephant's head, making a loud noise and sending out energy waves. What followed was a back-and-forth collision and attack. Bump bump bump. Every collision creates a clanging sound and sends waves of energy flying. As time went by, the giant elephant's figure became more and more illusory, and the leader of the four peaks who maintained the formation began to bleed from the mouth and nose. After all, they achieved their realm improvement by burning their essence, blood, and lifespan, which could not be maintained for long. With the leader of Dawi Sect, who was scared and flew away by Lu Nong, also flew back at this time, but his condition was extremely bad, and his magic weapon and clothes were badly damaged. Just when he was about to rush into the Four Symbols formation to help the Four Peaks leader kill Lu Nong in the formation, the leaders of the Soul Refining Sect and the Joyo Sect stopped the leader of the Dawi Sect in time. The three of them engaged in battle in the blink of an eye. The leader of Dawi Sect, who had gained a higher realm by burning his blood and lifespan, defeated the leaders of Lianhuan Sect and Joyo Sect. Both of the Soul Refining Sect's puppets were blown up, which made the sect's leader very sad. You know, it takes a lot of money and effort to refine a puppet, and it can't be done overnight. The leader of the Joyo Sect was not having a good time either. The Dawi Sect leader's martial arts naturally restrained his own. He could only exert 70% of his strength and could only take a beating. Chapter 90. Dawi Sect is destroyed. As time went on, the speed of the Dawi Sect leader began to decrease, and he knew that he could not hold on for much longer. One of them had to be killed no matter what, so the leader of the Joyo Sect became the person that the leader of the Dawi Sect had to kill. It was because the Joyo Sect's leader's skills were restrained by himself, and since the Joyo Sect's ancestor came here in person, he must have given special care to Joyo Sect. The leader of Dawi Sect completely ignored the attack of the leader of Lianhuan Sect and attacked the leader of Joyo Sect madly when he caught him. The leader of the Four Peaks could not hold out for much longer under the frantic attack from the ancestor of the Nine Nether Sect. The ancient giant elephant is on the verge of disintegration, and it is estimated that it will completely disintegrate after 2 rounds of collision. The disciples of Dawi Sect had suffered heavy losses under the siege of the disciples of Lianhuan Sect and Joyo Sect, and corpses were lying all over the mountain gate. The remaining disciples had already started to flee, and when they saw they couldn't escape, they all started to self-destruct, using their own names to buy the remaining disciples some time to escape. When the leader of Dawi Sect saw his disciples in such a miserable state, he let out a deafening roar and flashed to the side of the leaders of Lianhuan Sect and Joyo Sect, the leaders of the Soul Refining Sect and the Nine Nether Sect were about to attack together when they discovered that the Dawi Sect leader was emitting a violent aura. The Dawi Sect leader looked at them with a sinister smile and said, "Let's die together." Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. The leader of the Soul Refining Sect shouted loudly, and at the same time blocked all the puppets he brought in front of him, surrounding himself, and at the same time took out all the defensive magic weapons to surround himself. The leader of Joyo Sect was obviously a beat too slow. It was too late for him to defend himself, and it was even more of a pipe dream for him to escape. Boom 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 boom. With a loud noise, a violent energy wave spread out, cutting off a section of the top of a mountain. After everything calmed down, only the Soul Refining Sect's Sect Master was left in the air, and he looked extremely miserable. Only one arm was left, and both legs were broken at the knees. The clothes on his body were tattered beyond recognition, with only a few strips of cloth hanging on his body. Yet the leader of the Soul Refining Sect didn't dare to stay here any longer and flew away directly. When the 4 peak leaders saw their Sect Master explode right before their eyes, they all cried out in grief, "Sect Master! Ah, let's die together." The leader of the 4 peaks was about to self-destruct. It was a dead end anyway, so he might as well take someone with him. Seeing this, the other 3 also started self-destruct mode. When Lu Nong, the ancestor of Joyo Sect, saw this, he was so scared that his soul was about to jump out of his body.
This was equivalent to the self-explosion of 4 Yuanying stage cultivators. Although these 4 people have not yet reached the true nascent soul stage, they are much stronger than the late golden core stage, and at least they are all half a step into the nascent soul stage. The self-destruction of these 4 people together is equivalent to the self-destruction power of a Yuanying period. I am now very exhausted and it is difficult to withstand such a huge self-destructive energy, but it was too late to run away because of the 4 symbols formation and he couldn't escape at all, and now he could only resist with all his might, using all his defensive magic weapons and spiritual treasures, hoping to withstand more energy shocks. There was another loud boom 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 sound. The disciples of Daoist Sect saw that the sect master and the heads of each peak had blew themselves up and dragged the enemies with them to be buried with them. He was also fearless and went up to self-destruct, which scared the people of the soul refining sect and the 9 other sect into pissing and running away, with loud rumbling sounds, like explosions. The main peak and the 4 peaks of Daoyaman were all blasted into holes. Many disciples of the soul refining sect and the Joyo sect ended their lives in the self-explosion, but even more disciples lost their hands and feet, and some were vomiting blood due to the energy waves. The self-destruct energy in the air also dissipated. At this time, the physical body of Lunong, the ancestor of the Joyo sect, was completely destroyed, leaving only a weak nascent soul. Lunong looked at the remaining elders and disciples of the soul refining sect and the Joyo sect below. Only 40% of them survived. He really didn't know whether this trip was right or wrong. Lunong's nascent soul screamed, "All disciples, return to the sect immediately. No mistakes are allowed." The remaining elders of the soul refining sect also issued orders to return to the sect immediately without any mistakes. They didn't even dare to collect the resources left by Daoist sect, mainly because they had to guard against the other 2 sections. Now the remaining defeated troops here are simply unable to resist Lingyun sect and Senkai sect. I originally thought that it would be easy to destroy Daoist sect, but I didn't expect that the people of Daoist sect were so unethical that they all committed self-destruction. As a result, the soul refining sect and the Joyo sect have not gained any benefits, but instead suffered heavy casualties. Even the leader of Joyo sect died here, and only the nascent soul of the ancestor was left behind. I believe that people from Lingyun sect and Senkai sect will arrive soon, and then we won't be able to leave even if we want to. The disciples of the soul refining sect and the Joyo sect did not dare to stay any longer and flew away supporting the disciples with broken hands and feet. Chen Fan flew close to the ground all the way, and no disciples of the soul refining sect or the 9 other sect discovered him. The main reason was that Chen Fan ran towards the back mountain, and at that time the disciples of the Joyo sect of the soul refining sect had not yet attacked, so Chen Fan was able to escape. When Chen Fan fled to the back mountain, rumbling explosions were heard from the mountain gate in front. Even the back mountain shook 3 times, which made Chen Fan run faster. Suddenly, sounds of fighting and shouting were heard from the front. Chen Fan quickly hid himself. "Third brother, why, you, Grand Elder, how are you? Third Elder, what are you doing? Why are you attacking the First Elder? Quick, protect the Great Elder, the Third Elder is a traitor." Various sounds came from the front. "Haha, boss, hand over the ring that the sect master gave you, and maybe he can spare your life." The Third Elder laughed wildly. "And the rest of you, hand over your rings. I'll let you die quickly, or I'll extract your souls and refine your spirits. Don't even think about it. We'd rather die than give it to you. Then go to hell." Then came the roar of fighting and screams, and soon the fighting stopped. Suddenly another cry of surprise came. You are not dead yet." It sounded like the voice of the Third Elder. "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Even if the teachings of my sect are lost, I will never pass them on to an ungrateful person like you." The Elder said angrily. You really want to let the inheritance of Daoist sect be destroyed in our hands? How can you be worthy of the ancestors of Daoist sect? I don't think our ancestors would allow an ungrateful person to inherit the Daoist tradition. You can go to hell with me, you lunatic. After a while, there was no sound. Chen Fan waited for a while, but still no sound came. However, he did not dare to be careless and slowly moved forward. Chapter 91, System upgraded again, full of harvest. After jumping over a few tall trees, a mess appeared in front of him, with traces of various spell bombardments and broken wood. At this time, there were more than 10 corpses lying on the ground, all of them in a horrible state, with missing arms and legs and heads. Chen Fan waited on a tree for a while, and when he found that there was really no movement, he slowly groped his way to a corpse. It's not that Chen Fan is timid, it's just that these old scoundrels are too sinister. Who knows if they will fake their death again? Chen Fan touched the corpse, and judging from its clothing, it should be a direct disciple of Daoist sect. Chen Fan took out his mid-grade magic weapon, the Cloud Blade, and pointed it at the dead disciple, but found that there was no reaction. Then he took off the storage ring from the disciple's hand. Obtained 1 top-grade magical instrument storage ring, the quantity increased by 10,000 times, and obtained 10,000 top-grade magical instrument storage rings. The increase in quantity is the largest, which is great. Then he searched his body for a while but found nothing, and then turned his attention to a flying sword next to the dead man. Chen Fan picked it up. It looked better than his own in every way and should be a spiritual weapon level item. Obtained 1 low-grade spiritual weapon flying sword, but quantity increased by 30,000 times, and obtained 30,000 low-grade spiritual weapon flying swords.
That's not right. Why is the amplification so much?
Doesn't my amplification system amplify it 1,000 to 10,000 times? Could it be that the system has been upgraded again? Chen Fan hurriedly opened his amplification system, a billion-fold amplification system level. For amplification multiplier, 10,000 to 1 million, randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 10,000 to 100,000 times, and the quality can exceed 3 levels of this world.
Sure enough, the system was upgraded again.
It should be the upgrade caused by my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, but I didn't notice it at the time. The increase has reached between 10,000 and 100,000, which is already a terrifying effect. Chen Fan was secretly delighted. Then Chen Fan came to another corpse and took off the storage ring from it. Obtained 1 top-grade magical instrument storage ring, the quantity increased by 50,000 times, and obtained 50,000 top-grade magical instrument storage rings. He also touched his body and found other things, including his storage bag. Obtained 1 top-grade Shenbing storage bag, the quantity increased by 20,000 times, and obtained 20,000 top-grade Shenbing storage bags. Chen Fan put away the joy in his heart. It was too late to see what good things were in the storage rings. He had to put all the storage rings away first. Don't let someone come and there be nothing left. After collecting the storage rings from 2 people in succession and seeing no reaction from them, Chen Fan became bolder. Looking at the 2 corpses entangled in the center, Chen Fan gripped the knife tightly and slowly approached. I saw that even though the 2 corpses were dead, they still had their hands tightly strangled each other's necks,
as if they would not let each other go even if the other
was dead. Judging from their attire, they should be elders of the Dawi sect, probably the first and third elders whom they just heard being called. Chen Fan walked over and slapped the 2 men's faces with the knife in his hand, but saw that neither of them reacted. Just as Chen Fan was about to go forward to look for something, the sense of danger in his heart suddenly increased rapidly. Chen Fan quickly moved away and retreated to a distance. Sure enough, these 2 people were not dead yet, and I almost got into trouble. Fortunately, I was alert and had a sudden sense of danger in my heart. This should be his innate danger perception. At first, Chen Fan thought that his danger perception had disappeared, but it seems that this danger perception talent is still there. Either both of them are not dead, or one of them is faking his death. Chen Fan took out a fire explosion talisman and threw it at the 2 of them.
Boom! After a loud bang, a man was seen struggling to stand up. How could Chen Fan give him a chance? The knife in his hand flew out instantly and hit him directly. With a swish, the knife hit his neck directly. Although the knife hit his neck, it did not cut very deep. The man grabbed the knife with his hand, so that the knife could not cut in at all. Chen Fan wanted to pull the knife back, but the knife didn't obey his command at all and was stuck in the man's hand. Chen Fan took out 2 more fire explosion talismans and threw them out. Boom, boom. After 2 loud bangs, Chen Fan took out another flying sword, controlled it, and flew towards the man. The man stretched out another hand and grabbed the flying sword. However, at this time, the man's whole body was charred, black smoke was still coming out of his body, and Chi was bleeding. The cold eyes stared at Chen Fan. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have died countless times. Chen Fan didn't care how cold his eyes were. He controlled a flying sword again and stabbed at the man. At this time, the man was holding the flying sword and the knife in both hands, and he had no hands free to resist the flying sword again. I don't know if this person is unable to move, but he still stands there motionless, without throwing away the flying sword and knife in his hands, as if holding these 2 weapons has used up all his strength. He had no extra strength to resist the flying sword and could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced into his heart. With a puff, the flying sword pierced through his heart. The man glared at Chen Fan and roared viciously, "You little bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Cough cough. In response, the man was hit by another flying sword, which pierced through his head directly, and his body fell to the ground and lay motionless. Chen Fan controlled the flying sword to go back and forth on his body a few times before he felt relieved. It was not that Chen Fan wanted to whip the corpse, but he was mainly afraid that he was faking his death again. Chen Fan walked over and looked at the black corpse. This time, his danger sense was not triggered. It seemed that this guy was really dead. Chen Fan took off the storage ring in his hand. Obtained 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon storage ring. The quantity increased by 50,000 times. Obtained 50,000 mid-grade spiritual weapon storage rings. Good stuff, a mid-grade spiritual weapon storage ring. The elder is different. As for the rest, there was nothing much. The main thing was that the fire explosion talisman had almost blown the man's clothes into strips of cloth. It was easy to see at a glance if there was anything else on his body. Chen Fan came to another person, an old man with completely white hair and beard. If he was not dead, he would definitely look like an old immortal who walked out of a myth. Chen Fan discovered that he actually had 2 storage rings in his hands. This was a big gain. Chen Fan took off both rings. Chapter 92 Huge Harvest. Void Art obtained 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon storage ring.
The quantity increased by 20,000 times. Obtained 20,000 mid-grade spiritual weapon storage rings. Obtained 1 top-grade spiritual weapon storage ring, the quantity increased by 50,000 times, the quality increased by 80,000 times, and 50,000 top-grade spiritual treasure storage rings were obtained. Nice, the quality increased by 80,000 times, and you directly obtained a storage ring of top-grade spiritual treasure. The things inside will also increase in quality, but I don't know what is inside then. Chen Fan found a few more things on the old man's body, including a jade pendant, 2 pieces of talisman paper, and a very small jade flying sword. Obtained 1 piece of mid-grade spiritual artifact nourishing jade, the quantity increased by 10,000 times, and obtained 10,000 pieces of mid-grade spiritual artifact nourishing jade. Obtained 2 4th-grade diamond fire dragon talismans, the quantity increased by 40,000 times, and obtained 80,000 4th-grade diamond fire dragon talismans.
Obtained 1 top-grade spiritual weapon, the jade sword.
The quantity increased by 60,000 times, resulting in 60,000 top-grade spiritual weapon jade swords. Without having time to look at the things, Chen Fan took off the rings from the 10 or so corpses one by one.
Obtained 1 top-grade spiritual weapon storage ring.
The quantity increased by 30,000 times.
Obtained 30,000 top-grade spiritual weapon storage rings.
After clearing out all the storage rings, Chen Fan also collected all the magic weapons and spiritual weapons, and obtained more than 10 increased numbers of magic weapons and spiritual weapons. After looting everything, Chen Fan found a place and dug a big hole to bury all the bodies. After all, they are fellow disciples, and I have inherited all their property. I have to bury them to prevent them from being eaten by wild beasts and monsters. As for the guy who attacked him, Chen Fan didn't care about him and just left him there. He is very vindictive. After cleaning up, Chen Fan quickly slipped away.
Although no one had arrived yet, he didn't know what would happen later. What Chen Fan didn't know was that not long after he left, a Jindan stage person led a team to the back mountain. After searching all the way, they soon arrived at the place where Chen Fan had just left and found a corpse with tattered clothes. Hurriedly went forward to check. This is Shan Xiong, the 3rd elder of Daoyi sect. He must have died not long ago. I don't know who killed him. He shouldn't have gone far. Give chase. After saying that, he took a step forward and flew out first. Chen Fan flew all the way and did not dare to stop. When his spiritual energy was exhausted, he took a pill to restore his spirit and flew out of the back mountain of Daoyi sect. After flying out of the mountain behind Daoyaman on his sword, he continued flying all the way. After flying for a whole day and night, he finally saw a city. Chen Fan stopped and prepared to go into the city to rest. At the same time, he had flown so far that no one should be chasing him. Even if someone was chasing me, they wouldn't be able to find me so quickly since I was hiding in the downtown area of Immortal City. Chen Fan entered the city, found an inn, ate something quickly and washed up. Then I began to take stock of my gains. When taking inventory of things, of course you should start with the best things. Taking out the top-grade spiritual treasure ring, Chen Fan looked at the harvest inside. The 8th grade diamond teleportation array disc can teleport to any place within 1 million miles after activation. The 8th grade diamond 9 tribulations thunderstorm talisman, the 8th grade diamond ice dragon breath talisman, the 8th grade diamond 8 trigrams golden bell talisman, the 8th grade diamond storm thunder dragon talisman. All kinds of talismans are available. 0.5000 pieces of top grade spirit stones, the 9th grade technique of the void art, the 9th grade technique of the return to origin art, the 9th grade technique of the god slaying art, the 9th grade technique of the divine division art, the 8th grade technique. There are also many techniques of various grades. 9th grade diamond blood dragon grass, 9th grade diamond fire flower, 9th grade diamond flame soulstone. There are many kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines, refining materials, etc. The top grade spiritual treasure Qing Yan sword, the top grade spiritual treasure storm armor, the top grade spiritual treasure Hun Yuan gourd, all kinds of magical weapons. 9th grade diamond dragon blood pill, 9th grade diamond calamity cloud pill, all kinds of pills. After opening this top grade spiritual treasure ring, Chen Fan was stunned by what he saw. There were too many things in it because their quality had been amplified. All of them were increased to the maximum, and all items were 80,000 copies. For example, the top-grade spirit stones were worth 400 million. Chen Fan sorted and classified all the things. When Chen Fan sorted out all the resources, he found that there were more than 700 million top-grade spirit stones, more than 5 billion high-grade spirit stones, countless skills and elixirs, and millions of talismans. Chen Fan felt that even if all the resources in the world were added together, they might not be as much as what he had. Now that there are so many resources, Chen Fan must break through to the golden core stage first, and then go looking for trouble with the 4 major sections. If the sect you belong to is destroyed, you must seek some justice, otherwise it will be unjustifiable. Chen Fan first took out all the 9 great skills. There were a total of 12 jade slips of the 9 great skills. You should know that the 9 great skills are all skills that can directly lead to the path of immortality. Chen Fan didn't know what the highest level of the 9th grade martial arts could be cultivated to, but his 3rd grade martial arts could be cultivated directly to the nascent soul stage. In theory, it should not be a problem to cultivate to the 9th level and become an immortal. Chen Fan took a look at the introduction of these 12 techniques and got a rough understanding.
Among these 12 techniques, 5 are cultivation techniques, and the rest are combat and auxiliary techniques. With this 9th grade technique, the 3rd grade technique that he had practiced before could be discarded. The 9th grade martial arts technique is the void art. The 9th grade martial arts technique is the return to origin spirit art. The 9th grade martial arts technique is the flame dragon art. The 9th grade martial arts technique is the water god art, and the 9th grade martial arts technique is the golden glory art. Just by looking at the introductions to these 5 martial arts books, Chen Fan discarded the flame dragon art, water god art and golden glory art. These 3 exercises are basically created for the 3 attributes of gold, fire, and water. Since I don't have these 3 attributes, it will definitely be more difficult to practice, and the power will definitely be weaker than that released by people with these 3 attributes. Then you can only choose between the 2 techniques, Guiyuan Shinju and Shukong Ju. The Guiyuan divine art is very suitable for him. It is not picky about attributes and can be practiced directly. The main reason is that it is very inclusive and it is relatively easy to switch to other techniques later. Chen Fan is ready to practice this technique. However, after Chen Fan read the void art, he discovered that this void art was only the upper part, and there was more to follow. The upper part alone had reached the 9th level. If all the remaining skills are collected, what level can this skill reach? Moreover, after Chen Fan read this technique, he felt that his attributes were very compatible with this technique. Moreover, this technique is a dual cultivation technique for both magic and body, and it also comes with various attack spells. It can be said that this technique is already perfect. The only drawback is that this technique only has the upper part, but the upper part alone is enough for me to cultivate and become an immortal. Chapter 93, Void Body Refining Technique, Dual Cultivation of Dharma and Body. Chen Fan did not hesitate any longer and immediately decided to practice the void art. After practicing for a whole morning, Chen Fan discovered that this technique was really suitable for him. Although his realm had not made any progress after just one morning of practice, the spiritual energy in his body had changed. If the spiritual energy in Chen Fan's body was in the form of fog before, the spiritual energy now is like liquid, with a higher density and stronger. Moreover, the tendons and veins have widened a lot. Before, the tendons and veins were like small streams, but now they are like rivers, which are dozens of times wider than before. Chen Fan felt that if he used the sword to fly now, he would have no problem flying for 7 days and 7 nights without rest. This is just the result of Chen Fan practicing for only one morning. During this morning, he just converted all the previous spiritual energy. According to the introduction of the exercises, the spiritual energy in the body was converted into void spiritual energy. After converting into void spiritual energy, the attack skills that come with this technique can be used to exert maximum power. The huge meridians have not yet been filled with void spiritual energy. What Chen Fan needs to do now is to fill the void spiritual energy in his body first, and then consider improving his realm. In the past 2 days, Chen Fan used top-grade spirit stones to finally fill up the void spiritual energy in his body. It was time to start improving his realm. However, this inn is not a good place for retreat. The best way is of course to buy a house here. Chen Fan asked the waiter here to find a house for him. The house was located in a remote place. Although it was not very big, it was not small either. It was still large enough for Chen Fan to live in alone. Chen Fan has reached the foundation building stage and can practice fasting, so the problem of food and drink can be completely solved. Chen Fan didn't know how to set up formations, so he had to take out 2 or 3 sets of 6th grade formation plates from his storage ring. 3 sets of formations have been set up, 1 for defense, 1 for attack, and 1 for illusion. Now, even if an old man in the nascent soul stage comes, he can't get in. The protective formation of Dawi Sect was only a 4th grade formation. The 4th grade formation can stop an ancestor in the nascent soul stage, and this 6th grade one can kill a nascent soul stage ancestor instantly. However, blacksmithing requires strong strength. Relying on external things is not as good as one's own strength. After preparing everything, Chen Fan prepared to go into seclusion for cultivation. It had been almost 3 months since he came to this world, and he had to hurry up to break through to the nascent soul stage. Now there is no shortage of resources, what is lacking is time. I don't know how long I can stay in this world. I want to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, and then go and cause trouble for the other major sections. If we take away all the resources in their hands, the resources they have will be unimaginable. With the nourishment of a ton of crazy shin pills and countless top-grade spirit stones, Chen Fan's cultivation level soared like a rocket. The middle stage of foundation building, the late stage of foundation building. After reaching the late stage of foundation building, 1 will begin to condense the golden elixir. I don't know if this method is particularly suitable for Chen Fan, or it is driven by the elixir spirit stone. It was easy for Chen Fan to condense the golden elixir. He condensed it quickly. The golden elixir was transparent milky white in color and it was sparkling inside his body. After breaking through the Jindan stage, Chen Fan continued to work hard. Pills and spirit stones were like they were free. In just 2 months, he reached the late Jindan stage. After reaching the late Jindan stage, Chen Fan also felt the obstacles, but it was not that he could not break through the Yuanying stage. Moreover, he felt that breaking through to the nascent soul stage so quickly would cause his realm to be unstable, mainly because he had been breaking through too quickly in recent days. Others don't have the resources to break through, but Chen Fan has too many resources and doesn't dare to break through so quickly. The two are different. Since I don't dare to break through so quickly, I can just practice other techniques of the Void Sutra. Chen Fan took a quick look at the other techniques of the Void Art. I found that most of these skills require an extremely strong physique. Without a strong physique, it is difficult to support the release of these skills. At this time, Chen Fan also understood why this technique required the dual cultivation of Dharma and body. The Void Body Refining Art is a technique that is divided into 9 levels, and the upper half that Chen Fan obtained only records the cultivation methods of the first 3 levels. Body training focuses on the physique, while magic training focuses on spiritual energy. It can be said that they are two completely different paths. Chen Fan began to prepare materials for body training according to the secret manual of the martial arts. The difference from practicing magic is that body refining requires a lot of materials, while practicing magic only requires enough spiritual energy. Chen Fan has all the materials, mainly because there are too many things in the dozen or so rings he got, and most of the materials are available. After preparing the medicine according to the recipe introduced in the technique, Chen Fan began to practice the void body refining technique with sufficient material support. Chen Fan quickly got started. He covered his body with the medicinal liquid, practiced the exercises, and slowly absorbed the medicinal liquid into his body. It absorbs the bones, visceral fat, and every cell, causing every inch of the bones to change and become tougher, as if they are being reorganized. But the process is also quite painful, as if every bone is broken and reassembled, and the internal organs, skin, flesh and blood are also cut off piece by piece. If a person does not have the ability to be careful, he will not be able to do it well in body cultivation. This is why there are few practitioners who practice body cultivation. After more than 10 days of practice, the first level of the void body refining technique was finally completed. After refining it, Chen Fan felt that his body was now like a humanoid weapon. The perfection of the first level was equivalent to a top-grade spiritual weapon. Whether it is attacking or defending, it is as strong as a top-grade spiritual weapon. After completing the first level of body refining, Chen Fan gave himself a day off to have a good rest, walked out of the house and took a walk around the city. After a day of eating and drinking out, Chen Fan returned to the house and prepared to practice the attack spells that came with the Void Art. The minimum requirement for the Void Art is to reach the first level of the Void Body Refining Art. After reaching the first level of body refining, you can practice 2 attack spells and 1 auxiliary spell. One is the Sky Severing Slash, 1 is the Sky Brightening Fist, and 1 is the Void Teleport. The Sky Cutting Slash has great destructive power, is extremely sharp, and is strange and changeable. It is said that when practiced to the extreme, it can cut through space. The Kongming Fist was tailor-made for the Void Body Refining technique. When practiced to the extreme, it could even collapse space. Void teleportation is even more amazing. It can actually teleport out of thin air and ignore all kinds of formation restrictions. Of course, there is a limit to how far this void teleportation can go. It depends on one's own physical condition. For example, Chen Fan is now at the first level of the void body refining technique, and can only teleport 50 meters at most, but these 50 meters are already very good. The main reason is that Chen Fan's current physical strength is not enough, and 50 meters is already the limit. Chen Fan discovered that the effect was better when he used void teleportation in conjunction with the Kongming Fist. Chen Fan discovered that using these techniques together would produce better results. This time, Chen Fan also understood what kind of martial arts he was practicing. This is obviously a cultivation method related to space, and Chen Fan also guessed whether his spiritual root attributes belong to the space system. Otherwise, how could I master the Void Sutra so quickly and achieve twice the result with half the effort? Chapter 90. For the most tragic leader of the Joyo sect, with this set of exercises, I will have a clearer idea of the direction of my future cultivation. If the progress of cultivation is too fast, he is afraid that his realm will be unstable and his state of mind will not be able to keep up. When he reached the late stage of Jindan, Chen Fan was no longer prepared to go into seclusion. Although in this world, he is not invincible just by his realm, but he is also considered a master. As long as the nascent soul stage does not appear, the golden core stage is nothing to Chen Fan. Even if a Yuanying stage cultivator comes, even if I can't defeat him, I can still run away with the void teleportation. Even if we take a step back, he still has so many 8th grade talismans, and he can easily kill those in the nascent soul stage. So, does that mean that I can go and cause trouble for the other major sects? Chen Fan removed the formation from the house and took it back. As for the house, he just ignored it. It has been more than 8 months since I came to this world. I don't know how long it will take for me to go back, but I think it should be soon. Then I have to hurry up and raid the lairs of these sects first. With my ability to teleport through the void, I can go wherever I want. If anyone dares to intercept me, I will let them taste the flavor of the 8th grade talisman. Chen Fan followed the route he remembered and returned to the Daoi sect's location. However, Daoi sect was no longer the same as before. Although only about 4 months had passed, Dawi sect had completely changed, there are ruins everywhere, and corpses can be seen from time to time. Of course, you can also see some wandering cultivators looking for some useful resources here. However, it is generally difficult to find, because this place has been searched by several major sects a long time ago, and it is difficult to find good things left here. Chen Fan felt a little emotional when he saw this scene. As for the sadness, Chen Fan didn't think so. The main reason was that Chen Fan had only been in this sect for 2 or 3 months, and he knew almost no one there. Even his master, he had only met him when he became their apprentice. The only one I am familiar with is my senior sister, and as for the other brothers, I don't know any of them. Chen Fan just came to see the current location of his first master, then helping them to get revenge would be considered as doing them justice. Chen Fan had nothing to be nostalgic about, so he prepared to go to Joyo Gate first. As for why he went to Joyo Gate first, there was no reason, it was just a random choice by Chen Fan. After Chen Fan found out the location of Jiyuman, he flew away on his sword. Chen Fan traveled along the way and experienced the customs and habits of this world. After 3 days, he arrived at the jurisdiction of Jiyuman. After suffering heavy losses in the siege against Dawi sect, Joyo sect has been keeping a very low profile in the past few months. There was no way out. In this battle, the sect leader was killed by self-explosion, and the nascent soul ancestor was also killed by self-explosion, leaving only the nascent soul to escape back to the sect. The elders and disciples of the sect suffered heavy losses. It can be said that after the battle with Dawi sect, Joyo sect has almost fallen out of the 4 major sections. There were 5 major sects before, but now that Dawi sect has been destroyed, there are only 4 major sects left. If Joyo sect didn't still have the nascent soul of a nascent soul ancestor, it would probably no longer be in the 4 major sections. The newly appointed sect leader issued a rule that all disciples should try to reduce going out, keep a low profile when going out, and avoid causing trouble. The sect has basically reached the point of closing the mountain. This new sect leader may also be the most difficult sect leader in history. Other sect leaders took office in a grand manner and exuded domineering power, but he could only let his disciples hide in the sect. This caused dissatisfaction among many disciples, who thought that the sect leader was too weak and did not have the authority of a big sect. Many disciples of Joyo sect call him the cowardly sect leader, the leader of Joyo sect sat on the highest chair in the hall and sighed slightly. As the leader of Joyo sect, how could he not know what his disciples were talking about? But what could he do? The ancestor of the sect was still in seclusion, and no one knew how he was doing. He is also the leader with the lowest cultivation level in the history of Joyo sect, only in the middle stage. The elders under him also have the lowest average cultivation level in history. The average level is only at the early stage of blonde hair, and there are even a few elders at the late stage of foundation building. As soon as Chen Fan entered the Joyo sect, he began to deliberately inquire about the news of the Joyo sect. The news he got was that the Joyo sect was now weak. The sect's ancestors' life and death are unknown, and the sect leader's strength is not as good as mine. So what is there to hesitate about? Let's discuss it. Chen Fan quickened his pace and headed towards the location of the Joyo sect. The scenery there was quite good, not as bad as Chen Fan had imagined. The Joyo sect's branches are all built on a huge mountain range. All the disciples of the sect are on one peak. The disciples at the foot of the mountain are menial disciples, and the disciples on the mountainside are outer disciples. On the mountainside are the inner disciples, and on the top of the mountain are the caves taught by the sect master and elders. The higher you go, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. In the past, the foot of the mountain of Jiyuman was deserted, and there was an endless stream of people coming to learn from the disciples. Even if they could become menial disciples, it would bring honor to the family. But now, you can hardly see many people. A sect without tall trees to shelter it from wind and rain, but guarding treasures and feng shui sites, may be destroyed in an instant. Dawi sect is a lesson learned from the past, so no one will come here to die.at this time. Jiyuman was shrouded in the sect's formation, and non-disciples of the sect could not enter unless someone came to help them. However, for Chen Fan, he can easily enter the Joyo gate because he has the ability of void teleportation. Chen Fan used the void teleportation technique and easily entered the Joyo gate. The Joyo sect didn't react at all and was completely unaware. Chen Fan did not come here to kill people this time. Chen Fan felt that the best revenge on Jiyuman was to take away all of Jiyuman's treasures and resources, but if there is a blind guy who tries to stop me, I am not someone who can be easily persuaded. It depends on whether the people from Jiyuman know what is good for them. Generally speaking, every sect has its own treasury, just like Dawi sect, which also has its own treasury. However, after Dawi sect was destroyed, the treasury was divided up by several other sections. Even the spiritual veins of the Dawi sect were dug out by people from several factions. That's why the spiritual energy in the place where Dawi sect is located is now exhausted, and no one is willing to establish a sect there. But Chen Fan didn't know where the Jiyuman's treasure house was, so the most effective way was to find someone to ask. Lin Yong has been very proud recently. Why? Because most of the people from the sect who went out to attack Dawi sect have not returned, resulting in a large number of people above the Jindan stage in Joyo sect. Some positions cannot be filled without people, and Lin Yong is the elder of the inner sect, the last elder. Although he was the last elder, Lin Yong was also very happy. In the past, The inner sect elders had to have a minimum cultivation level of the golden core stage or above, but now Lin Yong has become an inner sect elder in the foundation building stage, which also symbolizes that the sect recognizes his strength. Chapter 95, Exploring the Joyo Sect's treasure house. In fact, what Lin Yong cares about most is that his disciples will bow and call him Elder Lin when they see him. Every time at this time, he would enjoy it the most, so he would often walk back and forth in the mountain gate. On this day, Lin Yong had just enjoyed the respect and flattery brought by the disciples from the outer gate, and was preparing to return to the inner gate with a relaxed mood. As a result, a man suddenly appeared in front of him and knocked him unconscious without saying a word. When he woke up again, his cultivation had been restricted and he was already in a cave, and there was a person sitting in front of him, looking at him with a smile on his face. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Lin Yong asked in horror. "I'm telling you, don't mess around. This is the Joyo Sect. I'm the elder of the Joyo Sect. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you won't be able to leave the Joyo Sect," Lin Yong said in horror and threats. Chen Fan looked at Lin Yong with a disdainful smile. "Is the Joyo Sect so destitute now? Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator can become an elder." "It's okay, as long as you answer my questions properly, I won't do anything to you," Chen Fan said to Lin Yong indifferently. "What do you want to do?" "I tell you, I will not betray the sect," Lin Yong said with a determined look. "Really? I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. I'll let you taste the pain of having your tendons pulled out and your skin peeled off," Chen Fan said as he was about to step forward and give him a hard blow. Stop, let's talk it over." Lin Yong hurriedly stopped Chen Fan's actions. "You're smart. Now I'll ask you a question and you can answer it. Name: Lin Yong, gender, male. Hobby. Do I have to say this too? Explain." "I like to hear people flatter me." Chen Fan was speechless. How could there be people who have this hobby? Is the ancestor of Joyo Sect alive or dead now? I don't know that either. Only the sect master knows. You don't want to tell the truth, right? Then go to hell. After Chen Fan said that, he took out a knife and chopped at him. The knife hit the stone next to Lin Yong, splashing a spark. The knife was only a hair's length away from Lin Yong's fingers. Every time Lin Yong moved his fingers, they would touch the blade. The coldness coming from the blade could freeze his fingers. Lin Yong was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and broke out in a cold sweat. "I was just a little bit away from chopping off my hand, and now my fingers are a little sore. Oops. I missed the target and scared you," Chen Fan said. "I will be careful this time and won't miss the target again, don't worry." Lin Yong was complaining in his heart. "It's a good thing you missed the target, otherwise I would be finished," but he said hurriedly. No, I'll tell you. We really don't know whether our ancestor is alive or dead. Only the leader knows. However, many people secretly say that the ancestor's condition is not optimistic. It is estimated that he will have to stay in seclusion for a long time, or even die of soul desolation." Lin Yong quickly said, "Brother, this is really all I know." "Okay, I'll ask you one more question. If you answer correctly, I'll let you go." "Brother, ask me, and I will tell you everything I know." This time Lin Yong answered quickly, fearing that if he was a little slower Chen Fan would chop him off with one blow. "Where is the Joyo Sect's treasure house?" "Behind the main hall, there is a 5-story attic. Most of our 9 nether sect's treasures are stored there. However, it is blocked by a formation. No one can enter without the sect master's order." "Is there any other place where the treasure is hidden?" "There are so many places where treasures are hidden that I can't list them all in a short time," Lin Yong said with a sad face. "Write down everything you know and I'll let you go." Chen Fan threw a piece of paper and a pen to Lin Yong. "You said the same thing just now." Lin Yong muttered softly. "What did you say? Speak louder." "I couldn't hear you," Chen Fan said while picking his ears. No, I didn't say anything. I'll write it right away. Lin Yong picked up the paper and pen and started writing quickly. Chen Fan looked at his cowardly look and had no idea how he joined Joyo Sect and how he became an immortal. Lin Yong kept writing and drawing there until he filled up a piece of paper, then handed it to Chen Fan tremblingly. "Brother has already written it, take a look." Chen Fan took a piece of paper and took a look. There were quite a lot of things. Everything was written very clearly, and it clearly marked what was in each place. "That's right. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to go out and verify whether you are lying. Don't even think about leaving. I have set up a 6th grade formation in this cave.
Even if you are in the nascent soul stage, don't even think about leaving. If you lie, you know the consequences.
Brother, I absolutely did not lie. Lin Yong said in panic. Whether you lied or not is not up to you to decide.
I'm going to go out and verify it. If you didn't lie, I'll let you go. I keep my word. Stay safe in this cave.
If you dare to wander off and trigger the formation I set up, don't blame me for breaking my promise if you die.
No, I'll just stay here and wait for Big Brother to come back. You wouldn't dare.
After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took the paper and teleported out. Lin Yong watched Chen Fan disappear and wanted to go out of the cave to report to the door, but he was afraid that there was really a formation in the cave. If he triggered the formation, he would be finished. It would be better for him to stay here and wait for that person to come back. Chen Fan wasn't afraid that Lin Yong would go out and report the news. He had indeed set up a 6th grade formation in the government. Even if a cultivator in the nascent soul stage came, let alone a foundation establishment stage cultivator like him, he wouldn't be able to leave the cave. Chen Fan arrived at the treasury according to the instructions on the paper. There were 2 people guarding outside the treasury, and the entire attic was also protected by a formation. Chen Fan sensed their breath and they should all be cultivators in the early stage of the golden core. The man did not sense Chen Fan's arrival, and Chen Fan entered the treasure house in an instant. This treasure house doesn't look very big from the outside, but the space inside is quite large. Chen Fan is currently on the 1st floor, where most of the items are 1st and 2nd grade spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs, and various 1st and 2nd grade materials. I just don't know if there are any additional restrictions on these things.
Will they trigger an alarm? Chen Fan tried to pick up a bottle of pills.
Obtained 1 bottle of 1st grade diamond Huiyuan pill, the quantity increased by 10,000 times, and obtained 10,000 bottles of 1st grade diamond Huiyuan pill.
It seems that no alarm was triggered.
That is probably because it is impossible for every person who comes in to take something to trigger the alarm.
Otherwise, those who guard the treasure house would be exhausted to death. If that's the case, why is Chen Fan so rude?
With a wave of his hand, he poured all the spiritual herbs and medicines on the 1st floor of the treasure pavilion into the storage ring. An entire floor was empty in an instant. Chapter 96, Emptying the Treasure Pavilion and the 9 Nether Gate. There was no time to read the system amplification prompt. He came to the 2nd floor, where various magical instruments were placed. With a wave of his hand, all the items entered the storage ring. There was no time to read all the amplification information, and Chen Fan went to the 3rd floor again. The 3rd floor is filled with 3rd grade items, including 3rd grade spiritual herbs and medicines, monster materials, and various 3rd grade ores. These things are more valuable. Chen Fan put all of them into his storage ring without any hesitation. Then he came to the 4th floor, where spiritual weapons and various 4th grade materials were placed. With another wave of his hand, everything disappeared. This week it is the 5th floor, which contains some magic weapons and some 5th grade materials. In response to this, Chen Fan put everything into the storage ring. The system amplification prompt kept ringing, and Chen Fan had no time to read it. With a teleportation, he has left the treasure pavilion, but the 2 Jindan monks guarding the treasure pavilion have not noticed it at all. Chen Fan smiled cunningly.
He thought, wait until you find out everything in the treasure pavilion is missing. What kind of expression will you have?
Chen Fan thought, and it was hilarious. The expression would surely be fascinating, perhaps even worthy of being made into an emoticon. Then, Chen Fan came to a medicine garden. The medicine garden was also covered by a formation, and there were many people picking or planting spiritual herbs in the medicine garden. Chen Fan teleported into the medicine garden and appeared next to a person. Before the person could react, Chen Fan knocked him unconscious. Following the same method, Chen Fan knocked out everyone in the medicine garden one by one. The highest level of cultivation in the medicine garden was only at the foundation establishment stage, and was unable to stop Chen Fan at all. After knocking everyone unconscious, Chen Fan picked all the mature medicinal herbs in the medicine garden. Then he went to the house in the medicine garden to pick some medicinal herbs and took them away. In a flash, he appeared outside the medicine garden. Then, Chen Fan said that he had looted several resource points. At this time, Juyoming began to riot, probably because they discovered that all the resource points had been looted. Before long, all members of the Joyo sect were in motion, and roars were heard from the main hall of the Joyo sect.
Are you all just good for nothings? So many resources were taken away in one fell swoop, and you didn't even react.
The leader of Joyo sect roared angrily.
Master, this is bad. Our treasure house has also been taken away.
At this time, 2 Jindan stage cultivators flew in hurriedly from outside the door.
What?
The leader of Joyo sect almost fainted when he heard that his treasure house had been stolen. After finally stabilizing himself, he asked in a trembling voice, "What did you just say?" The 2 Jindan stage cultivators blamed themselves with a mixture of guilt and anger, saying, "Master, it was us who failed to oversee the treasury, allowing the thieves to empty all the resources in the treasury."
The leader of the Joyo sect almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing this. He roared in a shrill voice, "Waste, you are all waste. What use are you?" The two Jindan stage cultivators knelt there with red faces and guilt, not knowing how to refute. It was indeed their fault for failing to guard the sect's treasure house properly, which led to the loss of the sect's treasure house. The most shameful thing is that I don't even know who stole it, and I don't know where the person is now. Find him for me. You must find him. 9. The pyloric master gave the following order angrily. Yes, the elders took the order and went down to make arrangements. Immediately the Joyo sect was in chaos, with constant shouting and scolding. Some resource areas that had not been invaded were also heavily guarded at this moment, so it would be impossible for Qin Fan to take them away silently again, since these resource areas are heavily guarded and difficult to obtain, and these resources are not that important. There is no need to alarm the people from Jiyumen. Then exchange it for the most important resource, and leave immediately once you get it. That way, even if the people from Jiyumen react, you can still leave Jiyumen quickly. What is the most important thing for a sect? Of course, it is spiritual energy. A place with rich spiritual energy must have spiritual veins underneath it. So the last place Qin Fan wants to go is where the spiritual vein is. According to what Lin Yong wrote on the paper, the 9 Nether sect's spiritual vein entered the ground through an extremely secret cave entrance, where ordinary people could not enter at all. At the same time, it is also the place where the ancestor of Jiyumen is in seclusion, guarding the spiritual vein part-time. Qin Fan followed the description on the paper and came to the cave entrance where Lin Mai was located. There was no one guarding the cave entrance. However, there is still a formation at the entrance to the cave, and this formation should be around the 5th level. A 5th grade formation would not be broken in a short time even by someone at the nascent soul stage. In addition, this is the place where the ancestor of Jiyumen is in seclusion, so there is no one guarding outside the cave entrance. With only one Yuanying ancestor here, no one will come here to die. According to the information Qin Fan obtained, when the ancestor of Joyo sect was attacking Dawi sect, the head of one of the 4 peaks of Dawi sect blew himself up, leaving only his nascent soul to escape. This has been seen by many people, and now no one is sure what the condition of the ancestor of Joyo sect is. Although the ancestor of Joyo sect only has the nascent soul stage left, he is still in the nascent soul stage. Most people wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even the nascent soul ancestors from other sects wouldn't dare to act rashly without confirming the status of the Joyo sect's ancestor. If the ancestor of Joyo sect is pushed into a corner, he will make your nascent soul self-destruct, and injuries are inevitable. In serious cases, your physical body may be destroyed, leaving only your nascent soul. However, if it is confirmed that the ancestor of Joyo sect has passed away, Joyo sect may follow in the footsteps of Yimen sect, but these have nothing to do with Qin Fan. What Qin Fan wants now is to dig out all the spirit stones in the spirit vein of Joyoyumen.as for the ancestor of Jiyumen. He no longer poses any threat to Qin Fan. In fact, Qin Fan doesn't like fighting and killing. All he wants is resources. When Qin Fan entered the cave, he put on an 8th grade diamond Bagua golden bell talisman. The main purpose is to prevent being ambushed by the ancestors of Joyo sect when entering the cave. The talisman of the 8th grade diamond is so powerful that even if a land immortal comes, he will not be able to cause any harm to Qin Fan. Qin Fan teleported and appeared at the entrance of the cave. After entering the cave, Qin Fan clearly felt that the spiritual energy here was several times richer than that outside the cave. Practicing in this cave is at least several times faster than outside the cave, but now it is only enjoyed by the ancestor of Joyo sect. Qin Fang observed the situation in the cave and did not find the ancestor of the Joyo sect. The cave entrance extended downwards and looked quite deep. Qin Fan groped his way down like this. Footsteps made a pattering sound inside the cave. When he was halfway there, Qin Fan discovered that low-grade spirit stones had begun to appear on the cave wall, scattered here and there. Chapter 97 The 9 Nether Sect Patriarch Sudden Death. Qin Fan walked all the way down, and the spirit stones on the cave wall became denser and denser as he went deeper. When Qin Fan turned a corner, the view inside suddenly became clear. There was a jade bed under the wall in one corner, and a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on the bed. When Qin Fan stepped into the cave, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Qin Fan. "Who are you? How dare you break into my 9 Nether Sect spiritual vein? Who are you?" Qin Fan asked instead of answering. "I am Lu Nong, the ancestor of Joyo sect. You are not my disciple of Joyo sect." Qin Fan was surprised and said, "You are the 9 Nether ancestor. Wasn't your body destroyed? Who are you? How dare you break into my Joyo sect spiritual vein? Well, seeing that your realm is not low, I just need some nutrients, and you deliver them to my door." The Joyo sect's ancestor looked at Qin Fan with a sneer. "It seems that you have been reborn through taking over another body, but your realm seems to be in the late Jindan stage, and it seems to be a little stronger than the late Jindan stage." Qin Fan looked at the ancestor of Joyo sect suspiciously. Once I absorb your nutrients, I will be able to return to the nascent soul stage. It seems that there were some problems when you took over my body, which caused your realm to be unstable. Now you are not even in the nascent soul stage.
It is a good opportunity for me to test my own combat power.
Chen Fan was eager to try. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the Joyo sect elder's face flashed with anger. Do you think that just because my realm is unstable, you are qualified to challenge me? I will let you experience the feeling of despair.
After the Joyo sect patriarch finished speaking, he did not give Chen Fan any chance to speak. He flew over and grabbed Chen Fan with one claw. Chen Fanjian called the Nine Nether Ancestor over and teleported away calmly. The ancestor of Juyuman missed and was very surprised at Chen Fan's speed.
Boy, you run pretty fast.
After saying this, the ancestor of Juyuman pounced forward again, exerting his speed to the limit, but he still came up empty-handed.
The ancestor of Juyuman looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Why are you so fast? The ancestor of Juyuman didn't even see how Chen Fan flew out.
What secret technique did you use? The ancestor of Joyo sect said suspiciously.
Yes, you must have used some secret technique. I don't believe your secret technique can last for long. The ancestor of Juyuman continued with certainty. After saying that, he flew over again. He wanted to see how long Chen Fan's secret technique could last.
The ancestor of Joyo sect pushed his body skills to the limit. It seemed as if he was determined to catch Chen Fan, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. Finally, he cast spells one after another, trying to capture Chen Fan, but it still couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. Even a large-scale spell had no effect on Chen Fan. No, this is not a secret technique at all.
You are teleporting. How is that possible? The ancestor of Joyo sect said in surprise as if he had seen a ghost. What realm are you in? How can you teleport? The ancestor of Juyuman couldn't believe it at all. He didn't know what realm was required to teleport. No, you are indeed in the golden core stage, but how can you teleport? I understand, it must be the secret technique of teleportation. As long as I catch you, the secret technique will be mine. The ancestor of Joyo sect looked at Chen Fan with greed. Even if you can teleport, so what?
Such a powerful teleportation technique must consume a lot of energy.
Once the spiritual energy in your body is exhausted, I wonder how you will escape.
Then the ancestor of Juyuman attacked Chen Fan even more frantically. Chen Fan also became more proficient in using the void teleportation with the help of the attack of the ancestor of Joyo sect. After Chen Fan felt that he had reached a certain level of proficiency in the void teleportation, he decided to try out his Kongming Fist in Void Blade.at this time.
A dark aura emanated from the body of the ancestor of the Joyo sect, and these black auras slowly formed into little ghosts one by
one. Not soon, the cave entrance was filled with little ghosts, making Chen Fan not know where to put his feet.
Hee, little kid, it depends on where you run.
The ancestor of Juyuman said proudly.
Do I need to run? Let me show you the power of my Kongming Fist.
Chen Fan clenched his fist and punched out with the Kongming Fist. Suddenly, wherever the fist wind passed, the space seemed to be compressed, and the little ghosts blocking the front were instantly reduced to ashes. The fist blew out more than 20 meters and created a big hole in the cave wall.
It's quite powerful, but do you think this is the end?
The ancestor of Juyuman waved his hands, and the little ghosts that filled the entire cave rushed towards Chen Fan.at. The same time, the ancestor of Joyo sect cast another spell, which was the spell used to deal with the leader of Daoi's sect. Suddenly, the black energy connected into a huge palm and slapped towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the little ghosts rushing towards him, and calmly performed the Kongming Fist. Wherever the fist passed, the little ghosts were directly dissipated and turned into wisps of black smoke. These little ghosts couldn't even get close to Chen Fan and were torn to pieces by the wind from his fists. Seeing that the giant palm of Joyo Patriarch was about to reach him, Chen Fan clasped his hands together, raised them high above his head, and shouted loudly. Void slash. He chopped down with both hands fiercely, and a giant blade of void that was hard to detect slashed towards the
giant palm.
The giant palm was torn in half and collapsed with a loud bang. Anansi's air blade rushed towards the Joyo Patriarch with undiminished momentum. However, the Nine Nether Ancestor was completely unaware of it. When the void blade was in front of him, it was too late for him to dodge, and he let out a puff. The old man Joyo was split into two halves, and his nascent soul ran out screaming.
Impossible, what kind of move is this? How can it be so powerful?
The nascent soul of the Nine Nether Ancestor screamed madly.
Nothing is impossible. Prepare to die. Chen Fan would not give Joyo Patriarch time to react. He teleported over and punched out with an empty fist.
The nascent soul of the Nine Nether Ancestor had no time to react, and his fate had already hit his nascent soul. The nascent soul of the Nine Nether Ancestor flew more than 10 meters away and shattered with a loud bang. Now there is no chance of reincarnation.
He can't stand being beaten.
Chen Huan muttered. Last time, I picked up the ring from the body that was split in half.
Obtained 1 top-grade spiritual weapon storage ring.
The quantity increased by 60,000 times. Obtained 60,000 top-grade spiritual weapon storage rings. After putting away the storage ring, Chen Fan looked around. The walls of the cave were inlaid with a large number of mid-grade spirit stones. It seems that this place is very close to the center of the spiritual vein. This spiritual vein is at most a medium-grade spiritual vein, and can only produce medium-grade spiritual stones at best, but how can I dig out the spirit stones from this mid-grade spirit vein?
Do I have to dig them out one by one with my bare hands?
How long will it take? It is impossible to hire someone to dig, so I can only rely on myself.
Chapter 98, Harvesting a huge amount of spiritual stones. The soul refining sect's treasure house. Chen Fan looked at the hole he had just blasted out with the Kongming fist. There were already many spirit stones scattered there, and Chen Fan suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, I can use the Kongming fist to directly smash the mountain into pieces, and then I just need to pick up the spirit stones. With an idea in mind, Chen Fan began to perform the Kongming fist. A punch on the left, a punch on the right, and the mountain rumbled non-stop. A large amount of spirit stones and gravel fell down, making crackling sounds. Although there was a loud noise inside the cave, no sound could be heard outside the cave. This was originally isolated by the formation, and this place was also considered a forbidden area of the Jodo sect. Few people come here. Generally, only when the top leaders encounter problems that they cannot solve will they come here together with the elders to ask the ancestor for instructions. That's why Chen Fan can now use Kongming fist without any hesitation to blast holes out of the mountain one after another. Chen Fan also displayed the spirit of not fearing hardship or fatigue. He bombarded continuously for a day and 2 nights, and finally blasted down all the spirit stones of the entire spirit vein. Now the space of the entire cave has increased dozens of times. Chen Fan looked at the cave, which had expanded dozens of times in size, with satisfaction, and collected all the spirit stones. Obtained 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, a 30,000-fold increase, resulting in 60 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Obtained 5 million low-grade spirit stones, a 70,000-fold increase, resulting in 350 billion low-grade spirit stones. Looking at the prompts of the amplification system, Chen Fan was completely numb. The amplification of this system was too much. If he asked his parents to open a business, how long would it take to earn so many spirit stones? Is it a wrong idea to let my parents open a business? In the infinite world, I can just find a spiritual vein to dig and earn more than my parents will earn in their entire lives. Well, don't think too much about it. Since I have already opened a business, I will just keep doing it. My parents won't be too bored. However, when the time comes, I will ask them to spend their extra time on cultivation as much as possible. As for the resource issue, I have my own amplification system, and the resources I need later will be obtained faster by myself than by relying on the merchant company. After Chen Fan packed up the spirit stones, he walked out of the cave. There was no one around, so Chen Fan teleported away. Not long after Chen Fan left, the leader of Joyo sect brought a group of elders out of the cave. The 108th generation sect leader and the elders respectfully invite the ancestor to come out of seclusion. The leader of Joyo sect and the elders knelt down and shouted. After a while, there was no response from inside the cave. The 108th generation sect leader and his middle-aged husband invite the ancestor to come out of seclusion. The leader of Joyo sect and the elders continued to shout, but there was still no response from inside the cave. The ancestor couldn't be. An elder exclaimed, "No, impossible." The elder's exclamation instantly caused confusion among the elders present. "Silence, elders, follow me to open the formation." The leader of Joyo sect gave the order. "Master, this formation can only be opened by our ancestors. We can't open it at all." The leader of Joyo sect was stunned. "Then let's break this formation." The Juyuman leader gave the order. "Good," the elders shouted in response. So they began to work together to break the formation, but when their laws attacked the formation, it did not move at all. They joined forces to attack the formation for more than half an hour, but the formation remained the same, with no signs of breaking. "Master, this formation is simply not something we can break." "Yes, this formation will take a long time to break even if a cultivator at the nascent soul stage comes. We simply can't break it." "What should we do then?" the leader of Joyo sect said angrily. The elders were speechless for a long time. They didn't know what to do. Should they just wait here, and the punishment for abandonment doesn't matter what the 9 nether gate is like? He only knows that this time the harvest is huge, the kind that is so big that it is unimaginable. Chen Fan traveled quickly all the way, and when he saw a city, he stopped to rest and inquire about the news of the soul refining sect. Chen Fan's next target is the soul refining sect. The soul refining sect is definitely much stronger than the Joyo sect. At the very least, the ancestor of the soul training sect was at his peak strength, while the ancestor of the Joyo sect was only left with reasons that he can only exert half of his strength. But even if the soul refining sect's ancestor is at his peak strength, what can he do? With the 8th grade talisman on him, he could easily kill them, but he just didn't bother to use it. The soul refining sect is quite far away from Chung Fan, and the journey alone takes 5 days. However, Chen Fan was not in a hurry at all. He enjoyed sightseeing, eating, and drinking along the way.
After a 7-day journey, Chen Fan arrived at the territory of the soul refining sect. Compared to the Joyo sect, the soul refining sect might not be so easy to deal with. Chen Fan first waited outside the soul refining sect for a few days. There were quite a few people who came to the soul refining sect to become his disciples. Chen Fan initially wanted to pretend to become a disciple in order to sneak into the soul refining sect, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was unnecessary. He also didn't have that much time to do it slowly, and he didn't know how long it would take before he was out. Chen Fan simply rushed in and threw talismans at those he was no match for, teleporting into the soul refining sect. The soul refining sect's formation could not stop Chen Fan's teleportation in the void. After entering the soul refining sect, Chen Fan hid his figure first. He had to find out where the soul refining sect's treasure house was first. The soul refining sect suffered some losses in its last attack on the Dawi sect, but compared to the Joyo sect, it was not serious. Chen Fan explored the soul refining sect for a few days and finally figured out where the soul refining sect's treasure house was. It turns out that the soul refining sect's treasure house is actually underground,
which is different from the Joyo sect's treasure house. The soul refining sect's treasure house is guarded even more tightly.
There are 5 Jindan stage cultivators just outside, and there are also formations guarding it. If ordinary people want to enter the treasury, they must have the sect leader's token and the 5 elders guarding the treasury to open it together before they can enter the treasury. It was difficult for Chen Fan to enter the treasure house quietly, mainly because the treasure house was built deep underground. Chen Fan's void teleportation cannot reach such a deep place. If you enter through the treasure house door, you will definitely be discovered by these 5 Jindan stage cultivators. There is no other choice but to attack by force. Chen Fan used an 8th grade Bagua Golden Bell talisman on himself. Even a Yuaniing stage cultivator would find it difficult to break the protective shield of this talisman in a short period of time. After these 2 teleportations, they were already close to the entrance of the treasure house. Who? As we approached the treasure house, we heard a shout, then another flying sword stabbed over. Chen Fan teleported again and arrived at the entrance of the treasure house, and 3 more attacks followed, but these 3 attacks all fell in vain, and Chen Fan had already appeared in the treasure house.
What's going on? Where are the people? Gone?
5 figures appeared one after another at the entrance of the treasure house. I looked around, but found nothing.
Could it be that he has entered the treasury? One of them said. Impossible. Without our joint efforts or the clan leader's token, there's no way to enter the treasury.
Chapter 99. After taking the soul refining sect, go to the Sankai sect. You guys stay here and I will report to the sect leader immediately, said one person.
Okay, go quickly and come back soon.
It's safer for us to go into the treasury and take a look, said another person. After a while, the leader of the soul refining sect returned with the elder who reported the news. Open the treasure house, said the leader of the soul refining sect, but Chen Fan in the treasure house didn't care about the situation outside. When he arrived at the underground treasure house, he took whatever he saw, regardless of whether he could use it or not. Anyway, take whatever you have. Basically, we implement the policy of taking everything. Underground floor 1, underground floor 2, underground floor 3. When Chen Fan collected all the items on the 4th floor, the leader of the soul refining sect and 5 elders just arrived at the treasure house on the underground floor, but when they looked at the empty treasure house, there was really nothing there. Even the shelves where the treasures were placed were gone, and they were filled with disbelief.
Where is the thing? The soul master shouted.
Oh no, go downstairs quickly. One of the elders said anxiously. After saying that, he ran towards the 2nd floor of the treasury first, and the others followed immediately after hearing what he said. Sure enough, the 2nd floor was also bare. The 3rd floor, still, just as I was about to go to the 4th floor, I saw a person walking up slowly from the stairs.
How dare you, you thief!
The leader of the soul refining sect shouted angrily, and after saying that, he wanted to rush over and tear Chen Fan to pieces.
Master, wait.
One of the elders hurriedly grabbed the master's clothes.
Why are you stopping me?
The leader of the soul refining sect angrily tried to shake off the elder's hand.
Master, look at the talisman in his hand, it's a 5th grade talisman.
The elder said anxiously to the master of the soul refining sect. Upon hearing this, the leader of the soul refining sect looked at the talisman in Chen Fan's hand in surprise, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Chen Fan also raised the talisman in his hand, with a faint smile on his lips. You know, a 5th grade talisman is equivalent to a full strength attack from a spiritualization stage cultivator. For a few of us cultivators in the golden core stage, let alone a 5th grade talisman, even a 4th grade talisman would be too much for us to withstand. Now it's not a question of whether it's difficult to shelter Chen Fan, but whether they can survive? Calm down, little brother, calm down. The leader of the Linghun sect said to Chen Fan in a gentle tone.
Either let me go, or I kill you and then I leave.
It's your choice.
Chen Fan said lightly.
Go ahead, go ahead. The leader of the Fighting Soul sect said hurriedly, and then made way for Chen Fan to leave. The other elders also made way. Chen Fan calmly walked through the path they had made way for. When he came out of the cave, he disappeared in a few flashes.
Should we report this to our ancestor and ask him to take action and kill him? One of the elders looked at the sect leader and said, "Didn't you see that he had a low-grade talisman in his hand? Even if a mouse came, he couldn't resist it. That's something that can kill a person in the god transformation stage. Do you want our sect to be wiped out like the Dawi sect?" The sword god sect's leader shouted angrily. "So let him go," asked an elder. "What can I do?" "Go and chase her. Go after it, only if you want to risk your life. If the treasure is lost, you can find it again, but if the person is gone, you have nothing. This matter cannot be spread to anyone. I will go and report to the ancestor first." After the leader of the soul training sect said this, he turned away. The elders had no choice but to shut up and follow him out. Chen Fan left the soul refining sect and headed towards the Sankai sect. As for the other resources of the soul refining sect, Chen Fan felt that they were dispensable. The main reason is that most of the soul refining sect's resources are used to refine puppets, which are not suitable for Chen Fan. Moreover, some of the soul refining sect's resources can only be used by the soul refining sect, and even if they are sold, others may not be able to use them. So Chen Fan only collected the resources in the treasure house, and he didn't need the others. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to get some spirit stones, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. The main thing was that if you were to dig their spirit veins, the people from the soul training sect will definitely fight to the death. Chen Fan came here not to kill people, but to obtain resources. The main reason is that there is not much time left. Chen Fan doesn't want to waste time here. He can feel that the time for him to leave this world is not far away, so he has to speed up to obtain other resources. Among them, Chen Fan wanted the resources of the 3 wealth gates the most, because most of the resources of Sankai are elixirs, talismans, formations, and other resources. The Sankai gate was still some distance away from the soul refining sect. Chen Fan traveled day and night, and it took him 13 days to reach the Sankai gate area. The Sankai sect is the sect that Chen Fan most wants to visit. In terms of the current strength of the Sankai sect and Lingyun sect, it can be said that it is the strongest. However, the overall strength of Sankai sect is not as strong as Lingyun sect. Sankai sect mainly deals in elixirs, talismans, and formations. The overall strength is not high, but the Sankai sect is the richest. When fighting, talismans are thrown around like they are free, and pills are taken like they are free. It can also be said that dealing with people from the Sankai gate is quite helpless and painful, but for Chen Fan, it was nothing. If he compared talismans, he had more advanced ones. If he had more talismans, then there was no need to compare. As for the formation, it would not have much effect on Chen Fan if the formation had no spatial restrictions of arriving at the Sankai sect's main gate. This time, Chen Fan prepared to force his way in, take away everything that can be taken away from the Sankai sect, except for the spiritual veins that they don't have time to get. There is no way. The resources of Sankaiman are definitely the best. He used an 8th grade Bagua golden bell talisman on himself, and in a flash, he appeared in the Sankai sect. Chen Fan was just about to become invisible and investigate the situation first so that he could know the location of the target and would not run around like a headless fly. "Who dares to break into my Sankai gate?" Then several people appeared in front of Chen Fan. "My fellow Taoist, what are you doing here, barging into my Sankai sect without making any noise?" One of them said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't expect that the Sankai sect's formation was so powerful. They discovered it as soon as he entered. "Nothing much, I just want to borrow something from your clan." "You're here to cause trouble, right? If you really wanted to borrow something, you wouldn't have come into my sect without making any noise." "I guess so. I'm just here to cause trouble." Chen Fan said indifferently. "Court deaf, act recklessly." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the people on the opposite side started to scold him, then they attacked Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't dodge or evade and slapped them a few times. Several people fell to the ground. Chen Fan can deal with these guys in the foundation establishment stage with one hand. "Hurry, use the talisman," said one of them. Soon, dozens of talismans were thrown towards Chen Fan as if they were free, and all of them hit the Bagua golden bell cover. There was no trace left on the Bagua golden bell cover. Chen Fan finally saw the wealth of the Sankai sect. This talisman was indeed free. He could casually throw out dozens of them, and they were all second-grade talismans. Chapter 100, Killing at the Sankai gate. However, the second-grade talisman had no effect on Chen Fan. "Quick, send a distress signal." There was a whoosh sound, followed by a loud noise in the air. Then, several sword lights flew over. Then, more and more flying swords came from the sky. In just a moment, there were no less than 100 people surrounding Chen Fan, but they were all in the foundation establishment stage. Seeing so many fellow disciples coming, the few people who came before started to show off again. "Are you scared? You dare to come to my Sankai sect and act wildly. It's like picking up shit with a lit lantern and looking for death." One of them said arrogantly. Facing the siege of 100 people, Chen Fan remained calm and said calmly, "No matter how many people there are, it's useless.
After hearing what Chen Fan said, hundreds of people glared at him angrily, act recklessly, court death.
Everyone come together.
Hundreds of people shouted in unison. After all, no one wants to be looked down upon by others. First, everyone cast spells, talismans and other special skills, bombarding Chen Fan one after another. Chen Fan's figure was directly submerged by various spells and talismans. Thick smoke suddenly billowed from where Chen Fan was standing, and for a moment, Chen Fan's figure could not be seen. After hundreds of Sankai sect disciples stopped attacking, Chen Fan's figure gradually appeared.
How is that possible? Surprisingly, there was no damage at all. Look at that faint golden light on him. What kind of spell is that? Our attacks can't break it at all. Go and invite the elders.
Some disciples saw that something was wrong and went back to ask the elders for help. Chen Fan looked at their astonished expressions and sneered. These second-grade talismans were not even a tickle compared to his 8th-grade 8-hanging golden bell talismans. The 8 trigrams golden bell talisman did not consume even a trace of energy.
You have finished your attack, now it's my turn.
Chen Fan said, looking at the astonished expressions of these disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was in front of a disciple. He punched out, and the disciple flew out directly out. He let out a wow sound in midair and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is when Chen Fan did not use the Kongming fist, but only relied on his own physical strength. If the Kongming fist had been used, this disciple might have been shattered. Without giving the other disciples time to react, Chen Fan dodged one after another and beat up these children with one punch each. For a moment, there were continuous screams, and within a few breaths, dozens of disciples fell down and the remaining disciples all stepped back unconsciously, each with horror on their face, not understanding why the punishment was so fast. There was no time to react at all before dozens of disciples fell to the ground. Just when Chen Fan wanted to attack again, a voice called "Stop" was heard from afar, then several figures flew over quickly. It seemed that the elders of Sankai sect had arrived. When the elder of the Sankai sect fell to the ground, he looked at the disciple lying on the ground and glared at Chen Fan angrily.
Your Excellency's attack was too harsh, said one of the elders. No need to say more, I'm just here to borrow something. What do you want to borrow? Can you lend me some elixirs and talismans? It would be best if you could lend me your alchemy recipes and the like. Your Excellency has a rather large appetite. Aren't you afraid of dying of bloating? Don't worry about whether it will kill you. Just tell me whether you want to lend it to me or not. If not, I'll take it myself. You are very arrogant. Let me test whether you have the ability to be arrogant. After the elder said this, he controlled the flying sword and stabbed directly at Chen Fan. It was extremely fast and reached Chen Fan in the blink of an eye, but Chen Fan was even faster and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the elder. He simply punched out. The elder had no chance to react at all and was directly knocked away by Chen Fan's punch. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out in the air. Seeing this, the other elders cast spells and attacked Chen Fan. Chen Fan was too lazy to get entangled with them, so he just dodged a few times. They had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Seeing this, the elders and disciples hurriedly caught up. Sound the alarm quickly and stop him. An elder shouted loudly, and at the same time, the flying sword and talisman in his hand flew towards Chen Fan, but these attacks couldn't even touch Chen Fan's hair, and all of them basically fell to the ground. Stop him quickly. Stop him. Some elders and disciples who came down from the mountain also surrounded Chen Fan, but it was useless. Chen Fan passed through the crowd in the blink of an eye and flew straight to the top of the mountain. How is it possible? How did he fly over there? His speed is too fast, it's like teleportation. All the elders and disciples couldn't believe it. With so many people besieging Chen Fan was able to escape from the encirclement. This was outrageous, and there was no sign of how Chen Fan broke out of the encirclement. Go and invite the leader and the ancestor quickly. Chen Fan didn't care about them. He just found a building and went inside. When he found that the resources he was looking for were not there, he quickly left the building. Those disciples watched Chen Fan flashing between buildings, and they couldn't catch up with him at all. No matter how tightly they surrounded him, Chen Fan would always appear outside the encirclement. Soon Chen Fan arrived at a 3-story building and went in. After entering the kitchen, he found something different. There were rows of shelves inside, and the shelves were filled with jade slips. This is the library, and Chen Fan doesn't care what the use of these jade slips is. Let's clean up first. After finishing the first floor, go to the second floor, and then the third floor. After collecting all 3 furnaces, Chen Fan flashed out of the library and rushed directly to another building. The elders and disciples were all very anxious when they saw Chen Fan enter the library. Not long after, they saw Chen Fan come out of the library and fly to another building. Stop him, Kai, stop him. An elder shouted angrily, but he couldn't stop Chen Fan at all. The entire Sankai sect was in chaos. The elders also hurried into the library. When they entered, they were dumbfounded. The library was empty and even the shelves where the jade slips were placed had disappeared. Asshole, shameless bastard. One of the elders spat out blood in anger. Hurry up and check out the second and third floors. The elders rushed to the second and third floors, but the result was obvious. They were all empty. A puff puff. Two more elders couldn't bear the blow and spit out blood. The ancestor and the sect leader are here. Someone shouted. All the elders came out of the library and looked at the leader and ancestor who had come. They all cried to the sect master and the ancestor with mournful faces. Sect master, ancestor, this guy has emptied our library. Ancestor, please quickly kill this villain. Chapter 101, Collecting the Sankai Sect's Library and Treasure House. After the leader and ancestor of Sankai Sect heard that Chen Fan had emptied all the libraries, he also had a murderous look on his face. You little thief, you're looking for death. The Yuanying Patriarch roared and rushed forward, intending to kill Chen Fan. The Yuanying Patriarch was very fast and caught up with Chen Fan in no time. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Chen Fan's back. Just when he was about to catch him, Chen Fan's figure disappeared out of thin air, and the Yuanying Patriarch caught nothing. The Yuanying Patriarch was also stunned for a moment. What he didn't expect was that Chen Fan's speed was so fast. Ancestor, this person's speed is extremely fast, like teleportation. We can try to trap him with a formation. Yes, use the formation. As they were talking, many people took out their formation plates and started throwing them at Chen Fan's feet. Suddenly, the Sankai gate was filled with formations. At first, Chen Fan was also shocked, mainly because there were too many formations. However, Chen Fan soon discovered that these formations were of no use to him. Chen Fan did not need to worry about things that were useless to him. No matter how many there were, why be afraid of something that does not harm you? Chen Fan moved around in various formations with extreme ease. The formation has no effect on him. How is that possible? Is the formation too low level? Let's use a more advanced formation. After hearing this, the elders of Sankai Sect also took out advanced formations and threw them at Chen Fan. In an instant, several large formations surrounded Chen Fan, but they still had no effect. Chen Fan still moved freely in the formation. However, the ancestor of the Sankai Sect was also affected by the formation of his own elders, and his speed slowed down. The ancestor of Sankai Sect is also very depressed. You are making things more difficult than necessary. Chen Fan also took this opportunity to enter an attic, which turned out to be a treasure house. Chen Fan was overjoyed. After searching for so long, he finally found it. Chen Fan was not polite at all. He took whatever he saw, even more skillfully than taking things from his own home. This treasure house is 6 stories high, and you can imagine the amount of supplies stored in it. The first floor is filled with materials, and the quantity is extremely large. Soon, Chen Fan put all the huge amount of materials into his storage ring. Then we came to the second floor. The second floor was still full of materials, but the quality was much higher than that of the first floor. He also put them all into his storage ring. The third floor was actually filled with pills. Chen Fan was so excited when he saw the shelves filled with bottles of pills. Chen Fan put all the pills into his storage ring. The system prompts kept coming, but Chen Fan had no time to read them. This time, the people outside saw Chen Fan entering the treasure house and they all screamed in surprise. He has entered the treasure house. Old ancestor, stop him quickly. Old ancestor, hurry up. The old ancestor of the Sankai Sect turned green with anger. You idiots, why don't you quickly remove the formation? After hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Sankai Sect finally reacted and hurriedly withdrew the formation. No wonder the ancestor called them idiots. The formation he had set up did not trap the enemy, but instead trapped his own ancestor inside. The enemy ran into the treasure house. Judging from the enemy's nature of stealing everything from the library, the treasure house probably couldn't escape his clutches either. There will definitely be nothing left. When the ancestor of Sankai Sect saw that the formation had been removed, he hurried into the treasure house, but after he entered the treasure house, he was stunned. The first floor was empty, there was nothing there, only a breeze blowing by. The ancestor of Sankai Sect ignored the grief and anger in his heart and hurried to the second floor, but the second floor was still empty. The ancestor of the Sankai Sect was so angry that he secretly cursed his disciples for being idiots. If they hadn't trapped him with the formation, how could Chen Fan have snatched his hand away? After this matter is settled, we must punish them severely. After Chen Fan finished searching the third floor, he went up to the fourth floor without stopping. There were talismans on the fourth floor. Chen Fan didn't have time to see what the talismans were. He just kept stuffing them into his storage ring, until he stuffed all the talismans on the 4 floors into his storage ring. After collecting all the talismans, Chen Fan came to the 5th floor again. There were some formation plates on the 5th floor. Chen Fan didn't have time to see what the formation plates were. He just put them into his storage ring. Chen Fan had just finished installing all the array plates on the 5th floor when he heard a sound approaching at an extremely fast speed from the 3rd floor. It seemed that the ancestor of the Sankai Sect had come in.
Chen Fan did not delay and went straight to the 6th floor. There are also some formation plates, pills, and talismans on the 6th floor, but these things are relatively advanced and the quantity is relatively small, but Chen Fan will not despise them, they all put them into their storage rings. Chen Fan had just put everything into his ring when the ancestor of Sankai Sect had already arrived on the 6th floor. He stared at Chen Fan with a pair of bloodshot eyes, his teeth were chattering as if he wanted to swallow Chen Fan alive. "You little thief, you're looking for death." After saying this, he didn't care whether the treasure house would collapse or not, and directly used his great magic power to condense a huge palm. It slapped Chen Fan fiercely. Chen Fan looked at the giant palm in front of him and smiled slightly at the ancestor of Sankai Sect. He disappeared in a flash, and the giant palm directly hit the wall of the 6th floor. There was a loud bang. A wall on the entire 6th floor collapsed directly. "Damn it, you little thief, don't run." The elders of Sankai Sect were furious and wanted to skin Chen Fan alive. When he catches Chen Fan, he will make sure that Chen Fan knows that life is worse than death, and he will light up his soul to relieve the hatred in his heart. Chen Fan flashed out of the treasure house and no longer paid attention to the people from Sankai Sect. He just ran away. Chen Fan didn't want to deal with the rest, mainly because it was a bit troublesome. Those resources are not concentrated, and we are too busy to handle them one by one. Chen Fan flashed a few times and had already left the Sankai Sect. When the people who came to the Sankai Sect saw Chen Fan coming out of the treasure house, they went out of the sect. One by one they chased after Chen Fan, and the ancestor of the 3rd layer gate also flew out from the hole he had blasted out and chased after Chen Fan, but with their speed, they couldn't catch up with Chen Fan at all. Chen Fan used the void teleportation all the way. It didn't take long before the people from Sankai Sect were left far behind, leaving only the ancestor of Sankai Sect chasing them, but he couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's speed. Seeing Chen Fan walking further and further away, the ancestor of Sankai Sect was almost vomiting blood in anger. "You said you couldn't beat him, and you accepted it, but Chen Fan didn't fight with him at all, he just kept running, and you couldn't catch up with him, so you could only watch Chen Fan run away." Chapter 102. The Patriarch of Sankai Sect cried, "But I have to pursue it. If I don't, the wealth accumulated by the Sankai Sect from generation to generation will be lost." They were all wiped out by Chen Fan. How would he face the ancestors of his own sect? After chasing for a while, Chen Fan's figure had completely disappeared from the sight of the ancestors of Sankai Sect. The ancestor of Sankai Sect finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The wealth accumulated by the Sankai Sect from generation to generation was gone just like that. The ancestor of the Sankai Sect had tears in his eyes and let out a painful cry. The figure fell to the ground, pounding the ground fiercely, sobbing, "I am guilty, I have let down the ancestors of the Sankai Sect. Brother, uncle, I call you uncle, please don't run away, leave something for me in Sankai Sect, I beg you." Whoa. The ancestor of the Sankai Sect knelt on the ground and burst into tears. When the head of the Sankai Sect and the elders caught up, they saw their ancestor kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. Everyone showed a look of astonishment. The ancestor must have suffered such a great injustice that he was crying like this. The leader of the Sankai Sect stepped forward cautiously and asked, "Ancestor, it's my fault, it's my fault. I feel ashamed of our ancestors for throwing away all the resources left by the sect." The ancestor of the Sankai Sect cried as he spoke. The leader and the elders felt very sad when they saw the ancestor crying like this. "Old ancestor, this is not your fault alone. We are also at fault, woo." "Yes, we have our faults too, and we will be honest with our ancestors." Soon, the sect leader and the elders all started crying. "All the resources have been stolen. It would be a lie to say that I am not sad. You have to know that there are so many disciples in the sect, and the resources consumed in just one day are countless. Now all the resources have been taken away by Chen Fan, and his disciples will have to tighten their belts to make a living from now on." In the past, Sankai Sect could be said to be the richest sect. Unexpectedly, Sankai Sect has now become the poorest sect, but what they may not have expected is that their Sankai Sect is not the poorest sect, at least not worse off than the Joyo Sect. The Joyo Sect has now become the poorest sect in name and reality. There is no other way, as all its spiritual veins have been dug away by Chen Fan. "Ancestor, let's go back first. As long as we are still here, the sect will have plenty of resources in the future," said the leader of the Sankai Sect. "Right. Yes, ancestor, let's go back first." The elders also tried to persuade him. The Sankai Sect patriarch then slowly stood up, wiped his tears and said, "Go back and issue a hunting order. We must recover the resources from this thief." "Yes." The leader and elders of Sankai Sect responded one after another. However, at this moment, Chen Fan was already thousands of kilometers away. Chen Fan didn't even have time to look at the resources looted from the Sankai Sect. "I plan to go to Lingyun Sect first, and then take a look at how many resources there are. After all, Lingyun Sect is one of the 5 major sects, and he has already plundered the other 3 sections. If I don't go to Lingyun Sect, it would seem very disrespectful to Lingyun Sect. To show respect, just go there reluctantly. Lingyun Zone, thank you." Ling Yun's sect is not far from Sankai sect, and it only takes a day's journey. After a day of traveling, his identity reached the territory of Ling Yun's sect. This time, Chen Fan was ready to charge forward directly without hiding his figure. When he arrived at the gate of Ling Yun's sect, he took out a 6th grade fire dragon talisman, throw it directly towards the formation at the gate of Ling Yun's sect. Suddenly, the talisman turned into a fire dragon, roared, and rushed directly towards the formation in Ling Yun. Boom boom, the Ling Yun sect's formation was directly broken by the fire dragon. After a burst of earthquakes and shaking of the mountains, the Ling Yun sect's formation suddenly shattered, and the disciples and elders of Ling Yun's sect are either resting, practicing, discussing Taoism, etc. They all looked up in astonishment and looked at the broken formation. They didn't even know what was going on, but their sect's formation was broken. Then he saw a man breaking into his sect.at. This time, the elders of Ling Yun's sect finally reacted. Enemy attack. After hearing the news of the enemy attack, the disciples of Ling Yun's sect were in chaos. They never expected that the enemy would attack Ling Yun's sect. There was no preparation at all and the enemy had already arrived. Fortunately, the elders of Lin Jianyun's sect are not like their disciples. Soon they surrounded Chen Fan, and one of the elders shouted at him, "You broke into my Ling Yun sect and broke my sect's formation. How can you be so unreasonable? Are you bullying me because I have no one in my Ling Yun sect?" Chen Fan didn't waste any more time talking to the people from Ling Yun's sect. He directly took out a 7th grade spiritual talisman and said to them, "I won't waste any more time talking to you. Do you know what grade the talisman in my hand is? It's a 7th grade spiritual talisman. Have you ever seen one? 7th grade spiritual talisman? How is that possible? It must be fake. Your Excellency, are you trying to scare our Ling Yun sect? Do you think our Ling Yun sect was raised by intimidation? There is no such thing as a 7th grade spiritual talisman in this world." The elders and disciples of Ling Yun's sect heard Chen Fan say that it was a 7th grade talisman. No one believed it at all, let alone having seen it. They had never even heard of it. How could they believe that Chen Fan had a 7th grade talisman? "If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try?" Chen Fan said with a smile as he looked at everyone from Ling Yun's sect. As he spoke, he prepared to activate the talisman, slowly gathering the spiritual energy in his body into the talisman. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from the talisman. The elders and disciples of Sankai sect suddenly felt a terrifying aura locking onto them, making them unable to move at all. Just as Chen Fan was about to launch the talisman attack. "Wait a moment." An urgent shout was heard. Chen Fan looked up and saw 2 sword lights approaching from afar, and soon arrived in front of Chen Fan and others. When the elders and disciples of Ling Yun's sect saw the two, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, old ancestor, sect master." One of the old men waved his hand, indicating that the elders and disciples of Ling Yun's sect did not need to be polite. Then he said to Chen Fan, "My fellow Taoist, has my Ling Yun sect ever offended you? Please point it out. My Ling Yun sect is willing to apologize." "No, it's just that your Ling Yun sect's people surrounded me right away, so I had to take out some things to defend myself," Chen Fan said. "Ancestor, that's not the case. He was the first to break our sect's formation." The old man waved his hand, interrupting the disciples who were about to speak. He hated these disciples who were talking and was furious. "Don't you see the situation clearly? Do I need you to remind me again? Even if the other party is wrong, we must make sure they are right." But he said to Chen Fan, "My fellow Taoist, I didn't discipline you well enough. I want to apologize to you here." "There's no need to apologize, just make amends." "I wonder what you want," asked the ancestor of Ling Yun's sect. Chapter 103. What do you want? Choose it yourself. Can I have anything I want? Chen Fan asked. "Yes, you can have anything you want, as long as it is available in Ling Yun's sect." The old man in Ling Yun answered humbly, "How can we not give it to you? The 7th grade talisman you hold in your hand, how dare we not give it to you? Alright then, just hand over your Ling Yun sect protecting skills and a few hundred magical flying swords as apology. How about that? I'm generous enough, right? This. Fellow Taoist, there are hundreds of magic weapons. Even if you wipe out our entire sect, we still can't collect them all." After hearing this, Chen Fan raised the 7th grade talisman in his hand unhappily. "Fellow Taoist, this is really impossible to come up with. In our entire sect, we only have 5 magic weapons at most. That's a bit difficult." Chen Fan said as he took out the talisman and waved it in front of the ancestor of Ling Yun's sect. The ancestor of Ling Yun's sect was sweating profusely. "Please don't always take out your 7th grade talisman to show off. I know you have it. It's scary like this, okay? Fellow Taoist, our sect really doesn't have that many magic weapons. How about we use other things to compensate you?" The ancestor of Ling Yun's sect suggested.
Other things?
It's not impossible, but I don't know what else your sect can give me as an apology.
Chen Fan scratched his nose and said, "Well, let's discuss this.
First, please come to our sect and rest for a while.
Once we have discussed it, I will give you a reply immediately."
Okay, you guys hurry up and discuss it.
My hands are a little sore. I might accidentally drop the talisman in my hand.
Chen Fan rubbed his hands and said the Lingyun sect's ancestors' eyelids twitched uncoordinatedly a few times, and he called over an elder, saying, "Elder Yu, please take this fellow Taoist to rest for a while and treat him well." Then he said to Chen Fan, "Fellow Taoist, please take a rest for a while.
We will discuss it and give you the results immediately."
As he said this, he made a gesture of invitation. Chen Fan was wearing the 8 diagrams golden bell talisman, so he wasn't afraid of the other party's tricks. He followed Elder Yu very generously, and reminded the Lingyun sect's ancestor, "Hurry up."
The Lingyun sect patriarch took a deep breath and said, Okay, it will be quick. You can rest for a while."
The other elders and disciples of Lingyun sect also glared at Chen Fan angrily, but Chen Fan followed Elder Yu without any concern and walked leisurely after Chen Fan left. The leader of Lingyun sect couldn't wait to ask, "Grandfather, are we really going to agree to his request?"
"Yes, ancestor. This is too much.
I think we should take advantage of him not paying attention and subdue him directly. Old ancestor, I also think that if you can subdue him directly, he won't be able to react.
As long as we get the talisman, we will have the final say." Silence. The ancestor of Lingyun sect shouted. "Do you think I don't want to subdue him? Do you think he only has one talisman on him? He has already used a talisman that is no less than the 7th grade. Even if I attack him, it will be useless. Do you think he would come in unprepared? He came prepared. Let's think about how to compensate him.
If we don't handle it well this time, our Lingyun sect may face the disaster of extinction." The ancestor of Lingyun sect said helplessly. "It's not that he doesn't want to attack Chen Fan, but he just can't. He could feel an extremely strong aura from Chen Fan, and with his own strength, he could not break that aura at all. If Chen Fan is forced into a corner, he might really release the talisman in his hand. With the power of a 7th grade spiritual talisman, it is estimated that the entire Lingyun sect will be razed to the ground. This is also the reason why he did not dare to take
action. He did not want the Lingyun sect to be passed down from generation to generation and end in his generation.
Then he would be the sinner of the Lingyun sect.
But we simply don't have that many magic weapons. The entire sect may only be able to gather 5 magic weapons."
The leader of the Lingyun sect said helplessly. "Yes, what can we use to make up for the missing magic weapons?" Another elder said. The ancestor of Lingyun sect was also very troubled. If Chen Fan did not have a 7th grade talisman in his hand, he would not have been so troubled. "Also, do we really have to hand over our sect's secret techniques to him?" said the leader of Lingyun sect.
"What else can we do if we don't hand it over?"
"Are you going to watch Lingyun sect perish?" said the ancestor of Lingyun sect. The leader of Lingyun sect was speechless for a moment.
Yes, if he didn't hand it over, would Lingyun sect be destroyed? Now let's think about how to make up for the difference in magic weapons. Is it feasible to use spirit stones? Even if we use spirit stones, we can't come up with that much. Then use other techniques? I guess they won't be short of skills.
Use other resources, such as elixirs and low-level flying swords. I just don't know if others will appreciate him.
He can only use magic weapons.
I guess others won't appreciate flying swords that are inferior to magic weapons.
This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. What should we do?
Just let him choose for himself,"
an elder said angrily. The eyes of the Lingyun sect's ancestor lit up after hearing this.
Yes, since he couldn't pick anything to make up the number, he might as well let him choose it himself.
Okay, let him choose for himself.
It's impossible for him to move all the people from our sect.
The ancestor of Lingyun sect clapped his thigh and said, "No, ancestor, I just said that because I was angry. You won't really let him choose, will you?"
The elder explained hurriedly.
"Yes, ancestor, how could we let him choose by himself?"
The leader of Lingyun sect also said hurriedly.
"Then can you come up with a better solution? Can you come up with more magic weapons?" asked Patriarch Lin Yenzong.
This
Lingyun sect's leader was speechless for a moment. If he could produce so many magic weapons, would he still have such a headache?
He could only say helplessly, "Let's just follow the old ancestor's advice."
"Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. I have a headache, so I'll go back and rest first."
The ancestor of Lingyun sect said to the leader of Lingyun sect. After saying that, he turned around and left.
He really didn't want to see Chen Fan again.
If he couldn't afford to provoke him, couldn't he just hide from him? The leader of Lingyun Sect looked at the ancestor's departing figure with a look of disbelief on his face.
No, ancestor, this.
The leader of Lingyun Sect looked at the ancestor's departing figure and was speechless for a long time. Tanking, huh?
Are you the only one who can do that?
I can do that too. When he looked at the elders, they all dispersed. I remembered that I still have a furnace of pills being refined. I have to go back quickly, otherwise the furnace will explode.
An elder said and left in a hurry.
Oh, my spirit beast seems to be about to give birth. I have to go back and take care of it.
Another elder left.
I'm practicing to make a flying sword.
It's the critical moment. Now I suddenly have an inspiration. I have to go back and try it. An elder also said. I have the same inspiration and would like to go with you.
Then the two elders flew away together. Chapter 104. After finishing the 4 major sects, prepare to retreat soon, the elders fled with various excuses, leaving the sect leader stunned. After a long time, the leader of Lingyun Sect slowly came back to his senses, looking at the many disciples. They all looked at each other. The Lingyun Sect's leader really wanted a disciple to stand up and say, "Master, leave this matter to me." But the disciples all looked up at the sky, down at the ground, and looked left and right. No one was looking at him, so all his encouraging looks were in vain.
Alas!
The leader of Lingyun Sect sighed. None of his disciples were reliable, so he had to do it all on his own, without staying any longer. The leader of Lingyun Sect went to where Lin Fan was resting. At this moment, Chen Fan was sitting on a chair, leisurely eating spiritual fruits and drinking spiritual tea. There was also a beautiful female disciple beside her, who was responsible for entertaining her, and she looked very relaxed and proud. After waiting for a while, the leader of Lingyun Sect arrived. Chen Fan looked at the Lingyun Sect master, and the Lingyun Sect master walked towards Chen Fan with a constipated smile on his face and said, "My fellow Daoist, I really can't afford so many magic weapons. After the decision of everyone in the sect, it is up to you to choose the resources you want. You can take whatever you like. I just hope that you can show mercy." After hearing this, Chen Fan smiled and said, "That's fine. I'm not a bandit, so just give me some token of my appreciation."
Thank you very much, fellow Daoist. Please come this way. I will take you there now.
After hearing what Chen Fan said, the leader of Lingyun Sect happily led the way. The Lingyun Sect leader brought Chen Fan all the way to the resource treasury. After opening the treasury and entering, Chen Fan saw only some low-level cultivation resources, which Chen Fan was not interested in. The main reason is that he has collected a lot of low-level resources now, and it is estimated that he will not be able to use many of them no matter how hard he tries. As for selling spirit stones, that is even more unnecessary. It is better to get more high-level resources, which can be sold at a high price. It is much better than collecting these low-level resources. Seeing that Chen Fan was not interested in these resources, the Lingyun Sect leader was a little disappointed, but he still strongly recommended, "Fellow Daoist, take some here. Look, this is good stuff." As he spoke, he picked up a bright red plant and said to Chen Fan, "This blood spirit grass is a rare blood refining medicine in the body tempering realm. Take a look at this iron bone grass. It is also a rare and precious medicine for strengthening the body." The leader of Lingyun Sect took out another herb that was full of bone joints and introduced it to Chen Fan, but Chen Fan scoffed at this and said that he didn't like these resources. The leader of Lingyun Sect had no choice but to take Chen Fan to the second floor. When I got to the second floor, I was really annoyed, so I just picked out some resources that I was more interested in and didn't take more. Upon seeing this, the leader of Lingyun Sect secretly sighed that Chen Fan was a good person. What he feared most was that Chen Fan would take everything he saw. Fortunately, Chen Fan only took some rarer resources and did not take other resources. Then he took Chen Fan to the third floor, where were placed some higher quality resources. Chen Fan once again picked out some relatively rare resources, and then asked the leader of Lingyun Sect to take him to the fourth floor. The leader of Lingyun Sect was very happy to see that Chen Fan did not take much. It seemed that this fellow Taoist was not a greedy person. He readily accepted Chen Fan's suggestion to go to the fourth floor to select resources. When he reached the fourth floor, Chen Fan took a look and saw that all the resources were above the fourth grade. In that case, Chen Fan won't be polite.
Well, this is good. I like it very much. This one is also good. I'll take it. I like this one, too. The leader of Lingyun Sect looked at Chen Fan in amazement.
No, you were not like that just now. You must be kidding me. Yes, it must be a joke. However, Chen Fan's next action almost made the leader of Lingyun Sect cry.
I like everything here,
Chen Fan said, and put all the resources into his storage ring. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy.
Fellow Daoist, please leave some for our sect. The leader of Lingyun Sect even burst into tears.
Chen Fan actually put all the things on the fourth floor into the storage ring. You promised to show mercy, woo-woo.
Okay, that's all,
Chen Fan said after collecting all the things on the fourth floor.
Fellow Taoist, please leave some for me. It will be hard for me to explain this. Please leave some for me. The leader of Lingyun's sect almost knelt down and said. On the first 3 floors, Chen Fan only took a symbolic amount. No one expected that when he reached the 4th floor, Chen Fan would take everything. Although this is not all of Lingyun's sect's high-level resources, it accounts for about 70%. Chen Fan felt very embarrassed when he saw the sect master of Lingyun's sect looking at him with tears in his eyes. He had no choice but to take out a few spiritual herbs from his pet ring and put them on the shelf on the 4th floor. Okay, I've already left some for you. Go and get me the rest of the magic weapons and my skills. The leader of Lingyun's sect was speechless when he saw the spiritual herbs that Chen Fan took out. He asked you to keep some, not just a little. What's the point of keeping a few spiritual herbs? It's better not to keep any. The leader of Lingyun's sect continued to look at Chen Fan with a pitiful expression, hoping that Chen Fan could leave a little more for Lingyun's sect. What? I've already left some for you. You don't want me to leave some more for you, do you? That's a bit unkind of you. Chen Fan said, pretending to be angry. Hurry up, where are the magic weapons and skills I need? If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid my hands will itch and I'll accidentally release the power of the talisman. Helplessly, the leader of the Lingyun sect had to give Chen Fan the 5 prepared magic weapons in the sect's inherited martial arts technique, the Yunxiao 9 Swords technique. After Chen Fan received the magic weapon and the technique, he said, I have received your sincere apology. I will not blame you. We will meet again if we are destined to meet again. After saying that, Chen Fan teleported away and disappeared in a few flashes. The leader of Lingyun's sect looked at the empty 4-story building and felt very depressed, but helpless. There was no other way. The world of cultivation was based on strength. If you don't want to feel so depressed, you have to be stronger than others. As for seeking revenge on Chen Fan, after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. As long as Chen Fan doesn't come to Lingyun's sect again, it will be fine. Chen Fan collected all the resources from the 4 sects and prepared to go into seclusion for a while to see if he could break through to the nascent soul stage after leaving this world. The main thing is to get all the resources from these 4 sections. The resources in hand are really terrifying. There is no need to look for other resources. The most important thing is to improve your strength so that you can get more resources later. After a few days of travel, Chen Fan returned to the yard he had purchased. He planned to count the resources here and then practice in seclusion. Chapter 105 Breakthrough of the Nascent Soul Stage, New Skill, Void Space. After Chen Fan sorted and classified all the resources, he found that he had a terrifying amount of resources. Chen Fan filled thousands of rings with low-level resources of the 1st and 2nd grades. As for the number, Chen Fan did not count them again. After he got out, Chen Fan would give all the resources in these thousands of rings to his parents. The 3rd and 4th grade resources also filled more than 700 rings. These 3rd and 4th grade resources are not of much use for city defense, and will be handed over to his parents for disposal in the future. More than 300 rings were filled with 5th grade resources. These 5th grade resources were still useful to Chen Fan at his current level, but once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, these resources would be of no use to Chen Fan, and would be handed over to his parents at that time. There are relatively few 6th and 7th grade items, mainly because there are no resources above the 6th grade in this world, and all of them are obtained through quality enhancement. Currently, only 1 storage ring is filled. As for those above the 8th level, there are even fewer. They can't even fill a storage ring, or even half of a storage ring. The 6th and 7th grade resources can be used by Chen Fan after he breaks through the nascent soul stage, but that does not mean that all resources can be used. Only a small part of them can be used. However, for now, I should first break through to the nascent soul stage. He prepared all the elixirs and spirit stones he needed, and then placed the formation plate in place to avoid being disturbed. After arranging everything, Chen Fan went into seclusion. He was already in the late Jindan stage, and was only 1 step away from the Yuanying stage. After 2 months of settling down, Chen Fan felt that his cultivation had been consolidated a lot, and it was time to break through to the Yuanying stage. He swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged in a room set up with a spirit gathering array, with a handful of top-grade spirit stones beside him. The golden elixir in the body began to spin wildly. The energy of the golden elixir became more and more abundant, and it began to make crackling sounds, and cracks slowly appeared. The golden elixir was spinning faster and faster, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Fragments began to fall from the surface of the golden elixir, and slowly more and more fragments fell. A figure slowly appeared inside the golden elixir. Immediately afterwards, all the golden elixirs on the outside fell off like eggshells. The figure inside the golden pill became clearer and clearer, and slowly the figure appeared, slowly opening its eyes, as if looking into Chen Fan's eyes. This was Chen Fan's nascent soul. Huoran looked just like Chen Fan. His nascent soul slowly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the fallen golden elixir fragments. At this time, his nascent soul was still relatively fragile.
He began to practice his skills to absorb energy and slowly become stronger. The fragments of the golden elixir turned into strands of energy and were absorbed into the body by the nascent soul. When all the energy of the golden elixir fragments was absorbed, the nascent soul in the body began to absorb the remaining energy of the elixir and the spiritual power of the spirit stone from the outside world. Slowly, the reason became more and more clear. When the nascent soul in Chen Fan's body stopped absorbing energy, the entire nascent soul looked like it had flesh and blood. This also proves that Chen Fan has broken through to the nascent soul stage. After reaching the nascent soul stage, both his own magic power and quality have been greatly improved. Moreover, the nascent soul in the body is constantly practicing the exercises to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world, so that the body is in a state of cultivation at all times. When one reaches the nascent soul stage, one can sense external spiritual power more easily, and the external spiritual energy that can be mobilized by casting spells can also be mobilized more easily. Of course, another benefit of reaching the nascent soul stage is that you can use the nascent soul to nourish your own life-defining magic weapon, make your natal magic weapon more powerful and more suitable for you, so that you can achieve the state of doing whatever you want. However, Chen Fan has not yet found a suitable natal magic weapon.
He cannot be impatient about finding a natal magic weapon.
It does not mean that he can just find one at random. You should find one that suits you, preferably one that suits your own practice. Such a magic weapon will be easy to control and powerful. It is best to refine it yourself, so that the quality of your own natal magic weapon can be infinitely improved. To refine your own magic weapon, you must first have materials that suit your own skills. For someone like Chen Fan who has spatial attributes, it would be best to find a material with spatial attributes, so that the natal magic weapon refined out of this way will be more suitable for Chen Fan. Therefore, before encountering good materials, Chen Fan would not consider refining his own natal magic weapon. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Chen Fan discovered that there was another skill in the void art that he could practice. This skill is a bit special. It is neither an attack nor a defense skill. It is called the void space, and it is actually like a storage ring. You can cultivate a separate space to store items, but this space can only be used by yourself, and no one else can open this space. Even if you die, no one else can get the things stored in the space. Following the instructions of the technique, Chen Fan first used his own spiritual power to open up a new space, and then printed his own spiritual imprint in this space. In this way, you can communicate with this space anytime and anywhere. As for the size of the open space, it depends on your own realm. With Chen Fan's current nascent soul stage cultivation level, the space he can open up is at most 10 cubic meters. Although this space is small, it can be carried with you. I just don't know if the things in this space can be brought into the infinite world next time I enter it. This needs to be tried. Compared with using storage rings, storage magic weapons and the like, this space is more convenient and faster. Chen Fan tried it and found that with just a thought, the things inside would be automatically sorted, and it would be more convenient and quick to take them out, and wherever you need the item to appear, that's where it will appear. For example, when fighting with others, you take out a piece of talisman paper from the void space and make it appear behind the enemy. Then the talisman paper will appear behind the enemy, and then detonate it, making the enemy defenseless. In short, it's a good skill for ambushing people. At first, I thought this skill could only be used to store things, but now it seems that it can also be used to ambush people in fights. But now this space is a bit small, mainly because Chen Fan does not have enough magic power to maintain this space. The higher the magic power, the larger the space opened up, and it is infinite. So it can be said that cultivation determines everything. Chen Fan threw all the storage rings into his own void space, so this space is infinite. You don't have to put other things in it, you can also put a storage ring in it. Once your space is big enough, you can put anything you want in it. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, you can temporarily put off working on the realm of law. Now you should first improve your realm of body refinement. I have obtained so many resources, so I have enough resources for body training. Chapter 106 Return to the real world. Chen Fan prepared the spiritual herbs and medicines needed for body refining and refined them into liquid medicine. He then entered the body refining stage. After 4 or 5 days of body refining, Chen Fan finally broke through to the second level of the void body refining technique, and its own attack and defense have reached the level of low-grade magic weapons. And now Chen Fan's void teleportation distance has reached 1000 meters, and the power of Kongming Fist and Void Blade has also been greatly improved. In the late Jindan stage, one can compete with those in the Yuanying stage. Now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, Chen Fan can be said to be invincible in the nascent soul stage. He is invincible just by teleporting through the void, not to mention the 2 killer moves, Kongming Fist and Void Blade. Chen Fan discovered that the skills in the Void Sutra were much more powerful than other skills, more than 1 or 2 times stronger. As for how many times stronger, Chen Fan had not tested it. Chen Fan reviewed all his skills again to make his strength and skills more fluent and handy, so that when encountering a crisis, his ability to adapt to circumstances would be stronger. After a few days of settling down, the restlessness of breaking through the nascent soul stage was completely calmed down. Calculating the time, this retreat took a total of 15 days, which is not a long time, but after calculating the time since entering this world, Chen Fan found that more than 11 months had passed. Only a few days left until 12 months. He didn't know when he would be able to get out. Now he was basically invincible in this world, because there was no chat channel. Chen Fan didn't know how many people had entered this world or what the situation was like. He has not met anyone coming in from outside yet, and even if he did, Chen Fan would not be able to tell who they were. After Chen Fan came out of seclusion, he removed the formation in the yard and planned to leave and take a walk around. For several days, Chen Fan traveled around and experienced the customs and food of this world. These past few days have been the most relaxing and enjoyable ones for Chen Fan, and he feels that his state of mind has been elevated in a different way this morning. Chen Fan had just woken up and was about to find a place to have breakfast. However, suddenly there was a suction force, and Chen Fan was sucked away without any resistance. Chen Fan's eyes turned black and he could not see anything. When the light came again, Chen Fan found himself in a familiar place. This familiar place is the inside of the Infinity Tower, and Chen Fan is standing on the teleportation platform at this moment. After getting off the teleportation platform, Chen Fan stretched. He didn't know how much time he had spent outside the infinite world this time. Anyway, he stayed in the infinite world for a year, but it's okay, you'll find out when you go back and ask. Chen Fan walked out of the infinite tower. This time, Chen Fan did not see his family coming to pick him up. His family also did not know when Chen Fan would be able to come back. It was estimated that Chen Fan had stayed in the infinite world for too long, and his family must be very worried. Chen Fan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. He identified the direction of his home and teleported out. After a few flashes, Chen Fan was back home. At this moment, there was no one at home. My younger brothers and sisters were probably at school, and my parents were definitely busy in the store. Chen Fan first went back to his room to wash up, and then found a breakfast shop to eat something. Then he quickly headed towards the store. Soon, they arrived at the location of their own shop. At this moment, the store was surrounded by people. At first, Chen Fan thought that his store was doing good business. Only when I got closer did I hear the noise coming from inside. You stinking bitch, don't be so shameless. Young Master Lu comes to buy things from you because he thinks highly of you. A sharp female voice came. No, what you gave is too little. You didn't even give 1/10 of the cost price. Fong Bingwei's voice also came from inside. If I can give you 1 out of 10, I'll respect you. If young Master Lu gets angry, he'll smash your store. Young Master Lu, don't go too far. It's okay if you come once or twice, but no one can stand it if you come every day. Chen Guotao's angry voice rang out. Ha, old man, I told you a long time ago that I will invest in your store and own 80% of the shares. With my Lu family taking care of it in the future, it will be easy for you to do business. A feminine male voice said. With that little money you have, you want to own 80% of the shares. What's the difference between that and robbery? Fong Bingwei said angrily. No, I am a good citizen who abides by the law and will not do anything to rob people of their money. The feminine male voice said again. I paid for it. If you're willing, just sign the contract. It'll be good for both of us. Otherwise, I'll come over to talk to you every day. You guys are going too far. I'm reporting you to the police right now. Go. Do you want me to tell you the number? I can help you report it. Do you know that my uncle is the mayor of this city government? You. Fong Bing was so angry that she couldn't speak. My family is poor and we are no match for these powerful people. If I refuse, I may end up with the tragedy of my entire family being wiped out. However, it is absolutely impossible for Chen Guotao and his wife to give 80% of the store's profits to others. Not to mention making money, this would be like using their own family assets to subsidize others. No matter how wealthy one is, they cannot withstand such losses. Besides, it is not Chen Guotao and his wife who have the final say over this shop. In their hearts, this shop has always belonged to Chen Fan, and only Chen Fan has the final say. Even Chen Fan's brothers and sisters are not eligible to sell their shares in this store. Alas, how did this store end up offending the Lu family? It would be strange if they didn't suck it to death. Yes, with the Lu family's investment, it will be difficult for us to buy such cheap resources in the future. Is there no one to control the Lu family? I don't know how many stores have been forced to be bought and sold by the Lu family. How can we manage it? It is said that his grandfather is a powerful Jindan cultivator, and his uncle is also a government official with the foundation building stage. We ordinary people can't afford to offend him. At this time, the people around were also talking in low voices, and they were obviously afraid of revenge from the Lu family. Well, have you thought it through? The feminine male voice sounded again. Don't think about it. We will never transfer the equity of the store to you even if we die. Fong Bingwei said with a fearless attitude. That's right. Besides, this shop doesn't belong to us, my son. Even if we want to transfer it, we have to wait for my son to come back before making a decision. Chen Guotao said rationally, hoping that this would slow things down, at least until his son comes back.
Who the hell has the time to wait for your son to come back? I've checked, and this store is registered under your name. Are you still trying to delay? Think it over quickly, or you won't get any business. I'll come here every day. Chapter 107 Beating the young master of the Lu family. Don't think about it, you don't even have to think about it. Just when Fang Bingwei wanted to continue to refute young Master Lu, a loud voice rang out, then everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and saw a man appear in front of them. Young Master Lu was startled when he saw the man suddenly appear before him. He then said angrily, "Who are you? You scared me. Come on, break this man's legs and throw him out in the suburbs to feed the stray dogs." When Chen Guotao and his wife saw the man appear, they shouted in surprise, "Fanner." Then, when he heard young Master Lu ordering someone to break Chen Fan's legs, he hurriedly shouted, "Fanner, run!" But at this time, several big men who were above the 5th level of body forging had surrounded Chen Fan. Want to leave? Is it too late? Beat me. Young Master Lu said cruelly. Dad, Mom, don't worry. These rotten fish and shrimps can't touch me. Chen Fan turned around and said to Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei with a smile. When those big men saw Chen Fan calling them rotten fish and shrimp, they became angry and rushed towards Chen Fan at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Chen Fan and stretched out their sandbag-sized fists to hit Chen Fan. Several big men had ferocious smiles on their faces, as if Chen Fan would fall in front of them in the next moment. Xiao Fan, be careful. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei both exclaimed. Chen Fan looked at the fist in front of him, slowly stretched out his palm, and took the initiative to catch the fist in front of him, but he also leaned slightly to the side, avoiding the attacks of several other people. The hand that grabbed the fist exerted force, and the big man whose fist was grabbed by Chen Fan suddenly felt the huge force coming from the fist. He had no time to react and was swung up by Chen Fan and thrown to the ground with a bang. I felt the ground shake. The big man didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. Seeing this, the other people were also shocked and stepped back. They didn't expect Chen Fan to be so powerful. Chen Fan clapped his hands casually, looked at the others, and said with a disdainful smile, "Continue." Seeing this, the other people hesitated and didn't dare to step forward. Uncle Lu roared, "Go ahead, why are you so timid?" When those people heard young Master Lu's roar, they gritted their teeth and surrounded Chen Fan again. Chen Fan looked at the few people with a sneer on his face. If you don't cherish the chance to live, then you can't blame him for being ruthless. Before the others could rush to him, Chen Fan dodged and disappeared. The big men were stunned for a moment, and then they felt a huge force coming and lost consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. The big men fell to the ground one after another. No one has reacted yet. What is going on? Young Master Lu was extremely frightened and had no idea why all his subordinates had fallen down. Before he could come to his senses, he felt dizzy and then fell to the ground, his mouth and nose hitting the ground, and blood was flowing. Young Master Lu wailed a few times, spat out a few teeth, and screamed, "Do you know who I am? Dare to hit me, I will make your whole family die miserably." Chen Fan looked at young Master Lu who was wailing on the ground. He dared to threaten him. He really didn't know how to live or die. He walked forward and stepped on young Master Lu's back, causing him to fall to the ground again. "Ah, you're dead. I tell you, I'm dead," young Master Lu said with blood all over his face and a ferocious expression. "Really? I want to see who dies first, you or me," Chen Fan said with a cold face, and increased the strength of his foot a little bit, causing young Master Lu under his feet to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. "Oh, it hurts so much, I will make your whole family die miserably." A young master was still struggling desperately under Chen Fan's feet. "Ah, just you?" Chen Fan sneered. "Do you know who my grandfather is? He's the famous Jindan cultivator Lu Qingxian. When he comes, I'll tear you into pieces." "Oh, I'm so scared," Chen Fan said in a feigned fear, then added, "Take me to your grandfather right now. I want to see what taught you, a rotten fish and shrimp, to dare to set your sights on me." "I'm afraid you don't dare to go." Young Master Lu looked at Chen Fan with a smug look on his face. I don't know what young Master Lu is so proud of. Is he just relying on the fact that his grandfather is a Jindan stage cultivator? Chen Fan grabbed young Master Lu and held him in his hand like a chicken, then he turned to Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei and said, "Mom and Dad, I'll take him to deal with it first." Chen Guotao and Fan Bingwei said worriedly, "Xiao Fan, why don't you just forget about it? His grandfather is a Jindan stage cultivator. We can't afford to offend him. Besides, he has an uncle who works in the government and is a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I can take care of your son." Chen Fan smiled at Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei. "Just stay here and wait for my good news." After saying that, Chen Fan said to young Master Lu, "Hurry up and show me the way." As he said that, he slapped young Master Lu on the head. Young Master Lu looked at Chen Fan with resentment, but had to show him the way obediently.
He was thinking in his heart that after his grandfather caught Chen Fan, he would make Chen Fan live a life worse than death. Under the guidance of young Master Lu, Chen Fan soon arrived at a manor. The manor was quite spacious. Looking around, it was at least 1,000 square meters. The overall building is an imitation of an antique building. There are rockery and flowing water in the garden, lush trees, and blooming flowers, which is very prosperous. As Chen Fan approached the manor, he could clearly sense that there was a formation covering the entire manor, but the grade of this formation was not very high. At most it could be considered a second-grade defensive formation.
Boy, see? You can't even get into the formation of my manor.
If you know what's good for you, let me go immediately and kneel down to beg for mercy.
Maybe I can even let your family go.
Lu Xiaoyan said to Chen Fan with a smug look on her face. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him and didn't say any more nonsense. He just went up and punched the formation directly with a loud boom. The formation shattered. Chen Fan strode into the manor, carrying young Master Lu. When young Master Lu saw Chen Fan destroy the defensive formation of his manor with just one punch, he was stunned and speechless for a long time. Even if his grandfather came, it would be impossible for him to destroy this formation with just one punch.
Chen Fan's action really scared Master Lu.
Now he understood a little bit that Chen Fan's cultivation level was probably higher than his grandfather's. At this time, young Master Lu, who was held in Chen Fan's hands, couldn't help but tremble, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. The only thing he could pray for now was that his grandfather's cultivation was higher than Chen Fan's, so that he could still be saved.
Chapter 108. The Lu family is destroyed after Chen Fan broke the manor's defensive formation. Lu Qingxian in the manor immediately sensed it. Just as he was about to leave the manor to check, he saw a young man holding his grandson in his hand and appearing in front of him at a very fast speed. Lu Qingxian narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Fan carefully. He couldn't see Chen Fan's cultivation level at all. He didn't know whether Chen Fan had some magic weapon or technique to conceal his cultivation level, or whether his cultivation level was so high that he couldn't see through it. Then he looked at his grandson Lu Fugue, whose face was covered in blood and several teeth were missing. He looked at him with hope and said, "Grandpa, save me." Lu Qingxian looked at his grandson with a look of heartache, then slowly said to Chen Fan, "Senior, I don't know how my grandson Lu Fugue offended you. Please give me some face and let my grandson go. I will definitely repay you generously. You are Lu Qingxian, not that great. The grandson you taught is such a rubbish that he has set his sights on me."
Chen Fan looked at Lu Qingxian with disdain. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Lu Qingxian's face was filled with anger, but he had to force a smile and said, Yes, senior, I am teaching you a lesson. I apologize to you on behalf of my disappointing grandson." "Ha, there's no need to apologize.
The dead don't need apologies,"
Chen Fan said with a cold face.
"Fellow Taoist, we can't let this go. Do you think you have Lu in your hands?" Lu Qingxian looked at Chen Fan with a gloomy face. "If there is no one in your Lu family with higher cultivation than you, then I will definitely defeat you."
Chen Fan said, however, even if the Lu family has someone with higher cultivation than Lu Qingxian, he will not pose any threat to Chen Fan. Even if someone in the Mahayana or Tribulation crossing stage comes, Chen Fan is not afraid. With the 8th grade talisman in his hand, Chen Fan doesn't have to worry at all as long as no cultivator above the level of Earth Immortal comes. Lu Qingxuan's face was pale. Not to mention that there were no cultivators with higher cultivation than him. There were not even any cultivators with the same cultivation as him.
"My fellow Taoist, please don't go too far.
I have someone above me, and the person above me has reached the nascent soul stage.
If you can expose this, I will be very grateful. Let's just forget about this. Don't even think about it. You know what your grandson did in my shop, right? How could Lu Qingxian not know what his grandson had done?
He just relied on his high level of cultivation to protect his grandson, so he didn't care. Anyway, as long as he was looking after him, those people didn't dare to do anything to his grandson. Now that someone with stronger cultivation than himself has come to his door, he can only blame his grandson for being short-sighted. My grandson is ignorant, please forgive him, I am willing to compensate you."
There's no point in saying more. Prepare to die.
Chen Fan snorted coldly, threw Lu Fugue to the ground, and his figure disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already behind Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian had no time to react and was kicked in the back by Chen Fang with a wow sound. A mouthful of blood spurted out and he flew backwards 4 or 5 meters. Lu Fugue saw that his grandfather was beaten by Chen Fan without any resistance and vomited blood. His body was shaking like a sieve. Lu Qingxian stood up with difficulty and looked at Chen Fan with dull eyes. Chen Fan's attack just now had already seriously injured him. If there was no magic medicine, he would probably be dead. Chen Fan said calmly, "Don't be too arrogant in your next life. Remember that there are always people better than you." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he slapped Lu Fugue to death on the spot. Lu Qingxian watched his grandson being beaten to death by Chen Fan. He felt hatred and regret in his heart, but he did not hate Chen Fan. He hated himself for spoiling his grandson too much. I also regret that if I had been stricter in disciplining my grandson, perhaps he wouldn't be like this, but it's too late to say anything now. I wasn't like this before, but why is it like this? Yes, it was after I broke through to the golden core stage that I started to become arrogant. The Lu family has been expanding continuously since I broke through to the golden core stage, and I have offended quite a few people. Now that he was close to death, he estimated that the Lu family would also face a miserable end. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Lu Qingxian is very clear about this. At this time, Lu's bodyguards and Lu Fugui's parents finally arrived. When Lu Fugui's parents saw their son lying on the ground like a torn sackcloth, they were stunned and almost fell to the ground.
My son. Lu Fugui's mother Zhu Jingjing rushed to Lu Fugui's body, hugged Lu Fugui's body and began to wail. Lu Fugui's father, Lu Xiaobao, also had red eyes and couldn't believe it. He really couldn't understand who in H City was so cruel as to dare to touch anyone from his Lu family. Who is it? Who is it? I will make him suffer a fate worse than death and destroy his family. Me. Chen Fan continued. After hearing Chen Fan's reply, Lu Xiaobao and Zhu Jingjing finally noticed Chen Fan and stared at him with red eyes as Zhu Jingjing rushed towards Chen Fan even more frantically. Lu Qingxian hurriedly shouted, "No." But it was too late. As soon as Zhu Jingjing pounced in front of Chen Fan, she was knocked away by Chen Fan's punch. Zhu Jingjing flew out horizontally. Couldn't she be deader? Seeing this, Lu Xiaobao roared and rushed towards Chen Fan. "Xiaobao, don't." Lu Qingxian shouted loudly, "Quick, stop him." Then he shouted loudly to the bodyguard, but it was too late. With just a simple punch, Lu Xiaobao was sent flying and went to report to the underworld with his wife Zhu Jingjing. Lu Qingxian watched his grandson, daughter-in-law, and son die one after another in front of him, but he was powerless to do anything. He felt a pain in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was full of regret, and he fell down and followed. The bodyguards looked at each other, not knowing what to do now. All the members of the Lu family are dead, and there is no one in charge. Hurry, go find Captain Zhu. A bodyguard captain said to one of his subordinates. The man immediately took out his cell phone and started making a call quickly. Seeing that all the Lu family members were dead, Chen Fan planned to leave. As soon as he turned around, the bodyguard stepped forward and blocked his way. "Sir, you can't leave yet. You'd better wait for Captain Zhu to come." "It's not too late to leave then." The bodyguard captain said to Chen Fan. It's not that he has the courage to stop Chen Fan, he really has no other choice. If Captain Zhu comes and the murderer is let go again, their lives will be very difficult and they may even be in danger of death. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and stop Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at the bodyguards with a faint look and shouted, "Get lost." These bodyguards vomited blood and fell backwards. It was obvious that their internal organs had been displaced by Chen Fan's shout. Chapter 109. The three strongest people in H City arrived. Chen Fan also had no good feelings towards these bodyguards. It should be noted that these bodyguards were all recruited by the Lu family, but these bodyguards also had the effect of aiding and abetting evil. If it were not for these bodyguards protecting the Lu family, perhaps the young master of the Lu family would not have been so arrogant to the extreme. Therefore, Chen Fan will not be polite to them. After being shouted away by Chen Fan, the bodyguards no longer dared to stop him. Chen Fan then turned around and left, but just as he reached the gate of the manor, he was stopped again. The person who blocked Chen Fan's way was none other than Captain Zhu Qiangfa, who had just called to inform him. And was also Zhu Jingjing's younger brother. He had originally planned to come to the Lu family to visit his sister, but he didn't expect to receive the news that the Lu family was wiped out halfway. After hearing the news, Zhu Qiangfa still couldn't believe it. You know, the old man of the Lu family is a Jindan stage cultivator. Although he is not one of the strongest in H City, he is also a strong man standing at the top. How could someone destroy the Lu family all of a sudden? After repeated confirmation, Zhu Qiangfa was sure that the information was true, and the Lu family's bodyguards did not dare to joke about it. So Zhu Qiangfa came all the way at full speed and blocked Chen Fan just at the door. Zhu Qiangfa stared at Chen Fan with a pair of gloomy eyes and said, "You are the murderer who killed my sister's family." Chen Fan replied calmly, "So what if it is? Just surrender." Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This world emphasizes that the strong are respected, and the rules are made for the weak themselves. I can easily kill a foundation establishment cultivator like this, but now he dares to stop me. He is simply courting death. Chen Fan looked at Zhu Qiangfa, who was blocking him, and slapped him. Zhu Qiangfa obviously didn't expect Chen Fan to act so decisively. He didn't react at all. Even if he was prepared, he wouldn't be able to react. With a paw sound, Zhu Qiangfa was slapped away by Chen Fan. Bang! Then he fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. When Zhu Qiangfa struggled to get up, one side of his face was swollen. Just as he was about to speak, several teeth fell out along with blood. Do you know who I am? I'm a government official. If you attack a government official, you'll sit in jail for the rest of your life.
Zhu Qiangfa's face was swollen and he could not speak clearly, only making intermittent sounds. Chen Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He walked forward and kicked Zhu Qiangfa in the stomach again. You. Zhu Qiangfa saw Chen Fan coming over and wanted to say something, but then he saw Chen Fan kicking him. He was so scared that he wanted to hide backwards, but he was no faster than Chen Fan's feet. With a bang, Zhu Qiangfa was kicked out again by Chen Fan. He fell heavily to the ground and could not get up at all. Just when Chen Fan wanted to go up and kick him twice more, a sound suddenly came from the distance.
Fellow Taoist, please stop. Then 3 people were seen flying from a distance, an old man and 2 middle-aged men. When the old man and the 2 middle-aged men arrived in front of Chen Fan, the old man took the lead and stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Dao Yu, I am honored to meet you."
Then the 2 middle-aged men also bowed to Chen Fan.
Who are you? Why are you stopping me?
Chen Fan said with some displeasure to those who blocked him. The 3 of them saw that Chen Fan was a little unhappy, but they didn't care too much. The old man said, "I am worth more than gold.
I am currently serving as the mayor of H City.
These 2 are Director Lian Qingtian and Director Huang Zhengyi."
Oh, then may I ask if there is anything I can do for you?
After hearing this, Chen Fan looked at the 3 people with some surprise. I didn't expect that this time when I came to the Lu family, I could attract the mayor and others. However, even if the mayor came, it would be useless. Chen Fan has also seen the cultivation levels of these 3 people. Among them, Mayor Jin Buwan has the highest cultivation level, having reached the same level as himself, the nascent soul stage. The other 2 also have the cultivation level of the golden core stage. It seems that these 3 people are the strongest fighting force in this city. The 3 of them were not angry at Chen Fan's cold words.
Jin Buwan was the first to speak. "Dao Yu, it's like this.
Zhu Qiangfa is a government official after all.
Let's leave him to our government to deal with." Oh, what are you going to do with him?
I will definitely not let you down, and from now on in H City, no one will bother your family and your shop.
Okay, then I'll wait and see how you handle this. Then, fellow Taoist, are you free to come and sit with me?
Jin Buwan invited Chen Fan again.
Okay. Chen Fan nodded.
After all, development in H City still depends on official support. Even if he enters the infinite world in the future, with official support, he won't have to worry so much. His parents are safe. At least some of the scoundrels don't dare to set their sights on his shop.
Please.
Jin Buwan made a gesture of invitation to Chen Fan. Under Jin Buwan's guidance, Chen Fan and the other 2 came to where Jin Buwan lived. Jin Buwan lives in a 3-story villa with elegant and unique decoration. Jin Buwan brought Chen Fan and the other 3 to the study and sat down. Then a servant brought fragrant tea.
"Please, everyone," Jin Buwan said to the 3 people, then picked up the teacup next to him and tasted it. Chen Fan and the other 2 also picked up their teacups and tasted the tea. After they finished tasting the tea, Jin Buwan was the first to ask, "I haven't asked for your name yet, fellow Taoist." "Chen Fan." Chen Fan answered simply. "Fellow Taoist Chen, I have already started investigating the Lu family's affairs. I have a general idea of what happened. The Lu family is blind and has provoked you. They deserve to be exterminated. As for Zhu Qiangfa, I will follow up on this and make him spend the rest of his life in prison. After all, he is a government official and he hasn't committed any major offenses. If he is executed directly, it will affect the credibility of the government. I hope that fellow Taoist Chen can understand." Chen Fan pondered for a moment and felt that what Jin Buwan said made sense. No matter what, he had to give face to the official, otherwise, his family would not be able to develop well in this city. After all, his strength is not strong enough. If I were a little stronger, I would have the final say in everything. Before you grow up, you still need to rely on some relationships so that your family can live a better and safer life. Since Mayor Jin has said so, it would be unreasonable for me not to give you face. Let's put this matter behind us, but you still have to deal with his family's affairs later. Otherwise, I will not be polite then,"
Chen Fan said, giving face to Jin Buwan. Jin Buwan smiled when he heard Chen Fan's words and said happily, Okay.
Leave the rest to me. I promise that no one from the Zhu family will appear before you again.
Okay, as long as they don't appear in front of us again, I won't cause trouble for them again,"
Chen Fan also said.
Chapter 110 What to exchange for resources. Fellow Taoist Chen has reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age. He is truly a genius.
Jin Buwan praised. "My cultivation is so insignificant that it's not worthy of praise.
There are countless geniuses in our human race, and many of them have higher cultivation than me."
Chen Fan responded modestly. Of course, Chen Fan would not be elated by a little praise.
If he did not have the help of the system, he would probably still be struggling at the bottom.
"Fellow Taoist Chen is too modest."
Jin Buwan continued, And even Director Lian and Director Huang said that Chen Fan was too modest. After a moment of silence, Director Huang was the first to break the silence and said, "Senior Chen, I wonder what the Infinity Tower has yielded recently.
Are there any resources for upgrading? We'd like to acquire some."
After a moment, Chen Fan suddenly realized that he had initially wondered what these old guys wanted to talk to him about.
It was impossible that all three of them would come over just for Zhu Qiangfa.
It turned out that they were talking about cultivation resources. Of course, Chen Fan couldn't respond right away, so he picked up the tea and savored it carefully. The three of them, Jin Buwan, were clearly getting a bit restless. They exchanged glances before Jin Buwan spoke up. "Fellow Daiwas Chen, you know that old folks like us have essentially lost our chance to enter the Infinite Tower again.
With our limited lifespans, even one failure could result in our death. But we are not content with our current state and always hope to advance further.
This way, our lifespan will be increased. In that case, we may have a chance to enter the Infinite Tower again.
That's why we asked fellow Taoist if there are any extra cultivation resources that you can sell to us."
Jin Buwan sighed and said that they were once ambitious, but the penalty for failing to enter the Infinite Tower was too great.
"Based on your cultivation and lifespan, you should be able to enter the Infinite Tower many times.
Why do you say that your lifespan is short?" Chen Fan asked curiously. "According to the rules of the Infinite Tower, 20 years of life will be deducted for each failure. The lifespan can be increased by 50 years in the body tempering stage, 100 years in the chi refining stage, 200 years in the foundation establishment stage, 500 years in the golden core stage, and 1000 years in the nascent soul stage. If you calculate this way and add your original lifespan, you will have at least 1900 years to live.
How many times would you have to fail to have so little life left?" It seems that fellow Taoist Chen is still unclear about the rules of the Infinite Tower. For example, the infinite world we just entered is considered a one-star world. In a one-star world, only 20 years of life are deducted. In a two-star world, that lifespan is doubled, and of course, the time spent inside will also increase. For example, in a one-star world, you only need to stay there for 3 months. In a two-star world, you must stay there for 6 months, but the lifespan deducted is also doubled, and you will have to deduct 40 years of life. The same goes for 3-star worlds. Of course, there are also some special worlds where the duration isn't calculated by star rating. The resources in these special worlds are easier to obtain. There are usually other humans in them, and the resources are harvested in one place. Therefore, these resources are relatively easy to obtain. Generally, those who can enter these worlds are geniuses among geniuses. After listening to Jin Buwan's story, Chen Fan was shocked. Could it be that he had entered a special world before?
No wonder it was so easy for him to obtain resources. Then Chen Fan regretted it again. Why was he so soft-hearted at the beginning and did not collect all the resources from the other 3 sects? He had thought that the future world would be like the special world and resources would be easy to obtain. Now that I think about it, I really lost a lot. Jin Buwan and the other 2 watched Chen Fan's expression changing constantly, not knowing why, but they didn't dare to ask Chen Fan, so they could only wait for Chen Fan to speak. Chen Fan struggled for a moment, then felt relieved. With his amplification system, how could he be short of resources in the future? There was no need to dwell on the loss at that moment. The key is to grasp the future. At worst, if you encounter such a special world in the future, you can just take it all away by yourself. When Chen Fan came to his senses, he saw the 3 people looking at him with hope. Chen Fan smiled but did not reply immediately. Jin Buwan and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Fan smile. Chen Fan took another sip of tea before slowly saying, "I have the resources you want, but what can you offer me in exchange?" After hearing what Chen Fan said, the 3 of them were happy at first, and then their faces became full of worry. Yes, what could they have to exchange with Chen Huan? "Senior Chen, how about we trade with spirit stones?" Director Huang asked tentatively. "Spirit stones, I don't like them at all, so let's change to something else." This put the 3 of them in a difficult position. Basically, all the resources they could use had been used for cultivation, and they had to tighten their belts to make ends meet. In recent years, the 3 of them thought there was no hope of making further progress and were ready to enjoy their old age, but the appearance of Chen Fan gave them hope again. Even if the 3 of them had spirit stones, they couldn't take out a lot. As for Qinglong coins, they could take out a lot, but exchanging Qinglong coins for spirit stones was too pricey. No one would be willing to take out extra spirit stones to exchange for Qinglong coins. This also made the 3 of them very conflicted, as they simply couldn't come up with any extra resources to exchange with Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at their conflicted faces and felt a little funny and a little sad. They were all cultivators, so who would be willing to be ordinary? They all had great ambitions, but in the end, they were all lost among the masses. "I can give you a batch of resources first, but in exchange, I want you to protect my family's safety when I enter the Infinite Tower." Chen Fan looked at the three people and said, after hearing what Chen Fan said, the three of them looked at him in surprise. It was not that the request Chen Fan put forward was too difficult, but too simple. As long as they can protect Chen Fan's family when he enters the Infinite Tower, this requirement is too simple for the three of them.
Fellow Taoist Chen, are you serious?
Jin Buwan asked with heavier breathing. Among the three people, his determination to seek the truth was the most resolute. At this moment, he has the opportunity to take another step forward, and he must seize this opportunity no matter what. The other two also looked at Chen Fan expectantly. Chen Fan chuckled and said, I'm not going to lie to you.
As long as you can ensure that my family won't be in any danger or harassment when I enter the Infinity Tower, that's all.
The three of them exchanged glances and said in unison, all right, as long as we're still breathing, we will never allow Dao Yu Chen's family to be harassed or put in any danger.